Brothers, please don't worry too much about the comparison of cultivation levels. It's just a cheat, and the setting is to reduce the scale in the same proportion, one by one, with the levels in Douluo. It is definitely crushing Xuantiangong, but it is definitely not as strong as some book friends think. If, as some book friends say, Jindan must be able to compete with Seoul Douluo, and some say that Jindan should be able to beat a first-level god, then this story can't be told. Using other authors' cultivation level performance settings to set this book, isn't that a hooligan? Some books have a star-breaking performance in the Qi training period. The level of cultivation is not like the Duqi level in Dopo. Tudo is unique. There is no unified standard for the levels of cultivation such as foundation building, foundation elixir, yuanying, and transformation of gods. It all depends on how the author brags. Let me explain some hidden settings to you. Method practiced by the protagonist is just a customized Douluo version of cultivation. I have already considered this when I was making the outline. As the system is improved, it will snowball. I also mentioned this in the subsequent chapters. The real cultivation method will be changed at a certain point later, but that is very later. If we calculate it according to the normal level of cultivation I set, the real leisure system foundation building peak I set is benchmarked against Captain America, with a power of 25 tons in the extreme state. In the Jindan stage, you can fly with a sword and control your magical powers, just like beating ordinary gods. If I write it like this at the beginning, the protagonist will be invincible in the Yuanying stage. The original protagonists of the entire Douluo universe combined are not enough for him to beat alone. So don't farm, just go straight to the finale. Purely, it is really difficult for me, a newbie who has just entered the industry, to write an invincible article at the beginning. I admit that this area is very deep and I can't grasp it. At least I can't grasp it at this stage. If I really do this, the combat power in the main line will definitely collapse completely. As a new author, I am very happy to have so many people supporting me, and I dare not ask for too much. Although my writing skills are not good, I have been learning from the works of great gods, and I am also humbly accepting the opinions and suggestions of all book friends. I hope you will forgive me for some of the inconsiderateness, and I beg you to give me some time to improve. Regarding Bibi Dong and Qian Liu, or even some of the seemingly unreasonable behaviors of others, please don't rush to criticize me. Please continue reading. There are reasons for all these. The outline of this book is very complete, and it will not make some people do certain things inexplicably. Thank you for your recommendation, investment, reward, and monthly votes. I am very grateful. Douluo Continent, Phanos Province, Holy Soul Village. In the early morning, Xia Tianling, who had finished a night of practice, slowly finished his practice and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He was a college student who had just graduated. 6 years ago, he was infected with a virus that swept the world and died. Because of a blessing in disguise, he was bound to a thing called Destiny Modification System. So he traveled to Douluo Continent and was adopted by old Jack. The practice he just practiced was the novice gift package given by the system. This Dao Changsheng Jing is really magical. It can be practiced all the time without bottlenecks. It simply crushes martial arts such as Xuantiangong. Compared with what is said above, I should be a cultivator at the peak of foundation building now, but I don't know how many levels of soul power I can be equal to in Douluo Continent. Xia Tianling, who had finished practicing, thought silently in his heart and walked slowly towards the top of the back mountain while touching a jade plate hanging around his neck. This white jade plate is very warm, emitting a bright white light, and there is a mysterious word engraved on it. Anyone who touches this jade plate can sense the meaning of this word, Xia. Therefore, old Jack took Xia as his surname, and the name Tianling coincided with his previous life. I don't know if it is because of the Taoist scriptures that temper his body. Xia Tianling's body is very strong, and he can easily twist and throw the old yellow cow in the village. He walked from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain without stopping, and his face was not red and his heart was not beating, as if he was walking on flat ground. At this time, every day, he would go to the back mountain to find Tang San, who had just finished practicing the purple demon pupil, and give him a daily routine education. When reading books in the previous life, Xia Tianling felt very ashamed of Tang San's various actions. Now that he has come to Douluo Continent in person, can he not correct Tang San's 3 views that have been distorted to the point of 800 miles away and still be worthy of his identity as a time traveler? Tang San grew up in the Tang sect since he was a child. He was exposed to murder, arson, poison, and hidden weapons all day long. When he came to Douluo Continent, Tang Hao never cared about him. It would be strange if he didn't grow up crooked by following the killing guide like Xuantian Baolu. It is imperative to carry out quality education. At the top of the back mountain, a 6-year-old boy sat cross-legged on a big rock. It was Tang San. Perhaps he felt Xia Tianling's arrival. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a white air. "Good morning, Brother Ling. Let's go to my house for breakfast." "Okay." On the way back, Xia Tianling took the time to give Tang San a daily routine quality education. For example, you should think more about everything, have the courage to question, and practice is the only standard for testing the truth. Don't blindly believe in others, think more about others, and so on. This has been the case every day for 6 years, and under such subtle influence, Tang San has also changed from not taking it seriously at the beginning to accepting it calmly now. After all, these are famous sayings that have been tempered for many years in the previous life, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are truths. Tang San in the original work is just a science boy who grew up wild and crooked. He is not without brains. With the help of something, he can naturally feel the truth contained in these words. By the way, Xiao-san, there will be a big thing happening in 3 days. While eating, Xia Tianling pretended to be mysterious and said to Tang San, "What big thing?" Tang San has become accustomed to this. For 6 years, Xia Tianling's hobby is to tell the villagers what will happen in the future. He calls himself a prophet. But except for the weather forecast, nothing else is basically accurate. As for why it is inaccurate, of course, it is all because Xia Tianling made it up. Although there is a teaching on divination in the Taoist scriptures, how can one master it without years of painstaking study? And the reason why he called himself a prophet was actually to lay the groundwork for the next plan. 3 days later is the day of martial soul awakening. At this time, old Jack just pushed the door open. Tang San was a little confused and asked, "What is martial soul awakening?" Although he had some superficial understanding of martial souls, he was still confused about awakening. That drunk Tang Hao would not tell him these things. In our Douluo Continent, everyone has their own martial spirit, as you know. When we are about 6 years old, we can awaken it, which means that other spirit masters will help guide it out of our bodies. And martial spirits are divided into weapon martial spirits and beast martial spirits. Weapon martial spirits are the common hoes and sickles in the village, and beast martial spirits are like the yellow cattle martial spirit awakened by Uncle Ernyu at the east end of the village. After possessing it, it is very energetic to plow the land. There are also plant martial spirits, like the vines awakened by Uncle Tiju at the west end of the village, which can increase plant yields. The grapes in their family grow very well. Tianling is right. It seems that you have read a lot of the history of the continent. Old Jack took over the conversation. As the village chief, Old Jack has some salary from the Tiando Empire. His living conditions are not bad. There are still 2 ordinary common-sense books at home. In 2 days, the adults from the Wuhun Hall will come to awaken the martial spirits in our village. Xiao-san, when you go back, talk to Tang Hao, the drunkard, and I will pick you up in the morning. Old Jack, who knows Tang Hao's character well, sighed. By the way, take these biscuits home to eat. Got it, thank you, Grandpa Jack. After helping to clean up the dishes, Tang San thanked him and pushed open the door to go home. Xia Tianling hurriedly caught up with Tang San and kept pace with him. "Brother Ling, what are you doing?" Tang San asked with some confusion. Xia Tianling pretended to be mysterious again and said to Tang San with a smile, "Xiao San, I have seen the future again." "What future?" "The one who will awaken us 3 days later is the battle spirit master Suyun Tao of the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall, with a level 26 lone wolf spirit and 1 white and 1 yellow spirit ring." "What is this?" Confused, Tang San couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ling, what is about spirit ring? What is 1 white and 1 yellow? And this battle spirit master?" Xia Tianling waved her hand. "Don't ask, you will know when the time comes." After that, she turned around and went home. This Tang San, who was curious, returned home, gave the cake he brought back to Tang Hao to eat, and tried to ask, "Spirit ring? Lone wolf? Who told you these?" Tang Hao took a sip of the wine bottle, squinting his eyes. "Brother Tianling told me, he said I would know in 3 days." Tang San answered truthfully. "Xia Tianling." Tang Hao put down the wine bottle, rubbed his beard-covered chin, and thought silently in his heart. This child is a bit weird. "Xiao San, do you want to become a spirit master?" Tang Hao suddenly asked. "Dad, of course I do." Tang San answered quickly. Through these simple clues, as well as his understanding of martial spirits over the years, he believed that the reason why his Xuantian Gong could not break through the 2nd level was probably because of this martial spirit, and perhaps it was also related to the spirit ring. In order to make progress, he must become a spirit master. Then go when the time comes. Tang Hao waved his hand, and a gleam of brilliance seemed to flash in his eyes, but soon fell silent again. He didn't know what he was thinking. He turned around and went into the inner room with the bottle of wine to sleep. "Okay, Dad?" At this moment, Xia Tianling, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, received a system prompt. "Ding! You slightly changed the fate of the character and gained a trace of destiny." Xia Tianling, who was awakened by the system, was a little depressed. "This damn system is not smart at all, and it can only give rigid prompts. I don't know how much destiny I have gained, but it says that I can make a wish if I accumulate more. Damn it, how long will it take to accumulate it, and what kind of wish can I make? This is not the first time he has complained about his own system. There have been countless times in the past 6 years. But what surprised him was that this time the system actually responded. Host, please do not slander this system. This system will automatically prompt you when the power of destiny reaches the minimum standard for making a wish. Xia Tianling was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, System? No, system brother. You are my real brother. Can you clarify these things so that I can have hope? However, no matter how he shouted, the system remained silent and did not respond. 3 days passed quickly. Xia Tianling would still go to the top of the mountain to call Tang San to his home for breakfast every morning and give him quality education. Tang San would go home after dinner every day to learn casting with Tang Hao, which was no different from the original book. Xiao San, come out quickly! It's time! Xia Tianling shouted outside the door, and at this time he couldn't stop being excited. After waiting for 6 years, he finally knew what his martial spirit was. Go, don't delay the lunch. Tang Hao's impatient voice sounded faintly from the house. Under the leadership of Old Jack, they came to the martial spirit hall in the center of the village. Of course, this so-called spirit hall is just a larger wooden house, which is used for awakening every year. There are 9 children awakening this year. The other 7 children are talking and laughing, and they don't pay attention to the 2 who just came. The children in the village don't look down on Tang San. They despise the poor and love the rich, which is everywhere. Tang San has lived 2 lives. In his previous life, he was obsessed with hidden weapons. Although he had little social experience, he was mature in mind. Therefore, he was unwilling to deal with these children, but was happy that they ignored him. It can be said that except for the precocious Xia Tianling, he had no other friends in the village. Xia Tianling was simply too lazy to pay attention to these little brats. She focused on her education career and was determined to educate the double-standard selfish Tang San in the original text into a qualified progressive youth. Now it seems that the effect has begun to show. At this time, a sitting young man stood up. This person had a sharp eyebrow and a handsome face. There was a fist-sized soul word on his chest and an exaggerated black cloak behind him. Xia Tianling looked carefully and saw that it was the image of Su Yuntao in the original text. In his previous life, Su Yuntao was known as the blind Douluo, which meant that those who were misjudged by Su Yuntao eventually became gods. Hello, respected Battle Soul Master. I'm sorry to bother you this time. Old Jack saluted the young man respectfully. Su Yuntao nodded lightly, interrupting Old Jack, who was about to say something. I don't have much time, let's get started. I have been to 6 villages, and I hope that there will be a child in your village who can become a soul master. Okay, children, stand in a row. Although Su Yuntao was not so respectful to Old Jack, he was very responsible for his job, and was very gentle to the unawakened children. He smiled and said, My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Battle Soul Master, and I am your guide. Now I will awaken you one by one. Remember, don't be afraid no matter what happens. Then he arranged 6 black stones into a formation and motioned a child to stand in it. Don't be afraid, close your eyes and feel it carefully. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted in the children's horrified eyes, Lone Wolf! Possessed! A ray of green light was released from his brows, and Su Yuntao's figure immediately swelled up, and wolf features and hair appeared on his body, making him look like a werewolf. 2 halos lit up from his feet, wandering from his feet to his head. One circle was white, and the other circle was yellow. This! Seeing this, Tang San stared at Su Yuntao with wide eyes in shock. Level 26, Lone Wolf, 1 white and 1 yellow. It was exactly the same as what Brother Ling said. Could it be that Brother Ling could really predict the future? Su Yuntao comforted the frightened children and was about to continue the ceremony. He turned around and saw Xia Tianling standing at the edge, looking at him with surprise, with golden light in his eyes, as if he wanted to go forward and take a look. Huh? You're not afraid of me? Master Su, of course I'm not. My favorite animal is the wolf. Xia Tianling answered excitedly. Before he crossed over in his previous life, his favorite animal was the wolf. I hope my martial soul can also be a handsome wolf. Ha ha ha, good little guy. I wish you good luck. It will be your turn soon. Su Yuntao laughed. It was the first time he saw such an interesting little guy. Regarding his own martial soul, Xia Tianling really hoped that he could awaken a wolf-shaped soul beast to fulfill his wish in his previous life. He also asked the system for this, and even made a wish. After spending some power of destiny, he got a reply. The essence of martial spirit is the combination of soul, bloodline, and subconsciousness. At the age of 6, the 3 mature at the same time, so it can be awakened. The host's body is shaped by Pa, using materials such as Pa, so it will only be subject to the host's subconscious. Therefore, the host's martial spirit is not determined by me. Duda, I cannot shape a new martial spirit for you. Your martial spirit will be determined by what you want to rely on or what you desire most in your deepest heart and subconscious mind. Sickle, no soul power. Hoe, no soul power. Blue silver grass. No soul power. Just when Xia Tianling was looking forward to what her martial spirit would be, it was Tang San's turn. With the infusion of soul power, Tang San began to bloom with a warm golden light. Tang San stretched out his right hand and a blue-silver grass jumped on it. Xia Tianling, who was behind him, narrowed his eyes and saw the clear sky hammer hidden in Tang San's left hand. Well, let's test the spirit power. Su Yuntao handed the crystal ball to Tang San in accordance with the principle of due diligence. Level 10. Innate full spirit power, oh my god! Su Yuntao, who originally thought it was just a formality, was stunned, but then he thought of something and calmed down, saying with some regret, "What a pity. It's really a pity. Why is it blue-silver grass? Even an axe would be fine." Master Su, does innate full spirit power mean that the highest innate level can only be 10? Can it be higher? Xia Tianling, who was standing aside, thought of Qian Renshui's angel martial spirit and asked with some evil taste. Su Yuntao said righteously, "Of course not. How can you break through to level 10 without a spirit ring? The highest innate spirit power is level 10. Okay, then you awaken me first and see if I can become a spirit master." Xia Tianling couldn't wait any longer and pulled Tang San, who wanted to continue asking something. "Come on, kid, I hope you can awaken a better martial soul." Su Yuntao sighed, motioned him to stand in the middle, and then began to inject soul power. Xia Tianling felt herself being enveloped by a warm breath, as if something was condensing in her soul and being born. A righteous spirit surged out with Xia Tianling as the center, and even Tang San, who was standing beside her, was a little unsteady and hurriedly hid far away. What kind of martial soul is this? It can have such power when awakened. Su Yuntao was secretly surprised. At the moment when the martial spirit took shape, Xia Tianling subconsciously stretched out his hands straight, with his palms tilted inward and raised upward. 2 golden shadows were lifted up by them and slowly floated in the air. In his left hand was an ordinary hammer, just like a blacksmith's one-handed casting hammer. In his right hand was an ordinary one-handed axe, the kind commonly used by carpenters for carpentry work. Unlike ordinary tools, both of them were light gold, and the simple and low-key appearance was perfectly combined with the restrained and graceful temperament. On them, there were some patterns composed of very light dark lines. No one knew what these patterns meant, but if you looked closely, it seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth, and it would make people feel slightly dizzy at a glance. After they were fully materialized, an inexplicable dark light immediately emanated from the surroundings. This light was not cold, but made the people in the room feel like spring breeze, and their hearts were extremely stable, as if they were standing in the arms of their parents. Looking at the iron hammer and axe with an incomparably sacred aura, Su Yuntao was so stunned that he could not speak. Twin martial spirits? This can't be the legendary twin martial spirits. But this hammer and axe, even if they are twin martial spirits, they don't seem to be of very high quality. Before Su Yuntao could come to his senses, Xia Tianling clearly felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and something in the depths of his soul was breaking out. Ang! A shocking dragon roar rose to the sky, and the strong dragon power frightened the livestock and surrounding wild beasts in the village to the ground, and they all urinated and defecated. This is the breath of a top-level beast martial spirit. Above the wooden house where no one could see, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, and then disappeared without a trace in a very short time. Along with the appearance of the golden dragon phantom, there were also 9 thunderous roars that shook the sky. Everyone was shocked by the dragon's roar, and no one noticed that Xia Tianling's pupils turned into a light golden color and snake-like vertical pupils as the dragon's roar appeared. As the golden dragon's phantom disappeared, his eyes returned to their original state. Xia Tianling, who had come to his senses, stared at the hammer and axe in his hands thoughtfully, and suddenly laughed. It turned out that this was the deepest bond in my heart. This wanted me to do infrastructure and farming. He then said, "Master Su, it seems that I don't have twin martial spirits. I can feel that they are one and the same." "No, isn't it a twin martial spirit?" Su Yuntao, who was still immersed in the dragon's might, also came back to his senses after being reminded by Xia Tianling. A child who had just awakened, his lone wolf martial spirit was actually suppressed by him and almost dissipated. It was too terrible. Test the soul power. Su Yuntao's throat was a little dry, and he handed over a soul power crystal ball. He decided to report the matter of his spirit directly to the headquarters. With his vision as a great spirit master, he should not make a rash decision. "By the way, kid, what's the name of your spirit?" Xia Tianling smiled slightly. "My spirit is called 2-piece carpentry set." "Old Jack. What kind of name is that? What the hell is a 2-piece carpentry set?" Then he started to recite the Taoist scriptures and slowly injected the spiritual power he cultivated into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the transparent crystal ball shone brightly. This, you are also innate." Bang! Before Su Yuntao finished speaking, the crystal ball exploded with a bang. "Fuck!" Su Yuntao was so shocked that he cursed. You actually broke through the shackles of the innate 10th level spirit power. No, this matter is of great importance. I have to report it to the Pope's palace. Immediately. Su Yuntao didn't care about anything else and immediately packed up his things and prepared to leave. Suddenly he slapped his head, took out a piece of paper from his bosom, wrote something quickly, and handed it to Xia Tianling. Child, are you willing to go to Wuhun Academy? Free, no entrance exam. What is Wuhun Academy? Xia Tianling asked knowingly. As the name suggests, Wuhun Academy is an academy directly under the Wuhun Hall that specializes in training soul masters. This is the invitation certificate, with my autograph on it as proof. Su Yuntao was a little excited. Who would have thought that he would run to 6 villages in vain, and he would actually meet a peerless genius here? If this child can be attracted to enter the Wuhun Hall, then his future will definitely be bright, and there is hope for him to break through to the soul master level. Xia Tianling was a little confused. Originally, he planned to follow Tang San to walk the path of the original work again and directly get a place in the godhood. Now it seems that he has to make other plans. How about this, kid? Where are your elders? Su Yuntao saw that he was a little hesitant and asked with an idea. I am who I am. I am Tianling's grandfather. Old Jack on the side quickly answered. Whether you agree or not, please take Tianling with me to the Spirit Hall branch. We will pick you up and drop you off and provide meals. In order to persuade Xia Tianling to join the Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao didn't know what to say, and even used honorifics to Old Jack. Yes, sir. Old Jack took Xia Tianling, who was still in a daze, and followed the hurried Su Yuntao to the Spirit Hall carriage, leaving the 8 children, including Tang San, staring at each other in the wooden house. Just as Su Yuntao was pulling the grandfather and grandson to the Spirit Hall branch, he didn't know that other parts of the continent had already exploded because of the awakening of the true dragon spirit. In the blacksmith shop of the Holy Soul Village, the drunk Tang Hao wiped his eyes in a daze, turned over and went back to sleep. Stardew Great Forest, Mixed Zone, Lake of Life. A huge gorilla was squatting on the ground with his hands on his head by the lake, and a monster with a python tail appeared in the lake, and the monster's huge bull eyes were full of surprise. Not to mention the Titan ape, the soul beasts in all the forests were trembling with fear under this dragon's might. Xingdou Great Forest, the center of the core area. The huge black-eyed golden dragon king Detian opened his eyes, looked at the direction of the Holy Soul Village in disbelief, and muttered to himself. And just underground in the core area, a huge silver dragon slowly opened his eyes, confusedly sensed the surroundings, and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. A very beautiful woman holding a scepter, originally sitting on the throne and thinking with her eyes closed, she suddenly opened her eyes. This breath, Ghost Elder, go to the direction of Phanos Province to check what happened. I obey your command. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared, and then slowly disappeared, and 9 soul rings kept flashing under his feet. Wuhan City, the worship hall. An old man who was sitting under a huge angel statue had his eyes shining and looked in the direction of the Holy Soul Village. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce the space. After putting his hands together to sense it, he shook his head and closed his eyes to continue practicing. At this moment, Xia Tianling, who had no idea that he was under the attention of top masters from all sides, was preparing to test his soul power level in the Nodding City branch. In order to keep it secret, Su Yuntao only notified the hall master Ma Xunuo. Child, put your hand on the crystal ball and release your soul power. Ma Xunuo is an 82-year-old old man and a great soul master. Okay, Grandpa Ma Xunuo. Xia Tianling released his soul power into the crystal ball after hearing this, and the originally transparent crystal ball began to emit a dazzling light. This is innate soul power level 19. Ma Xunuo's heart was in turmoil, and even his beard was shaking. Innate soul power level 19. He has served the Wuhan Hall for 60 years and has awakened countless children. He has never heard of anyone who can reach the 19th level of innate soul power. Ding! You changed the fate of 2 characters and gained some power of destiny. Xia Tianling received the system prompt and couldn't help complaining. Brother system, don't give me prompts about this thing in the future, okay? Anyway, I don't know how many there are exactly. I'll just make a wish if I need it. Ding! The setting is successful. There will be no more prompts in the future. The text message prompts can be queried. Was stunned. He didn't expect that it would be successful just by saying it casually. Su Yuntao, take good care of this child and his grandfather. I will leave for the headquarters immediately. Just when Xia Tianling was about to continue to polish the system, Ma Xunuo had packed up his things and rushed out of the room. His movements were so fast that he didn't look like an old man who was about to die. It was far from the image of being unhurried just now. Time soon came to the afternoon. After enjoying a meal of Douluo food, Xia Tianling had made up his mind to go to the Wuhun Hall Academy to study. At this time, he was asking Su Yuntao some basic knowledge about Wuhun and Wuhun Hall. After discussing ideas with Xia Tianling, Old Jack had no need to stay, so he was arranged by the spirit hall to take a carriage and was escorted back to the Holy Spirit village by 2 guards. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the two. A token was thrown out, and Su Yuntao subconsciously caught it. After taking a look, he immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings to His Majesty Ghost Douluo. It turned out that Ghost Douluo had arrived. Xia Tianling knew it in his heart, but he still pretended to be a little flustered and stood up from the chair, pulling his sleeves with both hands, looking a little uneasy. His Majesty? Hello, His Majesty. Well, get up. Who is this child? Ghost Douluo pulled the chair over and sat down, looking at Su Yuntao beside him. Su Yuntao hurriedly stood up and told Ghost Douluo what happened when he awakened before. Ghost Douluo was originally listening calmly, until he heard that the innate 19th level soul power had just been tested. He was so excited that he crushed the armrest of the chair. He looked at Xia Tianling, who had been standing next to him. Xia Tianling suddenly felt a suffocating feeling, as if being stared at by a peerless beast, and his face turned pale as paper. Is this the pressure of a title, Douluo? It's just a look, he thought to himself. Seeing this, Ghost Douluo quickly restrained his aura, and a rare smile appeared on his slightly old and cold face. Child, can you let me see your martial spirit? Yes, Your Majesty. Xia Tianling obediently released the hammer and axe set, and the hammer and axe floated up and down in the air. Such a sacred aura, even my martial spirit was slightly suppressed. Ghost Douluo thought to himself. Okay, put it away. Seeing that Ghost Douluo had finished his observation, Su Yuntao presented him a roll of sheepskin, which recorded all the information, including Xia Tianling and Old Jack. In just half a day, the Spirit Hall had investigated Old Jack's 3 generations of ancestors clearly. An orphan, adopted by Old Jack, just awakened today. Great! This is simply a good seedling given by God to our Spirit Hall. Ghost Douluo was more and more satisfied as he looked at it and asked, Child, are you willing to come to the Spirit Academy to study? Your Majesty, I am willing. Xia Tianling answered very straightforwardly, as he had already decided on this matter. Ha ha! Good child, don't call me Your Majesty. I am about the same age as your grandfather. If you don't mind, call me Ghost Grandpa. Ghost Douluo laughed heartily when he heard this. If the child in front of him does not die young, with the support of the Spirit Hall, he will basically become a Super Douluo above level 95 in the future. It will only be good to build a good relationship in advance. It is better to obey than to be respectful, Ghost Grandpa. Xia Tianling did not expect things to develop into this situation, so he called out with a stiff upper lip. But it's okay. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo are basically in the same boat, and with 2 great titled Douluos standing behind him, his own safety is very guaranteed. Su Yuntao was stunned. The child he had awakened actually called the titled Douluo grandfather. Su Yuntao, I'm here! Su Yuntao was suddenly called out. Since you have made great contributions in discovering the genius, I will give you a reward of 100,000 soul coins. Take my token to report to Wuhun City. Someone will help you break through the Soul Master realm and take you to obtain a suitable 1,000-year soul ring. Yes, thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Su Yuntao was so excited that he almost went crazy. He had been working hard for several years, diligently awakening children in various villages, just for this. Okay, you go out first. Tianling and I have other things to do. Yes, Su Yuntao retreated respectfully. Damn, 100,000 gold soul coins. Little did he know that Xia Tianling was almost going crazy when she heard this. This was a full 100,000 gold soul coins. Even 1 gold soul coin is enough for him and Old Jack to live for several months. Ghost Grandpa? Can you lend me some gold soul coins? Xia Tianling pretended to be shy and asked, Oh, what do you want the gold soul coins for? Ghost Douluo asked with a smile. I want to give it to my grandfather so that he doesn't have to work hard in the fields at his age. When I make money in the future, I will return it to you. Good, you are filial and know how to repay kindness. Ghost Douluo was even more satisfied with Xia Tianling, who was a little embarrassed, and he took out a big bag and a card from the storage soul guide. Su Yuntao, come in. Hearing the call of Ghost Douluo, Su Yuntao, who was still showing off with her goddess next door, immediately walked in at the fastest speed. There are 100,000 gold soul coins and 5,000 gold soul coins in cash on this card. You can use it to buy a better house in Notting City, and then take Old Jack over and give him the rest of the money to spend. Find a few more guards from your branch hall. Old Jack is an ordinary person, and it's not safe to take such a huge sum of money. Yes, I will do my best to complete the task. This money is a personal gift from me to you, Xia Tianling. Are you satisfied? After saying that, Ghost Douluo stared at him with a smile, as if he was looking at his own grandson. I dare not refuse the gift from the elders. Thank you, Ghost Grandpa. I will repay you in the future. Xia Tianling looked terrified, but in fact he was already smiling in his heart. He understood that Ghost Douluo just wanted to get closer to him, but it was okay, and it was also a way to repay Grandpa Jack for raising him. This large sum of money was enough for old Jack to be a rich man in Notting City and have enough food and clothing for the rest of his life. Ghost Douluo was very relieved, and then he straightened his face, raised his hand to release his soul power, and isolated the aura of the entire room. Xia Tianling knew that the highlight was coming. This was when Ghost Douluo was going to ask about his true dragon martial spirit. Tianling, Ghost Grandpa asked you a question. Do you have a twin dragon martial spirit? Yes, Ghost Grandpa, I do have a dragon martial spirit. Xia Tianling didn't think of hiding it. Unless he didn't use it, it would be exposed sooner or later. Bibi Dong and Qiandaliu, the two extreme Douluos, were not fools who were easy to fool. If they wanted to join the Spirit Hall completely, they had to be honest. True dragon, possess! He shouted, and the five-clawed golden dragon martial spirit directly possessed him, and a faint dragon might surged around his body. Xia Tianling's eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and fine dragon scales and sharp dragon claws grew on his body. A pair of small dragon horns no longer than fingers appeared on his head, and a shadow appeared behind him. The horns are like deer, the head is like camel, the eyes are like rabbit, the neck is like snake, the belly is like clam, the scales are like fish, the claws are like eagle, the paws are like tiger, the ears are like cow, and the whole body is golden and shining, which is exactly the image of dragon in myths and legends. This suppression power has even surpassed the scope of top beast martial spirits. Ghost Douluo felt the suppression of the martial spirit reflected on him and thought secretly. What he didn't know was that the five-clawed golden dragon was the highest form of the real dragon. It was born with the 5 elements and was in charge of the power of heavenly punishment and thunder, especially restraining evil ghosts. With such a top martial spirit, in time, Tang Hao's title of the youngest titled Douluo will probably change hands. Okay, Tianling, put it away. Ghost Douluo said, let me go to Wuhan City to meet the Pope today. Okay, Grandpa Ghost. Xia Tianling, who was familiar with the original work, knew that the reason Ghost Douluo could not rush to Notting City so quickly must be because of Bibi Dong's instructions. As the only super Douluo of the agility attack system in the entire continent, Ghost Douluo was naturally very fast. Even with Xia Tianling, he rushed back to Wuhan City in the evening. Xia Tianling, don't be afraid when you meet the Pope in a while. Just answer whatever he asks you. Okay, don't worry. When they arrived at the door of the Pope's palace, Ghost Douluo did not forget to give a word of advice, and then pulled Xia Tianling inside. I'm back to report. Enter. A cold voice sounded. Walking into the Pope's palace, a very beautiful woman wearing a purple and gold robe, holding a scepter, sitting on a tall throne. This should be Bibi Dong. As expected, she is just like the description in the original book, full of royal sister style. Xia Tianling thought to herself, greetings to His Majesty the Pope. The two spoke at the same time. Ghost Elder, who is this, child? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly. Ghost Douluo quickly took out a roll of sheepskin and presented it to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, I saw the above contents with my own eyes, and it is absolutely true. Bibi Dong glanced at the contents on the sheepskin, and a surprised expression appeared on her cold face, but soon she returned to her original calm state, with a smile on her face. She dismissed the people around her and said lightly, release your 2 martial spirits and let me see them. Xia Tianling followed her words and released the hammer and axe set first. After seeing Bibi Dong nod slowly, she switched to the 5-clawed golden dragon possession. Not bad. Very good, Ghost Elder. You brought back a good seedling for my martial spirit hall. Bibi Dong put down the scepter and slowly walked down the platform. This is what I should do. Bibi Dong waved her hand, walked to Xia Tianling, looked into his eyes and said, Xia Tianling, are you willing to take me as your master? Your Holiness, I am willing. It is my honor. If having a Ghost Douluo as a grandfather was a surprise, then being able to take Bibi Dong as a master was a surprise among surprises. At this stage, who can be more powerful than the Spirit Hall? Even if she has not completed the 9 tests of Rakshasa, she is at least at the level of Super Douluo. Greetings, teacher. Xia Tianling was willing to call her teacher. Being able to be Bibi Dong's disciple would be of great help to her future cultivation. Wait a minute. At this moment, a slightly old voice came from the door. Immediately, Bibi Dong frowned and said with sarcasm, Grand Priest, what are you doing in my Pope's hall? Grand Priest? Xia Tianling thought to herself, the person who came here must be Angel Douluo Qiandaliu, but what is he doing here? My innate soul power has not yet surpassed Qian Renshui, so shouldn't I bring him here as well? Heh, of course I came here for this, child. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's face darkened instantly. Great Priest, please respect yourself. This child has just worshipped me as his master. Heh, no problem. I don't need this child to worship me as his master. Just let me teach him on a daily basis and pay him half-master's respect. What's going on? Has this old man changed his nature? Not only Bibi Dong was confused, Xia Tianling was also confused. Only the reality of master and apprentice is needed, not the name of master and apprentice. What did Qiandaliu see in her that he rushed to give her benefits? As the Pope, Bibi Dong's expression management was very good. In an instant, she put away her slightly surprised expression and turned to glare. Don't even think about it. Qian Daoliu also frowned. Why, Bibi Dong? You don't even want to give me this face. How much is your face worth? Bibi Dong clenched her fists, and she was about to fight with her spirit if she didn't agree with him. Seeing this, Xia Tianling's mind turned and she understood everything in an instant. It's not that Bibi Dong didn't want Qian Daoliu to teach her. This was a pure benefit, and she had no reason to refuse. But because of the good things that the Chamber of Secrets Douluo Shunji had done before, Bibi Dong couldn't give him this face. Of course, it could also be that she was afraid that Qian Daoliu would take the opportunity to dig into her corner. If I find a way for Bibi Dong to step down at this time, then, thinking of this, Xia Tianling walked up and hugged Bibi Dong's thigh. Ahem, I wanted to hug his waist, but he was only 6 years old, and Bibi Dong had long legs. Teacher, don't be angry, I promise this old man. Xia Tianling pretended to be afraid that the teacher and colleagues would hurt the harmony. Even if I pay half-teacher tribute to this old man, you will always be my teacher, right? Xia Tianling widened his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong innocently. The two looked at each other and were silent for a full minute. Bibi Dong tried to see something in Xia Tianling's eyes, but Xia Tianling had a clear conscience and he was telling the truth. What was there to be afraid of? Okay, I promise. But Qian Daoliu, remember, he will always be my disciple. You'd better not have any crooked thoughts. Well, don't worry, I won't do anything else. Qian Daoliu smiled a little, turned around and left, as if he really came to give benefits to Xia Tianling. Old man, what on earth are you thinking about? Bibi Dong looked at Xia Tianling, who was still holding her thigh, and then looked at Qian Daoliu's back and fell into deep thought. It's done. As long as I get the soul ring, I can use the power of the soul ring to condense the golden elixir in one fell swoop. Xia Tianling finished his practice and slowly closed his eyes. Just now, he completed the tempering of the last meridian and met the last preparation requirement before condensing the golden elixir. For 3 whole months, Xia Tianling basically spent his time in pure practice. Bibi Dong seemed to be busy with something, so she asked Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo to temporarily guide Xia Tianling's practice so that he could reach level 20 as soon as possible and obtain the soul ring first. Unlike the simple practice of soul power on the Douluo Continent, the Dao Changsheng Jing that has been tempered by countless predecessors is the orthodox immortal way, and it takes the road to heaven. The entire scripture includes a lot of knowledge such as foundation building, body refining, spirit refining, matching techniques, meridians, human body structure analysis, etc. It is not just a simple set of cultivation techniques. Take the 11th to 21st level on the Douluo Continent as an example. Soul masters only cultivate soul power. As a cultivator who has practiced the Taoist scriptures, Xia Tianling needs to complete the tempering of the 5 internal organs, flesh, bones, and meridians to prepare for the formation of the golden elixir. If the golden elixir is not condensed, Xia Tianling can break through by obtaining the soul ring, but it will affect some of the next stage of cultivation. On the contrary, if Xia Tianling can easily form the elixir, then he can break through the restrictions of the big class without the soul ring. The immortal cultivation system of the Taoist scriptures can be said to be mutually restricted with the rules of the Douluo Continent, and at the same time complement each other. Compared with Douluo Continent, this thing called the Golden Core seems to be equivalent to the Soul Core condensed by the titled Douluo in the later generations. After practicing in the Spirit Hall for 3 months, I have a little understanding of the world in the original book. During these 3 months, Xia Tianling got permission from Bibi Dong to browse the books in the Spirit Hall library at will. So in addition to daily practice, he soaked in the library and absorbed a lot of knowledge. Recalling what he saw and heard in the library in these 3 months, Xia Tianling shook his head helplessly. The cultivation system of Douluo Continent is really too rough. The lack of self-created soul skills, the simple soul power training method, the body training method that has not been systematic, and almost no one practices spiritual power. Compared with the cultivation method of refining the spirit, refining the body, and refining the qi in the Taoist scriptures, it is simply a comparison between people, and goods are thrown away. For such a deformed situation, Xia Tianling has reason to suspect that the soul masters of Douluo Continent have become so dependent on martial souls and soul rings that it is outrageous. It is so serious that this profession, which has a history of tens of thousands of years, has not yet perfected a proper method of cultivation, or even the so-called self-created soul skills that can be passed down. Didn't you see that the soul power operation method summarized by Yu Xiaogang in the original book has become a treasure? Even a soul master with fire attribute, after leaving the soul ring skill, can't even release a small, simple, and most basic fireball spell. Even the protagonist Tang San can only use the extremely ordinary skills of entanglement and parasitism with the help of soul skills. Even from the perspective of an ordinary modern person who has never been exposed to cultivation before, this is a very terrifying thing. Fire element rubbing fireballs, water element releasing ice cones, wood element entanglement, earth element ground spikes, gold element weapons adding sharpness. Is this difficult? Is this something particularly difficult? Shouldn't it be enough to have hands? Even in the subsequent parts, in 30,000 years, humans have entered the interstellar era, but the level of cultivation has not improved. Only by relying on the improvement brought by the advancement of the life core and eating natural materials and treasures can the speed of cultivation be accelerated. It's just outrageous. Besides, the Soul Master system is too deformed. Not to mention the Ice and Fire Magic Chef world, the Heavenly Bead Transformation world, the Death God world, etc., in the Douluo universe. Even the Dragon Horse Twin Star Dragon Knights and the Elf Planet, where Yuan and Huihui was born, which appeared in the original work 30,000 years later, can be promoted by their own efforts. Which brilliant great man created such a deformed system of martial soul plus soul ring? Since Xuantian Gong and Daojing can allow ordinary people without innate soul power to practice, it proves that even without martial soul, ordinary people without innate soul power can master extraordinary power. It's just a matter of strength. The profession of soul master is like an old man who is about to die, with rigid thinking and too serious mindset. Martial soul brings soul masters a kind of power that they can rely on naturally, but at the same time makes people too dependent, which completely binds the thinking of practitioners. Not to mention the auxiliary professions such as alchemy, refining, spells, and formations that can carry or assist practitioners to exert greater strength. There is not even a prototype. In a place like Douluo Continent, where the cultivation civilization has existed for tens of thousands of years, the only ones who can provide help to soul masters are ordinary blacksmiths? After 200 million years, battle armor was developed. Can't you think about other things? Can rare metals make armor and mechas? Make a life weapon. Increase the offensive ability of auxiliary soul masters. Think about your own cultivation system. My brother. Technology has developed, but this time it has completely deviated to the end of technological civilization, and the system itself has not been developed at all. Wuhun Cultivation X Douluo Technology. As powerful as the body sect, the old sect master beat all the heroes in the world with a pair of iron fists. Originally, a bright road to develop human potential had been found, but after 20,000 years of development, it was directly developed away. Developed, but not fully developed. Small. The pattern is really too small. If they had developed more, they would not have been called fantasy floor tiles by many book friends in the previous life. Low EQ, fantasy basement. High EQ, low martial arts ceiling. And who could have imagined that the only technological creation of Douluo-style cultivation, the soul guide device, could be lost? Xia Tianling was really puzzled. This is just like the electrical appliances in the previous life. Suddenly, one day, all the technological information in the world disappeared, and a bunch of technological creations were left in the world. But everyone can only use them, not build or repair them. People know that the car can run if they put gas in it, and the lights can turn on when they press the switch. But as for why they can run and light up, sorry, I don't know. What kind of situation can cause such a degree of technological fault? If such a thing really happened, it would almost be a reshuffle of civilization. The most outrageous thing is that no one has tried to deconstruct and rebuild it. Today's soul masters are like a group of primitive people who can press switches, knowing the facts but not the reasons. Even if the soul guide device reappears 10,000 years later, it is outrageous to learn from the people of the Sun and Moon Empire. What on earth have the two great powers, Tang Sect and Shrek, been doing in the past 10,000 years? Can't they make some contribution to the advancement of the times? Are people in Douluo Continent dumber than the ancients? How come the things that the ancients could create are not possible here? Xia Tianling's mind ached as he thought about it. It seemed that his plan to transform the continent was a long and arduous task. No, I have to continue to educate this kid Tang San. How can he use his skills for evil ways? Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly had a naughty idea. System, I want to make a wish to obtain the Xuantian Baolu, a more complete original than Tang San's. Ding, receiving the host's wish, searching for the power of destiny. Ding, the wish was successful. You have obtained the Xuantian Baolu, and it is being transmitted to you. Feeling the knowledge that was continuously transmitted into his mind, Xia Tianling smiled evilly. Xuantian Gong, Xuan Yu hand, Ghost Shadow Trace, Purple Demon Eye, Hidden Weapon Solution, all in hand. However, needs to learn a little about these things. He does not need these things to enrich himself with the Taoist scriptures. Guanyin tears and mechanical hidden weapons can be studied. The former is enough for a soul master to kill gods in the tidal Douluo realm, while the latter can promote technological progress at a very fast speed. Hey, what are you thinking about Xia Tianling? So happy. Douluo came towards him, and it seemed that he had just come out of Ghost Douluo. Unknowingly, Xia Tianling had walked a long way while thinking. Unlike Ghost Douluo, who looked a little old, Zhu Douluo was very delicate. His face was fixed by his soul power to the appearance of 20 or 30 years old. He was evil and charming, and at the same time, he had a feminine aura. "Hello, Grandpa Zhu. I just broke through level 20, and I was going to find Grandpa Ghost to take me to get a soul ring." As everyone knows, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo have been good friends for decades and have a deep relationship. Naturally, Zhu Douluo also followed suit and asked Xia Tianling to call him Grandpa. "Wow, our little Tianling is really fast in cultivation. Why are you looking for that old ghost? Grandpa Zhu will take you there." Zhu Douluo looked at Xia Tianling kindly. After 3 months of getting along, it was a novel experience for Zhu Douluo, who had no offspring or partner like Ghost Douluo. In the well-behaved Xia Tianling, Zhu Douluo seemed to feel the so-called family happiness. "Okay, then I'll trouble you." Xia Tianling smiled and answered very politely, but her heart was full of domi dmd. It was really inappropriate for Zhu Douluo to make such a kind expression on such a young face. "It's a small matter. It's a small matter. We don't have to be polite." Zhu Douluo waved his hand nonchalantly, picked up Xia Tianling and set off immediately. Titled Douluo is so willful when taking people out, and he directly flies. "Oh, Grandpa Zhu, can we go to Notting City? I haven't seen my grandpa for several months. I miss him a little, and I also want to tell him that I am doing well now." Of course, no problem. At the same time, at the gate of Notting City's Junior Spirit Master Academy, thanks to the large sum of money that Ghost Douluo gave him earlier, Su Yuntao bought Old Jack a very exquisite house in Notting City. Under Su Yuntao's persuasion, Old Jack also resigned from the task of the village chief of the Holy Spirit Village and settled in Notting City. However, he did not forget that today was the day for new students to enter school. Yesterday, he asked the guards assigned to him by the Spirit Hall to drive the carriage and take Tang San directly to his home to stay for one night. He also bought him new clothes and bedding for school. The two people standing at the door now are Old Jack and Tang San. Although Old Jack, who has been used to a hard life, is now considered the most wealthy man in Notting City, he is still very frugal and only wears ordinary plain clothes. "Xiao-san, Grandpa will send you here. After entering the academy, study hard and strive to become a powerful spirit master and stand out in the future." Old Jack touched Tang San's head and took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Tang San. "Hey, I don't know if Tianling is doing well in the Spirit Hall. Xiao-san, take this. It's time to grow up. Buy yourself some delicious food." No, Grandpa Jack, I can't take this." Seeing this, Tang San hurriedly declined. "Grandpa Jack, don't worry. Brother Ling is so powerful, he will definitely make a name for himself." While the two were talking, a guard came over with a disdainful expression. "Where did you come from, you bumpkin? Pushing and shoving for a few copper coins. Get out of here quickly. This is the Spirit Master Academy, and you are delaying the future Spirit Masters from entering the school. Can you bear this responsibility?" After saying that, he reached out to take the cloth bag in Old Jack's hand. "I'll show you some color." Tang San, who was standing aside, had already secretly buckled a hidden weapon in his right hand when the guard spoke rudely. Unlike the original novel, Xia Tianling, who had been deeply influenced by him for 6 years, did not intend to kill the guard. He just wanted to teach him a lesson, such as piercing his hand or something. "How dare you!" At this moment, the two guards who followed Old Jack not far away released their spirits and rushed over. One of the great spirit masters with the spirit of a monkey slapped the guard to the ground. The other great spirit master with the spirit of a wolf pointed his claws at the guard's face. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Do you think a little guard like you can touch this old man?" The two guards stared at the guard who was pressed to the ground with a ferocious look. The guard who was just waiting to see the joke was already trembling with fear. Wearing the uniform of the Spirit Hall, 2 white and 2 yellow, 2 colors, 4 spirit rings floated in the air. Two great spirit masters. In Douluo Continent, even an ordinary soul master with only 1 ring is a soul master uncle that ordinary people can only look up to. Who would have thought that such an ordinary old man would be followed by 2 great soul masters of the Spirit Hall? Not to mention the fighting soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Soul Master Uncle, it is us who are blind, and we are the 2 brothers who look down on others. I apologize to you." The guard who was originally watching the show immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Old Jack with tears streaming down his face. "This old man, you are magnanimous. Please forgive us brothers this time. Someone should have dealt with you 2 arrogant things long ago." A faint voice came. The visitor was a middle-aged man of medium build, slightly thin and short hair. It was the master in the original work, Yu Xiaogang. "Old sir, I apologize to you on behalf of the school." The master bowed slightly to Old Jack. "I beg you to spare their lives." Old Jack was a very kind person and had no intention of killing them. He quickly took advantage of the situation and said, "Hao-san, Erlang, let him go. His companions have already knelt down to apologize to us." Hao San and Erlang, the two great soul masters, groaned hard, and then let go of the guard who was held down. At this time, the man had been frightened to the point of incontinence and fainted. "Thank you for your mercy, old sir, and thank you for pleading for me, master. Why don't you take this embarrassing thing and get out of here quickly? He doesn't need to come tomorrow." The guard kowtowed again, then hurriedly dragged his unconscious companion away without looking back. "Old sir, thank you for your generosity." The master bowed. "This child is also here to enroll as a new student, right? Can you let me see the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall?" "Of course." Old Jack took out the certificate from his arms and handed it to the master. As a village chief, it was not difficult for him to see that this middle-aged man should have a high status in the academy, and he was called a master by the guard. The master looked at the certificate, then turned his gaze to Tang San, looking him up and down. "The certificate is true, old sir. I apologize to you again for what happened just now, and I will give this child to you." It's okay, master. I'll trouble you with this child. Xiao San, you follow this master in, but you must study hard." Erlang handed the luggage that he had just put aside to Tang San at the right time, but the master took it away. Just as the master was leading Tang San to leave, old Jack took 2 steps at a time and stuffed the culprit small cloth bag into Tang San's clothes, and then got on the carriage that Hao San had just driven over. "Xiao San, this is a little gift from Grandpa. It's not much, don't refuse." Old Jack's voice became smaller and smaller as the carriage drove away. Tang San touched the heavy bag in his arms, thinking about Xia Tianling and Old Jack's daily support for him in the past 6 years, and secretly vowed to repay this kindness in the future. It is gratifying that after 6 years of positive energy education, the selfish Tang San in the original work has begun to know how to repay kindness. "Teacher, what do you teach?" On the way to the teaching office, Tang San asked the master. "Teacher? I'm not a teacher in the academy." Master looked down at Tang San and said lightly, "Not a teacher? Didn't you just say you represented the academy?" "I'm just a resident who eats and drinks for free in the academy. Just like everyone else, call me master. Everyone calls me that, and I have even forgotten my own name." "The certificate says that your name is Tang San, right?" "Tang San, you have to understand that master and teacher have very different meanings. Don't call them the wrong ones in the future. Unless—" He stopped here with an eager light in his eyes. "Unless you really want me to be your teacher. You want to accept me as a disciple?" Tang San asked. "Then are you willing to do so?" Grandmaster stopped and stood facing Tang San. Tang San also stopped, but did not speak, but kept thinking in his heart. Xia Tianling once told him that he should think more about things and think from the other person's perspective. In most cases, there is no kindness without reason. Others are not related to you, so why should they help you when they first meet? What is this person's intention? I just met him for the first time, but he rushed to accept me as a disciple? There must be something fishy about this. Seeing Tang San silent, the Grandmaster was about to open his mouth to present his theory. "Sorry, Master, please let me think twice." The Master was stunned on the spot. "No, this is not how the script should be written. Shouldn't I be the one explaining how awesome my theory is, and then Tang San should bow down to me? What went wrong? He was rejected on the spot by a 6-year-old child. Although he didn't say it firmly, it was indeed embarrassing for him. Thinking about the results of his speculation and the changes that Tang San might bring to him, the master took a deep breath, controlled his emotions and said, "Child, don't rush to reject me. It's not too late to see my ability first. I can't let such a good seedling go. After all, you are the 3rd twin martial spirit in the past 100 years. It seems that there is nothing wrong with what he said. Brother Ling did awaken later than me." Although he was complaining in his heart, Tang San was indeed a little shocked. "Are you curious about why I know you have a twin martial spirit?" As he spoke, he shook the certificate in his hand. "Because of this certificate, others may not see the flaws in it, but if I can't see it, then I don't deserve the title of master. I have investigated." What followed was the master's long string of data and theoretical analysis. "So I am sure that you should have another martial soul, and it is a very powerful martial soul. There are exceptions to everything, but why can't I be a special case?" Tang San asked back. "Yes, there are exceptions to everything, but your martial soul is blue-silver grass." Tang San listened carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said, but he felt something was strange. Suddenly, Tang San thought of something and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, Master, what level of Soul Master are you?" Hearing this question, the Master's originally confident face was a little unnatural, twitching the corners of his mouth, revealing an awkward smile. 29 level Great Soul Master. Because I am outstanding in the study of martial soul theory, I am favored by my peers and called me Master." Tang San was somewhat silent. In the past few years, the sentence that Xia Tianling had nagged him the most was that practice was the only criterion for testing truth. Including the Xuanqian treasure record, it also warned Tang sect disciples that all these poisons and herbs were experimentally summarized by Tang San's ancestors at the cost of countless lives. Although he didn't know much about martial spirits, he learned from the chat with old Jack's 2 guards last night that the most powerful in the world were titled Douluo above level 90. Only spirit masters above Soul Emperor could be called true strongmen. Level 29, Great Spirit Masters, to put it bluntly, were not even as good as many students in intermediate colleges. Then, as a low-level existence in the Spirit Master world, he was definitely unlikely to study real objects, and could only make guesses through data without being able to prove them. Isn't this so-called theory just a castle in the air? Without the practice of the underlying structure, it will collapse sooner or later. Besides, where did these so-called data masters get them from? How could he get these data with his strength? Are these data accurate? The conclusions drawn from the wrong data are completely different from the actual situation. It must be said that his guess is very close to the truth. Thinking of this, Tang San wanted to refuse. The master seemed to see Tang San's hesitation, and hurriedly said, "Xiao-san, how about this? I accept you as my registered disciple. You listen to my class for a while, and then decide whether to leave or stay." Tang San was a little hesitant, just a registered disciple. If he made a wrong judgment, he could still worship him as his master. If he made a correct judgment, then everyone should part ways as soon as possible. Seeing this, the master struck while the iron was hot. "Xiao-san, you haven't obtained the first spirit ring yet? In this way, the teacher will help you obtain the first 2 spirit rings. How about it?" "Okay, I promise you." Tang San thought about the Xuanqian gong that he couldn't break through, gritted his teeth and agreed. "Don't know your name yet? My master is Yu Xiaogang. Registered disciple Tang San, meet teacher Yu." Tang San raised his hands, clasped his fists, and bowed. Although he only temporarily agreed to be a registered disciple, the necessary etiquette could not be missed. The master's stiff mouth twitched, and he thought to himself that this kid really didn't give him face. But he comforted himself. The same goes for a registered disciple, and in a few months he would definitely be impressed by his profound theoretical knowledge. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to report to the teaching office." Although he felt uncomfortable, the master still enthusiastically took Tang San's hand and walked towards the teaching department. Just as described in the original book, Tang San heard other teachers talking about the master behind his back before leaving. Compared with the sarcasm in the original book, Tang San now felt somewhat in agreement with these words. He did feel that his teacher was a little unreliable. On the way to the dormitory, Tang San touched the small cloth bag given by old Jack on his chest and couldn't help opening it to take a look. He, who was always calm, almost screamed out loud. "A full 100 gold soul coins. This is 100 gold soul coins. Grandpa Jack actually gave it to him like this." Although he knew that due to Xia Tianling, the spirit hall probably gave old Jack a large sum of money, but this 100 gold soul coins is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for Tang San now, enough for him to spend the next 5 years in school with good food and drink every day. Tang San clenched the small cloth bag and held it tightly against his chest. Compared to this unreliable and cheap teacher, Grandpa Jack and Brother Ling, you are really too good to me. But what Tang San didn't know was that for the old Jack now, 100 gold soul coins were really not a big number. If the news about Xia Tianling was not blocked by the spirit hall, the people who came to give gifts and get close to her every day would probably break the door. On the morning of the second day after Tang San entered school, Douluo and Xia Tianling, who were riding in a carriage, came to Notting City, the residence of old Jack. Douluo and old Jack, 2 old men with very different identities and looks, actually talked to each other about how good Xia Tianling was. When hearing old Jack bragging that he was known as a prophet in the village, but could only be regarded as a weather forecast, Douluo was even more amused and laughed. Xia Tianling felt embarrassed and just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What prophet? It was just used to fool Tang San back then, a complete black history. But think about it carefully. Maybe the identity of the prophet can be implemented? It seems to be quite useful at certain times. "Master, you don't know that yesterday the master took your friend to school." After Xia Tianling ran away because of embarrassment, Hao San came over to report to him what happened today when old Jack took Tang San to school. After listening, he smiled softly and silently checked the system's record panel. Sure enough, there was a prompt that the master's fate had been changed. It seems that the master may have been rejected by Tang San when he accepted him as a disciple. I don't know if Tang San will continue to go to Shrek in the future. Is there such a thing as the world line converging? Let's go, Tianling. Let's go to the soul hunting forest in the northeast of Notting City. The soul beasts there are all raised by our Wuhun Hall. The highest is no more than 10,000 years old, which is just right for a novice like you who is first exposed to hunting soul rings. Douluo's voice sounded, calling Xia Tianling to set off. "Hey, here we come." The soul hunting forest near Notting City was just the right time, which perfectly matched the script in Xia Tianling's mind. Tianling, follow your grandfather Zhu to practice well, and you must become a powerful soul master. Let our holy soul village live up to its name. Douluo smiled when he heard this. Soul Saint? That's too young, too narrow-minded? Tianling is destined to become a genius who will become a super Douluo in the future. In the evening, the two arrived at the small town in front of the soul-hunting forest. During this day-long journey, Douluo also explained to Xia Tianling a lot of knowledge about soul beasts and the precautions for absorbing soul rings. Grandpa Zhu, let's spend the night in the forest. Xia Tianling was a little excited, and excitedly pulled Douluo forward, just like a real 6-year-old child. In his previous life, he had never spent the night in the forest, and if he went too late, he would miss a good show. Douluo paused. Originally, he planned to stay at the Spirit Hall's residence in the town for one night and go in the next day. Now, hearing what Xia Tianling said, he thought it was the nature of a child, and out of love, he readily agreed. Hello, please show your warrant. Arriving at the entrance of the forest, the soldier in charge of inspection gave a reminder. Unlike the guards at the gate of Notting College who often bully others by taking advantage of their power, these soldiers in charge of inspection are of extremely high quality. Douluo took out a token from the soul guide. Zhu? The soldier widened his eyes and was about to salute. Before he could shout, Douluo waved to stop him, and at the same time pulled Xia Tianling into the forest. Sir, please take care, the soldier said softly. Who just went in? How come you seem to be more respectful than the sir who saw the 3-seal token this morning? Seeing that the two had gone far away, a colleague on the side asked carefully. It's His Majesty Douluo of the Spirit Hall? Colleagues, what happened today? A group of big shots came to this small soul-hunting forest. The big shots the two soldiers were talking about were naturally the Master and Tang San, who were holding the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family warrant. Time went back to the early morning. Today was the day when the Master brought Tang San to obtain the first soul ring. Although Tang San did not completely worship the Master as his teacher, for the sake of winning over and gaining favor, the Master still gave Tang San the 24 Bridges moonlit night. And along the way, and in the process of entering the soul-hunting forest, he was showing off all kinds of knowledge to Tang San to show how rich his theoretical knowledge was. It was fine at the beginning, but after entering the soul-hunting forest, it had a direct counterproductive effect. This is a 10-year-old spotted cat, a cat family soul beast. Look, there is a solitary bamboo in front, which is also a soul beast, a plant-type soul beast. The characteristic is, the way to distinguish the age is... Tang San felt more and more that his guess was correct. Master, as a level 29 great soul master with a useless martial spirit, how did you study these soul beasts? 10 years are okay. What about 100 years? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? I have carefully studied the experiences of many soul masters. 423 years should be the limit that the first soul ring can withstand. So where did you get the samples for the control study? Have you tried this theory on others? Tang San secretly complained in his heart. But then again, some of the master's basic theoretical knowledge is quite solid, such as distinguishing the age of soul beasts, which is very helpful for one's own cultivation. Doubts are doubts, but it's okay to listen to them appropriately. What was the original sentence of Brother Ling? Oh yes, take the essence and discard the dross. The following story is no different from the development of the original book. Tang San and the master camped in the forest, and then encountered wolves and mandrake snakes. After Tang San played all his cards and finally killed the mandrake snake, the master said ecstatically, "Great, Xiao San, your soul ring has been found." Teacher Yu, what did you say? You are not talking about this snake, right? Tang San looked at the master in surprise. The master nodded seriously. Yes, it is it. Before the mandrake snake reaches the level of cultivation, its body will grow by 1 centimeter for every year it survives. This mandragora snake is nearly 4 meters long, which means it has been cultivated for nearly 400 years. It is just close to the limit of the first soul ring absorbed by a soul master. With your innate full soul power, there is no problem absorbing its soul ring. No, Teacher Yu, but this is not a beast-type soul beast? Wouldn't it conflict if I absorb it? Tang San asked doubtfully. The master was confident at this time, according to one of the 10 core competitiveness of the martial soul world I proposed. In summary, you absorb this soul ring just right. But other soul masters sneered at my theory, and no one believed it. Xiao San, are you willing to try it? Although I am absolutely sure in theory, no one has ever tried it. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. The master was enthusiastically demonstrating his theory to Tang San, and Tang San was extremely wary of the master at this time. Thou had, you, old man, want to harm me. You also know that practice makes perfect? You also know that this is a theory? You use your own students as experiments, right? This teacher is really good. Tang San looked at the master, who was so excited about the speech that he didn't realize that he had been poisoned by the mandragora snake, and thought about the wolf pack he just encountered and sighed deeply. If he doesn't absorb this spirit ring, he will have no ability to protect himself in his current state. Once the master's poisoning worsens, he will definitely fall into a coma, and he will most likely be killed in this forest full of spirit beasts without any strength. Besides, without the master's living map, it is a question whether he can find the right direction to get out. Forget it, let's take a gamble. Teacher Yu, don't say anymore. I believe in your theory. After saying that, Tang San sat cross-legged, endured the weak feeling of exhaustion, and began to absorb the first spirit ring of the blue-silver grass. The master was guiding him from the side. Then, exactly the same as in the original novel, before Tang San finished absorbing the spirit ring, he was already fainted by the poison. After a while, "Huh, Xiao San, it's really you!" The voices came from Douluo and Xia Tianling, who had just followed the sound of fighting. The sound of fighting was naturally heard by Douluo, and the one who urged him to come was of course Xia Tianling, who was familiar with the original novel. He knew that tonight, Tang San would fight a group of wolves and then obtain his first spirit ring. Xia Tianling, who pretended to meet by surprise, arrived on time. At this time, Tang San had already absorbed the spirit ring and detoxified the master. "Brother Tianling!" Tang San was really overjoyed to see Xia Tianling. His master was in a deep coma, and although he had detoxified him, it was still unknown whether he could survive, and he didn't know what to do. "Tianling, he is the Tang San you always talk about, your very good friend in the village, right?" Douluo spoke slowly, glancing at Yu Xiaogang lying on the ground, obviously recognizing him, and at the same time looking at Tang San meaningfully. "Yes, Grandpa Ju, Xiao San and I are good friends. By the way, Xiao San, what are you doing?" Xia Tianling was possessed by the movie Emperor and asked knowingly. Tang San told the whole story and asked Xia Tianling what he should do next, and at the same time made a subtle hint, indicating the identity of the elder behind him. This little trick could not escape the insight of the Title Douluo, but Douluo did not say anything, but generously said that you two kids should stay here and reminisce about the past. You two would not feel comfortable here, so he took Xiaogang to the side to detoxify. Just after Douluo walked away, Xia Tianling did not point out Douluo's identity, but pretended to be surprised and pointed at Tang San's belt and said, "Hey, Xiao San, your belt is quite amazing. It is inlaid with 24 pieces of jade. It's quite arrogant." Tang San scratched his head embarrassedly. This is given to me by you, teacher. I named it 24 Bridges Moonlit Night." At this time, Xia Tianling was possessed by the movie Emperor again, trembling and pointing at Tang San's waist. You said your belt. What's the name? 24 Bridges Moonlit Night? Yeah, what's wrong, Brother Ling? I think the name 24 Bridges Moonlit Night sounds good. Tang San asked with some doubt. Xia Tianling took a deep breath, held Tang San's shoulders with both hands and stared into his eyes. "Xiao San, no matter what I say next, don't shout loudly." Okay. Then Xianling read out in pure Chinese, word by word. 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. Where can the Jade Beauties teach to play the flute? Brother Tianling, you. Tang San was really shocked this time, and couldn't help but want to scream, but he forced himself to hold it back. The identity of a time traveler is the biggest secret in his heart. The language of Douluo Continent is very different from Chinese. After 6 years, Tang San's heart was greatly stimulated when he heard this familiar language again. "Brother Tianling, are you also?" Tang San asked tremblingly. Xia Tianling hugged Tang San tightly, not letting him see his expression that was about to lose control, and let him go after taking a few deep breaths. Then he smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm from there too." After saying this, he quietly communicated with the system, consumed some of the power of destiny, and used a mysterious function. I didn't expect it. I thought I was alone, but I didn't expect that Brother Tianling was also. No wonder you knew so much when you were a child, and so mature. Tang San murmured. "So when you were a child, you called yourself a prophet, but you actually used divination." Well, you are right. The Taoist scriptures do have knowledge of stargazing and divination, but Xia Tianling only knows a little bit, and it's good enough to be able to read the weather forecast. Xiao San, I want to ask you 2 questions. First, what era was it when you traveled through time, or when you died, or what was your government or court called at that time? When I died, it seemed to be Shantong. I don't remember how many years it was. The emperor seemed to be called Li Wen. No, it seemed to be called Li Yu. Tang San thought hard for a while before answering. In his previous life, he was obsessed with hidden weapons and had never left the Tang sect. It was normal that he didn't know much. Xiantong? Li Yu? Isn't this the end of the Tang dynasty? I didn't expect that Tang San's world would overlap with the timeline of his original world. Fortunately, I studied tourism and love history, and I am familiar with the reign titles, temple names, and posthumous titles of emperors of various dynasties. If it were someone else, it would be a disaster. So Xiao San, the court at that time was called the Great Tang, right? Although he already had a clue in his mind, Xia Tianling still asked, "Yes, that's right. Did you, Brother Tianling, also die at this time?" Tang San asked excitedly. Of course not. Xia Tianling smiled evilly. I probably died tens of thousands of years later than you. The great Tang you lived in was already a thing of the past in our time. What? Tens of thousands of years? Tang San, who had calmed down somewhat, widened his eyes. Before Tang San finished being shocked, Xia Tianling continued to drop a heavy bomb. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao San, you should be a disciple of the Tang sect in Shu, right? What, you actually know this too? Of course. Xia Tianling pouted. In a sense, I can also be considered a disciple of the Tang sect. San, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Mysterious Jade Hand, Purple Demon Eye, 100 solutions to hidden weapons, Ghost Shadow Mystery, mysterious heavenly skill, right? In fact, I had already suspected it when you were practicing in the back mountain as a child. Who can know it by nature? Xia Tianling said with a smile. The Purple Demon Eye can only be practiced by absorbing the purple air when the sun rises. If I'm not mistaken, you are the Tang San who secretly learned the inner sect's secrets and created the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, and then jumped off the cliff to show his determination, right? I didn't expect you to come here too. Brother Ling, you know me? Tang San hesitated. And Brother Ling, you don't seem to have practiced these Tang sect skills? That's of course. Xia Tianling spread his hands. In our time, these things have long become history. Including you, you are also part of the records in history books. To be precise, even the former Tang sect was just a paragraph in history books. The Tang sect of our time had long been merged into the Shushan Immortal sect through the merger of several former sects. About 1,000 years after your death, spiritual energy revived and the cultivation system made great progress. However, the Tang sect's mechanical hidden weapons and hidden weapon techniques have been passed down. Under the wheel of history, Xuantian Gong, or the previous cultivation techniques, have all been eliminated. In later generations, we practice more powerful immortal techniques, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, refining emptiness into Tao, and finally, ascending to become an immortal. Become an immortal? Yes, it means becoming an immortal in myths and legends. In my previous life, I failed in the process of transcending the tribulation, and unexpectedly I ended up in this place. Xia Tianling said while pretending to sigh in regret, as if he really was a powerful person who failed in transcending the tribulation and was reborn. But unfortunately, I can't teach you the technique I'm practicing. One is that the Dao Changsheng Jing I'm practicing is in complete conflict with your Xuanqian Gong. If you want to practice it, you must abandon all of Xuanqian Gong, including the spirit ring you just got. The second is that the emergence of a new system is bound to bring corresponding and extremely vast knowledge. Many things that are common sense to me are absolutely a fantasy to you, Xiao San. Even for people like us at that time, along with the initial practice, we had to be forced to continue learning for a full 20 years before we could continue to practice. Xia Tianling was telling the truth in the first point. If you want to change to another technique, let alone this kind of dimensionality reduction technique, you must first abandon the previous practice system. In the second point, he only told half the truth. Some common sense things are purely heavenly books to Tang San, an ancient man, and he can't understand them at all. For example, the simplest one is that the earth is round. Do you expect an ancient man who thinks that the round sky and the square earth are the truth of the universe to understand this? Then how much basic astronomical knowledge do you need to explain to him? This Dao Changsheng Jing is not the traditional kind of difficult-to-understand classics and scriptures that are confusing and mysterious, and you have to rely on your own understanding to practice. Instead, it is a complete tutorial that details how to practice, what may happen, and how to solve it. This Taoist scripture even starts with 100 days to build the foundation, 3 years to form the golden elixir, 5 years to form the infant, and 10 years to transform into a god. It teaches you how to become an immortal. To ascend, you just need to have a elixir field. It can be called very scientific. Of course, the idea of forcing people to study for 20 years is just a lie. It does require a lot of study, but for Tang San, who has a cultural foundation, it won't be slow to get started. 1 or 2 years is enough. He is just too lazy to teach and wants Tang San to give up. What's more, Tang San still has the Xuantian Gong that can be practiced to the level of a god king. Who knows, he may not even look down on this Taoist scripture. Brother Tianling, don't be upset. It's the same if I continue to practice Xuantian Gong. Tang San made a choice for a long time and said, well, okay, if you change your mind, come find me anytime. After Xia Tianling's talk, Tang San's trust in him really increased a lot, and then he told him about his recent situation in the spirit hall. After that, it was Tang San's turn to complain to him. What kind of old man wanted to do something bad to me, trying to use me as a guinea pig, showing off his theories that have never been proven by practice, and so on. Xia Tianling almost laughed out loud, secretly sighing that his education was quite effective. Patting Tang San's shoulder sympathetically, he comforted him. Xiao San, I have also observed you Xiaogong. Although many of his theories are unreliable, and many reliable theories are not derived by himself, his basic knowledge is still solid. Let's learn from him. More friends mean more ways. There is no need to make things too awkward with him. As for what he said about martial soul mimicry to absorb spirit rings, Xiao San, I just want to ask you a question. When your hammer martial soul is attached with spirit rings, do you still need to find a hammer spirit beast to absorb it? When the Spirit Master system first appeared tens of thousands of years ago, did people naturally think that spirit rings of spirit beasts of different types could not be absorbed? This kind of obvious thing still needs to be studied? Hearing this, Tang San was stunned. He didn't even think of such a simple truth. He didn't care why Xia Tianling knew that he had a hammer martial soul. After all, his brother Tianling was good at fortune-telling, so it was normal for him to know. Even more outrageous is his guess about your twin martial spirits. My teacher, the only twin martial spirit master who has successfully cultivated today, the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong, once told me this in person. The genetic condition of twin martial spirits is first that the two qualities must be similar, and secondly that both must be very powerful. At least it must be a top-level martial spirit for twins to appear. So your blue-silver grass must not be ordinary blue-silver grass. At least it should be a top-level plant martial spirit like the blue-silver emperor. Your hammer is probably also a top-level weapon martial spirit. So uncle, how? Xia Tianling narrated in a very authentic way, dissecting the master's theory to the core. He did not continue the second half of the sentence, nor did he confess Tang Hao's identity. These should be left for Tang Hao to say later. Besides, how did you get your innate full spirit power? Don't you know it yourself? Do you think his theory is reliable? Xia Tianling winked at Tang San and continued to be sarcastic to the master. To be honest, he actually didn't know whether Tang San's innate full soul power had anything to do with Xuantian Gong. After all, this was a controversial issue left over from history. In his previous life, all kinds of analysts argued until their faces turned red and their necks became thick, but in the end no result came out. He just wanted to play tricks on the master. Tang San was silent. Now he felt that his teacher was unreliable, and he lamented more and more how correct his decision was. If he really became the master Zhao, true disciple, it would be difficult for him in the future. If it was really according to what Brother Tianling said, then his father and mother's identities were probably not simple. And his innate full soul power, I'm afraid it was completely thanks to Xuantian Gong. What did Teacher Kuyu say? There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. Ha! Hearing this, Xia Tianling couldn't help laughing anymore. It was simply a burst of laughter for the family. Yu Xiaogong regards this sentence as a criterion. If there is really no useless spirit, then why haven't I heard of any useless title Douluo in this world? Haven't I heard of any chicken title Douluo in this world? Now among all the title Douluo registered in the Spirit Hall, are there any with ordinary spirits? Even he himself is just a dreamer who can't break through the 29th level in his lifetime. Yu Xiaogong is qualified to say this. There are no useless spirit masters. Only useless spirits are pretty good. He originally wanted to say that Yu Xiaogang was just a useless person who could not break through the 29th level in his lifetime, but changed his mind and let it go. He should be more polite. Low EQ, a useless person at the 29th level for life. High EQ, a theoretical dreamer with relatively low cultivation. Tang San's expression also became strange. With the master's own cultivation at the 29th level, he said this sentence, which was like slapping himself in the face. This is simply the darkest thing under the lamp. Oh Xiao San, this book is for you. Xia Tianling took a few breaths to stop laughing, and took out a book from the ring on his hand. The ring was a soul guide given by Bibi Dong, and it contained hundreds of cubic meters. Brother Tianling, what is this? This is the latest edition of Xuantian Baolu compiled in our era, especially the general outline, which has been greatly changed. The selfish double standards and the way of killing the whole family at any time are not the orthodox way of Xuanmen. This is also the reason why the Tangmen strongmen of your era found it difficult to break through to the top level. He had written this book long ago and prepared it for Tang San to learn, but now he borrowed the name of Tangmen disciples, so it would be more effective to take it out at this time. Xuantian Gong, as an orthodox Taoist practice, emphasizes a moderate and peaceful state. Just follow the general outline of Xuantian Baolu of your era. If your mind is not right, it's good enough if you don't go crazy. How can you talk about breaking through? Tang San quickly took it and flipped through it. It was almost completely contrary to the original general outline of Xuantian Baolu. Thinking of the Tang sect elders in his previous life who were stuck in bottlenecks and could not make any progress, and sometimes went crazy, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that without knowing it, the Tang sect had gone astray. No wonder no one could break through to the highest realm. Fortunately, Brother Tianling reminded him, otherwise he would be in danger. It is really a great thing to meet Brother Tianling in this unfamiliar world. Tang San thought sincerely. Regarding the speculation about Xuantiangong, Xia Tianling was not completely scaring Tang San, but a real and reasonable speculation. In his previous life, when he was reading books, he was wondering why the Tang sect, which claimed to practice the orthodox Taoist Xuantiangong, would be a sect that kills people, sets fires, and plays with hidden weapons and poisons. This is too outrageous. After he got the Xuantian Baolu a while ago and studied it carefully, he found that Xuantiangong was actually considered the orthodox Xuan men. It takes a moderate and peaceful path. In this way, it is easy to explain why the elders of Tang sect in Tang San's previous life found it difficult to break through to the peak. The most important thing in the Taoist cultivation is to refine one's mind. Cultivation is actually a process of cultivating one's mind and comprehending the nature of heaven and earth. Without a firm Taoist heart, it would be impossible to achieve success in cultivation, not to mention that the Tang sect has completely gone the wrong way. The Tang sect has become like this. Perhaps this is the result of not paying attention to quality education? Originally a group of good Taoists gradually embarked on the path of sneak attacks and poisoning, which are quick to take effect but very wild. It is imperative to promote quality education. First, set a small goal: to popularize 6 years of compulsory education on the mainland within 10 years. Xia Tianling silently set a small goal for herself in her heart. However, as for why Tang San in the original novel could reach the level of God King and continue to cultivate, don't ask. The answer is the rules: main, principal, middle, light, hua, hua. This is the sound of something being dragged on the ground. Turning around, it was Douluo dragging the master, who was weak all over but had a pig's head on his face, walking towards this side. Douluo was not in a good mood towards him. He grabbed the collar and carried him over. When he came close, he threw him to the ground. Okay, I have saved your teacher. Tang San looked carefully and saw that the master, who was originally in a coma, actually opened his eyes and stared at him enthusiastically. Xiao San, you succeeded. I knew it. I knew there would be no problem with my theory. Tang San nodded helplessly. Yes, you teacher, your theory is successful. My blue silver grass now has more toxins and has gained an entanglement skill. Good, great. The master struggled to say a few words and then fainted again. Senior, thank you for saving you, teacher. Tang San sighed but still thanked Douluo. Although his teacher was a little unreliable, he still taught him something. Douluo raised an eyebrow. You teacher? This title has a hidden meaning. It seems that this kid is not the direct disciple of Yu Shaogang, the waste. It's okay. Little Tianling calls me Grandpa. You are his friend. It's just a piece of cake to help the younger generation. But I want to remind you that your teacher is a very good person. Although Douluo looks evil, he is also very good at being weird. Tang San smiled awkwardly and said yes without refuting. Seeing this, Douluo was amused and laughed out loud. Yu Shaogang, your life is really a failure. Even your disciples are alienated from you. It really is. You deserve it. Okay, you rest here for one night today. I will send you out tomorrow. The next day, Douluo sent the awakened master and Tang San out, and then officially took Xia Tianling to look for a suitable soul beast. Xia Tianling, which martial soul are you going to add spirit rings to? What route will you take in the future? Have you made up your mind? As an old man who has been with Bibi Dong for so long, he still knows that the twin martial souls need to choose a main martial soul first. Grandpa Ju, I plan to use the 2-piece set as the main martial soul and go for the strong attack system. As early as 3 months of training, Xia Tianling had already decided on his own development route. The large amount of physical fitness added by his second martial soul, the real dragon, is almost twice that of the same level of soul masters. It would be a pity not to go for the strong attack. With the characteristics of his first martial soul, the 2-piece set, he can add a few strong physical skills in the early stage to appear as a strong attack type soul master. In the middle stage, after he starts to practice the second martial soul, he will never lack attack means. The last few spirit rings of the 2-piece set can add some domain type spirit skills to provide control and other special effects. The two complement each other perfectly. Oh, do you have any plans for what kind of soul beasts you will choose for your first 2 spirit rings? That's right, I plan to choose a slime about 900 years old for the first spirit ring. Xia Tianling said without hesitation. Slime? What skills can such a weak soul beast provide? Douluo frowned. In his impression, Slime is a very weak soul beast with almost no offensive ability. He did not doubt that Xia Tianling could absorb a 900-year-old soul ring. After all, his strong physical fitness is obvious to all. Coupled with the 19th level of natural soul power, it is not a problem for him to absorb spirit rings of higher levels. And the most important thing is that Slime is not strong, and it has no IQ, so it will not be a problem even if it is slightly older than 100 or 200 years. Grandpa Ju, let me ask you, what is the main characteristic of Slime? Is it mutual fusion? Yes, it is fusion. Slime can merge 2 different individuals into one to become stronger, and this is basically its only skill. After acquiring this skill, I will most likely be able to merge my two sets of martial spirits into one and turn it into a stronger weapon. Besides, the intelligence of slime is not high. With the physical fitness provided by my second martial spirit, it can completely withstand the spirit ring that breaks through the limit year. 3 months of reading books are not in vain. The library of the Spirit Hall records all kinds of strange spirit beasts and identification methods. How could an organization that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years not have such basic knowledge records? Therefore, those who understand how Yu Shaogong got his knowledge of spirit rings and spirit beasts will understand, and those who don't understand can guess it slowly by themselves. Hiss, merge into one? This is quite interesting. Douluo suddenly realized that a weak spirit beast like slime can have this use. Since you know what's going on, let's go. After saying that, Douluo took Xia Tianling to wander around the soul-hunting forest. From time to time, he would catch a passing soul beast and teach him some knowledge about soul beasts on the spot. This wave of on-site teaching benefited Xia Tianling greatly. As the ancients said, what you learn from books is shallow, and you must practice to know it. The knowledge you read from books is completely different from what you experience in person. As for why you choose a 900-year-old slime, of course, there is no slime with a 1,000-year cultivation. For such a weak soul beast, 900 years is already the limit, and it has to be in this soul-hunting forest where there are no top soul beasts. If it were the Stardew Forest, it would be difficult to find a 100-year-old soul beast. Just like the ice silkworm, it is weak and pitiful. In the past tens of thousands of years, only Brother Tianmeng, who fell into an ice cave and had a bad luck, became a million-year-old soul beast that neither the deep-sea demon whale king nor Emperor Tian could cultivate. For Xia Tianling, who can cultivate immortality, spirit rings of similar age are fine, provided that they are suitable for him, unless they are 100,000 or even 1 million years old. Tianling, there is one over there. With the perception of a titled Douluo, he soon found a slime rolling around next to a large rock. Xia Tianling hurriedly walked forward. The slime was light white and transparent, with a diameter of about 90 centimeters. The diameter increased by 1 centimeter every 10 years, which is a sign of about 900 years. Go, little Tianling, slimes have basically no offensive ability. Even if they have cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, they are just larger sandbags, which is just right for you to exercise. Douluo stood aside with his arms folded. That's what I thought. Xia Tianling smiled slightly. True dragon, possess. The second martial spirit appeared. Compared with the two-piece martial spirit that did not have any spirit rings, the 5-clawed golden dragon that could provide a lot of physical fitness was more suitable for the current situation. After being possessed by a true dragon, Xia Tianling's body was covered with a layer of fine scales, and a pair of small dragon horns grew on his head. His hands were replaced by a pair of dragon claws, and there was a faint thunder power flowing on them. Soul beasts like slimes have very low intelligence, and the whole thing looks stupid. If it were another soul beast, it would have already fled or prepared for a fight in this situation, but the white slime was still rolling around stupidly beside the stone. The reason why this creature can survive in the forest is probably because it is disgusting enough. It survives by absorbing free energy and residual energy from various corpses, and no soul beast has the desire to eat it. Although it is a bit disgusting, it is occasionally used as a mobile experience pack. Xia Tianling strode forward, concentrated his soul power on the claws of his right hand, and grabbed the slime with force. The faint thunder flowed on the slightly transparent white body of the slime, and it seemed to be glowing faintly from a distance. But it was useless. The 5 torn wounds healed almost the moment Xia Tianling pulled his claws away. It was just that the color seemed to be slightly more transparent than before. This was due to the characteristics of the slime. If you want to kill it completely, you have to keep attacking and grinding it slowly until all the energy of the slime is consumed and it becomes transparent. In this way, its body will change from jelly-like gelatin to stiff rubber after freezing. At this time, you can take the opportunity to split it in half or break it, and the slime will die completely. If you cut it in 2 when it has sufficient energy, it will split into 2 individuals like an earthworm, and it can also reassemble into 1. It can be said that the slime's skills are useless, but they are very annoying. Unless there is a powerful and large-scale super skill that can turn the slime into ashes in an instant, it can be solved once and for all. But Xia Tianling doesn't have it, so he can only grind it slowly. Punching left and right, he chased the round slime and hammered it repeatedly. The process was extremely boring. What was even more uncomfortable was that when the energy was sufficient, the body structure of this thing was extremely soft, like jelly. When he punched it, it was like he had put all his strength into a punch but missed, and his arm went straight into it. Not only was it uncomfortable, but the sticky layer on his hands and arms was very disgusting. But he didn't use enough strength, and a punch couldn't knock out much energy. It was really annoying to see this thing bulging in front of you. Damn, the purpose of this thing was to disgust people, right? Xia Tianling looked helpless, but he endured it for the sake of fusion skills. After grinding for half an hour, he could no longer withstand the possession of the true dragon martial spirit and the operation of the soul power hammer. The fact that he could hold on for so long was the result of the soul power, tempered by the Taoist scriptures, far exceeding that of soul masters of the same level. Now Xia Tianling summoned 2 sets of weapons, 1 axe on the left and 1 hammer on the right, relying on physical strength to hammer and chop. Under such high-intensity beating, the slime has become very transparent and its body is slowly hardening. Bang! Finally, hard work pays off. When Xia Tianling was almost annoyed enough to ask Douluo for help, a hammer went down, and the transparent slime exploded and transparent fragments flew everywhere. Xia Tianling mechanically swung in the air and then reacted. Damn, it's been almost an hour, and this broken thing is finally dead. With such tenacious vitality and such disgusting skills, which soul beast would be so desperate to kill this thing? I guess only plant soul beasts can have such patience. A deep yellow soul ring rose from the remaining lower half of the slime's body. Xia Tianling was overjoyed and hurriedly summoned his martial soul to sit cross-legged and put the yellow soul ring on the crossed hammer and axe. Douluo's reminder sounded at the side at the right time. Tianling, focus on your martial soul and be firm in your original intention. The soul masters of Douluo Continent, except Tang San, who practiced Xuantiangong, did not have the concept of Dantian. They had this thing of Dantian, but they had never used it. In a sense, the martial soul was a different kind of Dantian for them. Xia Tianling was different. His martial soul was only the carrier of his power, and the sea of qi, the source of his cultivation, was still in the lower Dantian. Xia Tianling felt that he was wrapped in a warm force, like a young swallow returning to its nest, slowly flowing through the red dawn into his meridians and wandering around his body. He subconsciously circulated the Taoist scriptures, guiding this warm current to move through his body. The imagined mental shock did not come, perhaps because the slime was a creature with only instincts, and its low intelligence did not have the desire to resent. Eating carrion, without intelligence and then turning into food for plant-type soul beasts or soul rings for soul masters, it was really a selfless creature. An idea suddenly occurred to Xia Tianling, but it was only for a moment, and he focused on absorbing the spirit ring again. The 2-piece hammer and axe kept rotating around each other, and as time went by, they turned into 2 colors, 1 red and 1 yellow. The 2 kept blending, separating, and blending again. Douluo, who was guarding the side, looked confused. He had practiced for so many years and had never seen anyone absorb a spirit ring and have such a change. Well, it seems that he has never seen a complete set of martial spirits. Xia Tianling, who was still working hard to absorb, had reached a critical moment. The power absorbed from the spirit ring in his body was constantly refined, compressed, and transformed into the spirit power of his body. And these spirit powers continued to move along the meridians. As the power in the body accumulated to a critical point, the extremely compressed gaseous spirit power finally atomized in the Dantian to form a drop of liquid. Then, more and more liquid appeared until they gathered together to form a golden liquid ball. The free spirit ring power in the body rushed into the Dantian at a crazy speed until the meridians became empty, and all the power was returned to this liquid golden ball. In the outside world, the yellow spirit ring produced by the slime dissipated. Condensed pill accomplished. With the appearance of this liquid golden pill, it means that a cultivator is only half a step away from the real golden pill realm, which is commonly known as the false pill stage and the condensed pill stage. As long as Xia Tianling absorbs another spirit ring, relying on the huge spirit power accumulated by the spirit ring, it is enough to refine and compress his own power again, and it will be easy to achieve the golden pill. This is the benefit of complementary rules. If placed in the orthodox world of immortal cultivation, achieving the golden pill requires several years of continuous tempering of bones, body meridians, blood, and flesh, so that they can first withstand greater power. Then, through several years of hard practice, accumulate strength and condense the golden pill or false pill in one fell swoop. It was much easier for him. He cultivated to level 20, and then, with the external help of the 2 soul rings, he could directly condense the fake elixir and the golden elixir. If other cultivators knew about this, they would be envious. As for why a golden elixir cultivator who could control supernatural powers in other worlds would become a weak great soul master of only level 20 after arriving in Douluo Continent. Don't ask, it's because of the rules. While enjoying the convenience, he didn't have to practice hard, nor did he have to go through the thunder tribulation. It's good to have this strength. It's important to be content. Xia Tianling, who had completely absorbed it, slowly finished the work, stood up and moved his body. He grew taller and became stronger. The feeling of being full of power in every move was intoxicating. The unique soul power of Douluo Continent was also magical. This additional ability that could promote physical development was almost non-existent in other cultivation civilizations. After being strengthened by a 900-year soul ring, and with the triple blessing of the true dragon martial soul and the Tao Sutra body tempering, Xia Tianling's physical strength is comparable to, or even better than that of a level 30 war soul master, so absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring is a natural process. Tianling, how is it? Douluo asked. Xia Tianling felt his own martial soul, and couldn't help but feel happy. He clenched his fist and waved it in the air. It's done! It's just as I expected. Carpentry two-piece set out! The crossed hammer and axe appeared in the air and were grabbed by Xia Tianling. A dark yellow soul ring was slowly moving under his feet. First soul skill, fusion. The dark yellow soul ring lit up. The hammer in the left hand turned into light and disappeared, and the axe in the right hand became much larger and longer. A thick cylindrical head protruded from the rear section of the originally light golden axe, just like half a hammerhead. On the other side, a blade that was even thicker than before extended out, just like the battle axe on Earth in the previous life. The sharpness of the axe and the heaviness of the hammer were perfectly combined. Even in this strange form, this strange two-handed battle axe could still keep the weight of both sides equal, and could be used for chopping or smashing, without affecting the swinging of the other side. Xia Tianling picked up the axe, swung it a few times, and nodded with satisfaction. Tianling, what is the effect of your first soul skill? How is the consumption? The effect of my first soul skill is very simple. It increases my strength and soul skill effect by 100%. But at the same time, my soul power consumption will become twice that of the dual form, and it will increase with other activities. After I actively cancel the fusion, the soul power consumption will return to normal speed. Xia Tianling pondered for a moment. The soul power consumption when the fusion is activated can be almost ignored. With double soul power consumption and 100% increase in strength, this deal sounds fair and cost-effective. Originally, Xia Tianling could continue to move for about an hour after the spirit possessed him. But after using the fusion, even if he stood still, he would wither after half an hour. If he fought in the fusion state, the duration would be even shorter. With the release of other spirit skills, he might not even last 10 minutes. Then again, this is just now acquired, and it takes a long time to fuse. However, spirit skills can be optimized through continuous practice. If Xia Tianling can fuse or dissolve the two in an instant in the future, he can use it as a short-term instantaneous small amplification burst skill, and it can also be used to trick people. After hearing the description of this fusion skill, Douluo's eyes lit up. Tianling, your skill is very good, very practical. Even the spirit rings provided by many power-type 1,000-year spirit beasts are not as good as yours. It is worthy of being a unique matching spirit. By the way, this axe formed after the fusion of your weapon, does it have a name? Xia Tianling looked at the axe in his hand and thought about the thunder power he mastered, and thought for a while. Let's call it Storm Axe. Douluo was a little confused, wondering what this had to do with the storm. It was just as strange as his first martial soul being called a carpenter's two-piece suit. But Tianling liked it, it was fine, although it was a bit strange, but it sounded quite domineering. Good name. Then, what do you plan to do with the second soul ring? Judging from your current physical fitness, a 1,000-year soul ring will definitely be no problem. Xia Tianling carefully felt his current body, thought about it carefully, and said, with my current physical fitness, it should be no problem to absorb a soul ring of about 2,000 years. Yalei Long, a subspecies of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, has both lightning and strength attributes, which should be more in line with me. His most powerful thing is nothing more than his affinity with lightning and his domineering power. The carpenter's two-piece suit itself has no attributes, and it will become whatever shape it is added to. So the first choice is of course the most familiar lightning. Besides, there is already a storm axe, and even before the fusion, it had a hammer form. It seems a bit unfair to this axe if it is not made into a thunder god. Not at the same time, but in the same soul-hunting forest. Oops, let's do it, brothers. In the afternoon of that day, lucky Yalei Long was captured by Douluo as Xia Tianling's soul ring, which was just about 2,000 years old. This time he didn't dare to let Xia Tianling fight alone. A thunder-attributed Yalong with 2,000 years of cultivation, let alone Xia Tianling who just had one ring, even a 3-ring soul master, might not be able to beat it. But what surprised him was that Xia Tianling was possessed by the true dragon martial spirit, and pushed the blood breath to the extreme to press the Yalei Long, and the unlucky Yalei Long was actually scared and fainted. A fishy smell came from the ground. It was even scared to pee. Big brother, can you give me a quick death? It's fine that the title Douluo tried to capture me, but he also used such a strong blood pressure to scare me. Add to that the injuries in my body, plus the pressure of the title Douluo's breath. How can I withstand these things? The next step is much simpler. The two sets of martial spirits appear and fuse. Xia Tianling held the storm axe and put all his strength into it. In 3 strokes, he ended this the life of the unlucky little guy. A huge dragon head was cut off. Douluo scratched his head. Although he knew that the dragon race was a race that relied on blood concentration, he didn't expect that this five-clawed golden dragon could be so strong. You know, even if Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, came, he could only barely scare the Yale dragon, and he was not very strong. This is because he is a titled Douluo. Xia Tianling happily sat cross-legged and skillfully pulled the purple soul ring over to start absorbing. With the experience of absorbing last time, coupled with the deterrence of the real dragon's breath and the matching of attributes, the absorption speed this time was very fast. The soul power of the 1,000-year soul ring continued to transform Xia Tianling's body, and at the same time, it was slowly helping him compress the fake elixir in his body. Under the pressure of a large amount of soul power, the originally liquid golden elixir became more and more solid, constantly rotating and slowly rising from the lower dantian. At the moment when the fake pill reached the dantian in the heart, the whole body's soul power was tempered, and the fake pill instantly solidified from liquid to become a real golden pill. Golden pill. Done. Then the sufficient soul power of the 1,000-year soul ring continued to warm and grow the golden pill that was originally only the size of a longan. There was a rumbling thunder in the sky, but it was just a sound. There is no such thing as thunder tribulation in Douluo Continent or Douluo Star, and the heavenly way that originally gave birth to the Daojing Plane cannot cross the boundary to strike the thunder tribulation, which has become the current embarrassing situation of thunder without thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation. Getting fat. Are you stuck here? Xia Tianling doesn't care about those things. At this time, he is immersed in the pleasure of increasing strength. Wuhun, the sea of qi in the lower dantian and the golden pill in the middle dantian, the three have become a stable cycle path. The soul power keeps wandering between the three, and then slowly grows. Until Yalilong's spirit ring was perfectly absorbed, his spirit power also increased from level 21 in the early stage of the fake pill to level 23 now. This made Xia Tianling, who had come to his senses, sigh. The spirit ring was such a good means of auxiliary cultivation, but it was turned into a necessity for breaking through the realm by the guy who created the spirit master profession. It was simply stupid. Didn't anyone try to create individual exercises to change this situation? When I have achieved success in my own cultivation and the compulsory education cause is on the right track, I will definitely popularize the Tao Changsheng Sutra and benefit all living beings. Xia Tianling silently set a small goal for himself in his heart. However, what he didn't know was that even if he wanted to teach, including Tang San, the Douluo people could not practice. The reason is that the Tao Sutra has a rigid requirement for the qualifications of the cultivator. You can't practice without the 5 elements spirit roots. You must have a balance of the 5 elements. His body was created by an unknown existence. Naturally, his talent is top-notch, and it perfectly restores the physical characteristics of earthlings. But people on Douluo Continent don't have a constitution that has all 5 elements. Most of them only have 1 or 2 attributes, and most of them are derived attributes other than the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, light, and darkness, which is very embarrassing. Tianling, how is it? Did you get the soul skill you had wanted? Seeing that Xia Tianling was a little dazed after completing the breakthrough, Douluo thought he was feeling the effect of the second soul skill, so he walked up to ask. Ah! Got it! Got it! Xia Tianling, whose thoughts were interrupted, came back to his senses and released 2 sets of martial spirits. Now there is a subtle thunder force surrounding the hammer and axe, flashing. My second soul skill is to release the power of thunder and attach it to my whole body and martial soul, which increases my strength and attack power. Maintaining this state will continue to consume soul power. When I attack the enemy, or the enemy comes into physical contact with me, it will cause paralysis and explosion. Of course, this paralysis attribute varies from person to person. If I release my soul power with all my strength in the Storm Axe state, then each strike can paralyze my opponent of the same level. But how long the paralysis lasts depends on the opponent's physical fitness and lightning resistance. But in this way, my soul power will also be consumed rapidly. In this state, I can only hold on for about 5 minutes. I call this state, Thunder God Helps Me. Don't think that 5 minutes is short. This is because the soul power refined by the golden elixir and the Taoist scriptures is far more than that of soul masters of the same level. If you change to a great soul master of the same level, I'm afraid he can't even hold on for a minute. Moreover, if you are chased and hammered by a strong attack power soul master, who can paralyze you and add a small explosion with each strike for nearly 5 minutes, then you will definitely know why the flowers are so red that day. If it's a weapon spirit or a plant spirit, it's fine. If it's a beast spirit, you'll have to pray for the best. Even if you have a high resistance to lightning and can find a chance to counterattack, if you touch him, you will have to take a lightning counterattack. It's too uncomfortable. Another bonus skill? It sounds good. If the opponent can't effectively control you or keep away from you, once you get close to him, even a soul master will fall down in 5 minutes under this state of lightning possession. Douluo felt the power of the storm axe and patted Xia Tianling's shoulder. Ha ha, I'm gifted. Then let's go back. This time the ring-taking operation was a perfect success. Douluo looked at Xia Tianling with excitement and didn't say much. Children are always happy when they get new things. The next day, Wuhan City, a quiet room. Bibi Dong, who had just come back from doing something, was teaching Xia Tianling how to practice. He had seen Xia Tianling's 2 skills, the age of her spirit ring, and Douluo's additional description before, and praised her greatly. Bibi Dong's aura gave me more pressure than before. Xia Tianling, who was familiar with the original work, speculated that she had disappeared for 3 months to complete a test of the Rakshasa inheritance. However, there was very little introduction to Bibi Dong in the early stage of the original work, and the timeline could only be vaguely guessed. Twin martial spirits are no different from ordinary martial spirits. They are both part of our bodies, so if the body can bear it, it is completely possible for both to appear at the same time. So we just need to. Bibi Dong was telling Xia Tianling about the biggest advantage and difficulty of twin martial spirits. How to use 2 martial spirits at the same time. In summary, this is the mystery of using twin martial spirits together. Do you understand? Bibi Dong asked lightly. Disciple understands. Xia Tianling replied hurriedly. This kind of skill is difficult to use, but it is also easy to use. There are only 2 points. First, he is extremely skilled in the use of his 2 martial souls and has a deep understanding of them so that the 2 can complement each other. Second, he has a strong physical fitness and can withstand the power of the 2 martial souls at the same time. However, it happens that the 2 sets of martial souls are highly compatible, and there is also the characteristic of fusion. Needless to say, the physical fitness, the blessing provided by the true dragon martial soul, and the transformation of the body by the 2 soul rings plus the body training during the foundation building period are enough to make Xia Tianling's physique comparable to that of the soul sect. Well, circulate the soul power and try it. Xia Tianling did as he was told and easily released the 2 martial souls at the same time. In this state, although the combat capability is further improved, it requires more soul power to maintain. If he uses the storm axe to fight at this time, hold it, release the power of thunder and lightning, and consume all the soul power. Bibi Dong's voice was still very cold, but at the same time, she enveloped her mental power on her disciple. As time went by, Xia Tianling's soul power was exhausted, the Tao Sutra was running naturally, the golden elixir was humming, and the soul power was recovering at a very fast speed. You didn't use the soul power running route I gave you to meditate? Where did you get this soul power running method from? Bibi Dong frowned. Before going to do the work, Bibi Dong naturally gave Xia Tianling the meditation method summarized by the Wuhan Hall. This running path is much stronger than the Wild Soul Master's own random practice. But compared with the Tao Sutra, it is simply a small witch compared to a big witch, so crude that it can't be any cruder. With Bibi Dong's eyesight, he can naturally see the brilliance of the Tao Sutra in moving the small and large Zhoutian. Teacher, my cultivation method appeared in my mind automatically. Xia Tianling blinked and said calmly, sometimes I can see some inexplicable fragments of things, which may be from the future or may happen at an unknown time. Therefore, when I was a child, I had a nickname of Prophet in the village. Bibi Dong stared at Xia Tianling and fell into deep thought. Xia Tianling's background was secretly investigated. She was an unknown orphan who was picked up and adopted by old Jack in the back mountain. In the past 6 years, she has never left the Holy Soul village and has never contacted people outside the village. Old Jack's ancestors were poor and lower-middle peasants for 18 generations. His background couldn't be cleaner, so there would be no problem. This soul power operation route is unheard of. Even Tang Hao, that guy, would never be able to master it. Could it be that he was born knowing it? Are there really such people in the world? Yes, in fact, Bibi Dong has always known that Tang Hao lived in seclusion in the Holy Soul village. After Xia Tianling awakened, she also knew that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. With the influence of the Spirit Hall all over the world, it would not be easy to find someone. She didn't do it to Tang Hao and his son just because it was unnecessary. She was able to backstab Qian Shinji thanks to Tang Hao. So, maybe there really is such a person with a strange talent. He has such a strange spirit, and it doesn't seem strange to have such a strange talent. Okay, then you continue to practice like this. This meditation method is very advanced. Bibi Dong sighed in her heart and decided not to dwell on this issue. Yes, teacher. Xia Tianling answered, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief, secretly sweating. Judging from Bibi Dong's character in the original work, he was really afraid that Bibi Dong would slap him to death, or imprison him to prevent future troubles. Fortunately, there is another function of the system, mind interference, which works. Mind interference sounds grand, but in fact, it is just passively making others believe your words more easily and not easily suspicious. Moreover, what you say should at least make sense and be logical. If you use mind interference to jump out and tell Bibi Dong that you are actually my wife or something like that, you will definitely die cleanly and neatly. This is mind interference, not mind modification, and there is no such buggy power. Of course, if you don't use it actively, the effect of mind interference is extremely weak and can basically be ignored. If you want to use this function actively, you also need to use the power of destiny to make a wish. The larger the amount, the better the effect. After actively using it, it will greatly enhance the credibility of your own words and reduce the other party's suspicion. However, if the other party is extremely determined about something, they may still not believe it. Just like Tang San's behavior pattern on the general outline of Xuantian Baolu, Xia Tianling relied on changing the few powers of destiny obtained by the villagers of Shengun village to continuously transform Tang San. It took a full 6 years to see the initial results. Just now, he made a wish to the system and put half of the remaining power of destiny into it to start mind interference. Xia Tianling was not stingy in using half of it, but mainly because he had other plans to do so. If all the power here was used up, the subsequent plans would be ruined. He changed the life trajectories of Su Yuntao, Tang San, Master, and Bibi Dong, and gained a huge amount of destiny power. Although the system did not have a clear value, if the power of destiny gained was added together and compared to a bottle of large Kuoluo, then the amount required to activate a standard mental interference was only a can of small Kuoluo. That night, after finishing the daytime practice, it was time for Xia Tianling to move freely. Unlike reading in the library in the past, he came to the file room today. The file room, as the name suggests, is the place where the files of the Spirit Hall over the years are stored, similar to an archive. The purpose of his visit today is to check the records of the Spirit Awakening in the past 2 years. Thanks to the Spirit Hall's service to the people year after year, as long as the Spirit Hall is a Spirit Master who awakens, as long as there is spirit power, the person in charge of awakening will record it and send it back to the Spirit City for a record. In the vast files, Xia Tianling first opened the awakening records of Nodding City and its nearby villages this year. Wang Sheng, male, Nodding City, Fanos Province, Tiando Empire, civilian family, Beast Spirit War Tiger, innate soul power level 2, Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy work study student. Is this the stupid boy who fought with Tang San in the original book? I don't know if he is fighting with Tang San now. He ignored the other miscellaneous things recorded below and continued to open another scroll. Tang San, male, Holy Soul Village, Nodding City, Fanos Province, Tiando Empire, crossed out peasant family, plant spirit blue silver grass, innate full soul power, Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy work study student. Huh? Xiao San's file was changed? Xia Tianling scratched his head, put the sheepskin scroll close to the soul guide lamp beside him, and checked it carefully. The first scratch had several lines, and it was easy to see that the teacher's father was a blacksmith from a single-parent family. The second smear faintly showed Ixix Luo Xex's son. Could it be that the original text said the son of Haotian Douluo Tong Hao? Xia Tianling was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the Spirit Hall had already known Xiao San's identity? Thinking about it carefully, it was not impossible, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, I invested a lot of fate power to activate the mind interference at that time. Otherwise, Bibi Dong, who knew my life experience very well, would definitely be suspicious of such a ridiculous explanation. It seems that I have to re-evaluate the basic information collection capabilities of the Spirit Hall in the future. It is estimated that Tang San's affairs were not to be known to too many people, so someone modified the original content. If he was not familiar with the original plot, it would be impossible to infer the original content from these 2 words. Xia Tianling shook his head and continued to flip through the files in his hand. Now that his teacher is Bibi Dong, the more powerful the Spirit Hall is, the better. Don't you have your own file record? Maybe the news has been blocked. As a large number of files were read, Xia Tianling was getting closer and closer to what he wanted to find. Finally, a familiar name came into his eyes. Ma Hongjin, male, Sichin village, affiliated to Soto City, Barak Kingdom, family, beast martial soul mutant chicken, innate soul power level 9. Found you, little fat boy. The original book did not mention the origins of Oscar and Ma Hongjin. The only clear thing was that Oscar was 2 years older than the little fat boy, which added a lot of difficulties to the search. However, hard work pays off. After several hours of hard work, Oscar's record was also turned out. Oscar, male, Lingxi village, affiliated to Soto City, Barak Kingdom, orphan, weapon martial soul sausage, innate full soul power. Sure enough, as I expected, Xia Tianling thought to himself. The awakening personnel in charge of the villages near Soto City were seriously derelict in their duties. They must have taken the trouble to not carefully check the little fat man's spirit. At the same time, they did not report Oscar's sausage spirit, and the matter of innate full spirit power. But logically speaking, even if the food spirit is only one level of spirit power, it should be a treasure. What on earth was this person doing at that time? How could he let such a peerless genius fall into the mortal world? Once I expose Oscar's matter, it will affect the whole body. I am afraid that all the people in the Soto City Spirit Hall will fall. But it's what they deserve. As the head and deputy head of the branch hall, they should have conducted a second review and final review after the awakened personnel brought back the files. These two people probably took the trouble to send them directly to the Spirit City without looking at them. Xia Tianling thought so, holding the scroll with the records of the two people, and walked to the door of the file room. "Uncle, can I borrow these two scrolls temporarily?" Your Highness? Of course, you just need to write down your signature in the book here." The originally drowsy guard soul master saw that the person who came was the Pope's disciple, and hurriedly opened the door to convenience, trying to leave a good impression on him. "Okay, thank you, Uncle. It turns out that being Bibi Dong's disciple is so convenient. It's really amazing." It was late at night, and the corridor was still brightly lit, but it was quiet, with only the occasional patrol of soul masters. Soon, Xia Tianling came to the door of Bibi Dong's palace. "Knock, knock, knock. Teacher, have you rested?" Xia Tianling knocked on the door 3 times gently. He was sure that Bibi Dong should be practicing as usual. At the level of titled Douluo, although he still needs to eat, he no longer needs to sleep, and basically uses meditation instead. "Creaky, come in." The 2 doors opened automatically outwards, and Xia Tianling heard the words and walked in. "Why are you here to see me in the middle of the night, instead of practicing?" Bibi Dong was annoyed when her practice was interrupted, but she suppressed her temper when she saw that it was her disciple. "Teacher, look at this. I accidentally found it when I was looking through the file room tonight." In order to make her plan successful, Xia Tianling communicated with the system while speaking and directly turned on the mind interference. Bibi Dong took the scroll and opened it. After seeing the records of the 2 people, she couldn't help but get furious and almost crushed the 2 scrolls in her hands. Okay. What a group of capable subordinates." Bibi Dong gritted her teeth. Can a mutant chicken have an innate 9th level soul power? The unprecedented food type innate full soul power was not reported? What a big dog's guts. "Someone come," Bibi Dong roared, and 2 maids hurried in. "Notify the Ghost Elder, take my Pope's order, and set off immediately to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, and execute the dereliction of duty on the spot. No matter what, bring these 2 geniuses back to my Wuhun Hall, especially the Soul Master with the Sausage Martial Soul." "Tianling, you discovered this matter. Can you follow the Ghost Elder for the teacher?" The disciple will naturally share the teacher's worries. These words hit the mark exactly what Xia Tianling wanted. He just didn't know how to ask to go along. If he didn't go, how could he easily turn Oscar and Ma Hongjun into his future team members? The next morning, Ghost Douluo brought Xia Tianling to the 3rd level main hall of the Spirit Hall in Soto City. Xia Tianling was in front, Ghost Douluo was behind, and the 2 of them swaggered towards the main gate of the branch hall. This was something they had discussed on the way here. The former needed an opportunity to show off openly, while the latter was based on training the abilities of the younger generation. "Who are you 2? Please restrain yourself. There is no room for insolence in front of the Spirit Hall." A guard on duty tried to stop him. It's not that he didn't want to let him in, but mainly because Xia Tianling walked too arrogantly, which made him deserve a beating. This is exactly the effect he wanted. If the guard didn't speak, how could he carry out the script he had planned? But he didn't make things difficult for the guard, as he hadn't offended him. He just took out the Pope's order that Bibi Dong had given him before he left from his ring. He said coldly, "Tell your chief and deputy hall masters to come out to see me immediately." Pope's order. The Pope's order is as if the Pope himself has arrived. The guard who had originally stood out had a dry throat and saluted hastily, answering tremblingly, "My lords, you 2 wait a moment, go to the hall and rest first." Another smart guard had saluted when he showed the Pope's order, and after getting his eye consent, he hurried back to call people. Well, Tianling uttered a nasal sound and walked away. His arrogant aura was firmly in control. Not long after they sat down in the reception room, 2 middle-aged men rushed in a hurry and saluted Xia Tianling, who was enjoying the juice. The chief and deputy hall masters, who were originally boasting in the office, were terrified when they heard that 2 big shots holding the Pope's order had come. They didn't even bother to take care of their manners and hurried downstairs. As for suspecting that the Pope's order was forged, who is so bold as to dare to forge the Pope's order? I'm afraid he is tired of living, right? If he forged it this morning, a group of Wuhun Hall guards would have to rush to him in the evening. And this person is so arrogant that he just asked them to get off. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. "This, sir, I am the 3rd level hall master of Soto City. I wonder if you..." The hall master of the branch hall saluted and asked carefully, Okay, my master is the current Pope, His Majesty Bibi Dong. Xia Tianling said slowly, shaking the exquisite silver cup. It's not wine, so I don't know why he is shaking it there. However, this style made the Hall Master and the Deputy Hall Master even more panicked. Your Highness, then you are here this time. Who is responsible for the awakening work of Sichuan Village this year and Lingxi Village 2 years ago? Let him come to see me, as soon as possible. Xia Tianling shook the empty silver cup on the table. Although the tone of his voice did not change much from before, the bone-chilling chill in his words made the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master below feel the bone-chilling cold. It's your subordinate. After a moment of silence, the Deputy Hall Master on the side spoke carefully. Oh, it's you, right? Xia Tianling stood up with a stern face and kicked the Deputy Hall Master, who was bending over in the face with all his strength, directly knocking him to the ground, and then kicked him a few more times. What followed was a loud curse. A mutant chicken with innate soul power level 9, right? A food-type soul master with innate full soul power, right? Why didn't you report it? You are quite capable. Do you know how much damage you almost caused to the Spirit Hall? I'll let you dereliction of duty. The Deputy Hall Master did not dare to fight back, and even dared not to use his soul power to protect his body. He held his head with both hands and was kicked so hard that his nose and face were swollen and 2 teeth fell out. When he was lying on the bed reading novels that year, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that this matter was outrageous. An unprecedented food-type soul master with full innate soul power, and he had a clean life experience and no background. Such a civilian genius was not recruited by the Spirit Hall. Damn it, it was really satisfying to beat him up. After the beating was satisfied, he called to Ghost Douluo, who was still drinking tea and watching the show behind him. Ghost Elder, please take action to destroy this guy's soul power, and then take this damn guy with you to go to the 2 villages. Ghost Elder, could it be Ghost Douluo? That's a titled Douluo. The main hall master was so frightened that his body felt like a sieve and he didn't dare to breathe. As soon as Xia Tianling mentioned the food soul master with innate full soul power, he knew he was finished. This problem was serious. He saved trouble by not looking through the awakening records handed in by the Deputy Hall Master and missed such a genius. This was a serious dereliction of duty. Not to mention that he is a small 3rd-level main hall master. Even the Platinum Bishop Salas would have to kneel down if he came. This damn Deputy Hall Master, he really made me suffer. As for this main hall master, you will be dismissed from your position as hall master and punished to help nearby children of appropriate age awaken for 20 years, and at the same time deduct 20 years of salary. Do you have any objection? How could the main hall master dare to have any objection, and hurriedly thanked him for not killing him. After such a big mistake, he was lucky to be able to save his life. As for salary and so on, money is external things. Why worry about not having money when you are still alive? As the former hall master of the branch hall of the Spirit Hall, he still has some property. And the Deputy Hall Master was already scared like a sieve when Ghost Douluo came forward, and a large area of his robe was wet. When Ghost Douluo broke his meridians, he fainted from the pain. Xia Tianling ordered his men to put the disabled Deputy Hall Master into a small cage, tied it to the back of the carriage, and dragged it. Then he led a group of guards to set off in a mighty manner with a carriage. Unlike Tang San, who could go to Nottingham City Junior College as a part-time student right after awakening, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were not qualified to take this part-time student quota to go to the Spirit Master College. Because the Holy Soul Village once produced a soul saint, it has a quota for work-study students every year. However, the villages near Soto City are different. Several villages combined only have 1 quota every year. Coincidentally, there are still 1 or 2 children with soul power in these villages every year. But even if they only have the initial soul power of level 1 or 2, level 2 or 3. This also led to the fact that Ma Hongjun and Oscar, as orphans, basically had no chance of getting this quota. Where there are people, there will be classes and interest circles. Not every village chief will be as kind as old Jack. What's more, the place that can stably produce soul masters is always much richer than the Holy Soul Village, and the benefits that can be obtained with this little power will be greater. This situation is actually the current situation of most civilian soul masters. After awakening the martial soul, it will take 2 or 3 years for those who are unlucky like Oscar to go to the primary Soul Master Academy. After 6 years of hard training, he graduated after obtaining the most ordinary soul ring with the help of the academy teacher. After entering the society, if you continue to rely on the subsidies from the Spirit Hall to practice, you may only be a great Spirit Master in your life, and the better ones may be able to break through to the Spirit Master. Having said that, who can really give up even if there is a slight chance? After all, even if it is a one-ring Spirit Master, it is a noble person in the eyes of ordinary people. In the original work, Ma Hongjun was not found by Flanders in the village until he was 9 years old and accepted as a disciple. Oscar's original work did not mention his life experience before entering Shrek, so it seems that he must have wasted a few years in the village. If he can go to a Junior Spirit Master Academy, I am afraid that he will be booked by major forces as soon as he enters school. From a distance, the luxurious convoy of the Spirit Hall group was discovered by the people of Lingxi village and reported to the village chief. This village chief is obviously a man who knows how to deal with things, and he came out to the village entrance to greet him early. As soon as he arrived, Xia Tianling saw a fat man with a bloated head and a flattering smile looking at him, and frowned immediately. Before he could say anything, the fat man spoke first. "Dear masters of the Spirit Hall, I am the village chief of this Lingxi village. May I ask how I can serve you?" He did not ask why a child spoke up, and he was also very sensible not to ask what the people from the Spirit Hall were doing in his small village. There was no need to explain to the big shots what they did, and he only needed to provide services to make the adults who came to do business feel comfortable. "There is a child named Oscar who is about 8 years old in your village, right? Go and invite him here. Please note, invite him." Xia Tianling was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. The fat man was stunned and quickly winked at the lackey beside him. "Did you hear what the adult said? Why don't you go and invite that kid Xiaoao here?" Then he turned to the direction of the carriage and said with a smile, "My lord, why don't you go to my humble abode to rest for a while?" "No need. I'll wait here." Xia Tianling rejected the fat village chief's attempt to get close to him and lowered the curtain. Oscar, in the original book, was truly the best of the young generation in terms of talent. After he was given the title, the gods came to him automatically and even gave his wife a godhood. In terms of talent alone, even the mistress is far inferior to him. Now this piece of fertile land and beautiful jade will soon be under my command. Xia Tianling was slightly excited. Whether it was for the sake of having an extra capable helper, or reducing a hidden danger, or even simply gaining a large amount of destiny power, or making up for a regret in the previous life, it was something worth being happy about. Soon, Oscar was politely invited to the carriage of the Spirit Hall by the village chief's lackey. Oscar, who had just been found, was still in a daze. How could he, a poor boy who made a living by selling sausages in the city, deserve the attention of the bigwigs of the Spirit Hall? Xia Tianling opened the door and got out. What caught his eye was Oscar's iconic peach blossom eyes. Oscar, who just turned 8 this year, didn't have as scruffy a beard as in the original book. With a simple cloth dress, he was already quite handsome, stood in front of Oscar, bowed first, and then spoke. "Oscar, first of all, I apologize to you on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Due to the negligence of the grassroots staff, you have been treated unfairly. I hope to ask for your forgiveness. The relevant personnel have been punished by me, and their soul power has been wasted. They are locked up there." Before he finished speaking, the dozen guards following behind the carriage bent down in unison. "Please forgive me." This was what Xia Tianling had told them on the way here. Of course, they didn't shout in vain. Each person who came would receive 10 gold soul coins. More than 100 gold soul coins were a drop in the bucket for him now, but for these guards who were generally only at the first level, that was nearly half a year's salary. Let alone shouting an apology, shouting 100 times would be fine. We are all working people who have come out to make a living who would have a problem with gold soul coins? Oscar is only an 8-year-old kid who makes a living by selling sausages. So many guards from the Spirit Hall bowed to him and apologized, and the child in front of him who looked like a big shot was just a mess. Not to mention Oscar, even the village chief and his lackeys were dumbfounded. This is the deputy hall master of a 3rd-level main hall. He is a great figure in the entire Barak kingdom. Now he is thrown into a cage like a dead dog. As an ordinary person, he is now even worse than himself, a 1st-level soul master. Oscar waved his hands and stammered, "No, it's okay, it's okay. I'm already very grateful to the masters of the Spirit Hall for awakening me. After I have a spirit, I don't have to be hungry all the time, and I can eat meat. I'm fine, really fine, thank you. Thank you, all the masters." Alas, Xia Tianling sighed secretly. After all, Oscar is still just a child. Look at what he did to this child. An apology made him grateful. It seems that he doesn't need to use the subsequent means. Just continue according to the script he has written. While Oscar doesn't know that he can directly enter the Spirit Academy to receive strong training, he can take the opportunity to brush up his favorability. "Thank you for your forgiveness, but there is one more thing." Xia Tianling deliberately paused. "I hope to invite you to join the Spirit Academy and become my partner. From now on, all your resources will be borne by me. He, Bibi Dong's disciple, maybe even half-disciple of Qiandaliu, there's nothing wrong with saying that the resources of Spirit Hall are his. Just use them in advance." Oscar's brain crashed when he heard this, staring, swaying, and pointing at himself. You mean I can go to Spirit Academy?" "Yes, that's you, Oscar, and don't call me by your name. Free?" "Yes, free. Does it include food?" "Of course." Xia Tianling was happy. Not only food, but also accommodation, clothes, money, and help you get the spirit ring that suits you. After confirming again and again that the child in front of him was talking about himself, Oscar screamed, flopped on his knees in front of Xia Tianling, and hugged his thighs with excitement in the unbelievable eyes of the village chief next to him. "Brother, from now on, you are my big brother. You are so good to me." Xia Tianling's forehead was full of black lines, and he quickly pulled him up. Get up! Get up! We don't do this. Besides, I'm not your eldest brother. You are 2 years older than me. If I'm not, then I'm my boss from now on. I will follow you." Oscar was an orphan, and his family was poor, so he decided to go with Xia Tianling. In this relaxed atmosphere, Xia Tianling took him to an empty carriage at the back and let Ghost Douluo ride alone. Not everyone is brave enough to ride in a carriage with a title Douluo when they are not familiar with each other. Xishan Village, also known as Ma Village, most of the villagers here have the surname Ma, and their martial spirits are basically ordinary chickens. However, this year, a golden phoenix appeared in the chicken coop. A fat boy named Ma Hongjun awakened the phoenix martial spirit. Although this martial spirit seems to have some defects, the innate spirit power of level 9 still makes the villagers very happy. The only drawback is that Xishan Village is very poor. The head of Xishan Village, who was honest and dutiful by nature due to the influence of the Wu Hun, was far less capable than the fat man in Lingxi Village and could not afford to give gifts. Naturally, the place for the fat man's work-study student was given to the child of sensible parents in another village. We can only wait until next year. The head of Xishan Village, who was working in the fields, was a little worried. The tuition for normal students was too expensive, and it cost dozens of gold soul coins a year. Even if the whole village worked hard, it could not afford it. After so many years, the village finally produced Hongjun, who had a high innate soul power, but he could not go to school because of poverty. Alas, how can the elders explain to his dead parents? When the old village chief was worried, a team of carriages drove towards the village. He looked closely and found that such a luxurious team of carriages was from the Wuhun Hall. Seeing the team approaching, the old village chief hurried forward to greet them, but he did not expect that a child jumped out of one of the carriages. "I am the village chief of Xishan Village. I wonder if you from the Spirit Hall?" When the old village chief saw the child jump off the carriage, the convoy stopped immediately. He knew that the child must be very extraordinary, but he didn't know how to address him. "Old village chief, we are here to find Ma Hongjun. He should have just awakened his spirit this year. He is a mutant phoenix." Compared to the snobbish fat man, Xia Tianling thought of the equally simple and kind old Jack when facing the weathered village chief in front of him, and his favorability increased greatly. "I will go and find Juner now, please." "Hey, old man, please get in the car. We will ride there together." Xia Tianling dragged the old village chief into the car. The old village chief was immediately flattered, and he kept asking how could this happen, and hurriedly gave directions to the guards driving the carriage. Soon, Ma Hongjun's home, or the old village chief's home, arrived. Ma Hongjun, who was also an orphan, was taken care of by the village chief over the years. It is better to call this village Majiabao, rather than Majia Village. The villagers in the village are basically related to each other. Compared with Oscar, who is also an orphan, the fat boy had a much better childhood. Ma Hongjun, who heard the noise outside the door, ran out and was a little dazed looking at the luxurious convoy in front of him. The villagers who had returned from work in each household nearby also curiously stuck their heads out to look at him. "Hongjun, come here quickly." The old village chief got off the carriage and called the little fat boy. The 6-year-old Ma Hongjun had just awakened his martial spirit and did not have the wretched temperament in the original novel. Now he was just a chubby little brat, and a little foolish and bold. "Nice to meet you, Ma Hongjun." "Hello, my name is Xia Tianling. I am older than you. You can call me Brother Ling." Xia Tianling introduced himself with a smile and stretched out his hand. Ma Hongjun looked at the Brother Ling in front of him, who was about the same age as himself, but had a great background. He quickly rubbed his hands on his clothes and shook hands a few times. "Ling, Brother Ling, why are you looking for me?" The little fat man was confused. "I came here this time to invite you to join the Wuhun Academy to study. I will take care of the resources for your cultivation in the future. The academy will help you with food, clothing, and soul ring acquisition." With the previous experience, Xia Tianling directly said this set of recruitment words, and at the end he added, "completely free." As soon as these words came out, the 2 horses, one old and one young, were so excited that their faces flushed and their necks thickened. This is the academy of the Wuhun Hall. Most people can't go there, even if they have money, let alone it's free. He quickly agreed. After declining the kindness of the old village chief to treat them to a meal, Ma Hongjun packed some daily necessities and boarded the carriage with them on the return journey. Of course, they were returning to Soto City. He was also preparing to direct a good show to pave the way for his future plans. On the way back, the two brothers who were destined to meet each other hit it off, and Xia Tianling confessed to them that he was the Pope's disciple. The heartless Ma Hongjun called him awesome, while the relatively mature Oscar once again reaffirmed his idea of holding on to the thick thigh in front of him. Looking at the noisy two, Xinling's thoughts became active again and diverged to strange places. Think about it carefully. In the timeline of Douluo Dalu, there is no background power, and the geniuses from civilian backgrounds seem to have lost their parents. Himself, the little fat man, Oscar, several girls of the Tianshui team, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Qin Ming, the Thunderbolt. Meng Yiran and Duguyan's parents seem to be gone, and even their teacher Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu, the big rabbit, may also be considered. Zhao Wuji and the big owl are not very old, and it seems that their parents have never appeared. Even the two brothers, who are as strong as Tang Richin, have dead parents. The parents of the main characters who are not from civilian backgrounds are also restless. Zhu Juqing and Dai Mubai's parents were worse off than not having them. Ning Rongrong's mother died young due to illness. Xiaosan's mother Ah Yin is not to be mentioned. There is also Qian Renshui's beastly father. Yu Xiaogong's mother has never come out. Damn, after all these people, there is not a single family with both parents? Thinking about it carefully, this is terrifying. The name of the orphanage is indeed well-deserved. I have only heard of the protagonist's Halo backlash, but this guy, the supporting role's Halo, also backlashes. The next day, in front of the branch hall of the Wuhun Hall in Soto City, a high wooden platform was set up. On it was a cage, and inside it was the branch hall master who had woken up but had lifeless eyes. After returning, Xia Tianling wanted to interrogate him why he didn't report the two geniuses, but who knew that after waking up, this man just sat there stupidly, with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, drooling. Ghost Douluo used his mental power to explore and found that this man was scared silly. That's right, he was scared silly. In this way, the interrogation plan that was originally planned had to be abandoned. But it was good that way. There would be no changes in the reputation plan the next day. At this moment, Xia Tianling was pulling Ma Hongjun and Oscar, two typical people, to stand on the high platform to prepare to speak out. Seeing that the grassroots staff of the Spirit Hall scattered and brought a large number of civilians to watch the excitement, Xia Tianling cleared his throat and took out a simple megaphone from his ring for amplification. All residents of Soto City, I am the inspector sent by His Majesty the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The purpose of coming here today is to thoroughly investigate a serious dereliction of duty. Today, we will judge them in front of everyone's witness. The two geniuses who were supposed to enter the Spirit Hall Academy without examination were almost buried because of the dereliction of duty of the master of the Soto City Branch Hall. Therefore, he will be punished by abolishing his soul power and expelled from the Spirit Hall and never recruited again. Wow! As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Who is the master of the Soto City Spirit Hall? The high and mighty Soul Master, the four-ring Soul Master, was a great figure. Now, because of dereliction of duty, his cultivation was directly abolished. Everyone, be quiet, be quiet. Serving the public, this is what we should do. Even in the most remote villages, our Wuhun Hall will send people to help the children there awaken. At the same time, we also provide quotas for work-study students in each village and subsidize low-level Soul Masters, striving not to bury any capable people. We will never let anyone who makes a mistake go. Soul Masters make mistakes and are guilty of the same crime as civilians. Listening to Xia Tianling's impassioned speech and the cheers of the civilians in Soto City, Ghost Douluo, who was secretly observing from behind, was stunned. Good guy, this mouth cannon that brushes reputation. It seems that I have lived for so many years in vain. Maybe genius is like this. When I was 6 years old, I was still a child who knew nothing. Look at him again. This is the gap. The cheers of the crowd reached a climax when Xia Tianling announced that he would remove the position of the Lord of Soto City and ordered him to help the children of each village awaken for 20 years. It was unimaginable that these high-ranking soul masters in his eyes would be punished so harshly after making mistakes. Thinking about the big shots who acted arrogantly on weekdays, and then looking at the deputy hallmaster who was crippled like a dead dog today, it was simply a great pleasure. After finishing this journey of splitting up the Shrek 7 Devils, Xia Tianling took the two new friends back to the Pope's Hall to report. On the way, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were excited when they heard that they were going to meet the Pope. Well, maybe they were excited about the soul rings they were about to get. Back at the Pope's Hall, the two friends were waiting outside. Bibi Dong, who knew what happened, didn't say a word and beat the master of the branch hall into a pool of blood and flesh. This made Xia Tianling, who saw a real murder for the first time, feel his stomach churning and his face turned pale. Bibi Dong straightened her wrinkled sleeves and said slowly, "Tianling, you handled this matter very well. Not only did you bring back two geniuses for my Wuhun Hall, but you also promoted the reputation of justice. It's just that your way of doing things is too gentle. If you want to accomplish great things, you must be decisive and ruthless. Yes, teacher, I know I was wrong and I will correct it in the future. Xia Tianling resisted the urge to vomit and answered reluctantly. As a person who has lived in modern times for 20 years, killing people at will is really too challenging to his moral bottom line. Bibi Dong didn't say anything else, just thinking that he is too young now, and it is normal that he can't accept this style of behavior for a while. So do you have anything else to add about this matter? I think we need to set up an organization directly under you. This organization will be used to monitor whether each branch hall is performing its duties on a daily basis, and whether there is any passive sabotage. Xia Tianling thought about these words on the way back. The monitoring organization can just copy the Jinyue or the inspectorate, and there is no need to think about it. If you think about it carefully, the fact that such a large organization as the Spirit Hall does not have a supervisory body is simply challenging the moral bottom line of human nature, which is indeed somewhat unscientific. Well, it is not fantasy either. It's great that you can think of this level. I have already started preparing for what you said, and the Spirit Tribunal has been secretly established. Teacher is naturally thoughtful and thorough. Xia Tianling flattered him at the right time. Who wouldn't like to hear good words? At the same time, disciples believe that we should increase the efforts to discover civilian talents. This time when I went to Soto City, I found that many children of school age who had awakened their spirits could not afford to go to the academy. We can provide more funds to provide more work-study places, and directly tell them that the conditions for their schooling are provided by our Spirit Hall. In this way, we can better discover talents, and at the same time, let the Spirit Masters who have benefited from us be more inclined to our Spirit Hall after they have achieved success in their studies. Not only those students who can go to school because of us, but also their families and even neighbors will be grateful to us for this. Without our funding, it would be too difficult for civilian Spirit Masters to practice. These words are not only for the Spirit Hall to harvest talents. Xia Tianling also wants to use the Spirit Hall to provide more civilians with an opportunity to rise. How is there a saying? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As for providing more funds, it is not a problem at all. The wealth of the Spirit Hall is so huge that it is difficult to count. Even if there are tens of thousands more places every year, it is no problem. Besides, not every year there are so many children who can become Spirit Masters. Basically, it can be said that this is a completely win-win choice. The Spirit Hall has gained talents and reputation, and civilian Spirit Masters have the opportunity to rise. Bibi Dong was slightly startled. She had been in a high position for a long time and had never thought about the ecology of the lower-level Spirit Masters. Naturally, she would not have the idea of providing them with more quotas. After backstabbing Qian Shunji, Bibi Dong was able to sit on the position of Pope under Qian Daoliu. Naturally, she was not stupid and had a strategic vision. She instantly saw the benefits of this move to the future development of the Spirit Hall. She immediately praised Xia Tianling and ordered Zhu Duo to implement this matter. At the same time, she also removed the last bit of defense against her disciple. He had just come for 3 months and brought an unprecedented innate full spirit power food-type Spirit Master and put forward a suggestion that would benefit the Spirit Hall for many years. You say this kind of person is an insider? Then please bring more of these insiders. Anything else to add? Bibi Dong was in a very good mood at this time, and she had lost the majestic and cold momentum when she spoke. Xia Tianling smiled embarrassedly. Teacher, why don't you let Uncle Suyuntao go to Soto City to be the Hall Master? He should have broken through level 30. The main and deputy Hall Masters of Soto City have stepped down, and they also need a down-to-earth and hard-working person in charge to rectify the atmosphere. Suyuntao? Is he the deacon from Nodding City who awakened you? Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment. He thought that this kid wanted some rewards, but he didn't expect that he would be so grateful to a guide who only awakened him. She couldn't be more satisfied to have such a disciple. That's right. Okay? Thank you, teacher. She agreed directly. He had read the file of this awakened person when Xia Tianling first came. He also knew that Suyuntao had worked diligently to awaken children in several remote villages in the past few years. This person is down to earth and serious. Now he is a soul master. Although his cultivation is a little low, it is not a big problem to be the hall master of a branch hall. Don't you want anything? Sharing the teacher's worries is the disciple's responsibility and obligation. How can there be any request? Xia Tianling said this very beautifully, and she smiled secretly in her heart. This was like a pillow delivered to her when she was sleepy. After she said this, Bibi Dong's defense against him should have dropped a lot, right? Good. Very good. Bibi Dong was more and more satisfied with Xia Tianling. These words touched her heart directly. After praising him a few more times, Bibi Dong signaled to her left and right to let Oscar and Ma Hongjun come in, and also called an old man. Although this old man was not good-looking, he was a food-type soul Douluo with a level of 82, and he was the only food-type soul Douluo in the current Soul Master world. His martial soul was a fruit similar to an apple. This was probably one of the 4 food-type soul masters above Soul Saint Tongdo Shaoxin that was not mentioned in the original work, right? Looking at Oscar worshipping this old man as his master, Xia Tianling thought silently. The original novel said that Shrek's teacher Shaoxin was one of the top 5 food-type soul masters in the continent, but the other 4 never showed up until the end. Seeing his friend who came with him worship a soul master, the fat boy beside him burst into deep envy. In the future, you two will practice with Xia Tianling. Oscar will stay for a while. Elder Ju, you take Oscar to get the first soul ring. Elder Liu, you go with them, and you must carefully select the soul rings you need. The Elder Liu mentioned by Bibi Dong was the food-type soul master. Step down. Yes, everyone answered in unison. A few days later, Oscar, who successfully obtained the first soul ring, returned. Just like in the original novel, Oscar still obtained the recovery sausage. What is surprising is that since no one taught him the knowledge of cultivating martial souls, Oscar, who had been practicing on his own, jumped directly to level 19 after obtaining the soul ring. He always thought that the soul ring would appear by itself, and the reason he didn't break through must be because he didn't work hard enough. As Oscar was showing off, Xia Tianling and his friends started their formal training at the Wuhun Academy. The training content for this age was quite simple. Theory was taught in the morning and practiced on their own in the afternoon. When it came to the afternoon training, Xia Tianling refused the teacher's guidance and took Fatty and Oscar to occupy a training room alone. Fatty, when you try to practice on your own, do you always feel an unknown fire rising in your lower abdomen, which makes you have to be distracted and causes great trouble to your practice? Yes, Brother Ling, how did you know? Was a little puzzled. He had never told Brother Ling about it, so how did he know? Don't worry about it. Now I will pass on to you a set of soul power training formulas. You just follow them and practice. Don't use the meditation formulas you used before. Xia Tianling took out a jade slip and handed it to Ma Hongjun, indicating that he should stick it on his head. The little fat man did as he was told and immediately felt a large amount of information rushing into his mind. How to help Ma Hongjun solve the evil fire was a problem that Xia Tianling had considered a long time ago. If we have to rely on the inner elixirs of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the 10-headed scorching sun snake, it is unknown how long it will take. If the fat man can control the evil fire in advance, it will be easy for him to surpass the speed in the original book. When you are in doubt, just make a wish. The system is very powerful and quickly gave 2 solutions. First, practice an orthodox Buddhist technique or an orthodox Taoist technique. The former suppresses desires, and the latter is quiet and in action. The characteristics of both techniques can suppress the evil fire in Ma Hongjun's body. When you practice to a high level in the future, such as a soul saint, you can completely eliminate this evil fire. Second, practice a method called the lustful phoenix technique. This method originated from a strong man with phoenix blood in an unknown plane. The biggest advantage of this technique is that it can turn the evil fire in the body into your own use and refine it into the true fire of life. After learning the lustful phoenix technique, you can complete the refining. From then on, the evil fire became a characteristic of the true fire in his body, which could be controlled artificially. It also naturally became a means for Ma Hongjun to fight against the enemy, rather than an obstacle to his cultivation. As Ma Hongjun's cultivation entered the Soul Saint stage, that is, the 7th level of the Phoenix art, he himself would undergo a transformation and enter the state of nirvana. After nirvana, the evil fire in his body would be completely removed with this death, and his lifelong true fire would also be purified and evolved into the real Phoenix fire. In the words of the Douluo Continent, it is the ultimate fire. The evil fire Phoenix martial spirit will also transform into a real fire Phoenix martial spirit, the best in the world. Seeing that Ma Hongjun got the benefit, Oscar couldn't sit still and hugged Xia Tianling's arm with a laugh. "Boss, I'm the first one to follow you. You can't forget me. Xiao Ao." Since Xia Tianling didn't let him call him brother, he changed his mouth to call him boss. As he spoke, he conjured up a sausage. "Boss, try it. My first soul skill is delicious. Yours is indispensable." Xia Tianling glared at him unhappily and took out a jade slip and handed it to him. At the same time, he took the sausage from Oscar's hand and took a bite. It was indeed delicious. To be honest, what is unacceptable about Oscar's first soul skill spell? In the Douluo Continent, where men and women can sleep together and the atmosphere is open, there are actually people who can't accept a soul spell? Oscar had seen Ma Hongjun before, and followed suit, sticking the jade slip to his forehead. Compared with the evil fire in the fat man's body, Oscar's plug-in is much easier to open. Xia Tianling gave him the practice method of the martial arts golden body. Warriors cultivate qi in blood and focus on developing the acupoints in the body. As a food-type auxiliary soul master, Oscar lacks the means of self-protection and attack. The martial arts golden body is a very powerful type of martial arts practice, which strengthens the body, transports qi and blood, and develops the secrets in the body. After developing the body to a certain degree, the qi is like a mountain, the blood is like mercury, and the breath is in harmony with the nature of heaven and earth. The acupoints of the whole body are flawless, and the spirit and flesh and blood are naturally formed, just like gold and stone. However, the training of a warrior is much more difficult than that of a fat man. Not only do you have to strengthen your body, move qi and blood, and practice martial arts, but you also have to use a large amount of precious medicinal materials for medicinal baths. Otherwise, how can you say that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts? If it weren't for the support of the Spirit Hall, Oscar would have needed nearly 10 years to get started without the assistance of medicinal baths. Martial arts training can make Oscar's physical fitness rise rapidly and withstand stronger spirit rings. While increasing the means of self-protection and offense, it can also promote the improvement of soul power, killing two birds with one stone. Xia Tianling can already imagine the scene in the future. All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition, where Xiao, who is ostensibly an auxiliary, chews sausages in his mouth and punches those strong attacking Soul Masters one by one until they cry for their parents. Oscar, the sausage store, and Dai Mu Bai, the evil-eyed white tiger, competed in strength. Hey, that scene must be very interesting. Xiao-san, your brother has prepared a great gift for you in a few years. I hope you won't be hit so hard that you can't recover. Boom! Just as Xia Tianling was thinking about how to love Tang San in the future, Ma Hongjun, who was standing beside him, burst out with momentum. A faint phoenix shadow composed of purple-red flames appeared on his body and then extinguished. Ma Hongjun opened his eyes and shouted in surprise, "Brother Ling, I'm a beginner! I'm already level 10! As he spoke, he danced with joy to show Xia Tianling a trace of his newly tempered life fire. Not bad. Go report to Teacher Li and let him take you to get the first spirit ring. Okay, then I'll go. The little fat man shouted in surprise and trotted all the way to find the teacher in charge of them to report the good news. Xia Tianling smiled and shook her head. Without that wretched temperament, the little fat boy was still quite interesting and full of energy. I have to educate him well in the future and not let him grow up crooked. Little Ao doesn't have to worry. In the original book, he grew up with Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun for so long, and his personality didn't change much. Oscar gradually woke up after accepting the martial arts golden body training method with a sad face. Unlike the Lust Phoenix Kung Fu, which can be effective immediately after practicing, martial arts training requires long-term and hard work. Moreover, Oscar, who is 8 years old, is already a little older. If he wants to achieve success in practice, he needs more hard work. However, Oscar is sad, but he doesn't want to give up. Oscar, who has a general understanding of the profession of Soul Master after a morning of study, knows that it can give a food-type Soul Master the ability to attack. This is simply a means to reach the sky, and it is an opportunity that you can't find even if you put it outside with a lantern. Isn't it just a little more hard work? As long as you don't die from practicing? Practice to death. What does it matter if you can have offensive capabilities and suffer a little? After all, no Soul Master does not desire powerful strength. Who wants to be a weak chicken if they can become strong? Ma Hongjun happily went to obtain the first soul ring in his life, while Xia Tianling and Oscar had to continue to work hard to practice. In order to make Oscar's martial arts practice progress rapidly, and for the daily exercise of himself and the little fat man, Xia Tianling specially asked the craftsman in the Wuhun Hall to customize a batch of exercise equipment. From the most basic barbells and horizontal bars to complex rowing machines, squat machines, etc., everything is available. Anyway, you can just ask the system for the drawings of these things and make a wish. They are not high-energy items, so the system directly gave him a lot of them. The system has always been generous in this regard. These ordinary gadgets are not expensive. For things like Kellogg's French fries, a trace of destiny can be exchanged for a large box. Things that consume a lot of energy are either high energy, which can create extraordinary people, such as natural treasures and cultivation methods, or they are high-tech, which can change the development process of civilization, such as soul manufacturing technology, high-precision particle colliders, and other things. Unlike ordinary sports equipment, these equipment are all made of iron in order to allow Soul Masters with strong physical fitness to have a training effect. We have nothing else in the Wuhun Hall, but we have a lot of money. The counterweights used on the equipment are made of black veins worth thousands of gold. This kind of black vein has no other advantages, just one word: heavy. The same volume of black veins weighs several times the weight of the same volume of gold. It is perfect for making weight plates and weight blocks. Looking at Oscar sweating profusely under the fitness equipment, Xia Tianling showed a smile like an old father. Look, this is called exercising. Just running with weights? That can't exercise a fart. Exercising the whole body together is the kingly way. Not only simple training equipment, He even wanted to imitate Vegeta's training room in Dragon Ball and build an adjustable gravity room. Practicing in it can not only exercise the body, but also promote the improvement of soul power, which is exactly the same as the Sea God's light on the Sea God Island in the original book. If there is such a thing to assist, he is even sure to pull out a team of all Soul Kings before the All-Elite Soul Master competition. By then, the expression on the Master's face will definitely be very interesting. Little guy, you are the only one who can guide students to exercise? You are really a sister who has seen a black hand. After the fat man happily returned with his first soul ring, he was forced to immediately join this fulfilling life of theoretical knowledge in the morning, physical exercise in the afternoon, and soul power training in the evening. Bibi Dong, who came to guide Xia Tianling's practice every few days, also personally felt the training effect of these equipment. After praising his wonderful ideas, he waved his hand and made 100 sets. Each of the larger branch halls has 1 set, and the Wuhan Academy has 20 sets, all of which are used for training. Time passed bit by bit, and the three people's cultivation and physical fitness were constantly improving. One day, Douluo suddenly found Xia Tianling, who was exercising, and said that he would take him to see someone. Meet someone? Xia Tianling was a little confused. Could it be to see Qian Renshui? But shouldn't Qian Renshui be undercover in the Tiando Empire at this time? Can she come back? Confused, Xia Tianling followed Douluo to the interior of the worship hall. Under a magnificent 6-winged angel statue, a beautiful girl was sitting cross-legged on a futon to practice. Sensing someone approaching, the girl slowly opened her eyes and called softly, "Grandpa, damn, it's really Qian Renshui? What's the trick of this old man Douluo? Does the Qian family, which has the inheritance of the angel god, still need to win me over?" "Xiaoshui, this is the young genius I told you about before, whose martial spirit quality is second only to yours, Xia Tianling." Douluo spoke slowly. "Tianling, this is my granddaughter, Qian Renshui. You two should get to know each other and get along well in the future." "Douluo, you?" Suddenly, a figure rushed in. It was Bibi Dong, who came after hearing the news. "Hey, I've already said that I don't mean anything else. Why are you so nervous?" Douluo shook his head and interrupted Bibi Dong's words. "You two can chat first, I'll be back in a while." After that, he used an unknown force to force Bibi Dong out and closed the door. The girl named Qian Renshui looked at Bibi Dong, who was pushed out, opened her mouth to say something, but in the end did not speak. Taking advantage of this small commotion, Xia Tianling took the opportunity to observe Qian Renshui. According to the original work, Qian Renshui is about 15 or 16 years old now, but why does she look so young now? Even if soul power can promote growth, she doesn't look old, probably only about 11 or 12 years old. Forget it, let's use the appearance and age advantage to get some words first. "Hello, Sister Qian Renshui, I'm 6 years old this year. I just awakened my martial soul and I'm the new disciple of teacher Bibi Dong." "Hello, Qian Renshui seemed to be struggling. "I'm the granddaughter of the great worshipper Douluo. I'm 11 years old this year." 11 years old? No, how could she be so much younger? She's only the same age as Huliana, but it's okay this way. The plan I originally set to capture Qian Renshui can be changed. Originally, after he entered the Spirit Hall, he planned to practice first, and then contact Huliana's 3 golden generations. As for Qian Renshui, let her go in the early stage, and then rely on mental interference to ease the relationship between her and Bibi Dong. For this reason, he also specially saved a lot of destiny power in case of emergency. Look, now he's using it. It seems that I can save a lot of time to do other things, and my plan to ease the relationship between Qian Renshui and Bibi Dong can be carried out in advance. Xia Tianling, who has sorted out the development of the matter, naturally chatted with Qian Renshui. Avoid sensitive points, chat about life, hobbies, friends, and so on. I was a tour guide in my previous life, so chatting is easy. As long as he wants, he can chat with anyone. After a while, he talked and laughed with Qian Renshui. I don't know how far Qian Renshui's undercover plan has progressed, and whether the real Prince Shui Qianhe is dead. Xia Tianling thought silently. But now is not a good time to inquire about such news. After all, the two have met for the first time, and asking such sensitive questions is easy to arouse suspicion. Take it slowly. This kind of thing can't be rushed. After a chat with Douluo's entry, this meeting ended here. Xia Tianling stood up and said goodbye, saying that he would keep in touch in the future. Qian Renshui looked at Xia Tianling's departing figure with her eyes wide open, her face full of reluctance. Due to her status, she grew up alone. Not to mention friends, she didn't even have a childhood playmate. The only ones who accompanied her were her grandfather, Douluo, and several worshippers in the worship hall. After deciding to carry out the undercover plan, she walked on thin ice and was cautious in the palace every day, and the word friend became a luxury. Now that she has met Xia Tianling, although the conversation time is not long, this rare experience of talking with people of the same age is something Qian Renshui has never experienced before. What's more, Xia Tianling himself has a good emotional intelligence and can make friends with anyone quickly, so it is inevitable that she is attracted to him. Grandpa, can I meet him again in the future? Of course. Qian Daolu caressed Qian Renshui's head. Be friends with him. Friends? Renshui lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. The days passed one by one, and before we knew it, a year had passed. In the past 6 months, Xia Tianling would go to the worship hall whenever he had time. On the surface, he was asking Qian Daolu for advice, but in fact he was chatting with Qian Renshui behind her back. As a result, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Xia Tianling had already successfully learned about the undercover from Qian Renshui with the help of mental interference. It happened that last year, Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, died of illness. However, it was not done by the people of the Wuhun Hall, but he died of natural causes. The chief worshipper Qian Daolu thought about it, and simply took advantage of the situation, and gave the angel suit to Qian Renshui, asking her to pretend to replace Shui Qinghe in order to achieve the goal of stealing the country. Qian Renshui, on the other hand, wanted to prove her reason to her mother, and resolutely decided to achieve the goal of undercovering Tiando. In order to prevent others from discovering the truth about Shui Qinghe's replacement, Qian Renshui simply returned to Wuhun City under the pretext of cultivation and rarely appeared in the Tiando Empire. Therefore, this also explains why Xia Tianling could often find Qian Renshui in the worship hall during this year, and why Qian Renshui could hide for more than 10 years without being discovered by the Shui family in the original work. However, as for how Qian Renshui was undercover in the past few years, it is unknown. But that doesn't matter, right? Let's talk about the current situation. Every 6 days, students who practice in the Wuhun Academy have a day off. Every time this time comes, Xia Tianling will take the opportunity to run to the worship hall to find Qian Renshui to chat. After 6 months of contact, after various hints and temptations, Xia Tianling has also figured out Qian Renshui's way. At this time, she is just a little girl who longs for maternal love and affirmation. Although she has some ability, she is far from the sickly beauty with both powerful wrists and cultivation in the original timeline. It has to be said that this made Xia Tianling's subsequent mother-daughter reconciliation plan much simpler. You know, in the original timeline, Bibi Dong still had a little mother-daughter affection for Qian Renshui, but she couldn't let it go due to face and some problems that everyone understood. But Qian Renshui's side is very difficult to deal with. Qian Renshui's hatred for Bibi Dong for more than 10 years in the original timeline is not easy to erase. This is why Xia Tianling saved a large amount of destiny power at the beginning, in order to change this situation in one fell swoop. Now, it only takes a little bit of destiny power to achieve the goal. Xia Tianling chatted with Qian Renshui about daily life as usual, but the words gradually turned to the part of family affection, and he kept talking about the same thing over and over again. However, the core of the words was only one. A child with a mother is like a treasure. I really envy you for having blood relatives. Seeing that Qian Renshui had been brought into a state of emotional empathy by him, Xia Tianling secretly communicated with the system to open the standard amount of mind interference. Sister Shui, I actually think that teacher Bibi Dong must still love you. It's just, maybe she has something unspeakable, Xia Tianling said faintly. After practicing, I often see the teacher staring at the direction of the worship hall alone, probably because she is missing you. How can a mother not love her own child? Think about the complicated look in her eyes every time she sees you, which must contain love for you. Think about the situation that she and your grandfather quarrel every time they meet. Is there something wrong? Besides, the chief worshipper grandfather always gives in to her. There must be something going on here. Xia Tianling said in a gentle and persuasive manner, like the whisper of a devil, and like the hum of an angel. With the help of mind interference, Qian Renshui agreed in a daze. It seems there are indeed some problems. Sister Shui, you are Qian Renshui, the great priest is Qian Daolu, and my teacher's teacher, the previous pope, is Qian Shunji. Before Xia Tianling finished speaking, Qian Renshui immediately reacted and widened her beautiful eyes. You mean the previous pope Qian Shunji is actually my father? But he is not. This is against the laws of nature and human ethics. How is this possible? The facts are actually obvious. The previous pope must have done something to let your mother down, causing your mother to hate your grandfather and even you. Xia Tianling spread his hands. But for you, she must still have love, otherwise she can't. I'm going to find Grandpa to ask clearly. Qian Renshui stood up suddenly and rushed out to find Qian Daolu regardless of Xia Tianling's obstruction. Qian Renshui, who was already 12 years old at this time, had just broken through the soul sect cultivation a few days ago. She also had a full set of angel soul bones on her body. How could Xia Tianling stop her? Xia Tianling, who was thrown aside, was a little confused. Xiao Shui's reaction was too intense. This was beyond his expectation of the development of things. Hey Xiao Shui, stop making trouble. Grandpa will tell you what happened that year. An old and majestic voice appeared in the air. It was the chief worshipper of the spirit hall, Angel Douluo Qiandaoliu. Qiandaoliu, who suddenly appeared, comforted the emotional Qian Renshui, turned his head and looked at Xia Tianling, who was sitting on the ground, with a complicated look in his eyes. At this age, his mind is so meticulous. He can infer the truth with just a little clue. He can really be called a genius. Listening to Qiandaoliu's praise, Xia Tianling blushed and lowered his head slightly. He couldn't say that I actually read the original book, right? These things are just reading by rote. Actually, Xia Tianling, you have figured out the truth, right? It's just that I didn't tell Xiao Shui the truth because of your teacher in my face, but wanted to slowly enlighten him. Qiandaoliu said lightly, if it weren't for you being a friend, not an enemy, I really want to kill you here. Fortunately, you are from my Wuhun Hall. Xia Tianling listened and nodded gently. Sure enough, Qiandaoliu, who can become a limit Douluo and a great angel worshipper, is not a fool who has lived for 100 years. He can see through his mind at a glance. However, why can he be sure that he is a friend, not an enemy? Strange, very strange. He is an angel Douluo, not a doctoral Douluo in psychology. He doesn't have a mind-reading skill. Forget it. It's a good thing for Qiandaoliu to show me kindness after all. Let's take it one step at a time. Thinking of this, he stood up silently and saluted Qiandaoliu, then withdrew from the worship hall, leaving the next time to Qian Renshui, who was a little stimulated. It seems that I have caused some trouble for Qiandaoliu. It would be embarrassing for him to tell Qian Renshui about this, right? But what does it have to do with him? After all, it's because your son, the Chamber Douluo Qianshunji, is a bastard. I don't know how a family that serves the angel god representing light can cultivate such a beast with a distorted outlook on life. This is the disadvantage of having power, but lacking a heart of Tao. Xia Tianling once again lamented the importance of quality education and the deformity of the Soul Master system. The consequence of not cultivating the heart and only cultivating power is that a damn person like Qian Shunji will appear. After coming out of the worship hall, Xia Tianling thought about it and turned around to go to Bibi Dong's bedroom behind the Pope's hall. The Pope is not a god, and he can't work all day long. Like ordinary soul masters, if nothing major happens, after finishing work in the morning, the afternoon is Bibi Dong's personal rest time. What's more interesting is that no matter how powerful a soul master is on the Douluo Continent, even a level 99 peerless Douluo, he still needs to eat. Xia Tianling seized this opportunity and inadvertently showed off her cooking skills, which was accidentally seen by Bibi Dong. Under his filial piety, Bibi Dong naturally ate a meal he cooked. The wonderful taste instantly conquered her taste buds, and Xia Tianling also took this opportunity to propose to cook 2 meals for Bibi Dong every week. As for why Xia Tianling cooks, just make a wish. The Destiny system is always a god. Once you make a wish, you will directly obtain the cooking skills of a hall-level cooking master. The 8 major cuisines of the previous life are all available. Even foreign cuisine is not a problem. Compared with Gudon Wang Kuanyo and other cooking masters, they are even better. Who can refuse the food of our great heaven? Not even Super Douluo and the beautiful Pope. It is through this opportunity to cook and eat together again and again that Xia Tianling has repeatedly narrowed the distance between her and Bibi Dong and eliminated the gap between the two. Because of the good things that Qianshunji has done, this type of women, including Bibi Dong, will be very regretful and will have ruminative thinking. She will think that if she had not trusted the other party so much before, it would be better. And she thinks that she is too stupid. At the same time, since the crime was committed by an acquaintance, this would make her less likely to seek help from her family, and it would be more difficult for her to trust relationships and close people. Because she needs to digest this secret by herself, her pressure will increase greatly, and she will no longer be able to trust the world and other people. However, one thing that is more terrifying than the women in her previous life who had a family is that Bibi Dong has no family. The person closest to her is her former teacher Qianshunji, the culprit who caused her misfortune. And after that, the man she once loved the most, Yu Xiaogang, directly abandoned her, directly causing a second trauma. It is hard to imagine how desperate Bibi Dong was at that time. She once longed for light, but was burned by light. Therefore, this despair gradually turned into resentment for everything in this world. Hatred has almost become the only support for her survival. Hate Qianshunji, hate Qian Renshui, hate Qiandaoliu, hate Yu Xiaogang, hate Wuhundian, and even hate the entire Douluo Continent. As a result, she naturally did the anti-human behavior in the original novel that was like destroying the world. Because she almost no longer trusted anyone, she wanted to destroy the Qian family, destroy the Wuhun Hall, and even drag the world to be buried with her. At the same time, she lost her sense of security and pursued powerful power to the extreme, and finally became the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. In order to change her extreme antisocial thinking, Xia Tianling had no better way, and could only rely on this method of dripping water through the stone. Accompanying, comforting, and adding the blessing of mental interference, gradually enlightened Bibi Dong, who was heading towards extremes, and pulled her back on track from the thinking of destroying the world. Facing Bibi Dong, whose psychological defense line was as solid as a rock, Xia Tianling had to make another wish and obtain the master-level psychology ability in order to better enlighten her and try to help her out of this predicament. When he read the original novel in his previous life, he felt very sympathetic to Bibi Dong, this poor woman, and hated the unfortunate things that happened to her. Now that he has the ability, he must try to redeem these tragedies. It was not for anything else, just to resolve her past regrets. This was not her fault, and she should not have to endure this kind of suffering. Xia Tianling carefully prepared a table of food and did not call for servants. He served the food to the table himself every time. "Teacher, it's time to eat," he called in a low voice. "Here it comes." A beautiful figure quickly appeared on the chair beside the dining table and picked up the chopsticks skillfully. As a qualified person who eats food, she has been able to use this kind of tableware skillfully. "Today I made spicy earth dragon tendons and garlic green vegetables. Of course, I know you like this best." After nearly a year of getting along, Xia Tianling's method is still effective. At least in front of him, Bibi Dong can occasionally take off the mask on her face. Not to say that she has come out, at least she is close to the level of normal people. She can talk, laugh, and even be surprised by a favorite dish, and occasionally feel shy because she eats too much. This is almost a great improvement. Looking at Bibi Dong, who had transformed into a foodie, Xia Tianling couldn't help but laugh. Who could have thought that the cold and domineering Pope of the Spirit Hall would have such an expression in private? "Huh, Tianling, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Any girl who marries you in the future will be blessed." Bibi Dong, who had eaten and drunk her fill, sat on a chair and teased Xia Tianling, who hadn't finished eating yet. "Why don't you just make do with your senior sister?" The senior sister that Bibi Dong mentioned was naturally the little fox Huliena, because she was 5 years older than Xia Tianling and was not currently practicing in the Spirit City. After swallowing a mouthful of rice in her mouth, Xia Tianling rolled her eyes. "Teacher, please don't match me up with someone else. I haven't even seen my senior sister. Besides, I'm just 6 years old. It's too early to say these things, right?" Bibi Dong held her cheek and laughed at the helpless little disciple. "I accepted a disciple half a year ago out of excitement. I originally just wanted to add some chips to the future, and also to make things difficult for the old man Qian Daoliu. I didn't expect that after a period of time, I have really fallen in love with this disciple. It's not a love between a man and a woman, but a simple master-disciple relationship. She practices hard, has a smart mind, pleases me, and cooks delicious food. Where can I find such a good disciple? Compared with her, my eldest disciple Hulina is simply a blockhead. It's not that, she is not good, but she is too obedient and has no opinions of her own. Listen to what she said, being obedient to the point of being wrong. A 3-second silence for the little fox. It's really fast. It's been a year in a blink of an eye." Bibi Dong sipped the wine in the glass comfortably. "You really surprised me. At such a young age, you are about to break through the realm of Soul Venerable. Even if she is your age now, she is far inferior to you." The "she" in Bibi Dong's mouth naturally refers to Qian Renshui. She also knew that Xia Tianling and Qian Renshui were close friends, so she did not hide their mother-daughter relationship. During this period of time, Xia Tianling spent almost all his time on cultivation, and now he has reached level 27. With the dual blessing of the golden elixir and the Taoist scriptures, as well as the continuous supply of various resources from Bibi Dong, his cultivation level has soared like a rocket. If he had not divided half of his time to exercise and gain practical experience, he would have already become a soul master. Speaking of practical experience, Xia Tianling has no rivals among his peers. With his current soul power and physical fitness comparable to that of a soul master, even a soul master of average level would be hung up and beaten by him. Although he is only a real man for 3 minutes when he is at full firepower, his hard power is too terrifying. 3 minutes is enough to resolve most battles. "Isn't it because you taught me well?" Xia Tianling added a flattery, causing Bibi Dong to cover her mouth and laugh. "You little thing, you really know how to talk. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a gift." Bibi Dong sat up and flipped through her storage soul guide. "Tell me, what do you want? Soul bone? Soul guide? Precious metal?" Xia Tianling scratched her head and punched her fist in her heart. "Hey, I just didn't know how to start. And here comes the opportunity. Teacher, then I said you must promise me not to be angry." "Angry? Why should I be angry? I promise you, hurry up and tell me." Obviously, Bibi Dong didn't realize that when someone made such a request, she would definitely be angry next. "I want to let you have a meal with Sister Shay. The day after tomorrow is her birthday." Xia Tianling took a deep breath and said this, and she was ready to withstand the storm. Crack! Crack! The exquisite crystal glass was crushed to pieces, and the ruby-like wine kept flowing down the white tablecloth. Bibi Dong, who was originally a little happy, suddenly became gloomy and said in a low voice, "No! Teacher, teacher, you just promised me that you wouldn't be angry." Xia Tianling hurriedly said, and at the same time turned on the mind interference. Why don't you like Sister Shui? He was acting all the way. In theory, he should not know about this now. At least Bibi Dong thought he didn't know. I said no means no. Change it for me. Bibi Dong's face was like frost, and the crystal cup in her hand had completely turned into powder and fell all over the table. At this time, she forced herself to calm down the urge to go crazy, and her voice was full of irresistible majesty. In order to get your approval, Sister Shui went to the royal family of Tiando Empire to carry out the undercover plan at the age of 6. After the death of the prince, she personally played the prince, walking on thin ice every day, as if walking on the edge of a knife. Once she was discovered, what awaited her was a catastrophe. She always thought that the reason you didn't like her was because she didn't work hard enough. Not enough! Enough! Shut up! Bibi Dong couldn't suppress the anger in her heart at all, and slapped the table in front of her to pieces. Xia Tianling seemed not to have seen it, and directly invested several times the power of destiny, and the power of mind interference was fully turned on. To be honest, I really envy Sister Shui. I envy her for having a mother and a grandfather. Even if you don't like her that much, you still have them. And I have nothing. Although Grandpa Jack treats me like a grandson, how can it compare to real blood parents? His words were half true and half false. In his previous life, he was an orphan and he really had no relatives to accompany him. But he still had friends and teachers. In this life, he even had a grandfather like old Jack. He had already let go of the lack of parental love. However, with the support of the actor-level performance ability, in exchange for a wish with the system, he shed 2 lines of tears, which moved Bibi Dong a little and eased her emotions a little. It was confirmed that no matter how powerful a woman is, she is also very emotional. Xiaoshe, I am not. Bibi Dong was a little speechless. Her feelings for Qian Renshui were very complicated. On the one hand, this is her own daughter. On the other hand, whenever she sees this daughter, she will think of Qian Shunji, that beast. It would be a lie to say that she can't empathize with her. Bibi Dong also lost both her parents when she was young, so how could she not understand what Xia Tianling said? I know that you must have some difficulties and some unspeakable secrets. If there is no situation, which mother would not love her child? Xia Tianling struck while the iron was hot and invested more power of destiny. Knowing the plot, he naturally knew where Bibi Dong was entangled. She resented Qian Shunji and Qian Douluo, father and son, and was also very entangled with Qian Renshui, the evil consequence. At the same time, her pride in her heart did not allow her to bow her head. But at least you can tell her with your actions that you are her mother and you recognize her. Bibi Dong's attitude has softened a little. Her companionship and guidance over the past year, coupled with the role of mental interference, are indeed useful. Bibi Dong's attitude has changed, and this matter can basically be accomplished. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. Once you have overcome the highest hurdle, the rest will be easy. Teacher, you really don't need to do or say anything. You just need to show up, and the 3 of us will sit down and have a meal. Do you think it's okay? Xia Tianling threw the final blow. I promise that this meal will only be for you, me, and Sister Shui. I will take care of this matter alone, and no one else will know. Aren't you proud in your heart, and can't save face in front of others? Well, it doesn't matter. I will organize a private party. There will be no one else, no Qian Daoliu, and you don't even need to say or do anything, and I don't ask you to accept Qian Renshui as your daughter this time. It's just a simple birthday dinner together. Bibi Dong was silent, staring at the mess she had just smashed with her eyes in a daze. Xia Tianling only felt a strong force coming from all around, pushing him out of the restaurant, and the 2 doors slammed shut. Hesitating for a moment outside the closed door, he was wondering whether to push the door open and persuade Bibi Dong again. This opportunity is particularly rare. I don't know when I will find such an opportunity again in the future. I will only eat 1 meal at 7 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I won't do anything. If there are other people here, don't blame me for turning my face against you. Okay, teacher. Xia Tianling was overjoyed. She thought that this matter was over, but she didn't expect it to be a sudden turn. A woman as proud as a cat. After finishing a big thing, Xia Tianling felt a lot more at ease and strolled leisurely. Back to the residence, Ma Hongjun had already gone home. Only Oscar was meditating in the room. Now it was just the time for the college to have a holiday. The little fat man couldn't wait to show off his cultivation results to the villagers. What's the saying? If you don't return to your hometown in wealth and honor, it's like walking at night in brocade clothes. With the character of the little fat man, he would naturally go back to show off. Compared with the lazy Oscar in the original book, Oscar is now very hard-working in cultivation, and works hard every day to strengthen his body. Now he has broken through to level 21, and obtained a second soul ring that is nearly 1,000 years old. His soul skill is still the familiar detoxification sausage. However, because of the strong age of the soul ring, the detoxification sausage has become a large detoxification sausage, and the effect is far stronger than in the original book. Oscar in the original book was a salted fish because no matter how much he practiced, he was just an auxiliary, but now practicing can really make you stronger. In the original timeline, after the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition, Oscar practiced desperately in order to get Ning Fengxi's recognition and marry Ning Rongrong, and his cultivation level soared. Now with the assistance of the martial arts golden body, his cultivation level soared even faster. You know, Oscar was the most talented among the Shrek 7 devils. Even Tang San, the protagonist, was far inferior to him and needed to personally look for the inheritance of the gods. And Oscar was awesome. As soon as he broke through the title Douluo god position, he followed the breath to find it himself, and even gave his wife a god position. What, called fucking genius? Tactical retreat. Oscar now has a well-proportioned tendon, and explosive power is hidden under the plain cloth. Oscar has almost cultivated the first stage of the martial arts golden body, the flawless body. Even if he faces a beast martial arts soul master of the same level, he can rely on his powerful body to defeat him. With the blessing of a strong body, even if it is just the martial arts and body movements that come with the martial arts golden body, it can also burst out with powerful power. Ahem, although the martial arts that come with it are not weak. The Vajra subduing tiger fist, the powerful Vajra leg, the Tathagata palm, the flying catkins body movement, and other martial arts moves that are familiar to the ears in the previous life are all included in the martial arts golden body. These martial arts are only used to lay the foundation for physical training in a civilization where martial arts are prosperous, but in the Douluo world, sorry, that is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Haven't you seen that Xuanqin Gong can be practiced even after practicing to the level of God King? The martial arts golden body is even stronger than Xuanqin Gong. 3 days later, Xia Tianling's small private kitchen. Xia Tianling hummed happily and was preparing dinner for the evening. Tonight he was going to make a birthday cake that everyone would eat in his previous life, stir-fry a few side dishes, and then make a bowl of longevity noodles. People on the Douluo Continent don't celebrate birthdays, and Qian Renshui, who was still a little girl, was naturally very surprised when she learned about it. But Xia Tianling didn't tell her that Bibi Dong would also come in the evening. I just hope that the surprise doesn't turn into a shock. Make cream by hand, make chocolate by hand, without the assistance of modern tools, cooking is really a physical job. Spread chocolate cream on the cake, decorate it with fruits, add happy birthday in Douluo language written in jam, and put it on a tray made of cold stone, and put it on the table. It's perfect. Looking at the results of his afternoon's work, Xia Tianling nodded with satisfaction. Girls should all love sweets, right? I hope this cake will make the mother and daughter enjoy it. Cooking skills are good, but who knows how difficult it is to actually make a meal. It's because the spirit hall is so big that it can find things like cocoa beans. As for other materials that are not available, make a wish. Make a wish for me. It was almost 7 o'clock, and Xia Tianling finished the preparations and was about to start cooking. Wow, Brother Tianling, is this the dessert you created? What's that called? Chocolate cream cake? A surprised female voice suddenly appeared, and it was Qian Renshui who couldn't wait. Xia Tianling had already aroused her curiosity when he told her that he had created a new dessert. What desserts had she not eaten after being undercover in the Tiando royal family for several years? But unfortunately, there is no such food as chocolate in Douluo Continent, and there is no cream either. For Douluo Continent, which lacks productivity, the taste of sweetness is still synonymous with luxury. The sucrose, extracted by rough methods, is sweet and bland, and the taste of desserts is even lighter. The main source of sugar for the nobles here is still wild honey, just like the Middle Ages on Blue Star. Cakes that use high sweetness, white sugar and sucrose extracted by modern industry as raw materials are a dimensionality reduction attack in Douluo Continent. Don't touch it, eat later. Xia Tianling knocked away Qian Renshui's hand that was trying to steal food and turned to walk into the kitchen. Qian Renshui stuck out her tongue with her back to him. Crack! The sound of the door hinge turning made them both turn around, and Bibi Dong, dressed in casual clothes, pushed the door open and walked in. She was not wearing the purple and gold papal robe, but a simple long skirt for daily wear. Teacher? Qian Renshui did not expect Bibi Dong to come, and opened her mouth, but did not know how to address her. Now that she knew the truth of the matter, she had very complicated feelings for Bibi Dong, and also knew the reason why Bibi Dong did not allow her to call her mother. You are here. Teacher, please sit down with Sister Shui first. The food will be ready soon. Xia Tianling shook his head. It was really hard to say what to say about this awkward mother and daughter. The mother and daughter sat across the table, looking at each other in silence. The dishes are here. This awkwardness was soon broken by the sound of the dishes being served, and Xia Tianling came out with a large tray. After arranging the dishes, Xia Tianling took out 12 candles from her storage ring and evenly inserted them into the cake in the middle, with the puzzled eyes of the mother and daughter. The electric arc generated by the friction between her middle finger and thumb lit the candles one by one. At the same time, the soul guide lights in the restaurant were also extinguished, and only 12 candles were left slowly burning in the dark room. Xia Tianling cleared her throat and said, "Today is Sister Shui's 12th birthday, and it is also to celebrate Sister Shui's breakthrough to the level of Soul Sect some time ago." "Soul Sect," Bibi Dong muttered softly in her mouth, looking at the 12 flames burning in the darkness. 12-year-old Soul Sect. Even I was far inferior to that back then. "Next, please face the cake, silently make a birthday wish in your heart, and then open your eyes and blow out the candles in one breath." Qian Renshui did as she was told, put her hands together, silently chanted to the cake, and then blew it out with all her strength. Good! The room was shrouded in darkness again, and applause rang out in the pitch-dark room. However, the applause actually came from two places, even though the applause in this place was very, very small, almost like tapping with the fingertips in the palm of the hand. A woman who says one thing and means another. Xia Tianling had been paying attention to Bibi Dong's movements and expressions. Qian Renshui was still immersed in the trance state when making a wish, and was attracted by Xia Tianling's enthusiastic applause, so she naturally didn't notice it, but he did observe it. The soul guide lamp was controlled to light up, and the room was brightly lit again. "Happy birthday to Sister Shui! Come, have a bowl of noodles. Remember to eat it all in one go." Xia Tianling brought out a bowl of longevity noodles. "Teacher, let's each have a little to share the joy." Bibi Dong's face, which was originally a little melancholy, stiffened at that time. Eating from the same bowl, this. Before she could refuse, Xia Tianling had already picked out a small strand of noodles with his hands and feet and placed the bowl in front of her. Bibi Dong was caught in a frenzy of inner struggle, staring at the noodle in front of her with great entanglement. It was as if what was in front of her was not noodles, but the highly poisonous crane's beak red. Qian Renshui, who had been looking at this side expectantly, was instantly depressed when she saw Bibi Dong's actions. Her eyes were slightly red and her head was lowered. Her expectations time and time again were exchanged for disappointment again and again. What on earth was I expecting? Qian Shunji did that to her. Click! A pair of chopsticks was picked up and placed on the chopstick holder that belonged to it. A small section of noodles in the bowl had disappeared. Qian Renshui, who looked up at the noise, widened her eyes and looked at the woman who was wiping her mouth elegantly with a napkin in disbelief. "It's a little bland, just add some chili." "Ha ha, teacher, this longevity noodle should be bland. I'll make you dandan noodles and oil splash noodles some other day." Xia Tianling was happy and ate her portion of noodles. As soon as Bibi Dong ate this longevity noodle, today's matter was settled, and everyone was happy. Qian Renshui picked up the bowl and used a fork to scramble the longevity noodles in the bowl. 2 lines of tears were blocked behind the big bowl and mixed into the noodle soup. The meal came to an end in this warm and weird atmosphere. With the experience of eating noodles before, Bibi Dong naturally did not refuse again when it came to the final cake. The chocolate cream cake made by Xia Tianling received unanimous praise from the mother and daughter. Sweet food, always a god. The 3 of them ate and drank enough, and just when Bibi Dong was about to leave, Qian Renshui said softly, "Thank you, mother." Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong's hand, which was originally placed on the door, stopped. She slowly turned around, walked to Qian Renshui, and hugged her gently. "Happy birthday, Xiaoshui." Then, she walked out leisurely under Qian Renshui's stunned expression. "Damn, it's amazing!" Xia Tianling, who was cleaning up the dishes, gave a thumbs up. This was not in his plan. It was completely the actor's own improvisation. 5 years later, in the south of the Barak Kingdom, on the border with the Xingluo Empire. The border between the 2 empires is a good place to hide filth. The ambiguous no-man's land between the 2 empires has become a beneficial soil for the breeding of sin. A man and a woman are moving fast in the night. The man is about 1.7 meters tall, with a bee back and a monkey waist, and looks very tall. "Godmother, why did you come here in person this time?" The man asked puzzledly. With his own strength, he could easily solve all the goals this time. "Isn't it because you never kill the target every time you carry out a mission?" The woman rolled her eyes at the people around her. "This time I will personally supervise you, and you must personally kill all these evil soul masters. What's more, this is your graduation exam. Have you ever seen an exam without an examiner? These 2 people are Bibi Dong and Xia Tianling, who came to hunt evil soul masters. 5 years have passed, and Xia Tianling has finally reached the time of graduation. The good news is that in these 5 years, he has successfully advanced from the Pope's personal disciple to the Pope's godson, and the relationship has become closer. There are 2 purposes for this visit. One is to complete the graduation test left by Bibi Dong for him, and at the same time, it is also to force him to kill people personally. The second is to go to the real location of the Wuhun Academy and practice together with the 3 people of the Golden Generation to prepare for the All-Continent Soul Master Elite competition in a few years. For 6 years, Xia Tianling's daily life has been boring but fulfilling. Cultivating soul power, tempering the body, and cooking for Qian Renshui and Bibidong to keep in touch. Such practice has allowed Xia Tianling to reach the realm of the 39th level Soul Master, and he is only one step away from the Soul Sect. His physical quality is comparable to that of the Soul King of the Beast Martial Soul. Judging from his current combat power, it is no problem to fight against the Soul King. However, according to the original Taoist scriptures, the practice speed should not be so slow, but both he and even the system have overlooked a major problem. There is no thunder tribulation in Douluo Continent. It is not the kind of thunder tribulation specially created by the God Realm to prevent the advancement of soul beasts, but the thunder tribulation unique to the immortal cultivation system, which is for the purpose of assessment and also brings the opportunity for advancement. Without the infusion of thunder tribulation, the physical body, spirit, and cultivation cannot be combined into one. If the cultivation is not perfect, the nascent soul cannot be born, and the practice speed will naturally slow down. For this reason, in order to make up for this small bug, the Destiny system paid out of its own pocket to open a super time and space cross-border channel for Xia Tianling in order to receive the Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Tribulation will strike him at the same time when he advances to the Soul Sect and condenses the nascent soul. If he survives, the combined combat power of the three will naturally increase greatly, and the speed of cultivation will increase dramatically. If he fails, he will die and disappear, and this person will no longer exist. In order to be sure that he can survive the Thunder Tribulation, Xia Tianling naturally compressed his cultivation again, making it more solid and condensed, and the speed of soul power improvement slowed down again. Soon, the two arrived at the destination of this operation, a small village that seems harmonious on the surface, but secretly it is the nest of evil soul masters. Xia Tianling's goal this time is to kill all of this group of more than a dozen evil soul masters. He did carry out similar missions in the past few years, but all the mission targets were knocked unconscious and maimed by him and thrown into the killing city to fend for themselves. More than 20 years of modern life made it difficult for him to kill these people directly, even if they were extremely evil and full of crimes. This made Bibidong very angry. His godson was good in every way except that he was too kind. How could a soul master not kill people? Although the Douluo Continent was full of academic atmosphere on the surface, it was actually full of blood. Okay, I will definitely kill him this time. Xia Tianling sighed helplessly. He also knew that Bibidong was doing it for his own good. In the past, you relied on the guards and Elder Wegi around you. What will you do when you are alone in the future? If you don't eliminate the trouble once and for all, there will always be a time when you will fail. Bibidong preached. After reconciling with Qian Renshui, although Bibidong still treated Qian Daoliu harshly, when facing the two of them she no longer had the indifference and hostility that kept people away from her. Instead, she showed some care, and even her world-weary thoughts changed a lot. Even the little fox far away in the Wuhun Academy felt the difference in his teacher. Okay, stop talking nonsense, and start the action. Bibidong released the domain with a wave of her hand, isolating the small village from the outside world, ensuring that no one can escape. It was just a simple isolation, and there was no actual suppression in the domain. For Bibidong, who was the first soul master to open up the path of twin martial soul cultivation, this kind of micromanipulation was easy. It was called a small village, but in fact it was just a few small houses, and the domain easily covered it. Xia Tianling shrugged and released 2 sets of martial souls. Hammer in the left hand, axe in the right hand, and yellow, purple, and black soul rings floated under his feet. Yes, his third soul ring was exactly 10,000 years old, and with his extraordinary physical fitness, he could easily carry the power of a 10,000-year soul beast. With his steady, go character, he would naturally not rush in so mindlessly, although the information showed that the strongest leader of this group was only a 41st level soul ancestor. There were 2 more than 30 level soul masters, and the rest were all second ring great soul masters. But in this kind of situation, it is better to be careful. Who knows what cards these people may have hidden? Xia Tianling quietly approached, and with the help of the Black Knight clothes and the breath-retaining technique in the Taoist scriptures, he easily found the position of the sentry behind the village. From the breath, he could sense that this person was only a second-ring great soul master. Xia Tianling did not release his soul skills, but quietly approached him from behind under the cover of buildings and plants, put away the hammer, and hit him on the head with a forceful split. The sound of the wind caused by the axe falling, and the noise caused by the friction of clothes, made the sentry soul master aware of it, but he turned his head and it was too late for him to react. The terrified face was cut in half by the sharp axe blade. After the 3 soul rings were added, the axe, which had become a super battle axe, easily split his body in 2. The blood in the corpse mixed with white brain matter and undigested food residue splashed all over Xia Tianling. Although he had seen broken limbs many times before, this situation still made him feel a little sour in his throat. It was mainly because it was really disgusting. After forcing himself to hold back with the strong self-control of a monk, Xia Tianling continued to walk towards the village with the axe. Even though Xia Tianling had killed the sentry cleanly and crisply before, the noise still made the evil soul masters in the house notice it. A younger brother poked his head out of the door and saw a man covered in blood holding a huge axe walking towards him, with his companion's body in two halves behind him. The evil soul master shouted immediately, "Brothers, grab your weapons! The enemy is attacking!" When the evil soul master poked his body out, Xia Tianling knew that the sneak attack had failed. He immediately shrunk the axe to a state suitable for one-handed holding, and at the same time a black hammer appeared in his left hand, which he threw out directly. Although the evil soul master who called the police released his spirit in time, the black hammer still hit his chest directly under his powerful strength. With his strength of only 2 rings, his sternum collapsed immediately, and he was dead. The remaining dozen evil soul masters rushed out with their spirits. White, yellow, and purple lights flickered in the dark night. The leader's spirit was a mutated sickle, with 4 spirit rings of white, yellow, and purple. He walked forward with a grim smile. "It was you, a little brat, who killed my 2 brothers." Before he finished speaking, he stopped abruptly as if a chicken was grabbed by the neck. What did he see? The evil soul master boss stared at the man who was slowly walking towards him in disbelief. Yellow, purple, black? What kind of monster is this? Can spirit rings be matched like this? My 4th ring is only a mere 1,000 years, but his 3rd ring is already 10,000 years. Brothers, come together. What's wrong with a 10,000-year soul ring? It's just a soul master. The evil soul master boss gritted his teeth and called his younger brothers to come together. He has a soul master, 2 soul masters, and 10 great soul masters on his side. What's wrong with a 10,000-year soul ring? It's just a soul master. He will die if we go together. This evil soul master boss didn't know what the black 10,000-year soul ring represented. This is also the biggest embarrassment of a wild soul master: lack of basic knowledge. The black 10,000-year soul ring represents that this person's physical fitness has been strong enough to the level of a soul king, enough to carry such a powerful force. Xia Tianling said nothing. Seeing the evil soul masters rushing over, he directly launched the first soul skill. Storm Axe, appear! Holding the Storm Axe that has transformed into a long handle with both hands, the 2nd ring of the 1,000 years under his feet also lit up. Thunder God form. Thunder God help me. Zila, Zila. The blue thunder surged on his body and axe, making a harsh buzzing sound. Thunder is the best enemy of evil spirits. Even a strong person like Ghost Douluo will be suppressed by the martial spirit, not to mention these great spirit masters with only 2 or 3 rings? Under the suppression of thunder, one's strength can only be exerted at half. Seeing that the evil spirit master boss was less than 5 meters away from him, Xia Tianling calmly retreated on one leg, raised the storm axe diagonally upward, and the black spirit ring under his feet lit up. The 3rd ring of the 10,000 years. Thunder Half Moon Slash. This spirit skill is taken from a powerful plant-based spirit beast, the Sky Thundervine. As expected, the Sky Thundervine added an extremely powerful offensive skill to the 2-piece set, Attribute Burst. If this skill is activated with a hammer, a violent thunder explosion will occur at the moment of contact with the target. If this skill is activated with an axe, a slash composed of thunder and lightning will be slashed. On the Storm Axe, both are present and are severely magnified. Xia Tianling thought of a cartoon he had watched when he was a child, and felt that his skill fit the name of a character's move in the cartoon very well, so he stole it and used it. The evil soul master boss now felt a little regretful. Looking at the oncoming Half Moon Slash and Storm Axe, he felt that he was really careless to hit the head first. But there was no way. It had come to this point, and there was no regret medicine to take. He could only activate his strongest 1,000-year soul skill and raise the huge sickle to fight the soul master in front of him. However, as soon as the two came into contact, he found that the person in front of him was simply ridiculously strong. The blow he was proud of was no match at all. The evil aura accumulated on his sickle after killing dozens of people was like butter encountering an iron, disintegrating and melting at a very fast speed. His own martial soul body, the evil sickle, also directly shattered into pieces and dissipated in the subsequent collision. The truth is so cruel. Under the triple suppression of martial soul, soul skills, and attributes, only one Thunder Half Moon Slash killed 7 or 8 evil soul masters, including the evil soul master boss and 2 soul masters. Only 2 or 3 weak chickens on the edge survived, but they were quickly killed by Xia Tianling, who had removed various enhanced states with an axe and a hammer. The evil soul master boss, you don't have martial ethics. Do you know how to play? And you use a king bomb right at the beginning? There is nothing to say about these evil soul masters. Xia Tianling, who originally planned to kill them, naturally would not hold back. He is afraid of trouble and is afraid of changes if he is late. In addition, due to his steady nature, the strongest skill is the best choice. When he is sure that the opponent is not as good as himself, he will directly use the power of thunder to take away the enemy in one wave. Anyway, he doesn't need to spare anyone's life this time, so he will naturally use the most powerful move. Xia Tianling, who came to his senses, put away his martial soul and looked at the charred corpses on the ground with his eyes blank. It seems. After breaking through that bottom line, it is not so difficult to accept. Bibi Dong, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw that the battle was over, so she put away her domain and walked forward, patting her disciple on the shoulder. Boy, you did a good job this time. There are still a few extremely weak auras in the room, probably ordinary people they captured. Go and take a look. After saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the house with people. Xia Tianling was also awakened by her pat and hurried forward to chase. The house was in a mess, with mud and blood mixed together to form purple lumps. There were several mummies lying by the wall and a hunchbacked, skinny man. He probably escaped when the evil spirit master used him to practice martial arts and was killed by Xia Tianling, so he survived. Bibi Dong walked forward, tested him with her spirit power, and shook her head. It's too late to save him. His body is completely exhausted. He won't live until tomorrow morning. After being nourished by Bibi Dong's spirit power, the hunchback man also had some last moments, struggling to spit out a few breaths. Thank you. Kill me. Give him a quick death. He is suffering like this, Bibi Dong said, turned around and walked out. The corners of the man's bony face twitched slightly, and then he closed his eyes. He knew what was happening outside. It was hard not to know about such a huge commotion. Seeing the evil spirit masters who tortured him and his fellow villagers being slaughtered was also a revenge. Xia Tianling walked forward with a look of reluctance, sighed softly, and reached out to pierce his brain with the power of thunder. Rest in peace. He walked out the door, took out a can of grease from the storage ring and threw it into the house. The raging fire engulfed the hut. The swaying flames burned not only a sin, but also purified the souls of innocent people who died tragically. Walking to the hut next to it, there were several beds in this hut. On the bed next to Bibi Dong sat a haggard woman holding a piece of bread and eating it in small bites, while still talking. There were several naked women on other beds, but they were all dead. Judging from the wounds on their bodies and the sharp objects scattered beside them, it seemed like suicide. It was easy to think about what the women's appearance in this place meant. The bloody chains and the fishy smell scattered around them explained everything. They had already committed suicide when the two benefactors came in. Usually these beasts locked us up with iron chains and let us go when they were doing things. They forced us to eat every day, and we didn't have the ability to commit suicide. What about you? How could you? Bibi Dong thought of what had happened to her and felt extremely sympathetic to the woman in front of her. The skinny woman shook her head, coughed twice, and then continued after a while. I was the first one to be captured, and it's been almost half a year. The women who were captured with me have long died, and even the women who were captured later have died, but I don't want to die. I can't die. I have to live. My child is still waiting for me at home, and my relatives are still waiting for me to go back. What will happen to them if I die? The child's father has been killed by them, but he is so young, the child can't be without a mother anymore. I just keep insisting, hoping that someone can come to save us and kill all these beasts. I have always believed that there are always more places covered by light than darkness in this world. Fortunately, I waited and the two benefactors came. At this point, the woman could no longer hold back the grief in her heart, and broke down and cried. The power of maternal love is great, and the extremely strong desire to survive allowed the mother to survive. Women are weak, but they are strong as mothers. She was in the soul-devouring darkness, but her heart never stopped yearning for the salvation of warmth and light. Bibi Dong patted the poor woman on the back and used her mental power to make her fall asleep. I can empathize with her, but the woman in front of me is much worse off than her. I am a twin martial spirit with super talents, a super Douluo favored by the gods and can kill my enemies with my own strength. But what about her? She is just an ordinary woman who is powerless. But she is much stronger than me. How much better is light than darkness? Xia Tianling stepped forward and gave Bibi Dong a hug, whispering in her ear. Godmother, you still have me, Sister Shui, and Senior Sister Hulina. Promise me that you will not give up on yourself. Okay? Bibi Dong felt the strong heartbeat of the person in front of her, and her expression was a little dazed. 6 years ago, he was just a child who just reached her waist. Now he has become almost as tall as her. Yes, he is right. That beast is dead, but I still have Xiaoshui, Lina, and Tianling. There are still so many beautiful things in this world. I have been holding on to my obsession for more than 10 years. Is it really right? Maybe. I should really give it a try. Rakshasa's 6th test. Understand the true meaning of evil? Pass. Reward, increase Rakshasa's affinity by 20%, and the total affinity is now 100%. Rakshasa's 7th test. A cold voice sounded in on the wrong path all along. Rakshasa should be a god who controls and judges evil, not a god who becomes evil. Just like the Asura god, fight evil with evil. The Rakshasa's 6th test, that has troubled me for 6 years, turned out to be like this. Ding! Bibi Dong's life trajectory has been seriously changed by the host's hands. She has perfectly inherited and surpassed the original Rakshasa position and obtained a huge amount of destiny power. Because the amount is too huge, I would like to remind you. Perfect inheritance and transcendence? Bibi Dong seems to have figured it out. Xia Tianling, who was holding Bibi Dong, was stunned. Unexpectedly, she solved Bibi Dong's heart disease by accident. According to the system, the Bibi Dong in the original novel does not seem to have the power to perfectly inherit the throne? Yes, host. In the original timeline, Bibi Dong misunderstood the concept of Rakshasa, which resulted in an incomplete fusion between herself and the throne. The throne, originally a singularity of the dimension, has undergone some changes in nature, under the impact of the huge power of faith accumulated over tens of thousands of years. This has affected Bibi Dong's thinking, and coupled with her own evil thoughts, she has finally become a puppet of the power of Rakshasa. So, now that Bibi Dong has inherited the throne, there will be no such drastic change in her personality in the later period as in the original novel? Yes, Bibi Dong has correctly understood the meaning of Rakshasa, and has even surpassed the previous generation of Rakshasa in her understanding of power. Huh. That's good. My efforts have not been in vain. Xia Tianling breathed a sigh of relief. After 6 years of hard work, Bibi Dong, this time bomb, has finally been solved. After a long time, Bibi Dong pushed her disciples away and her aura surged. She had let go of her obsession and her mind was clear at this time, and her soul power directly increased by 1 level. Unlike usual, there was no disturbing malice around her at this time. Thank you, Tianling. If it weren't for you, I would probably have taken a very dark path. Bibi Dong looked at the young man in front of her and was extremely glad that she accepted her as a disciple. It's good that you let it go yourself. People always have to look forward. Xia Tianling smiled. Since you have let it go, why don't you ask Sister Shui to cancel the undercover plan? Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. You have cultivated your brain and made it stupid, right? Wasn't this cancelled a few years ago? Xia Tianling hurriedly checked the system records and found a reminder of Qian Renshui's fate trajectory change 4 years ago. He was having a headache at the time because of the failure to condense the nascent soul and the lack of thunder tribulation. Qian Renshui seemed to have mentioned it to him, but he seemed to, forgot. He could only scratch his head awkwardly and then pretend to be stupid and laugh. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that whenever he went to the worship hall in these years, he could see Qian Renshui there, and he didn't doubt it at all. After canceling the undercover plan 4 years ago, we directly let Xiao Shui fake her death to get away. Not long after, the Tiandou Empire heard that the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe died unexpectedly, and the only direct line of the royal family was established, and the 4th Prince Shui Bang became the Crown Prince. But it's interesting to say that after Shui Bang became the Crown Prince, it's like a different person. He went from an unlearned dude to a diligent and studious 2nd generation of the Emperor. I guess he was afraid that Xiao Shui would kill him. It's really hard for this kid to pretend for so many years. Huh? Shui Bang returned to his original nature after becoming the Crown Prince? In this way, without him and Prince Shuixing's obstruction, Xiao San and the others are afraid that they will really become students of the Royal Dou Academy. Hey, this is interesting. I don't know if Yu Xiaogang and Flanders will meet Liu Erlong again. The matter has been dealt with, and there is no need to stay here. The master and the apprentice took the woman who had fainted and left this filthy place. But before leaving, Xia Tianling burned all the huts down. First, it was to clean up the battlefield to prevent the corpses from rotting and causing infectious diseases. You should know that the Black Death in Europe in the Middle Ages and the plague in ancient China were both very terrible. Second, it was to completely burn the blood and corpses of these evil soul masters. Who knows if there are any evil soul masters who can manipulate corpses like necromancers? The corpses of powerful soul masters have become raw materials. Okay, you have passed this assessment. I will give you a few days off, but don't forget to report to your senior sister on time. This is your Holy Sun order. I will cancel the ceremony for you. I know you don't like these formalities. Bibi Dong left, a word and a token, and left with her. Cancel it. I'm most afraid of trouble. Holiday? That's just what I want. Xia Tianling's eyes rolled and she came up with another naughty idea. Why not go to Xingluo Empire in the opposite direction to block the little cat? Anyway, 2 of the Shrek 7 devils have been destroyed, and 1 more is not too much. Hey, anyway, I've been annoyed with Daimu Bai, that playboy. Come on, save the beauty, and take the little cat back to the Wuhun Academy. The plot of the original timeline was quite outrageous. How could Zhu Qing, A cold goddess become a love-brained person not long after coming to Shrek? And Daimubai, a person who degenerates to the point of renting a room and becoming a VIP in the most luxurious hotel, turned over a new leaf and became a good man after meeting Zhu Qing? It's not that easy to change one's character, right? They didn't even meet when they were young. Is he really a prodigal? Or is he just attracted by beauty? Who knows? Scumbag claws? Do you still want to perform Wuhun fusion skills with the little cat? Is it difficult to deal with the Netherworld white tiger? I think we should just forget about it. Brother Crow flips the table. Jade. An old man with a lot of bad intentions. Brother Old Wenji rushed to the road leading to the capital of the Xingluo Empire without hesitation. As for going home to pack his luggage, not possible. Since he got the space ring, it has greatly satisfied Xia Tianling's desire to collect things. From stoves and beds to firewood, rice, oil, and salt, if the storage soul guides were not big enough or not enough, he would have wanted to put his whole home in it. For this reason, he even went to find Chandaliu and shamelessly extorted a storage belt of hundreds of cubic meters. But how to say it? Ideals are full, and reality is very skinny. You know, even in modern society, when everyone takes the highway, it is difficult to block someone on purpose. Not to mention the medieval era of Douluo Continent. Fixed roads? No. Traffic? Very few. People to block? Still being hunted? I don't know where they come from. It's numb. Helpless. Xia Tianling could only use the power of fate to make a wish to the system to obtain Zhu Qing's location. Fortunately, he had given a lot of power of fate by changing Bibidong's life trajectory. System, I want to make a wish to obtain Zhu Qing's specific location, preferably one that can be tracked. Ding! Received the host's wish, searching for the power of fate. Ding! Wish successful. Creating Zhu Qing radar. Ding! Created successfully. The radar will automatically project the map and target location into your mind, and continue until the host and the target meet. The feeling of being cheated is really not good. Xia Tianling felt the map in his mind, which was similar to the evil navigation in his previous life, and could be zoomed in and out. Hundreds of kilometers away from him, there was an icon of a small black cat moving towards the direction of the Barak Kingdom. This should be Zhu Qing, and behind the icon of the small black cat were a few skulls. Maybe they were the dead soldiers from Zhu Yun? Forget it. Who cares? If he can't handle it, he can just show his identity by himself. Can the local branch of the Spirit Hall not give him face? As the son of the Spirit Hall, it is not easy to protect someone. Because of his excellent completion of various tasks in the past 6 years, Xia Tianling has been nominated as the son of the Spirit Hall by the elders of the Spirit Hall, and will be officially confirmed after this mission is completed. This is not a one-sided identity recognition like Huliena's. His identity as the son of the Spirit Hall has been personally certified by Chandaliu, and he is the next pope of the Spirit Hall. After finding a place to rent a carriage, Xia Tianling immediately set off towards the target location. A few days later in the evening, in a forest in the Xingluo Empire, a beautiful figure was running at a very fast speed, as if being chased by something. This is a girl with cat ears who is obviously in a state of possession by the spirit. In stark contrast to her childish face, she is wrapped in a leather coat with a hot body. However, what destroyed this beauty was the anxiety and panic in the eyes of the cat-eared girl, who looked like a frightened kitten. It's finally coming. Xia Tianling, who was hiding in a tree, took out a telescope, looked at the girl running in the distance, and smacked his lips. He spent so much power of destiny to generate a map just for this moment. And he not only made a wish for the map, but also made another wish on the way, and learned a time point when Zhu Qing would be in crisis. To be honest, in the original timeline, the most distressed and the only one who insisted on practicing hard among the Shrek 7 devils was Zhu Qing. Compared with Tang San and Xiao Wu, who have their own plugins, Oscar and Fatty, who are gifted, and Ning Rongrong, who has a background of heaven, Zhu Qing can be said to have nothing. Even her talent can be said to be the worst among the few. Even Dai Mubai, the scumbag, has a several-year age advantage over her. Zhu Qing has also been under pressure from her family, and has been working hard to practice. Even in the confrontation with the opponent, where the gap in strength is almost 10-0, she is trying to change the situation in order to turn the tables. What about Dai Mubai, who was theoretically in the same camp as her? He gave up on himself and ran to the Tiando Empire early. In Soto City, he relied on his status as a soul master and spent a lot of money to indulge in sensual pleasures and women. To put it nicely, this is called escaping from reality. To put it bluntly, this is called being a coward. Not only did he abandon me, but he also never even met his fiancée, who he was engaged to. He left her alone in the vortex of the family and ran away alone. This man is nothing. Zhu Qing is still worthy of admiration for her strength and hard work. Even in desperate situations, she did not give up a glimmer of hope. The dual breakthrough of life form and mind, this is the meaning of cultivation. Xia Tianling, who was staying in the tree, was thinking more and more. He wanted to rush to Shrek Academy and drag Dai Mubai out to beat him up. He took a few deep breaths. Calm down. Calm down. Now it is important to prepare to save people. I didn't think it was a big deal when I saw Xiao Huohuo doing this, but when I tried to do it myself, I found it was really difficult. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Zhu Juqing, who was trying to escape, didn't know that someone in the distance had already prepared to be a hero and save the beauty. At this moment, there was only a strong unwillingness in her eyes. My soul power has reached the bottom. Will I be caught back? Or will I die here? I can't escape my sister's means after all. Zhu Juqing thought in despair that years of hard work can't beat the sanctions of the two people. Think about your ruthless sister and future brother-in-law, and think about your fiancé whom you have never met. Really, I am unwilling. If someone could join forces with me to fight the enemy, she would not be chased and killed all the way from Xingluo Imperial City overnight. Unfortunately, there is no chance. After using up all her soul power, Zhu Juqing fell to the ground, biting her lips lightly and digging her nails into the soil on the ground. Second miss, come back with us obediently. You can't escape. Several men with their faces covered came up, and the leader had 4 yellow and purple soul rings flashing under his feet. He was a soul master. Zhu Juqing didn't say anything, but tried hard to squeeze the remaining free energy in her body, trying to gather them together for a last fight. She would never give up until the moment of her real death. Seeing that Zhu Juqing had no intention of giving up resistance, the leading soul master sneered and made a gesture to prepare for an attack. Second miss. If you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, get ready. So many grown men bullying a girl? It's not appropriate, right? Just as several dead men were about to rush up, a voice sounded from behind Zhu Juqing, and a young man in black clothes walked out of the forest. It was Xia Tianling, who had been waiting for a long time. After observing on the tree for a long time, since he was sure that the leader was just a soul sect member, he no longer had any scruples and walked out openly. Zhu Juqing, who was preparing for a desperate fight, was also stunned when she saw someone suddenly come out. However, she had better eyesight in the dark and saw the young face of the person who came out, and her heart sank again. Too young, the same age as her, at most just entered the level of Soul Master, but there is a Soul Sect and several Soul Masters on the opposite side. Isn't this coming to die? Go quickly, don't worry about me. The leader is the Soul Sect, and there are several Soul Masters. Zhu Juqing reminded him loudly, wanting the person who wanted to draw a sword to help to leave quickly. Thank you, stranger, I can't let you get involved, she thought silently in her heart. Xia Tianling was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then laughed. What a kind girl. Hey boy, who are you? You heard it too, I am a soul sect. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The leader did not act blindly, but asked first. Oh, who am I? That's a good question. Xia Tianling was speaking as he took out a token from his ring. Do you recognize this? The front of the golden token was engraved with a sacred 6-winged angel, and the back was engraved with the word soul. It was the Holy Sun token that Bibi Dong gave him. The leader frowned. What is this? I've never seen it before. What? I've never seen it before? Xia Tianling's forehead was black. Forget it, the Holy Sun token was too high-end. Most people really had never seen it. After a little thought, he took out a large stack of tokens from his ring and showed them to the other side one by one. Nuo, look at this bunch. Which one do you recognize? The whole body is black, with 2 different spiders engraved on both sides. This is Bibi Dong's token. The whole body is golden, with a sacred angel engraved on the front and 1,000 characters on the back. This is Qian Daoliu's token. The whole body is bronze, with a crocodile engraved on the front and a gold character on the back. This is the token of the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, all over. He took out all the title Douluo tokens of the Spirit Hall. There were chrysanthemums, ghosts, leopards, and dragon sticks. He didn't have any other hobbies. He wanted to collect all the valuable gadgets he saw. So he relied on his status and asked for all the title Doulos of the Spirit Hall. Anyway, with Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong protecting him, no one would not give him face. Xia Tianling took out the tokens while muttering, "This one is for Grandpa Ghost, this one is for the third worshipper, and this one is for the teacher." The leader, on the opposite side, watched him take out various title Douluo tokens one by one. He was almost scared silly, and the cold sweat on his back had soaked his clothes. Oh, by the way, there is another one. This is a standard token of the Spirit Hall with 6 patterns engraved on it. Chrysanthemums, ghosts, star crowns, hammers, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and a sword. This is the highest level of the Elder Token of the Spirit Hall. Who the hell is this guy? Could this kid be the son of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? In fact, his guess is infinitely close to the truth. The leader felt bitter. My lord, we are just following orders. Please don't bother with me. Oh, is there a brand you know? I'll talk to you. I always convince people with reason. Xia Tianling waved her hand, looked back at Zhu Juqing, who was a little dazed, and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Kitten. Ahem, girl, what do you say about these people? Zhu Juqing, who was still possessed by the spirit, subconsciously reached out and pecked the dangling claw in front of her. Zhu Qing, who came to her senses and realized what a stupid thing she had done, blushed immediately, and the spirit possession was directly lifted. Well, let them go, but there is a person who has been trying to kill me. Okay, then kill this person. Before Zhu Qing could continue, Xia Tianling took the initiative to take over the conversation and decided the life and death of this person. Zhu Qing also knew that these people were just following orders, just wanting to capture her back to the family. Otherwise, with her cultivation as a great soul master, how could she escape from the pursuit of so many powerful people? My lord, I can't kill my companions, and I can't explain it after returning to the family. Please do as you please. After the leader heard the words of the young man who was suspected to be the Pope's biological son, he hurriedly led several of his men to retreat to the side, leaving only one soul master in place. Xia Tianling glanced at him and snorted coldly. Are you playing tricks on me? If I don't have enough cultivation, I can only let him go, right? It doesn't matter. I am the most reasonable person. If you talk to me nicely, then let's talk about reason. If you play with me like this, maybe we will have to talk about physics. The soul master who was left behind knew that it would be difficult to end the day peacefully, so he directly activated his martial soul and prepared for the battle. Yellow, and purple, 3 colored soul rings appeared. Do you think he can survive if you play a little trick on me? Xia Tianling didn't say much nonsense, and directly summoned the 2-piece carpentry set with a full aura. Yellow, purple, and black. His savior turned out to be a soul master. Zhu Qing behind him covered her mouth in surprise. Judging from the burst of breath, he is already very close to the level of a level 40 soul master. How is this possible? How old is he? This terrifying soul ring configuration shocked everyone at the scene, and the leader rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What did he see? The second ring of 1,000 years? The third ring of 10,000 years. This is a 10,000-year soul ring. It appeared on the soul master. He had begun to regret that he didn't kill the accomplice directly. Anyway, that was someone from the eldest lady's side, and had nothing to do with them. But if this angers this young man, the power behind him. The soul master under Zhu Zhuyun looked at the genius boy with great power in front of him, gritted his teeth and rushed forward, directly launching his strongest 1,000-year soul skill. He was already level 37, so he might not be powerless. Netherworld Slash. It was the 3rd soul skill of Zhu Qing in the original book. This soul master also possessed the martial soul of the Netherworld Spirit Cat. However, he was born out of wedlock, not a direct descendant. The long-term inheritance allowed the Netherworld family to summarize a set of best combinations that suited them, so the first few skills of the clan members were similar. Xia Tianling did not activate the Storm Axe form, but instead put away the axe, enlarged the hammer in his right hand, and held it with both hands. The second and third soul rings lit up, and his whole body was covered with a layer of dazzling thunder. The blue arc of electricity shone brightly in the darkness of the evening. Die for me! The huge hammer was swung out horizontally with a whistling sound. Using his calves as support, he moved his waist and arms. His whole body bounced back fiercely like a spinning top that was released after being charged. If Tang San were here, he would definitely recognize it. It was the opening move of the chaotic cloak hammer method. In essence, the chaotic cloak is just a force-generating technique, and the original book describes it in great detail, so it is not difficult to master it. The difficulty lies in how to connect it to the 81 hammers. It is just an opening move, so Xia Tianling can use it skillfully after practicing it. The casserole-sized hammerhead came into contact with the Netherworld Slash released by the Soul Master with both hands. After the power was added, the heavy hammer with a force of more than 1,000 pounds, mixed with the explosion produced by the 3rd soul skill, directly broke the Soul Master's hands and broke the bones of his arms. After that, the hammerhead continued to hit his chest again with unabated force, causing a second explosion. The Spirit Cat Soul Master flew high and flew back along the way he came, at a faster speed, breaking several large trees. Looking at his collapsed chest and exposed bones, this man was not far from death. He put down the hammer heavily and leaned on his hands, glancing at the leading Soul Master. That's it? The leader smiled bitterly in his heart, and on the surface hurriedly complimented him a few words. Your Excellency is so powerful. A man in black cleverly ran to a distance, did something to the seriously injured Soul Master, and then ran back quickly. My lord, he is already dead, and this is his property. The man in black presented a small cloth bag. Good, the road is wide. Xia Tianling threw the small cloth bag to the confused little cat. What's your name? My lord, I am Zhu Si. Xia Tianling retracted his martial spirit and nodded. I remember it. Okay, I will protect this girl, and you can go back if you have nothing else. Take the unlucky guy who died with you. The black-clothed men were as if they had been pardoned, and hurriedly withdrew with the bodies of their companions. Looking at the black-clad man who was fleeing in a hurry, Zhu Qing felt as if he were in another world. The family warriors who had chased him all the way actually retreated like this. Who exactly was this young man who saved him? Could it be that he was really the Pope's biological son? The little cat who survived the catastrophe was confused. To read the fastest updated novel without errors, please remember ashlyubi.com. The chapter content is being typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. A few days later, Xia Tianling and Zhu Qing, who were sitting in a carriage, returned to Soto City in the Kingdom of Barak with ease. Since this was also his first time going out by himself, without the discipline of old Jack and Bibi Dong, the young man's mind was completely aroused. Counting the days, he took Zhu Qing to travel around the mountains and rivers and experience the culture of the Xingluo Empire. As a qualified tourist, he should not forget his old business when he arrived in another world. In these few days, the two of them have become familiar with each other. Although Zhu Qing, who had escaped from the pursuit, had returned to her original state of being a cold goddess and taciturn. However, every time it was time for dinner, the cold goddess would turn into a greedy cat, looking forward to it while being very restrained, waiting for Xia Tianling to make her delicious food. This kind of quarrel with herself was quite interesting. What was more interesting was that Xia Tianling also learned a piece of news during the conversation along the way. At this time, Zhu Qing was not level 27, but level 29. In this regard, he deliberately spent his fate points to ask the system about the deviation of this situation, and the system gave the following answer. If there was no help from the host before, in the original work, Zhu Qing used a secret method unique to the Netherworld family to get out of trouble. This secret method can only be used once in a lifetime. It will burn a certain level of soul power and potential of the user, allowing the user to enter the Netherworld for a short time and escape a very long distance. So that's how it was, Xia Tianling suddenly realized. In the timeline of the original plot, Zhu Qing used this secret method to forcibly avoid the pursuit and ran to Soto City, so she also dropped to level 27. At the same time, this can also explain why Zhu Qing's martial soul did not evolve significantly after taking the fairy grass, but simply enhanced her soul power and speed. After the medicinal power of the Narcissus Jade muscle and bone reconciled the damaged foundation in her body, the remaining power was not enough for her martial soul to complete the transformation, so the manifestation was a little more soul power. During the journey, Zhu Qing expressed to Xia Tianling her strong desire to become stronger. After all, they are both of the same age. Why can you practice to level 39? It is 10 levels higher than herself. Xia Tianling did not hide it, and said it directly. My practice method is special. Come to the Wuhun Academy and follow me. I can tell you all kinds of secrets. For this reason, the little cat has been very entangled these days. She longs to become stronger and strong, but Dai Mubai, who is engaged to her, is in Shrek Academy, and she has to join him to fight against Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, who are both very powerful. At the same time, she doesn't want others to help her bear the pressure brought by the family. It's really difficult. Xia Tianling did not force her because he had a bad idea in mind, and he was determined to lure Zhu Qing to the Spirit Academy. Together with the golden generation of senior sisters Hulina, Yan, Xie Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and finally himself, they formed a team of the 7 devils of the Spirit Hall. As for Qian Renshui, as the inheritor of the God of Angels, she would definitely be an extreme Douluo in the future, and she simply disdained to participate in such a competition. He couldn't wait to see the scene of the Shrek's 7 devils being beaten and crying for their parents. Oh, what? There are only 4 people left in the Shrek 7 devils. That's fine. Zhu Qing, which academy are you going to? Soto City Advanced Spirit Master Academy? It was another familiar question that he asked knowingly. It's called Shrek Academy. Oh? Where is that academy? Do you know it? Zhu Qing shook her head in confusion. She only knew that Dai Mubai was studying at a college called Shrek, which was located in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom. She had no idea about other clues. Okay, let's find a place to stay first. It's almost time for dinner, so it won't be too late to find one in the afternoon. Okay, Zhu Qing, who was very unfamiliar with everything here, relied on Xia Tianling to make the decision. After all, her savior would not harm her. So he took Zhu Qing to eat some food and then walked all the way to a 3-story hotel. Rose Hotel? It looks good, Zhu Qing. Shall we stay there? Xia Tianling pointed to the rose-shaped building. Okay. The little cat was as quiet as ever. Walking into the Rose Hotel, just like what was described in the original book, a fragrant rose scent hit her in the face. The refreshing fragrance made people feel comfortable, physically and mentally. He walked to the counter. Please open 2 rooms for me. Before he finished speaking, he heard a girl's call from outside the door. Rose Hotel, brother, let's stay there. Okay, everything is up to you. A male voice answered. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and a pair of young and beautiful boys and girls walked in. It was Tang San and Xiao Wu. Hey, I timed it just right, not a minute off. Xiao San? Xia Tianling greeted in a surprised manner. Brother Ling. Tang San also found Xia Tianling standing in front of the counter. Although they have been in different places for the past 6 years, they often exchange letters and have not lost contact. During the holidays, they also went to Old Jack's house for a small gathering twice, so naturally he could recognize her. This should be the sister Xiaowu you often mention, right? He looked at the girl with scorpion braids next to him. She looked quite similar to the one in the anime. Yes, she is. Xiaowu, this is my elder brother I mentioned to you before. Tang San introduced Xiaowu with a serious face. Hello, Brother Ling. Xiaowu looked at the boy in front of her curiously, wondering what kind of magic power he had that made the proud Tang San willingly call him Big Brother. Hello? Xia Tianling smiled and replied, This is my companion, Juzu King. She is a little cold, don't mind it. Juzu King nodded lightly, as a greeting. Then, open 4 rooms for me, Xiao San and Xiaowu will treat me. Xia Tianling turned around and looked at the waiter. The waiter behind the counter secretly sighed that young people nowadays are so lucky, and winked at Xia Tianling. I'm sorry, customer. We only have 2 rooms left in our store. 2 rooms? Tang San and Juju King frowned at the same time, but Juju King didn't say anything. Tang San has lived 2 lives, and whether it is the courtesy and integrity of the previous life, or the nagging of Brother Ling in this life, they all told him that men and women should not touch each other. When she and Xiaowu slept in the same dormitory when they were young, it was fine, but now that they were both close to adulthood, it seemed not good to live in the same room again, not to mention sleeping in the same bed. Of course, Tang San, who had a large amount of sponsorship from Old Jack in this life, did not sleep in the same bed with Xiaowu. The waiter emphasized, yes, there are only 2 rooms, but don't worry, our rooms and beds are very large, with complete facilities, more than enough for 2 people. It's totally fine for you. As he said that, he also sent a look to Xia Tianling and Tang San that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Tang San, is there something wrong with this person's eyes? Xia Tianling, as a modern person, naturally understood, but Tang San, a wooden lump, didn't understand it at all. Xiaowu on the side said, carelessly, 1 room is enough. Didn't we live together when we were in the academy? Tang San shook his head helplessly, thinking that at most he could sleep on the floor. Anyway, he usually had to practice at night. How about this? Xia Tianling said at the right time. Xiao San and I will stay in 1 room, and Zhu Qing and Xiaowu will stay in another room. How about that? Although he understood the waiter's eyes, he didn't want such a benefit. Although as a modern man, his thoughts are still relatively conservative. Xiaowu, the little rabbit who lived for 100,000 years, doesn't matter, but Zhu Qing is a serious virgin girl, and still needs to maintain some privacy and avoidance. I'm fine with it. Zhu Qing's reaction was still cold. Oh, okay. Xiaowu pouted. She still wanted to live with her 3rd brother. This is the best. Tang San also breathed a sigh of relief. Then please open these 2 rooms for me. Xia Tianling made the decision. When the waiter was about to help several people check in, a sudden voice interrupted the waiter's action. I said, one of these 2 rooms should belong to me, right? He came. The playboy Daimubai came with the twin beautiful girls. Several people turned around at the same time and saw 3 people appearing behind them, walking towards them slowly. The 3 people were 1 man and 2 women. The 2 girls were dressed in fancy clothes and looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. They were tall. Most importantly, they were twin sisters. Xia Tianling looked directly at the man in the middle who was holding the 2 girls. The man was about 1.8 meters tall and looked young. He had broad shoulders and a handsome face with a bit of fortitude. His blonde hair was scattered behind his back and fell to the waist. On his face, there was a pair of strange deep blue eyes with double pupils, and there was an evil light flashing between the half-open and half-closed eyes. Tsk, 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 tsk. The playboy Daimubai is indeed worthy of his reputation. With this appearance and a generous wallet, he really has the capital to linger in the flowers without getting a single leaf on him. He is an old sea king. The twin girls held Daimubai's arms respectively, and the owners of the arms did not hide their hands on the 2 of them. What no one noticed was that the moment the man came in, Zhu Qing quickly flashed to the corner of the crowd with a sullen face and hid herself in the shadows. Obviously, he recognized Daimubai, who had the obvious features of evil eyes and golden hair. Daimubai walked to the counter and looked at the waiter. Are you new here? Don't you know that there is always a room reserved for me here? In the corner, Zhu Qing's face became even uglier. The waiter was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, Who are you? Daimubai said impatiently, Call your manager out. Facing such a look, the waiter felt a chill in his heart and hurried to the back to call his boss. Brother, it seems that we came first, right? You are being a little unreasonable, so rude. Aren't you making fun of the 2 little beauties around you? You are too narrow-minded. Xia Tianling, who couldn't hold back her fart, secretly fanned the flames, but her words on the surface were very beautiful. An old yin-yang master. Daimubai didn't even look at her, and even raised the chin of the person next to him with his hand and replied coldly, So what? Everyone in this Soto city knows who I am, Dai Xiao? Xia Tianling almost laughed out loud when she glanced at the kitten in the corner with his fists clenched tightly. My playboy Dai Xiao, the evils of heaven can be forgiven, but the evils of oneself cannot be forgiven. She is good at digging a hole for herself. At this time, the always arrogant Xiao Wu couldn't help but come to the front. Not good. First come, first served. I ask you to get out. Eyes lingered away from the girl and turned to look at Xiao Wu. Very good. No one has dared to talk to me like this for a long time. You all have soul power fluctuations, so you should be soul masters. Right? Come on together. If you can beat me, I will leave immediately. Otherwise, please perform the word, get out. Hearing the words of their sweetheart, the twin girls laughed foolishly and obediently let go of their hands and stepped aside. At this moment, the waiter who had come out from the back with a middle-aged man heard everything they said clearly and looked anxious. Hello everyone, let's talk it over. Don't rush to do it. Dai Mubai glanced at him. Manager Wang, you are getting better and better at doing business now? You don't even take me seriously. Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his head and said with a smile, Mr. Dai, please don't say that. It's all my fault. This kid just came yesterday and doesn't know the rules. Sorry, I will arrange a room for you immediately. As he said that, he turned to look at the waiter and scolded, Open your dog eyes, this is Mr. Dai. Our highest level VIP, no matter how many guests there are every day, we must keep that room for Mr. Dai. Why don't you take Mr. Dai upstairs quickly? Beautiful. Manager Wang's assist was perfect. A person who has reached the highest level of VIP by booking a room in a few years. A big customer who comes almost every day. In one word, awesome. Juju Qing, who was standing by, was furious when she heard this. You left me alone in the Xingluo Empire to face the pursuit of my brothers and sisters, but you went to the Tiando Empire to live a life of luxury? What a top-level VIP, Master Dai. I was really blind. How could I have any hope for such a coward who only bullies the weak and fears the strong? After reprimanding the waiter, Manager Wang hurriedly apologized to everyone and hoped that they could change to another hotel. According to the script in Xia Tianling's mind, the purpose of letting Juju King see Dai Mubai's true face had been achieved. In fact, he could have slipped away at this time. Just when he was about to leave, Dai Mubai spoke coldly. I said, no one dared to talk to me like this for a long time. You want to leave like this? If this gets out, where will I, Dai Mubai, put my face? Master Dai, you. Manager Wang was very anxious, and his face was full of pleading. If these soul masters fight, he will have to give up his hotel. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Stop talking nonsense. All losses are my responsibility. In the original plot, it was Xiao Wu who couldn't help but rush forward, and it was Tang San who fought. However, after witnessing all this, Juju Qing in the corner had accumulated anger to the extreme, and immediately prepared to rush over to fight Dai Mubai to the death. She really intended to fight Dai Mubai to the death. As a fiancé, it's okay that you don't join forces with me to fight the enemy, but you left me alone and ran away. It's okay to run away, but you are still spending your days drinking and partying here? Now you are planning to attack me? Xia Tianling sensed the murderous aura coming from behind, and quickly dodged to stop Juju King behind him, patted her little hands that had been bent into claws, and gently said, You are not an opponent. Leave it to me. After that, he stood in front of the few people. Juju King heard this. Her eyes were full of stubbornness, and there were some inexplicable emotions. No, don't worry about it. I want to. When you have cultivated successfully, it won't be too late to defeat him yourself. Xia Tianling turned around and threw a small ball of wind element to pin Juju King to the ground, then turned to face Dai Mubai. I wanted to let you go, but since you asked, come on. To be honest, he had wanted to beat Dai Mubai for a long time, but he had no reason to do so. I have never heard of such an unreasonable request. I like to help others the most. Dai Mubai raised his eyes. So arrogant. He suddenly raised his right fist and with a forward rush, he punched straight at Xia Tianling's chest. Xia Tianling also had an unknown fire in his heart, and he stood up to meet it. He took a step forward with his right leg and punched back. With a dull bang, Dai Mubai's unstoppable fist stopped abruptly, and he was shocked back half a step. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had used 8 points of strength in this punch, but this person could actually shock him back half a step. Moreover, his fist was so hard that his right hand was trembling slightly, and the bones seemed to be cracking. But he stood there calmly as if nothing had happened. Of course, Xia Tianling was fine. His physical fitness was tempered by both martial spirit and martial arts, and was no worse than that of a soul king. Dai Mubai was just a soul master of level 37, so he could do nothing. Okay, you have enough strength. You are qualified to be my opponent. Dai Mubai shouted coldly and spread his body. This time, he flew up from the ground and was above Xia Tianling in an instant. The whole person spread out strangely in the air, like a tiger descending from the mountain, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food. This was Dai Mubai's proud skill. No matter how the opponent blocked or attacked, He had many ways to deal with it. The body that seemed full of flaws was actually full of changes. If you were not careful, he would be torn to pieces. But even in the face of such a move, in the eyes of Xia Tianling on the opposite side, it was indeed full of flaws. The most taboo thing in a fight is to jump around randomly. Don't think that the heroes in martial arts movies jumping around are very powerful and cool. In fact, they are just routines designed for beauty. Once in the air, the body movements and strength will be greatly restricted. Just like now, Dai Mubai's seemingly invincible move is actually full of loopholes. Xia Tianling took a big step to the right at a very fast speed, and at the same time stretched out his right fist and swung it fiercely to the upper left, heading straight for Dai Mubai's ribs. Dai Mubai was in the air at this time, and he had no power to change direction by using the ground. At the same time, the arm span was not enough to reach the wall next to him to move sideways, so he had to twist his body to the extreme and use his palms and stomach to take the blow. In this way, the tiger coming down the mountain became a tiger being beaten. Dai Mubai flew out sideways and smashed some of the furnishings in the store. This blow caused Xiaowu to shout excitedly. Although Zhu Juqing had no expression on her face, she felt relieved in her heart. In the midst of a cloud of dust, Dai Mubai held his stomach and stood up shakily. His face looked a little ugly. He underestimated his enemy. He didn't expect that this boy who looked a few years younger than him was so powerful. I heard that everyone in Soto City knows me, Dai Xiao? Is that all he can do? Xia Tianling twisted his neck. His cervical vertebrae made a rattling sound, and his eyes were full of teasing. Don't be too proud too early. You can force me to use my soul power, so I lost this game. However, how can I be willing to not compete with you a few times? No matter what the result is, I will give you this room today. After that, Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. There was no previous disdain, but instead a solemnity. White Tiger, possess! A burst of white light surged, and Dai Mubai's whole body suddenly turned into a majestic tiger man. Under his feet, 3 shining halos rose one after another. 2 yellow and 1 purple. The soul rings circulated, and the surging soul power formed a wave-like pressure that rushed towards him. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul White Tiger, Level 37 Beast Martial Soul Battle Soul Master. Please teach me. In a mighty and domineering manner, Dai Mubai reported the level of his martial soul, which meant a formal challenge. Tang San behind him was a little worried, and stepped forward and whispered, Brotherling, this Dai Mubai doesn't look easy to deal with. He had secretly buckled 2 hidden weapons under his hands, and the sleeve arrows were also in a state that could be activated. Once Xia Tianling was in danger, he could immediately take action. Xia Tianling smiled slightly and gave Tang San a reassuring look. It's just a game. Put away those things of yours, didn't I tell you? Be sensible in doing things. Don't always think about taking people's lives. Compared to Tang San, who was a little worried, Zhu Juqing was full of confidence in him. After all, this is an existence that has surpassed the limit of soul rings and can kill soul masters in seconds. Even the soul power is 2 levels higher than Dai Mubai. In fact, Xianling has always felt that this practice of self-reporting strength before the fight is a bit stupid. However, being in Douluo, it is better to respect the local customs and habits. After all, it is not a life-and-death battle. Xia Tianling, Martial Soul Breaking Dawn, 39 level weapon, Martial Soul Fighting Soul Master. In the past 6 years, he has been complained by the people of the Spirit Hall and even some outsiders that the name of the Martial Soul is too ugly, so he changed his name. Breaking Dawn, just call it Breaking Dawn. Anyway, the axe really has the effect of penetrating armor, and it lives up to its name. Maybe it can be called Shadow Battle Axe and Star Crusher if it is separated? Forget it, let's talk about it later. I love Breaking Dawn. You, what did you say? You are 39? Dai Mubai was stunned on the spot. How old are you this year? Thank you for the invitation. I am in the Holy Soul Village and just turned 12 years old. I am so tired. I already regret launching the challenge. Is it too late for me to regret it now? You don't release your martial spirit? Dai Mubai, who felt a little tired, asked in confusion when he saw that his opponent in front of him stopped moving after announcing himself. Oh, there's no need, Xia Tianling said nonchalantly. I killed you in 1 second with my martial spirit. How can I enjoy it? Dai Mubai was furious. He was Dai Xiao, who had been dominating Soto City for many years. When had anyone dared to look down on him like this? Be careful, he shouted and rushed straight towards Xia Tianling. A strong white light suddenly lit up and Dai Mubai's evil eyes suddenly turned white. The first soul ring shone brightly, forming a circle of white light shield. White Tiger Body Barrier. Then, the second soul ring on his body lit up again. A huge, white light condensed in an instant. And with Dai Mubai's tiger roar, a ball of milky white light spewed out of his mouth. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. This time he did not underestimate the enemy again, and started with 2 soul skills. 1 attack and 1 defense, no loopholes. Xia Tianling looked at the oncoming White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, and Dai Mubai, following closely behind, raised his right hand slowly and spit out a bite. Among the people present, only Tang San understood that this was the Chinese pronunciation of. The huge water element instantly condensed into the shape of a concave lens in the air, and followed by a cold air, freezing the water flow directly into ice. The white light wave hit the ice mirror fiercely and then rebounded at a very fast speed. What? How is this possible? Dai Mubai's pupils shrank. Aren't you a weapon spirit master? How can you control the elements? As you can see, it's very simple. Xia Tianling waved his hand to disperse the ice mirror, and took advantage of the scattered light waves to rush forward, punching the white tiger body barrier one after another. There are many things you can't imagine. With a bang, the white circular barrier was broken by Xia Tianling's brute force. Dai Mubai stared at Xia Tianling, his eyes flashing with ferocity. What a powerful force! If you can take this move from me, I will admit defeat. A purple halo lit up instantly, and the air around Dai Mubai's body became a little distorted. Suddenly, his body turned blood red. Second transformation, Millennium Soul Skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation. At this time, Dai Mubai's muscles were exaggeratedly bulging, and his upper body clothes were completely burst, revealing a terrifying muscle outline. The most bizarre thing was that black lines appeared on his skin, and his whole body was shrouded in gold, with a domineering aura of the King of Beasts. Aren't you going to open your martial soul? Then don't blame me. Dai Mubai, who activated his third soul skill, saw that his opponent was still standing there calmly, and he was immediately furious and rushed up in a frenzy. Brother Ling, can he beat that big tiger? Seeing such a ferocious look, Xiao Wu on the side was a little worried and tugged at Tang San's clothes. Tang San looked at Xia Tianling, who looked calm, and then looked at Juju King, who was confident but full of hatred in the corner, and said with certainty, I believe in Brother Ling. There will be no problem. After all, he is a stronger time traveler than me. Not bad, that's about right. Xia Tianling smiled evilly and used his soul power to meet him. At this time, his eyes had turned into golden vertical pupils, and the faint power of thunder surrounded his fists, and the dragon power on his body increased greatly. At this time, Dai Mubai, who had activated the White Tiger King Kong transformation, felt that he was not facing a Soul Master, but a peerless Dragon King. Even the top White Tiger martial spirit was somewhat suppressed. But it was too late to get off the tiger at this time, and he had to go up with gritted teeth. Xiao Wu, who was standing aside, had already hidden behind Tang San when Xia Tianling released the dragon power without reservation, and grabbed his third brother's clothes tightly, shaking with fear. Tang San hurriedly comforted her. Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu trembled and said, Brother San, I feel very scared. The breath coming from Brother Ling makes me feel very scared. Xia Tianling caught a glimpse of this scene and laughed secretly in his heart. It's really a little rabbit. Timid. For Dai Mubai, the battle that requires full concentration is just a vent for him. He didn't take it seriously before, but just tempted Dai Mubai to use all his strength quickly. It would be no fun if it ended too early. The heavy fist wrapped in dragon power penetrated Dai Mubai's defense without reservation and hit his tiger chin with one punch. The tall and strong Dai Mubai was a little confused by Xia Tianling's rising dragon punch. Before he could recover, Xia Tianling's second punch came again. This punch hit his stomach and bent his waist. The third punch, the fourth punch, elbow strike, knee strike, headbutt. There are no gorgeous soul skills, only very simple close combat skills. Punch after punch, Dai Mubai was completely unable to defend himself. Are you kidding? This is the special forces fighting technique that Xia Tianling specially exchanged for with the power of fate. There are no fancy moves, all of which are the simplest and most direct techniques to give the enemy the heaviest blow. After a few minutes, Dai Mubai was beaten to the point that he was passively released from the White Tiger King Kong transformation. With two panda eyes, he leaned against the wall without any manners. No, stop hitting me. I surrender. Dai Mubai cried out in pain and begged for mercy. This time he was really embarrassed. What kind of monster is this? He didn't even use his martial spirit and used his physical fitness to beat him back again and again. And this person is just like a lightning hedgehog soul beast. The place where he was hit was also electrocuted. It's really... Don't look at Dai Mubai's miserable appearance now. His shirt burst and his body was beaten with bruises, but those are all superficial injuries. With his physical fitness, he will be fine in 2 days. Are you convinced? Xia Tianling summoned some water element to wash the blood off his hands, then wiped them with a handkerchief. I am convinced. I give you this room. Manager Wang, the loss will be charged to me, Dai Mubai admitted openly. Although he was a playboy and overbearing man, he could still afford to lose, and he would never default on his debts. He stretched his muscles and looked at everyone with a grin. I think we will see each other again soon. You should also apply for Shrek Academy, right? If anyone bothers you, tell me my name, Dai Mubai, the evil-eyed white tiger. After that, the two twin sisters hurried up and held Dai Mubai's arms on the left and right, and the three of them were about to walk out. Suddenly, a cold snort attracted Dai Mubai's attention. Dai Mubai looked back with some confusion, and the one who made the sound was a hot girl. But the girl was clenching her fists, and she looked like she was going to eat herself. The cold temperament combined with such an expression was simply grown on Dai Mubai's operating system. Dai Mubai, who had just been beaten, thought that the girl had a hot temper and was normally angry after being robbed of her room by him. He didn't think much about it, but looked at Xia Tianling, who had just washed her hands, with a look that all men understand. Maybe it was because it was rare to meet an opponent of similar age, and he had to say something more. "Brother, you are so lucky. This girl is really a top-notch girl. It seems that brothers are also kindred spirits. Come to me in the future, I will take you to find someone better." After saying that, he left without looking back. Beautiful. At this moment, Zhu Juqing could no longer bear the anger in her heart, and immediately rushed out with her martial spirit possessed to fight with Dai Mubai. "Dai Mubai, you bastard! I will kill you." She came all the way to the Heaven Dew Empire just to find such a lustful playboy whose head was filled with women? This is the man she was engaged to? This is the kind of guy? Dai Mubai, who had already walked out for a while, naturally ignored it, thinking that this girl had a hot temper, and didn't think about what he had missed. Xianling quickly grabbed Zhu Juqing, but Zhu Juqing's leather jacket was very smooth, and there was no place to start, so she could only press her shoulders lightly. Tang San, who was standing aside, saw the dilemma of his elder brother, and quickly offered the blue-silver grass to restrain Zhu Juqing a little. "Juqing, calm down, calm down!" After struggling in vain, Zhu Juqing gradually calmed down. The rage in her heart did not disappear, but was buried back in her heart. The next time she was touched, it would bring a more violent outburst. The desire to become stronger and the disappointment with Dai Mubai could no longer be suppressed. Zhu Juqing finally made up her mind and said solemnly to Xia Tianling, "I want to become stronger. I will go with you." Xia Tianling smiled and nodded, and at the same time signaled Tang San to remove the restraint of the blue-silver grass. "Hey, the plan works, little cat +1. No problem." Zhu Juqing, who had regained her composure, was put down by Tang San's blue-silver grass with a blazing fighting spirit in her eyes. This time she not only wanted to try hard to defeat her sister, but also to step on the self-degrading Daida Xiao herself. Xiao Wu, who was originally jumping around, poked her head out from behind Tang San after Xia Tianling restrained the dragon's might, and looked forward nervously. "What's wrong, little rabbit? Am I so scary?" Xia Tianling said with a smile. "Don't call me little rabbit. I feel like you will eat me at any time." Xiao Wu retorted and then stammered. "Eat you? Xiao San won't agree, right?" He winked in Tang San's direction. Tang San smiled helplessly. "Of course, Xiao Wu is my sister. Of course, there are also Daming and Erming." "You, how do you know Daming and Erming?" Xiao Wu widened her eyes. "Could it be that you?" "As you see." Tang San on the side felt very confused. "Xiao Wu, brother Ling, what are you talking about? Who are Daming and Erming?" "Daming and Erming are Xiao Wu's family members. It will be difficult to pass them. You will know these things in the future." Xia Tianling did not reveal Xiao Wu's identity. Tang San will find out about this after his purple demon pupil breaks through. Okay, Tang San did not continue to ask. However, he could also guess that Xiao Wu's identity and background should not be simple, just like her alcoholic father, Tang Hao. Some key information was deliberately omitted in the conversation between the two. What was it? You two? What is this referring to? Could it be that Xiao Wu is a time traveler like himself? It shouldn't be. She doesn't seem to have wisdom. She is just a lively child. What on earth are you hiding from me? But forget it, since Brother Ling said that he will know in the future, then I will just wait slowly. It's not a big deal. Well, distinguished guests, are you still staying in the hotel? Manager Wang, who had been hiding aside, saw that the Master Soul Masters seemed to have finished their conversation and came over to ask with courage. What Xia Tianling and the others were talking about was not a secret, so they did not avoid others and chatted in a low voice. But even so, even if Manager Wang had 100 guts, he would not dare to eavesdrop. The leading young soul master could not take care of Dai Xiaochui without opening his martial soul, so he must be even more powerful. There would be no problem if he had a good relationship with him. Oh, stay. Tang San came back to his senses and quickly agreed. Anyway, Zhu Qing is not planning to go to Shrek, so we won't stay. Xia Tianling took out some gold soul coins and handed them to Manager Wang. Compensate for your losses. Anyway, his goal has been achieved, so it doesn't matter whether he stays in the Rose Hotel or not. Although he might get more benefits if he stays, he would rather not have such benefits. It's just taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Even on the night when he spent the night in the wild, he set up a tent and slept alone. Manager Wang quickly refused. How can this be possible? Master Dai said that everything today will be charged to his account. Okay then. Xia Tianling didn't insist and called Zhu Juqing to go out. Xiao San, little rabbit, take care, we will see each other again in the future. Damn it, don't call me little rabbit, my name is Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was angrily behind. By the way, third brother, are we going to sleep in separate rooms today? But I want to sleep with you. Third brother, how about we go out for a walk in the afternoon? Where are we going? After leaving the Rose Hotel, Zhu Qing, who followed silently behind, asked, Of course we're going to my house. We've been traveling for such a long time. Let's take a rest. We'll set off in a carriage tomorrow. Xia Tianling answered as a matter of course. He is an old lazy dog. He is very afraid of trouble except for things he likes. He will definitely let others do it for him if he doesn't have to do it himself. You're home? You have a house here? Zhu Qing felt a little confused. Is there really anyone who would buy a house just for school? If Xia Tianling could hear Zhu Qing's voice, he would definitely answer. Yes, and there are quite a few. The school district houses in the previous life were outrageous. Yes, we're here. Not long after walking out, Xia Tianling raised his hand and pointed. A huge dome building came into view. The width of the front alone is more than 100 meters, and it is 20 to 30 meters high, with several floors above and below. The whole building is brown, and there are 3 patterns on the Wuhun Hall logo on the front door, which means that the building in front of you is a third-level main hall of the Wuhun Hall. This Wuhun Hall? Is it your home? You can't be the Pope's biological son. Zhu Qing was surprised and said what was in his mind directly. Xia Tianling's forehead was full of black lines. What kind of weird things is the little cat thinking in his head? Of course I'm not the Pope's biological son, but my sister is, and I am the Pope's godson. Let me introduce myself again. I am the contemporary saint of the Wuhun Hall, the Pope's disciple, and the successor to the next Pope of the Wuhun Hall. He said so. When the kitten heard it, the kitten was shocked again, and the kitten's brain froze. The contemporary holy son of the Spirit Hall, this is more powerful than the Pope's own son. It is much higher than her status as the second lady of the Netherworld family of the Xingluo Empire. Okay, don't stand there stupidly. Let's go. Xia Tianling pulled up the dizzy Zhu Qing and walked towards the gate of the Spirit Hall. Your Highness the Holy Son? The guards on the side bowed to him in unison. These were some of the guards who followed him to recruit Oscar and Ma Hongjun last time. Thanks to him, he got a reward of more than a dozen gold soul coins at a time. This is not a small amount in the eyes of ordinary people, so they are naturally very grateful to him. Xia Tianling waved her hand. Don't bow to me in the future. It's not popular here. The guard at the side said bluntly. After entering the gate, he took Zhu Qing all the way up and went straight to the hallmaster's office. People who saw him along the way bowed to him, and he responded one by one. Is the Holy Son worthy of so many people's fawning? Zhu Qing saw people nodding and bowing along the way, and couldn't help asking in confusion. It's okay if it's the people from the Spirit Hall, but why are there so many civilian spirit masters saluting him? Xia Tianling replied calmly. It's not that the Holy Son is worthy of their fawning, but my buddy has good popularity. This is personal charm. Soon, the two came to the hallmaster's office on the top floor, where a young man was lying behind a pile of scrolls, concentrating on writing something. Uncle Su Yuntao, Xia Tianling shouted, sat down familiarly, and poured a glass of juice for himself and Zhu Qing. Hearing this, the young man who was lying on the table raised his head and shouted with surprise, Your Highness the Holy Son, why are you here? Recently, Su Yuntao has been very proud. After discovering the genius Xia Tianling, he was first rewarded by Ghost Douluo, and with the help of the Spirit Hall, he broke through the 30th level and obtained a 1,000-year spirit ring. After that, he continued to receive rewards. Now he has been promoted all the way, directly from a small branch hall deacon to the master of a 3rd-level main hall. Higher than his old boss for many years, Master Ma Xunuo. Not only that, even the goddess Sisi, who he had always been a dog, threw him a wink and successfully won her a year ago. Xia Tianling also came to drink his wedding wine, which made him feel very proud. With status, strength, family, and an boss who appreciates him, he is a complete winner in life. In the words of the previous life, that is, promotion and salary increase, becoming general manager, becoming CEO, marrying a white, rich, and beautiful woman, and reaching the peak of life. Many years later, when Su Yuntao, who was in a high position, was interviewed by a reporter about the most correct decision he had made in his life, Su Yuntao answered without hesitation, Of course I worked diligently and finally awakened the martial soul for Lord Saint's son. Let's find a place to stay. We're leaving for the academy tomorrow. The hotels in the city are too bad. It's more comfortable to live in my own home. Xia Tianling looked at the full of documents on the desk and joked, Uncle Su is still so serious about his work as the hallmaster. Su Yuntao waved his hands quickly. I don't deserve it. This is what a subordinate should do. And how can you call me uncle? Don't you know me yet? In private, let's talk about our own things. I don't care about those things. Over the past 6 years, Xia Tianling has been able to get along so well in the Spirit Hall, which is inseparable from his personality. After all, he comes from modern society, and the education he received since childhood tells him that people are equal. So he really can't accept the enslaving titles such as Old Slave XX and Little XX, and at most accepts the other party calling themselves a subordinate. Therefore, He has never put on airs by relying on his status, and he is always friendly when meeting the staff of the Spirit Hall. If someone helps him, he must thank them doubly in return. Who doesn't like a leader who has the ability and potential, does not blame his subordinates, and is grateful? Besides, everyone likes the feeling of being respected. Huh, Your Highness is back with a female companion. I will arrange a larger room for you tonight. Ahem, 2 rooms, 2 rooms. This is my newly discovered genius, who is going to be brought to the academy as a companion, just a friend. Xia Tianling hurriedly explained. Just kidding, he is a gentleman. Although in his previous life he often boasted on the internet, I lust for her body, I am honest, and so on. But in fact he is still a very conservative person. All actions must be based on voluntary premise. He will not refuse the benefits that are actively distributed. But this kind of blunt benefits should be forgotten. Taking advantage of others' misfortune is not what a gentleman does. In order to have a large enough place to train students, the Wuhun Academy is actually not located in the 2 empires, but on the other side of the junction of the 2 empires, forming a corner with Wuhun's city in the air. Sitting on the exclusive carriage of the Wuhun Hall, the 2 soon arrived at their destination. Compared with the simple Shrek village, the Wuhun Hall Academy is truly wealthy and powerful, and even the Tiando Royal Academy is much inferior to it. Not only that, in terms of teaching staff, the Wuhun Academy has a terrifying force that other forces can hardly match. 2 titled Douluo sit here all year round to protect the safety of students, and there are also several Soul Douluo, more than a dozen Soul Saints, and many Soul Emperors as teachers to undertake teaching tasks. However, half of these teachers do not teach here regularly. Most of them come here for vacation after completing an important mission, and teach students by the way so as not to slack off. Relaxing while cultivating the next generation of talents is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wuhun Academy, in the mountains? Zhu Juqing looked around curiously through the window of the carriage. To be precise, this entire mountain range is the territory of Wuhun Academy. Xia Tianling was also here for the first time, but she had heard Huliana introduce it before. The complete Wuhun Academy is not just a simple mountain range, but also provides simulated training sites for different attribute academies. Artificial lakes, underground lava, lush forests, and even thunder seas constructed by thunder attribute plant-type soul beasts. There is nothing that Wuhun Academy doesn't have, except what you can't think of. Wuhun Academy even has its own separate soul beast forest, which is much larger than the first-level soul hunting forest, and there are many 10,000-year soul beasts in it. This soul beast forest is specially raised by the school for students to test, train, and hunt soul rings. Having money really allows you to do whatever you want. With such a large amount of money, only the Wuhun Hall, which controls 7/10 of the world's soul masters, can have such strength to encircle an uninhabited mountain range as an academy, plus a separate soul hunting forest. The carriage that had been greeted in advance had a smooth journey and went straight to the inside of the academy. At the foot of the mountain inside the academy, there is a row of villa-like buildings. This is an exclusive activity area reserved for talented students. Compared with the 2 empires where the nobles dominate everything, the Spirit Hall is well aware of the principle of selecting people based on their talents. As long as you have the ability, cultivation, and talent, you can enjoy better treatment. Every new student will have an initial level badge after completing the qualification assessment. Whenever you have a breakthrough in cultivation, accumulate merits after completing tasks, or achieve excellent results in the academic year test, you can apply to the academy to upgrade your level to obtain more resources and better teaching guidance. For example, the purple Lu medal obtained by the 3 golden generation in the original book represents the highest level students in the academy. As soon as they graduate, they can immediately enter the Spirit Hall to hold important positions. This medal only appears once in the original book, and there is no explanation for what it does. In fact, under normal circumstances, Xia Tianling and his 2 friends should report to the academy directly after awakening. However, there will always be a small group of people in this world who are very important to a certain organization, so before they have a certain ability to protect themselves, the 3 of them have to stay in the Spirit City to practice. It didn't really matter to the 3 of them. The first few years of cultivation were mainly about improving the level of soul power and learning theoretical knowledge. It didn't matter where they studied. Now that they had made some progress in their cultivation, they could start some teaching, such as actual combat. Xia Tianling brought Zhu Juqing to a building several stories high. This was the exclusive teaching building for genius students, and only a few people were qualified to enter. As soon as they stepped into the door, a series of kicking and stomping sounds were heard. A beautifully dressed girl with a charming face rushed down from the upstairs and hugged Xia Tianling tightly. "Wow, junior brother, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you for a while, and you've grown taller. You're almost catching up with me." The one who came was the saint of the Spirit Hall in the original book, the little fox Huliana. Ahem, senior sister, put me down quickly, I can't breathe. Xia Tianling struggled to get out of Hu Liana's arms. Are you thinking about me? You are obviously craving for my cooking. Heh, who told you to cook so deliciously? After eating your cooking, the cafeteria doesn't smell good anymore. Hu Liana stuck out her tongue. Xiao Ao's spirit will get sick if you eat too much, and his cooking is not as delicious as yours. She was also adopted by the Spirit Hall. When the academy was on vacation, she would return to the Spirit City to find her teacher for training. After accidentally eating the dishes cooked by Xia Tianling once, she often came to eat with a thick face. After a few visits, she became familiar with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. To be honest, I envy Tianling every time. A few more people came down from upstairs. Brother Yan, you are such a dog licker. How could senior sister Lena like you? Xia Tianling saw the person who was talking clearly and replied unhappily, a blacksmith must be strong himself. Ha ha ha, Tianling is right. If you had put more effort into your cultivation, my sister wouldn't have bothered you so much. Another man on the side laughed. He was Hu Liana's brother, She Yue. Yan touched his nose awkwardly, pretending nothing had happened. After all, he had been a licker for Hu Liana for more than a year or two, and everyone knew it. Hey, Brother Ling, I was wondering why you didn't come with us. It turns out you were secretly looking for a girl behind our backs. That's right, Fatty is right. You're not a good person, boss. Don't call me Fatty. I'm not fat at all now. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, two lively guys, were bickering with each other. In 6 years, not only Bibi Dong and Qian Renshui have changed, but Oscar and the little fat man as well. No, you can't call him the little fat man now. Ma Hongjun, who has practiced the lustful phoenix technique, has a very normal figure. Not only does he not have the wretched temperament in the original book, but he is full of warm sunshine all over his body, exuding the vigorous vitality of young people, which makes people feel a little handsome at first glance. With the strength of level 32, when he went home on vacation before, he had become a veritable young man in Soto City, rich and handsome, and many girls in the village were secretly in love with him. However, Ma Hongjun, who has eliminated the hidden danger, does not need to rely on men and women to vent now. After 6 years of teaching by Xia Tianling, he did not become a sex-hungry ghost like in the original book, and he is still a pure little virgin who is devoted to practice. The change between Oscar and the original book is even greater. After practicing the martial arts golden body, Oscar became more confident, far less decadent, and laissez-faire at this point in time in the original timeline. The increase in strength, especially martial arts, will make a person tough and confident from the inside out. A well-proportioned body of tendon meat, under that seemingly thin body, hides an explosive power that scares even combat soul masters. Oscar, who has already cultivated the flawless body to perfection, coupled with a soul power of up to level 35, is strong enough to defeat a beast soulmaster of the same level. Who would believe that he is a food-type soulmaster? Who dares to believe it? Fatty, are you itching for trouble? Your cultivation is not as high as Xiao Ao, a food-type soulmaster. It seems that you have been slacking off recently. Do you want me to help you practice more? Ma Hongjun's face immediately fell. Don't worry, Brother Ling. Xiao Ao is simply a pervert. How can I compare with him? Although Xia Tianling had helped him solve the problem of evil fire a long time ago, Ma Hongjun himself has a lazy personality. This is innate, and it is difficult to change. You are just a kid who doesn't know how to appreciate your good fortune. Let me introduce you to my new student, who is also my friend. Her name is Juju King. We will be study partners from now on. Ju King, say hello to everyone. Juju King, who had been silent in the corner, came out and said, Hello everyone. My name is Juju King. My martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat, and I am a level 29 Battle Soul Master. Nether Spirit Cat, surname Ju, are you from the Xingluo Nether Ju family? Hu Liana asked, thoughtfully. At this age you have a level 29 cultivation, which is not bad. Yes, but don't worry about her identity. I will take care of everything. Xia Tianling said. Huh? Several people started to make a fuss. Boss, you still say you are friends with her? Oscar smiled meanly. Although practicing the technique brought him a change in his mentality, it did not change his mean character. Yeah, Brother Ling, we all know each other, so don't hide it. Ma Hongjun also echoed. Get out! Xia Tianling was furious. Fatty, I tell you, Ju Qing has practiced much harder than you, and even Xiao Ao is far inferior to her. If your level is surpassed by her in the future, don't blame me for giving it to you. He's anxious. He's angry. Ma Hongjun laughed and didn't take it seriously. The air was full of a cheerful atmosphere. While everyone was playing in Soto City on the other side, Tang San and Xiao Wu also arrived at the registration location of Shrek. However, in this timeline, Shrek seemed very lame. Without Oscar and Ma Hongjun, the entire Shrek Academy only had one student, Dai Mu Bai. 6 teachers teach one student, comparable to the paleontology department of that academy. As expected, in the 4th level against Zhao Wuji, Xiao Wu was backfired by her own charm. But Tang San did not try to kill Zhao Wuji, as in the original novel. He also understood that this was the result of Xiao Wu's own action. Without Zhu King's help, he simply admitted defeat after fighting Zhao Wuji with hidden weapons for only one stick of incense. However, how did that sentence go? The time traveler of the flowing water, Zhao Wuji, was beaten. Even if the two did not fight hard, Zhao Wuji still could not escape the fate of being beaten by Tang San. To be honest, Xiao Wu's mental power is really weak. A 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed into a human, but its mental power is not as good as that of a power-type soul, saint. It is really speechless. This is your innate skill, little rabbit. Wait, one of the little rabbit's innate skills is charm? Tang San's hat seemed to be a little greener. After completing the admission procedures with Zhu King, Xia Tianling took her to her own exclusive training ground. This is the advantage of being a top student. You don't have to share with others, but someone will build the most suitable one for you. Speaking of Zhu King's sensitive attack route in the original work, Xia Tianling felt very speechless. Sensitive attack? Control? Defense? Strength? Is it useful? All the title Douluo in the continent are strong attack type, aren't they all? It's said that the control type has an advantage in single combat and restrains sensitive attack. The old poisonous thing, the unit of combat power measurement, has something to say. There is basically no control type except for playing soy sauce. The most ridiculous is the sensitive attack type. Among all the title Douluo in the continent, only Ghost Douluo is a sensitive attack type. Is it useful? What should a sensitive attack look like? It should be an assassin. Hide yourself. High attack and high sensitivity, take the target's life with a burst and then directly flee. Kill one person in 10 steps and leave 1,000 miles. After the matter is done, leave, hiding the merits and fame. In the end, what are the sensitive attacks in Douluo Continent doing? The sensitivity is there, but where is the attack? Where is the burst? Ding ding dang dang used a set of fancy skills, but the defense-type Soulmaster didn't break the defense? Then, what's the meaning of agility attack? Game understanding, no. There is a big problem with the understanding of cultivation. The Soulmasters of Douluo Continent have been around for so many years, but they don't understand the role of agility attack Soulmasters. One by one, they all insist on soloing like the strong attack system. That's a bit sick. Therefore, Xia Tianling decided to teach the little cat how to be a qualified assassin. Can I become as strong as them? Zhu King bit her lip. When she met with everyone just now, she found that the aura coming from several people was very heavy. The other older ones were stronger than her, and even Ma Hongjun, who looked about the same age as her, had a cultivation level that was no less than that of a soul master. Zhu Qing had a faint expectation, but also a little fear. His companions were so powerful. Could she catch up? And what would she use to repay the kindness he brought to her? Compared with these young geniuses, Dai Mubai is nothing but trash. You will become stronger than them. Xia Tianling didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Hold this dagger, drop a drop of blood on it, and feel it carefully. Zhu Qing did as she was told and cut a small hole on her finger with the sharp blade. The blood oozed out and fell on the dagger, but was directly absorbed by the blade, emitting bursts of black and red light. At the same time, the dagger's body gradually became virtual and merged into Zhu King's body. This is a dagger called Blade of Assassin, which comes from a Western fantasy plane. This dagger is not only a weapon, but also a heritage artifact left by Assassin, the assassin god of that world. Through systematic deconstruction, a mere inheritance left by a god from another world can be easily cracked. After filtering out the original divine power, only the cultivation perception of the assassin profession and a little original power are left. These remaining powers are of great help to Zhu King in getting started quickly, and can also improve her body. This weapon is an invisible substance, and the dagger is just a carrier of form. In fact, as long as Zhu King wants, she can even condense a machete. In a sense, the little cat has a second martial soul that cannot be attached with a spirit ring. The cleverness of this weapon is that no matter how strong your defense is, this weapon can break the defense 100%. The only thing that can resist its damage is the physical strength of the attacker and the attack against it. For example, if you use this weapon to attack a magician wearing top-level artifact armor and 7 or 8 forbidden spell shields, then I'm sorry, I can ignore the defense and kill him in 1 second. But if you use it to chop a stone man with an extremely tough body, the effect will be greatly reduced. At this time, it is at most a sharp weapon that will never be damaged. Among the many methods left by the God of Assassins, in addition to the cultivation methods, the most precious one is a body method, void walking. This is the signature skill of the God of Assassins, which can make the user's body become virtual and escape into the void without being discovered or attacked by anyone. When one cultivates to the point of great success, even the barriers of the world can be easily penetrated. To put it bluntly, it is an unselectable reality. At this moment, Zhu King, who closed her eyes, felt as if she was a small boat in the stormy sea. The violent and sharp breath constantly impacted her inner will. What Xia Tianling didn't know was that although the system eliminated the hidden dangers in this inherited weapon and separated it from the original world, but in essence, it is still a divine weapon. Divine weapons are not called divine weapons because they are strong and good. They are called divine weapons because they are used by gods as a tool. Even though the assassin's blade is in the severely weakened world of Douluo at this moment, the murderous intent accumulated over the years and the divine power of the assassin god that has been infiltrated for who knows how many years still have extremely huge energy. Even if the assassin god is just a mid-level god with ordinary divine power, the essence of his power has far surpassed the profession of soul master. This huge force cannot be used as an offensive means, but it will have a violent impact on the willpower of the inheritor. Once the willpower collapses, the consequence is to become a walking corpse dominated by murderous intent, just like the people who drank too much Bloody Mary in the Killing City. Could it be that I can't even resist the impact of the will of a weapon? No, I want to become stronger. I want revenge. I want to prove that the morbid inheritance system of the family is wrong. Zhu Qing persisted in the illusion of will formed by the assassin's blade, and her little face in reality was distorted with pain. Her state is not right. Xia Tianling quickly noticed the problem, and the system gave the above explanation. Then how can I save her? A large amount of destiny power was directly consumed to let the system give a solution. Ding! The great Tao Changsheng Sutra practiced by the host is the most natural existence, embracing all things. Just use your breath and consciousness to guide it. Hearing the words of the system, Xia Tianling hurriedly did as he was told, releasing soul power and mental power to wrap Zhu King up. It worked. Zhu King's face was becoming calmer. Zhu King, who was about to fall into darkness, felt as if there was a beam of light in this dark will space, emitting a warm and familiar breath which made her already somewhat chaotic mind clearer. Is it you? Are you helping me? No one expected that this confrontation would last a little longer. On the night that Xia Tianling brought Zhu King into the training field, Juliana felt that something was wrong. It was just a practice. Why did it take so long? She had also had this experience. A few years ago, Xia Tianling had taught her a practice called Qingqianhu Jue, and even her teacher, Bibi Dong, praised this method for being extremely brilliant. She was a little worried. She checked the internal situation through the special observation mirror of the training room and found that the two of them had no problems, so she didn't care about it anymore. Who would have thought that this situation would continue until the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the morning of the sixth day? At this time, several people were already standing outside the training room. Except for his friends, the rest of them all had extremely high spiritual power. The two titled Douluos stationed in the academy came, and there were also several healing spirit masters outside, and even a healing spirit Douluo came. This was the contemporary saint of the spirit hall, and it was not too solemn. Just when the two titled Douluos were discussing whether to prepare to break down the door and enter violently, fortunately, the inheritance finally ended. Xia Tianling, who had been releasing spiritual power for 4 consecutive days, was already close to the end of his energy. The moment he sensed the end of the inheritance, he could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. His last thought was, "Damn it, this time I'm done." Zhu King, who had completed the inheritance, had a surge of aura on his body, and the whole person was like a sharp blade that soared into the sky, and at the same time his body looked a little erratic. "Tianling! Your Highness! Brother Ling! Junior brother! Boss!" The first voice was shouted by Zhu King. After she opened her eyes, before she had time to be happy that she had broken through to level 30, she saw Xia Tianling in front of her fall down due to exhaustion, and she hurriedly supported him. When the people outside saw that the two of them were awake, they broke into the room and rushed in. The healing soul Douluo hurriedly used his soul power to probe the powerless Xia Tianling, to understand his situation, and at the same time released his martial soul and healing soul skills one after another to hit him. Don't treat me, Teacher Wang, I'm fine." Xia Tianling lay weakly in Zhu King's arms. "I just overdrawn my mental power. I just need to rest for a while." "Overdrawn mental power? That's easy." A voice sounded. 7 treasures turn into glaze. 6 is God." A mental power buff was directly put on him, slowly restoring his emptied mental power. This person was a sole emperor of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect. As one of the top 3 sects, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect has always been on good terms with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the Sword Duo Qisha Jian Chenxin and his sect master Ning Fengji are even honorary elders of the Spirit Hall. Naturally, there is a lot of cooperation between the two forces. "Tianling, thank you." Zhu King hugged the pale Xia Tianling, and her eyes were a little red. He was like this for her. Xia Tianling smiled indifferently. "What are you saying to thank me? This is what I should do. Didn't I say before that you are my partner, and I will protect you if there is anything?" "Ayan, why haven't I seen you take care of us like this? You treat us differently, right? Stop talking and have a good rest." Juju Qing's eyes were not only red at this time, but also her face. A titled Douluo saw that their prince had nothing to do, and even had the leisure to play with the beauty, and he was immediately furious. Okay, let's all go and practice. Ning Tao, send the prince back to his residence. However, Xia Tianling didn't know what happened later. His mental state was really very bad. He just managed to say a few words before he closed his eyes and fell into a coma. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. I had a really comfortable sleep. Xianling sat up from the familiar bed and stretched his body. It has been a long time since he used cultivation instead of sleeping. Huh? My soul power has exceeded level 40? It just so happens that I can take the kitten to the Xingdou Great Forest to get the soul ring. I don't know how she is doing now after accepting the inheritance. This time it's really damn it. After so long, I have been smooth sailing and my vigilance has dropped. This time I almost flipped over. In the future, if there are uncertain things, I should ask the system first. Tianling, you're awake. Just as Xia Tianling was sitting on the bed summarizing the gains and losses of this incident, Zhu Jiqing pushed the door and walked in. Seeing his rosy complexion, she shouted in surprise. Huh? Zhuqing, you didn't go to practice? Young man, you are so lucky. Hearing Zhu Jiqing's cry, the healing soul fighter from yesterday also walked in. He had been staying in the living room downstairs to prevent any accidents. After you fell into a coma yesterday, this little girl has been guarding you all the time. Oh, it's great to be young. The old man sighed with a sigh. Since there is nothing to do, I won't bother you young people. Zhu Jiqing's face was red as if blood could drip, and he squatted in front of the bed with his head down without saying a word. Didn't leave all night? This little cat is really... Ahem, what's the matter, Zhu King? How do you feel after the inheritance? Xia Tianling felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly changed the subject. I broke through level 30 and feel a lot lighter. Zhu Jiqing thought for a moment and answered seriously. And the dagger you gave me yesterday, I can transform it at will. As she said that, Zhu Jiqing summoned the assassin's blade. Maybe it should be called the assassin's claws now. A pair of black claws appeared on Zhu Jiqing's hands, exuding a sharp breath. The structure of the claws fits her hands very well, and a slight and low friction sound is emitted with the rhythm of the fingertips. The sound is very small, and if it weren't for the extremely strong perception of the cultivator, it would not be heard at all. Not bad. Xia Tianling jumped up from the bed and stood on the ground. Let's go. Call Xiaoao and Fatty. Let's go to the Xingdou Great Forest to hunt spirit rings. Why not call senior sister Hu Lina and the others? And why call Ma Hongjin Fatty? He doesn't look fat. Zhu Zuqing put away the claws and asked curiously. We are going to the Stardew Forest this time. One is to hunt for spirit rings, and the other is to train. The three of them have completed countless missions, and even I am ashamed of their combat experience, so they naturally don't need to join us. Although Xia Tianling had participated in several activities to encircle and suppress evil spirit masters before, he basically went there to gild himself and gain experience, and he didn't actually participate in many battles. As for why Ma Hongjun is called Fatty, because he was a little fat boy when he was a child, it's just that it's easy to call him after so many years, so it can be regarded as a nickname. The two chatted while walking towards the teaching building. However, it was mainly Xia Tianling who talked alone, and Zhu Jiqing occasionally hummed a few times or nodded in response to him. They successfully found Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were training at the training ground. After hearing that Xia Tianling had broken through to level 40 due to a blessing in disguise, the two immediately sent their blessings. The four-person team successfully assembled, and after applying to the titled Douluo in charge, a top soul Douluo immediately led them to the direction of the Stardew Forest. As for why it wasn't a titled Douluo who led the team, it was actually easy to understand. Each titled Douluo was a well-known figure on the road. If he had taken one person out like before, it would have been fine, but taking 4 people into the Stardew Forest in such a swaggering manner would easily arouse the imagination of other forces and strong people. After all, Daming and Erming were not very kind to the people of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, if they met strong people from other forces in the Stardew Great Forest, when they saw several students led by the strong people of the Spirit Hall, they would certainly know the importance of these geniuses to the Spirit Hall. People's hearts are unpredictable. What if someone wants to do something? Besides, the Soul Douluo who led the team this time was also a strong attack-type Soul Master of level 88, which was no less powerful than a titled Douluo, and could even win in a single fight. The safety of the few people was completely guaranteed. This time, you 4 little guys have to do it all by yourselves. I won't help unless your life is in danger. Sitting in the carriage to the Xingdou Great Forest, the Soul Douluo who led the team reminded them, although this is the first time for you to go to the Xingdou Great Forest, you should have learned the points you should know in the theoretical class before. This time is for you to practice. How to act is entirely up to you. I hope you can make fewer mistakes. Understood. In the evening, the carriage arrived at a small town. Xia Tianling, who had the decision-making power, immediately decided to rest here for a night and continue to set off tomorrow. The carriage that the few people were riding in had the Wuhun Hall logo removed. Although the interior was extremely spacious and luxurious, it looked very ordinary on the outside. After entering the town, the sole Douluo who led the team disappeared without a trace. Without the adult around, the children became noticeably more active. Ma Hongjin, who was traveling alone for the first time, drove the carriage while looking around curiously. Looking at the dazzling array of goods on the street, all kinds of potions, sundries, equipment, everything, Xia Tianling's collection addiction also took effect. Buy, and that's it. If he doesn't buy a set of various supplies, he will feel unhappy. Anyway, the pocket money given by the teacher is countless. At this time, Oscar pointed to a seemingly ordinary hotel in front. Boss, let's stay there today. The hotel Oscar mentioned is a 2-story building. The lobby on the first floor is a simple restaurant, and the second floor is accommodation. Is this fate? Comparing the descriptions that gradually overlap in his memory, Xia Tianling agreed with a strange look on his face. After entering the hotel, he checked into a triple room and a single room. Although he did have money, there was no need to waste money if it was not a necessity. It was already dark outside. After a simple wash in the room and changing into clean clothes, the few of them went downstairs to prepare for dinner. Just as the 4 of them sat down, 5 more people came into the hotel. The leader was a strong but not tall man, with muscles all over his body like a wild bear. No way, it can't be such a coincidence, right? When he saw the familiar Tang San and Xiao Wu appear later, Xia Tianling had to admit that it was such a coincidence. Is this the end of the world line? Hey Xiao San, Xiao Wu and Dai Xiao, we meet again. Brother Ling, you are here too? This is too coincidental. Xiao San, Mubai, do you know each other? The leading man was Zhao Wuji. Dai Mubai recalled some not-so-good memories from a few days ago, and replied awkwardly, "It can be said that we didn't know each other until we fought." Tang San introduced Zhao Wuji excitedly. "Teacher Zhao, this is my childhood friend and my eldest brother, Xia Tianling. Brother Ling, this is our Shrek team leader, Teacher Zhao Wuji. The one next to him is my classmate, Ning Rongrong." Ning Rongrong looked well-behaved and greeted them gently, but eyes had already betrayed her. "Ning Rongrong, long time no see." Xia Tianling gave Ning Rongrong a look. Tang San was a little surprised. "Brother Ling, Rongrong, do you know each other? Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect has cooperated with the forces behind Brother Ling. I naturally knew him when my father took me to play." Xia Tianling smiled. Ning Rongrong was quite tactful and did not mention the spirit hall in front of Zhao Wuji. "So this is the legendary Akala, Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, I have heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect that the senior disappeared from the martial arts world for 10 years and now he is doing teaching and educating people." Xia Tianling stood up, bowed, and said some polite words. Boy, do you know me?" Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows. "Of course I've heard of the reputation of Akala." "Reputation? I think it's a bad reputation. But since you are familiar with Xiao San and the others, I won't bother you." That he opened a single room and went upstairs. "Teacher Zhao is so rude." Xiao Wu muttered with disdain and pulled out a stool and sat down. "Brother Ling, I want to eat delicious food." "Xiao Wu, you still say Teacher Zhao, aren't you also very rude?" Tang San next to him looked helpless. He naturally didn't know that Xiao Wu had already regarded Xia Tianling as a 100,000-year soul beast that had also transformed. "Ha ha ha, of course no problem. Xiao San, Dai Xiao, and Rongrong, meeting is fate. Today I treat you. Everyone sit down and eat together." Xia Tianling happily invited several people to sit down. The 7 people who originally belonged to the same camp were now divided into 2 opposing groups, but they still returned to this familiar place to eat together. Interesting. Too interesting. "Brother Ling is treating us today. I'm going to give him a good rip-off." Ma Hongjin smiled meanly and called the waiter. "Come on, give me this one of the dishes on the menu in addition to the staple food." "Fatty, you're still so delicious." "Ning Rongrong, don't call me fat. I'm not fat at all now." Although Ma Hongjin said so and asked him to rip off a meal, in fact, let alone one, even if he ordered a few more, it wouldn't cost much gold soul coins. Besides, can the dishes in this ordinary little hotel be as delicious as those cooked by his brother Ling himself? Dai Mubai felt very uncomfortable since he came in, and always felt that something terrible was staring at him. It was not until he sat down that he realized that it was the girl who had given him a cold eye last time. Although he felt inexplicably familiar, he should not have offended her, so why did she have such a strong hostility towards him? Since Dai Mubai entered this room, Zhu King, who was originally in a good mood, had a black face, and she wanted to tear the self-degrading scumbag in front of her alive. "Hey girl, even if I said last time that I wanted to take your girlfriend out to play, you wouldn't be so angry with me, right?" Dai Mubai looked puzzled and decided to find out the truth. "Get lost! Don't talk to me! You make me sick!" Zhu King naturally wouldn't give him a good look. Her words were so decisive that the people who didn't know the truth were confused. You! Daimubai glared and was about to explode. He was Daimubai, the evil-eyed white tiger. Who in Soto City dared to talk to him like that? Don't be angry. Come on, let me introduce you to some of my partners. Xia Tianling came out to smooth things over on the surface, but in fact, she was ready to watch the show behind her back. This is our food-type auxiliary soul master, Oscar. The one with a showy face is Ma Hongjun, and as for this girl, I'll introduce them to you later. Everyone? What's wrong with this person? Juju King was also confused and looked at Xia Tianling in confusion. Don't worry, I'll show you a good show later. Okay, then I'll get to know this girl later. Tang San came out to smooth things over. Yes, eating is important. Although this place is not big, there are quite a lot of things. I hope the food is delicious. Ma Hongjun touched his stomach. I've been traveling all day. I'm starving. The dry food is really bad. 8 people sat around a table. The atmosphere was weird. Juju Qing had a cold face. Ning Rongrong had a smirk on her face that she wanted things to get worse. Daimubai was angry and confused. Only Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, the 3 heartless people, were still looking forward to the food later. Tang San and Xia Tianling looked at each other and silently lit a candle for Daimubai in his heart. He knew that whenever his brother Ling made such a move, it meant that he had briefly glimpsed a corner of the future and was ready to cheat people. However, he had just met Daimubai and his first impression of him was even bad, so he, naturally, did not warn him. The restaurant was already occupied by about 60 to 70% of the guests. At this time, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside. Similar to everyone else, there were also 8 of them. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was handsome, and his hair was combed very shiny. The white Soul Master robe was very exquisite, with patterns embroidered with silver threads, and the light flashed when he moved. The 7 young people, 6 men and 1 woman, following behind the middle-aged man, all looked to be around 20 years old. They wore the same moon-white Soul Master robe, but without the silver threads embroidered on the middle-aged man in front. But whether it was the middle-aged man or the 7 young people behind him, there was a cyan ring mark on the left shoulder, and 2 words of the same color were embroidered inside the ring, Kangui. He is coming, the familiar Kangui Academy is coming to us. The group of people from Kangui College were dressed very flamboyantly. When the restaurant owner saw them coming in, he hurried over to greet them, nodding and bowing in an indescribable politeness. Brother Ling, that girl is really pretty. The fat man took a sneak peek and whispered to Xia Tianling beside him. Xia Tianling glanced at Juju King quietly. Not bad. It's not in vain that you have learned from me for 6 years. You now know how to respect others. It's normal for men to be lustful. If they are not lustful, are they still men? He has never stopped the fat man from being lustful. Even he himself is a senior LSP. But there is one thing, that is, you must learn to respect others, respect women. You can think about some things in your heart, but you must never really do them. It is very impolite to comment on a woman's appearance in person as in the original book. Daimubai, who was sitting at the same table, naturally heard Ma Hongjun's muttering and curled his lips in disdain. It's just a small Kangui college. What's the point of being so ostentatious? That's all. Just average looking. Come to me another day and I'll take you to find someone better. At this moment, his playboy nature was fully revealed. Shameless and vulgar, Juju King's face became increasingly livid. Oscar hurriedly advised, Don't be angry, Sister Zhu Qing. Don't be angry. Fatty won't go. Although he is a little lecherous, he still keeps himself clean. Ma Hongjun also replied aggrievedly, Yes, I just said it. I have the desire but not the courage. Ning Rongrong, who had been watching the show for a long time, was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. No man is a good thing. Nonsense. My 3rd brother is very good. Xiao Wu quickly retorted. Tianling seems to be pretty good too, Juju King silently added in her heart. While everyone was arguing, the middle-aged man from Kangui College cast his eyes over and frowned. Daimubai didn't lower his voice just now, and the people from Kangui College heard it clearly. Mr. Dai, it seems inappropriate for you to comment on others openly like this, Xia Tianling said calmly. So what? Daimubai glanced at the Kangui Academy next door who had already sat down. The dean taught me that a soul master who dares not cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, and it is safest to provoke people from the Soul Master Academy. At most, it will just be a fight. What a bullshit theory. Not daring to cause trouble is mediocre? It's ridiculous. Xia Tianling crossed his arms and sneered. Is this called causing trouble? Isn't this pure bullying? If you have the guts, provoke a titled Douluo and let me see. Not to mention you, even if it is your dean, would he dare to cause trouble in front of a titled Douluo? Last time you provoked me, you didn't give in to my beating, right? Daimubai lost his temper in an instant, and the words he was ready to refute were stuck in his throat. Last time he did cause trouble, but ended up kicking the iron plate in front of him. He really couldn't beat it. The teacher of Kangui Academy whispered twice in the ear of a young man, and soon The young man stood up from his seat and walked towards the table where Tang San and his friends were. According to his walking route, he was heading towards Dai Mubai's evil eyes showed a trace of disdain. Although he had stumbled at Xia Tianling's hands, it did not mean that he could look at the weak chickens of Kanghui Academy in the eye. The young man pretended to be nothing and passed by Dai Mubai, but he kept shouting and swept across quietly, kicking directly at a chair leg under Dai Mubai's crotch. It was just an ordinary wooden chair. If one of the legs of the chair was broken, Dai Mubai would naturally not be able to sit steadily. At the moment when the young man kicked, Dai Mubai moved. He had been beaten up by Xia Tianling before, and was ridiculed by Zhu King for no reason. He was also squeezed and had nothing to say just now. All these experiences combined had made him angry for a long time. At this time, someone provoked him and hit him right on the muzzle. With a dull thud, the young man from Kanghui Academy felt as if he had kicked an iron plate, and his calves were numb from the shock. Then, Dai Mubai had already slapped him with a palm. The young man wanted to resist, but his soul power was not as good as Dai Mubai's, and he was slapped hard on the chest. He was hit and bent backwards and was thrown away like a weightless scarecrow, knocking down 2 tables in succession and flying towards a group of people from Kanghui Academy. The teacher from Kanghui Academy stood up in a hurry, raised his hands, grabbed the young man's shoulders and caught him. The young man's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow, and his whole body became much weaker. Dai Mubai stopped his body and stretched his waist with the action of the previous palm. "I'm so sorry, I missed." The true nature of the evil-eyed white tiger was fully revealed, with a strong disdain and arrogance on his face. Not to mention the people from Kanghui Academy, even Xia Tianling felt that his expression was very asking for a beating. "Mr. Dai, is that too much? Even if his kick really hit you, with your strength, at best you would have staggered, not even made a fool of yourself. But you beat him directly until he vomited blood, which was really too heavy." At this time, Xia Tianling had no expression on his face, staring at Dai Mubai indifferently. "Besides, you were the one who started it first." Dai Mubai spread his hands. "So what?" At this time, there was an uproar in the restaurant, and the diners near the 2 tables hurriedly stood up and moved aside to avoid being affected. However, most people did not leave the restaurant immediately, but instead looked at the scene in front of them with excitement. On weekdays, if you want to watch the duel between soul masters, you have to go to the big fighting soul arena, which costs money. Now that you can watch it for free, naturally everyone will not miss the opportunity to get it for free. How could the group of people from Kanghui Academy hold back? The remaining 6 students stood up in unison and glared at the table. They wanted to rush over, but were stopped by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man helped the young man sit on a chair and asked Dai Mubai with a sullen face, "Which academy are you kids from?" Dai Mubai's evil eyes flashed. "Are you talking to me? Are you qualified?" He sat back in his seat. Xia Tianling silently pulled Zhu King, Oscar, and Ma Hongjin back and said to the people from Kanghui Academy, "Sorry, the 4 of us are just casual acquaintances. With this person, we are not involved in this matter." "You say it's not true? They are all sitting at the same table for dinner. Who would believe it?" A young man shouted, "Yes, they must be in the same group. Teach them a lesson." As they were talking, they all activated their martial spirits and prepared to rush up to fight with the few people. Under the feet of the 7 people were 2 ringed Great Spirit Masters, 1 white and 1 yellow. Dai Mubai did not say anything and also activated his spirit ring. "I said we are not in the same group. Why do you have to entangle?" Xia Tianling was a little impatient. He wanted to watch the show, but he had no choice but to get into trouble. "It's going to be trouble again, and this time it's my own fault." He directly released the axe from the 2 sets and activated the attribute addition at the same time. Lightning flashed all over his body, and the yellow, purple, and black soul rings kept flashing under his feet. Black? 10,000 year soul ring? How could his 3rd soul ring be 10,000 years? A soul master who was watching screamed, "His 2nd soul ring is purple 1,000 years. Others also found that there was something wrong with his soul ring ratio. What kind of monster is this? After Xia Tianling released his martial soul, several students from the opposite Kanghui Academy were already scared. Not to mention that there was a big level difference. Just the 1,000-year 2nd ring and 10,000-year 3rd ring alone would have killed them in seconds. Even his 1st soul ring was a thick dark yellow, which was obviously older than their 2nd soul ring. In comparison, even the soul master of the White Tiger martial soul seemed a little mediocre in comparison with this person. "Stop!" The teacher of Kanghui Academy couldn't help but stand up and wave to his students. "You all retreat!" The students retreated in frustration, and the teacher was filled with incomparable shock. Not to mention this monster who broke the common sense of soul ring matching. Even the White Tiger Soul Master who provoked the trouble has a 1,000-year soul ring. "I am Yaji Chu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kanghui College. May I ask which sect you are from?" "We are from Shrek College." Daimubai replied indifferently. Shrek College? I don't think I've heard of it. Yejichu's eyes showed a thoughtful light. Daimubai snorted coldly. That's because you are ignorant. It's not famous in the first place. I really haven't heard of it. What kind of a quack college? Ma Hongjun muttered in a corner. Fortunately, Daimubai didn't hear it. Then may I ask, who are you? Yejichu turned to Xia Tianling again and subconsciously added a respectful word in his words. It was really that the black third soul ring was too dazzling. Even he, a soul king of more than 50 levels, did not have a black, 10,000-year soul ring. Xia Tianling sighed. When he came here, the soul Douluo told him that he should not reveal the name of the spirit hall as much as possible. It was too troublesome. Sorry, my sect does not allow me to tell the outside world about my identity and the name of the sect. He scratched his hair fiercely. I know that I can't prove that I am not in the same group with them. It will be difficult for you to endure it. You will lose face when you teach students in the future. So let's find a place where no one is around and have a fight. What do you think? You and me? Yejichu was stunned. Even if the little guy in front of him was gifted and had a 10,000-year soul ring, he should not be his opponent, right? Me and her. Xia Tianling pulled Jujuqing aside. She just reached level 30. This time I'm mainly here to help her get the third soul ring. This, or you should call your teacher out. Yejichu thought about it. If he fought with these two children, if he won, he would be bullying the weak. If he lost, he would lose face. Oh, trouble. In fact, he just wanted to find an opponent for Jujuqing to try out the new weapon. Yejichu was a defensive spirit master, just suitable for testing the assassin's claw. Xia Tianling walked up, pulled Yejichu aside, turned his back, and quietly took out 2 tokens from the storage ring. 2 characters were engraved on each of the 2 tokens. Chrysanthemum and Ghost. Xia Tianling quickly covered Yejichu's mouth, which was about to scream, and asked with a smile, How about it, Teacher Ye? Can you help me? Okay, not just 1 favor. 100 will do. Yejichu hurriedly agreed. He secretly thanked himself for not acting impulsively. Behind the tokens of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood 2 titled Douluos above level 95. Could this child be the contemporary Saint's son announced by the Spirit Hall some time ago? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. No wonder he said that he couldn't reveal his identity outside. Once this identity was revealed, countless people would rush to curry favor with him. Then, Mr. Ye, shall we have a meal together and then go to compete? This meal is mine. Let's make a good relationship. With this note from me, you can let your student go to any branch of the Spirit Hall to get proper treatment. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Remember to keep it a secret. The onlookers, including Kangui Academy's own students, as well as Daimubai and Ning Rongrong, were all confused. What did these 2 people say? They were so angry just now, but now they are good brothers? Several people who knew him well knew that he must have revealed his identity in secret. The student of Kangui Academy was fine after a short treatment by the healing soul master. He would be cured tomorrow by taking Xia Tianling's note to the Spirit Hall for treatment. The 2 tables of people who had reconciled sat down again, and the boss also called the waiter to bring up the plates of delicious dishes in a timely manner. Xia Tianling, I don't need you to stand up for me. Daimubai sat down with a gloomy face. He felt very embarrassed. Stand up for you? I know you well. I want to help Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Rongrong reduce an enemy. After saying that, he patted Jujuqing, who was as cold as ice, and said, At the same time, it is also to find a person for her to hone her skills. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. Her name is Jujuqing. What do you say her name is? Daimubai stood up suddenly and almost knocked over the table. He widened his evil eyes, and his eyes were full of disbelief. This action attracted the sidelong glances of the people eating next to him, and even several people from Kangui Academy looked over. Damn, Jujuqing! I said, why she looks so familiar. Isn't this my childhood fiancé? What have I done? Making an appointment in front of her, pretending to be bi, picking trouble, being arrogant and domineering, and even wanting to take her friends to PC. No wonder she has always been hostile to me. At this moment, Daimubai had a bitter smile on his face, and he wanted to rush back to kill himself a few days ago. Regret it now. What, Juqing? Listen to my explanation. Get lost. Juqing, can you give me a chance to explain? After the 2 tables had finished their meal, Xia Tianling sent everyone else back to sleep and took Jujuqing and Yejichu to the outside of the town. Get lost, don't follow me. You make me feel sick. Jujuqing's face was as cold as ice, and she didn't even look back. Now in her heart, Daimubai has already become a negative point. The 2 contacts and Daimubai's actions made her give up the slightest fantasy about this hopeless man. Complete disappointment. He was 5 years older than herself and the other friends. Even Oscar, who was only 3 years older than him, was almost catching up with him, with only a difference of 2 levels. This was a difficult food-type soul master. Oscar was almost a soul king when he was 17, right? Even Ma Hongjun, who often slacked off in practice, had reached level 32, not to mention Xia Tianling, who had already broken through level 40. He had been wasting his talent all these years. She hated a person who was willing to degenerate from the bottom of her heart. Dai Mubai stood there in a daze, wanting to catch up. But he had just been slapped in the face, and he had an inexplicable sense of self-restraint and pride in his heart, not allowing him to just follow. Big Tiger, you are not good enough. Even your woman ran away with someone else. Ning Rongrong had been a little unhappy with Dai Mubai for a long time. Now that there was no one else around, her witch nature was fully revealed. As for why she knew the relationship between Juju King and Dai Mubai, it was very simple. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is one of the top 3 sects after all, and she has been exposed to some of the things that are open to the world's major forces since she was a child. Get lost! Don't bother me! Although Dai Mubai seemed a bit like a weakling when facing Juju King, he was still the arrogant and domineering White Tiger Dai with evil eyes to others. Hey, you are just a waste who has fallen into this incompetent and furious state. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Ning Rongrong turned around and left, not forgetting to ridicule Dai Mubai a few words. If your brother Davis still has some capital to be arrogant here, you still want to pick a fight with me. Are you worthy? Without Oscar and Ma Hongjian's foil, Flanders did not have the capital to make Ning Rongrong try to bow her head. As a little princess who has been spoiled by the 2 titled Douluo and Ning Fengji since childhood, how could she bear this bird's anger? She retorted on the spot. Princess Zuan, spraying people online. As for Ning Rongrong's current opinion of Shrek, it was just a broken village that came to play casually. How high could the teaching level of an academy that only had 1 student left before they came, and it was such a mess? In terms of auxiliary ability, could Xiaoxin, who had the sugar bean spirit, be stronger than his father? In terms of strength, Flanders and Zhao Wuji were only 2 soul saints. Could they be stronger than Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo? In terms of theoretical knowledge, apart from the huge spirit hall, who could compare with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect? In terms of training grounds, oh sorry, Shrek didn't have any training grounds at all. As for the friend that Flanders mentioned before departure, the famous master in the Spirit Master world was even more ridiculous. His so-called top 10 competitive forces of spirits were either something that had been thoroughly studied by the big forces long ago, or something that was completely nonsense. How could that be called his research theory? How could Ning Rongrong be expected to have a sense of belonging in such a broken school? Don't talk nonsense. Dai Mubai was so angry that he even wanted to attack Ning Rongrong directly, but he forced himself to hold back. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was upstairs, and judging from Ning Rongrong's tone, she was most likely the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. That's why he held back. If he really dared to attack Ning Rongrong, it is estimated that Jian Douluo Chenshin would not let him go. Not to mention that he was just an unsuccessful heir. Even if he was the Star Luo Emperor, it would be difficult to let him off. In a sense, Dai Mubai's last bit of reason saved his life. Xianling and the other 2 naturally had no idea what happened after they left, and now they had come to a forest outside the town. Teacher Ye, I'll trouble you then. Xia Tianling smiled gently and released the Dawn Spirit. My spirit is quite special. It's not a twin spirit. Level 40 Strong Attack Weapon Spirit Master, please give me some advice. Level 30 Agility Attack War Spirit Master, please give me some advice. Juju King also released the Nether Spirit Cat, but compared to the original spirit, the current Nether Spirit Cat seemed to have some inexplicable feelings. Ye Jichu was shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly young girl had reached level 30. What was even more terrifying was that the boy from the Spirit Hall in front of him was already a quasi-soul master at such a young age. It was really unimaginable. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Yijichu said this and also released his Black Turtle Martial Spirit. Black Turtle possess. Level 54 Defense War Spirit King, Yejichu. My 2 friends, please show your ugliness. After the spirit possessed, Yejichu's limbs shrank by 1/3 at the same time, and his back bulged to form a huge carapace. His whole body was flashing with black light. White, yellow, purple, and 5 soul rings rose from his feet and hovered above his body. Teacher Ye, let's have a one-on-one duel first. Xia Tianling was fully prepared, holding the hammer and axe tightly in both hands. Strictly speaking, this was his real face-to-face fight with a strange Soul King, even if this Soul King was weak. The ones who practiced with him before were all Soul Saints who had withdrawn their strength, and the worst was Soul Emperors. To be honest, the Spirit Hall really couldn't find a Soul King-level teacher. Okay, then you have to be careful. Buzz. A strange sound appeared in the air, and Xia Tianling's figure was rushing towards Yejichu in a strange posture, as if swimming in the air. What kind of step is this? Yejichu didn't dare to be arrogant, and let out a low roar and directly released the first 2 soul skills. The first 2 soul rings on his body lit up, and his body quickly rotated half a circle to show the tortoise shell behind him. At the same time, A black light like a stream of water was released with a chilling air. This is a defensive soul skill and a control soul skill. The first is the black tortoise body protection, and the second is the black water freezing. The effect of the black water freezing is to release a cold light belt to hinder and slow down the enemy's movement speed. 9 turns stepping on the sky, the first turn swimming in the sky. This is a kind of body skill that comes with the Taoist scriptures that Xia Tianling practices, called the 9 turns stepping on the sky. Although it is called 9 turns, in fact, this body skill is divided into only 4 realms. The first turn is swimming in the sky, which is the realm that Xia Tianling is in now. He can shuttle freely on the ground like swimming, which greatly speeds up his movement speed. The second realm is the third turn of walking in the sky. As long as you practice to this realm, you can break free from the restrictions of the ground and gain the ability to fly, just like walking in the air. The third realm is the 6th turn of dancing in the sky. After practicing to the 6th turn, you can move freely in the air. The freedom of the user's movements in the air is like dancing in the air. The last realm is the 9 turns stepping on the sky. According to the Taoist scriptures, if you practice to the 9th turn realm, you can easily break through space. Even breaking through the world barrier between the immortal and mortal worlds is easy. In the world of cultivating immortals, one does not even need the guidance of the immortal world and can sneak into the immortal world directly with the flesh body. However, without the baptism of the complete 9-layer heavenly tribulation, the flesh body and soul may die directly after sneaking into the immortal world because they cannot withstand such high-level energy of immortal energy. With the help of the 9-turn heavenly stepping step of the wandering heaven realm, Xia Tianling dodged from the side in a very twisted posture when he was about to hit the light belt. The cold air around the light belt did not hinder him at all. In almost a millimeter, his figure flashed in front of Ye Jiqiu, and the axe in his right hand directly chopped horizontally, heading straight for the opponent's neck. Ye Jiqiu was shocked and quickly retracted his head into the tortoise shell. "I expected you to have such a trick." The axe flew past Ye Jiqiu's scalp, followed by a heavy hammer from bottom to top, which hit the tortoise shell on his chest. The attack of the axe was just a false force, but the hammer in the left hand was a real attack. Bang! Xia Tianling's hammer was almost full of strength. The explosion of attribute blessing made Ye Jiqiu step back several steps, and his whole body was numb. However, as a defensive soul king, Ye Jiqiu adjusted his balance in a very short time. He opened his mouth and spit out a black cold current towards Xia Tianling, who was rushing over. The third soul skill, Xuan Shui Agitation. The strong chill made Xia Tianling shiver, and he quickly mobilized the fire attribute to maintain the temperature in his body. At the same time, his hands were not idle. The first soul ring lit up and the fusion was activated. Storm Battle Axe appeared. "Teacher Ye, use your strongest soul skill to decide the outcome with one strike." Xia Tianling greeted in advance. In the form of Storm Battle Axe, his strength and soul skill attributes were doubled. This was just a competition. It would be bad if someone died or was seriously injured. Ye Jiqiu agreed after hearing this and released his 4th and 5th soul skills in succession. A circle of black airflow rippled around his tortoise shell, and his whole body became larger. At the same time, he used his hardest back to face Xia Tianling. As a defensive soul king, defense is his specialty. His 4th and 5th soul skills are purely defensive soul skills. The 4th soul skill is to strengthen the tortoise shell, and the 5th soul skill is to release a swirling black airflow, which is somewhat similar to the magician's anti-ice ring. "Thunder God, help me!" Thunder Half Moon Slash. Xia Tianling strode forward with the storm axe, and the 2nd and 3rd soul rings on his body lit up, shouting the names of his moves in a childish way. A huge axe wrapped in the power of thunder slammed hard on the tortoise shell on Ye Jiqiu's back. Boom! This attack can be said to be that except for the 2nd martial soul that cannot be exposed, Xia Tianling used all the strength of his body, including the pressure of the true dragon breath, to burst out. However, he used the hammerhead on the back of the axe. He himself was not sure how powerful this hammer was. If he used an axe to chop it down, he was afraid that Ye Jiqiu would be seriously injured and dying, which would be difficult to explain. Ye Jiqiu, who was hit by the hammer, was like a huge golf ball and was hit and flew up. The surrounding black air had dissipated as soon as it came into contact with the Thunder Half Moon Slash and did not hinder it at all. The huge tortoise shell collided with the hammerhead, and it disintegrated with a thunderous explosion. The tortoise shell dissipated into the most basic soul power and disappeared in the air. When he was in the air, he was directly relieved of his martial spirit possession by the hammer. At the moment of head-on confrontation with Xianling, Ye Jiqiu only felt that he was intimidated by his natural enemy. It was an instinctive impulse from his blood to surrender. This impulse almost reduced his strength by 20%. How could a mere tortoise prime minister be so violent in front of a real dragon? This was just the breath. If Xia Tianling was possessed by the real dragon martial spirit, The resulting suppression force could even directly reduce his strength by half. Ahem. In the distance, Yachichu climbed up in the smoke and dust. Teacher Ye, are you okay? Xia Tianling hurried over and stuffed a leaf of a plant into Yachichu's mouth. Chew this and swallow it. This herb is very effective in healing injuries. This herb is a healing herb cultivated by the Spirit Hall, which is very effective for low-level soul masters. Before coming out, he gathered a handful of them and put them in his ring. Your strength is beyond my reach. Yachichu ate the leaf with a wry smile. Thank you for the herb. Xia Tianling's powerful attack just now had dislocated his internal organs and cracked his bones even though he had made all the preparations. If he had used the axe, or used that strange body movement to get around to my front, I'm afraid that one blow would have seriously injured and killed me, Yachichu thought silently in his heart. Fortunately, with the help of this strange plant leaf, Yachichu felt a warm current in his body that was constantly repairing his body, and he was almost healed in a short while. Teacher Ye, are you okay? How about letting Zhu King do what I did just now? You use the strongest defense and let her hit you. How about that? Yachichu felt his current physical condition and thought that the girl in front of him, who was a sensitive attack system, was just a great soul master and should not have such terrifying strength, so he agreed without thinking. No problem for me, just come on. He prepared himself again, releasing his martial spirit and several defensive spirit skills. Zhu King, try your new ability. Yes, Zhu King nodded, and the martial spirit also possessed her. After accepting the inheritance of the god of assassins, Zhu King's netherworld spirit cat martial spirit had undergone some inexplicable changes, just like now. Her speed was faster, and her figure was a little erratic like a shadow. Yachichu's heart was once again in turmoil. This girl's speed was too fast. Compared with the two children in front of him, his proud students were almost playing around. The third spirit skill was activated, Xuan Shui Agitation. Looking at Zhu King rushing towards him, he once again released Xuan Shui Agitation, a comprehensive skill that combines attack and defense. Facing the gushing water, Zhu King adjusted her state, took a deep breath, and directly activated the new skill she had just learned. Void walking. However, she was new to the technique and could only walk in the void for 1 or 2 seconds. But just this 1 or 2 seconds had already made Yachichu on the opposite side start to doubt his life. Was this a self-created soul skill? Teleport? In Yachichu's perception, Zhu King in front of him completely disappeared within 2 seconds, and then flashed directly in front of him, which was not much different from teleportation. Zhu King's raised claws were covered with a layer of dark claws. The black metal seemed to have a frosted texture and did not reflect a single light under the moonlight. Assassin's claws, the netherworld 100 claws. Zhu King's entire body turned into a black light, and her claws pierced straight into the tortoise shell behind Yachichu. There was a puffing sound, and unlike the imagined collision of claws and tortoise shells, Zhu King's netherworld 100 claws directly ignored Yachichu's body-protecting black energy and sank directly into the thick tortoise shell, just like a hot blade piercing a large piece of cheese. After one attack, Zhu King stopped staring at the huge wound on the tortoise shell, and then looked at her cat claws. Was this really caused by me? Zhu King clearly felt that her netherworld claws, which concentrated hundreds of attacks on one point, had completely broken through the defense of the tortoise shell, and inside was Yachichu's body. If she released the netherworld stab again, it would be enough to severely injure the Soul King in front of her. The inheritance of this powerful man named Assassin was so powerful. Xia Tianling, who was watching the battle, nodded with satisfaction. This was in line with the positioning of an assassin. High attack, high sensitivity, high burst, and a wave of enemies can be taken away directly. If it weren't for the passive and sharpness of Assassin's claws, which broke through the defense 100%, even if Yachichu didn't use any skills and let Zhu King stand there scratching, she might not be able to break the defense. Just like in the original novel, when Zhu King attacked Zhao Wuji with the netherworld claws during the assessment, even though she hit his eyelids, she didn't get hurt at all. Zhao Wuji is not a purely defensive soul master. Teacher Ye, you've worked hard. Please remember to keep it a secret. Xia Tianling handed Yachichu a few more herbs, and then slowly walked towards the hotel with Zhu King. Yachichu wiped the sweat off his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was beaten, he had a good relationship with a genius who would surely shine in the future, and got a few healing medicines. This deal was not a loss. Let's go back and take the disciples back to the academy overnight. It's more important to heal the wounds. The next day, just after dawn, Zhao Wuji's loud voice rang out in the hotel. Even Xia Tianling and the others next door were awakened by his loud voice, so they simply got up, washed up, and came down to eat together. At the dinner table, the 9 people were clearly divided. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were eating without distractions. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, who had quarreled with each other yesterday, were obviously not getting along. They ignored each other. Xiao Wu asked Zhu King curiously about the battle last night, wishing she could have a fight with Yeshiqiu. Tang San sincerely invited Xia Tianling to join them. After hearing about how she had beaten Yeshiqiu in a duel yesterday, his respect for Xia Tianling rose to a higher level. Together? We don't mind. Xia Tianling was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Zhao Wuji, who was chewing a steamed bun with a tangled face. This? Teacher Zhao, is it inconvenient? He knew that Zhao Wuji didn't get along well with the people in the spirit hall, so he asked tentatively. It doesn't matter. Let's go together. Zhao Wuji chewed the steamed bun and pickles, as if this breakfast had some deep hatred with him. What Xia Tianling didn't know was that Zhao Wuji clearly saw Xia Tianling's 3 soul rings upstairs last night, and followed him quietly, and saw him fighting with Yeshiqiu. Then, he was forcibly invited by the Soul Douluo, who led the team to have a friendly negotiation. The condition given by the Soul Douluo was, in order not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, he was not convenient to show up in many cases. As long as Zhao Wuji brought them with him, the spirit hall would cancel the wanted order for him. Zhao Wuji, who couldn't escape or fight, had no choice but to accept it. He didn't want to be beaten for no reason again. The injury he suffered from Tang Richin last time had not healed yet. To be honest, the spirit hall didn't have any idea about Zhao Wuji. If they really wanted to catch him, 10 Zhao Wujis would have been caught. He was just a soul saint, and the spirit hall, with its rich family and wealth, didn't take him seriously. Anyway, Zhao Wuji was not a very evil person, so they just let him go. Several people left the town together. Xia Tianling, who was rich and powerful, naturally hired another carriage and asked several people from Shrek to ride with him. Running? Why run when there is a car? Damn the traditional education of Shrek. Originally, he planned to have 1 carriage for them and 1 for several people from Shrek. However, there were some minor problems when getting on the carriage. Ning Rongrong refused to ride with Dai Mubai and squeezed into the carriage of the spirit hall. Xiao Wu, who also had no good feelings for Dai Mubai, followed suit and got on the carriage of the spirit hall. Later, Oscar and Ma Hongjun took the initiative to give up their seats and ride in the same carriage with Tang San, Dai Mubai and Zhao Wuji, which solved the problem. Sharing a carriage with 3 girls? Is there such a good thing? On the way to the Xingdou Great Forest, Xiao Wu, who had never seen much of the world, looked around in the luxurious carriage, and from time to time she lifted the curtain to look outside with curiosity. Since coming to the human world, her way of getting around has always been running. Not to mention the luxurious carriage, he had never even ridden in an ordinary carriage. Xia Tianling, did you bring the stove with you this time? I want to eat the food you cook. Ning Rongrong got on the carriage as if she was at home. She skillfully opened the secret compartment of the carriage and took out the food. I've been staying in Shrek for a few days. I'm almost dying of greed. What kind of academy is this? It's just a broken village. I must have brought something so important, he replied with a smile. As honorary elders of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin often come to the Spirit Hall to handle some official business. According to Ning Rongrong's playful personality, he naturally pestered the 2 to go with him. In this way, he became familiar with the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Rongrong naturally knew Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who often followed him. That Dai guy is so annoying. He has no skills but still likes to act big. I say, why don't I just go to your Wuhun Hall Academy to study? I think this Sister Zhu King seems to have become very powerful after staying with you for a few days. I don't have any objection. Will Uncle Ning and your grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu agree? Ning Rongrong curled her lips and didn't reply. It seems that without Oscar, Ma Hongjun and Zhu King as a foil, Ning Rongrong is unlikely to be convinced by Flanders, let alone a sense of belonging to Shrek. Just based on her current relationship with Dai Mubai, it's good enough that she didn't just leave. Wait, what's the connection? Brother Ling, you brought a stove with you when you came out? Xiao Wu came to her senses and found the point. Yes, Xia Tianling cooks delicious food. Even Zhu Qing nodded with a cold face. It's really delicious. The 3 good sisters immediately chatted harmoniously about the food, forgetting Xia Tianling. As the carriage galloped, everyone soon arrived at the destination. No one can tell how many years the Xingdou Great Forest has existed in Douluo Continent, but after entering the forest, the dense forest that covers the sky is enough to tell people how long it has existed. From a distance, Xia Tianling felt bursts of fresh air blowing from the front, with a unique fragrance of plants which was indescribably comfortable. Stop! Zhao Wuji, who was in the lead, stopped everyone. The Xingdou Great Forest is not like the soul hunting forest where soul beasts are kept in captivity. The soul beasts here are extremely dangerous. You may face attacks from soul beasts of 1,000 or even 10,000 years at any time. Therefore, after entering the forest, try not to leave me for more than 20 meters. Especially Ning Rongrong and that food-type soul master named Oscar. Okay, understood. Teacher Zhao and everyone else, wait a moment. Just as Zhao Wuji was about to lead the way forward, Xia Tianling stopped everyone again and took out a handful of sachets from her storage ring, distributed them to everyone one by one, and motioned for them to hang them around their waists. In the puzzled eyes of the crowd, only Tang San moved his nose and asked, "Is it for repelling insects?" Xia Tianling shook his head proudly. "Of course, walking in the forest, it's not just the soul beasts that are troublesome. There are also countless insects. This little thing is my secret recipe, which can effectively avoid mosquitoes." Zhao Wuji hung it on his waist with a serious face. "Xia Tianling is very thoughtful, and even I didn't consider this. I am a soul saint and I am fearless, but for you, all kinds of insects in the forest may also cause great trouble. Oscar, make sausages." After distributing the sachets, he signaled Oscar again. "Just watch." Oscar responded, and soon made 3 kinds of sausages. They are soul power recovery sausage, detoxification sausage, and a fast-flying sprint sausage. Oscar, who practiced martial arts, has a strong physique. The age of the 3rd soul ring is as long as 5,000 years, which is also provided by a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The new fast-flying sprint sausage allows the soul master to fly at the speed of a phoenix-tailed cockatrice for 3 minutes, which is much better than the original 1-minute duration. When Oscar first awakened his martial soul, he had to chant some not-so-elegant soul spells when making sausages. After several years of practice, he no longer needs to do so. In essence, soul spells are just a means to assist in making sausages, not the root cause. After overcoming the lack of soul spells, Oscar's production speed is even faster than before. Let me introduce you again, my partner, Oscar, the 35th level food-type soul master, whose martial soul is sausages. His 3 soul skills are. The effects are. After hearing about the effects of Oscar's sausages, several people from Shrek were instantly amazed. Especially Zhao Wuji. He was thinking with a melancholy face, "Why is this kind of genius not from our Shrek? I haven't eaten the sausages made by Xiaowao for a long time. I miss them." Everyone else packed up the sausages and put them away. Only Ning Rongrong took a bite and said, "The sausages I bought don't taste this good." "Hey, Rongrong, if you like it, I'll make more for you." Oscar looked flattering and stuffed a few more into Ning Rongrong's hand. Oscar and Ning Rongrong in this timeline still know each other, but not in Shrek, but in Wuhan City. However, in this timeline, after Xia Tianling used mind interference to educate Ning Rongrong many times, she is not as ignorant as in the original book. Oscar still likes Ning Rongrong, the little witch, and turns into a dog. Ma Hongjun and Xia Tianling got goosebumps. Licking, yes, licking. "Okay, let's go." Zhao Wuji, a veteran single dog, couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted the interaction between the two. "Master Dai and I will lead the way. Fatty Xiao Wu and Teacher Zhao will follow in the back. Rongrong and Xiaoao will be in the middle, and Zhu Qing will be on the flanks." Seeing Dai Mubai trying to follow Zhu King, Xia Tianling gave orders directly. The others followed his orders, and Dai Mubai couldn't ask for special treatment, so he could only be possessed by the depressed white tiger and lead the way for everyone in front with Xia Tianling. After entering the Xingdou Great Forest, Xiao Wu was like a young swallow returning to its nest, without the tension of the others. Instead, she was jumping around, indescribably happy, which made Zhao Wuji frown. Will this little rabbit lead Erming out again later? The group walked forward for a long time, and it was already noon. During this period of time, they also encountered many soul beasts, but before they came over, they were scared away by Xia Tianling's true dragon aura. This made Zhao Wuji, who was hanging at the end of the team, a little confused, wondering if these soul beasts had changed their temperament today. "Okay, let's take a break first." Zhao Wuji's voice made the nervous people relax a little. Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai worked together to clear the surrounding thorns and made a small open space. Everyone sat on the ground and took a break. "Xia Tianling, I want to eat delicious food. Didn't you bring a stove? Take it out and make something." Ning Rongrong muttered. She knew that Xia Tianling's ring not only had a stove, but also had various ingredients and seasonings all year round. What to eat? This is the Xingdou Great Forest. Do you think we are here for a picnic? Zhao Wuji glared at Ning Rongrong unhappily, still making a fire to cook. If we attract a stronger soul beast later, we will all become food. Although Ning Rongrong liked to make trouble, she had to admit that Zhao Wuji was right. She could only eat the sausages made by Oscar helplessly. Just when everyone had rested for about half an hour, suddenly, a noise came from the distance of the forest. Xia Tianling and Zhao Wuji shouted at the same time, "Everyone, get up! Something is approaching!" Several people stood up quickly, with Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai as the arrows to form a formation, protecting Ning Rongrong behind them. "Oscar, aren't you a food-type spirit master? Stand at the back." Zhao Wuji saw Oscar also standing in the first row and quickly scolded him. Oscar smiled. "What's wrong with a food-type spirit master? Food-type spirit masters can also fight." "You? It should be a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake about 1,500 years old." Zhao Wuji wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xia Tianling. "How do you know?" Except for Tang San, several people looked at him in unison. "I'm a prophet, didn't I tell you?" Xia Tianling's face was full of indifference. "Zhu Qing, go up the tree and take a look." Zhu Qing silently jumped up, her claws popped out, and quickly climbed up a big tree next to her. Soon, Zhu Qing's cold voice came from the tree. It's a flying snake, but it can't fly high, only about 3 meters above the ground. There is a fleshy crest on its head which looks bigger than its head, bright red like blood, and fan-shaped. Damn, it's really a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Boss, you're amazing. Oscar howled loudly. His third soul ring was a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, and he was very familiar with its characteristics. The others were busy being shocked, but Tang San, who knew Xia Tianling's ability, was relatively calm and asked, "How long is this snake? What color are its wings?" "The wings are light red, about 6 to 8 meters long." Tang San calculated in his mind and wanted to say something, but was beaten to it by Ma Hongjun on the side. "Light red wings. This is undoubtedly a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The body is between 6 and 8 meters long, so the age of this snake should be around 1,300 to 1,800 years. Brother Ling, you are really amazing. You can even predict the future." Ma Hongjun's eyes were full of admiration. "Hey, you know that too?" Tang San exclaimed. "Damn, why can't I know that? Don't look down on you, little brother Ma, okay? Aren't these just basic common sense? When I was in the theory class, Brother Ling forced me to recite it every day." Ma Hongjun said angrily, "Teacher Zhao, let me handle this phoenix-tailed cockatiel. I'm familiar with this snake, so it's a good opportunity for some practice." Oscar slammed his fist into his palm, making a dull sound similar to hitting cowhide. "Aren't you a food-type soul, master?" Zhao Wuji frowned deeply. He originally wanted to let these kids fight together to practice. "I'm not just a food-type soul master. I'm an unprecedented strong attack-type assistant." Oscar faced the flying phoenix-tailed cockatiel calmly, with a fast-flying sprinting intestine in his mouth. The phoenix-tailed cockatiel itself is non-toxic and is a rare and powerful non-toxic snake. It attacks by wrapping around the enemy to suffocate it. Its attack method is extremely simple. Apart from its fast speed and ability to burst out speed instantly, it can be said that it is very poor in other aspects. However, I have this. Oscar swallowed the fast-flying sprinting intestine in his mouth, and his body suddenly soared into the air, heading straight for the phoenix-tailed cockatiel, emitting a bronze light all over his body. This is the symbol of the first level of the martial arts golden body, the body without leakage. Oscar's body has been tempered to be extremely tough, and it is not much inferior to Xia Tianling. As long as he completes the cultivation of qi and blood, he can enter the second level of the martial arts golden body, the realm of blood and smoke. The bronze fist came into close contact with the head of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, making a muffled sound and almost hitting its crown. The big snake seemed to be frightened and let out a hissing sound. The snake's head tilted and suddenly opened its mouth to spray out a colorful mist, which sprayed all over Oscar's head. "Xiaoao, I'll give you a buff." Ning Rongrong, who was watching the game from behind, was not worried at all. She happily took out the 7 treasures glazed tower. The 7 treasures are famous. One is strength, and the other is speed. She learned the word buff when she was playing with Xia Tianling and the others. At that time, she thought the word was very cool, so she learned it. 2 halos were placed on Oscar's body, making his already strong physique even better. He used the power of a tree nearby to kick his legs, and was like a fallen leaf floating in the air. Facing this colorful smoke, he punched the crest of the phoenix-tailed cockatiel again. It was the falling leaf body technique, which was very advanced in martial arts. This punch hit the vital point of the phoenix-tailed cockatiel, and it was so painful that it could no longer maintain its flying posture and fell directly to the ground. At this time, Zhu Qing, who had already come down from a high place, pulled Xia Tianling's clothes and looked at Oscar, who was having a great fight. "Oscar is okay?" Of course, the colorful mist it sprayed was just a bluff. It's not poisonous. Seeing the phoenix-tailed cockatiel fall to the ground, Oscar once again used his body technique and the support of the tree to jump high, then stretched out his right hand and fell down quickly with his head down. "Ha-ha, little phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, have you ever heard of a palm technique that falls from the sky?" He laughed strangely and smashed it to the ground. The sky was filled with Sanskrit sounds, and a character appeared in the palm of his hand. The mark of Buddhism, the symbol of a failed art student, is an inverted, "Great Heavenly Dragon, the Buddha Kshitigarbha, Om Mani Padme Hum." Is this the unique Buddhist skill, the Tathagata palm? Tang San was a little dumbfounded. This was the secret of Mahayana Buddhism in his previous life. Only Buddhist disciples of extremely high status had the opportunity to be taught. Now Oscar actually used it. It must have been taught by Brother Ling. Although it is only the lowest level, the Tathagata palm, that has just been introduced. But this move is extremely useful as a suppression move. The Buddhist magic power is especially like a panacea in suppressing animals. In this regard, a certain monkey and a certain snake should have a say. The phoenix-tailed cockatiel snake on the ground kept twisting and struggling. It felt the great suppression of the golden Buddha light and the huge palm print. However, it was hit hard in the vitals, and it was unable to control its body for a while, and its movements became much slower. Want to run? How can it be so easy? The huge golden palm print fell on the phoenix-tailed cockatiel snake, turning into a small mound of earth shining with golden light, with a seal formed by the 6-character mantra on it, and the unfortunate snake was pressed down below. However, this snake is a 1,000-year soul beast after all, and it is not so easy to be suppressed. As it struggled frantically below, many cracks soon appeared on the small mound of earth, and even the seal formed by the 6-character mantra on it was a little shaky. Fortunately, Zhao Wuji took action at this time. The gravity squeeze was activated, and the phoenix-tailed cockatiel snake's struggle instantly became smaller. Then he stretched out his body, jumped in front of the small earthen mound, stretched out his hand and flicked the flesh crown of the phoenix-tailed cockscomb snake, which directly knocked it unconscious. "Who of you can use this snake?" "Xiao Wu and the little girl named Zhu King," he asked the two of them. Zhu King shook her head. Xia Tianling had already planned her third soul skill for her. With the help of the Void Walk and the Assassin's Blade, she only needed a large number of single burst or offensive skills. "Teacher Zhao, I don't need it either. This snake is not suitable for me," Xiao Wu said in a low voice. Zhao Wuji scratched his head. "Since we don't need it, let it go. I guess this little thing won't be so blind as to come to us again. What do you think? Oh, wait a minute." Just when Zhao Wuji was about to release the unlucky phoenix-tailed cockscomb snake, a hoarse voice sounded anxiously. Then two figures rushed out from the place where the phoenix-tailed cockscomb snake flew before and appeared in front of everyone. The two people, one old and one young, were both women. The old one looked to be in her 60s or 70s, with her white hair combed very neatly. Although she was not young, she was full of energy. Her face was as red as a baby's, her eyes were bright, and in her right hand she held a 3-meter-long tongue cane, with 6 soul rings moving up and down. Following the old woman was a beautiful girl with short hair, about 16 or 17 years old. Her dark brown eyes were fixed on the phoenix-tail cockscomb snake held by Zhao Wuji. She also held a snake head cane in her hand, but it was much shorter than the old woman's, and also had only 200-year soul rings. "Tsk, Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang, Meng Yiran, what was supposed to come finally came." Xia Tianling looked at the old and young who came, and immediately felt that the opportunity to make friends had come again. So she walked forward and cleared her throat. "Are you Senior Snake Lady and your granddaughter Meng Yiran? Brother Ling, how come you know everyone? When you are out, isn't it better to have one more friend than one more enemy? I, your brother, love to make friends with heroes all over the world." Xia Tianling explained. "I have already told you to look at the characteristics of the various strong men on the continent." "Boy, do you know me, an old woman?" "Yes, I am the Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang, and my husband is Meng Shu, who is known as the Dragon Lord." "Of course, Senior's unique snake-headed cane and the level of Soul Emperor. Of course I know you. After all, there are not many female Soul Emperors on this continent." Xia Tianling cupped his hands. "If I am not mistaken, this phoenix-tail cockscomb snake is the one you have tracked all the way here, right?" Earlier, Chao Tianxiang heard that Zhao Wuji was going to release phoenix-tail cockscomb snake, so she stopped him loudly. The reason was that she and Meng Yiran had discovered the trace of the snake, but accidentally let it escape, so they had to track it all the way here. Hearing this, she couldn't help but show a curious expression on her face. "Indeed, this phoenix-tailed cockscomb snake is just right for my granddaughter, so I took her all the way to chase it." "But how did you know, Junior?" Xia Tianling walked to Zhao Wuji's side, turned over the belly and wings of the phoenix-tailed cockscomb snake, and 2 scars were clearly visible. "My eyesight is relatively good. When my companions suppressed this phoenix-tailed cockscomb snake before, I noticed that there were 2 wounds underneath that did not seem to be caused by soul beasts. Combined with the direction you came from, it seems that it was probably caused by the senior's snake staff." Hiss. Cao Tianxiang took a breath of cold air, and a storm surged in her heart. "Junior, you are absolutely right. What kind of observation and inference ability is this? It is too terrifying to be able to completely restore the truth of the matter, based on just 2 wounds in the direction you came from. So powerful." Meng Yiran opened his mouth in disbelief. "Damn, isn't this too powerful, boss? I didn't notice it even after fighting this snake for so long." Tang San nodded his head. Even though he had the purple demon eye, he hadn't discovered the wounds on the phoenix-tailed cockscomb snake before Xia Tianling revealed the secret. Not only Chao Tianxiang Shrek and the newbies in the spirit hall, but even Zhao Wuji, the old soul master in the spirit world, was speechless with surprise. Oscar noticed the 2 wounds on the phoenix-tailed cockscomb snake when he was fighting it? What kind of monster is this? After receiving everyone's shocked gazes, Xia Tianling smiled embarrassedly. How could a ghost have such good eyesight to see the wounds in the blind spot of vision? It was clearly written in the original book, so he just read it verbatim. As for being embarrassed, oh, that's mainly because it's really shameful to study under such circumstances. However, on the surface he was modest. Lucky. You have a very good student. Chao Tianxiang looked at Zhao Wuji, who was driving his martial spirit. I haven't asked you who you are yet. There was a group of obviously young children standing next to him. The seven-ringed soul saint should be the teacher who led the team to hunt soul beasts in the academy, right? Shipo thought so. I am Zhao Wuji. After hearing Shipo introduce herself, Zhao Wuji's originally slightly fierce expression softened a bit. Although Chao Tianxiang was only a six-ringed soul emperor, she had never separated from her husband, Long Gong Meng Shu. The martial spirit fusion technique released by the two of them together even made the title Douluo avoid the limelight for a while. Chao Tianxiang's expression changed slightly. No wonder, I was wondering how I could easily meet such a young soul saint in the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest. It turned out to be the Akala, a well-known soul master. Zhao Wuji smiled and said, Thank you, senior. I was also notorious in the past. But I have been living a secluded life these years, teaching some students in an academy. This time I brought these children to the Xingdou Great Forest, firstly to obtain soul rings for two of them to advance, and secondly to show them the world. Unexpectedly, I met the senior here. Zhao Wuji skillfully exchanged business with Chao Tianxiang. Although he was a reckless man when he was young, he gradually understood the truth that it is better to have more friends than more enemies when wandering outside. Since this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is what the senior's granddaughter needs, it naturally belongs to you. Anyway, it was originally going to be released. Just consider it as a good relationship between us. Xia Tianling said, secretly poking Oscar in the back. Oscar already had his third soul ring, and no longer needed the soul ring provided by this unlucky little creature. It would be best to use it as a favor. Yes, senior, just take it. Oscar was naturally intelligent and understood Xia Tianling's idea in an instant. It was just a snake, and he was just using it to practice. He had been practicing for so long, but never had a chance to practice. Cao Tianxiang was naturally overjoyed when she heard this, and hurriedly said, Thank you very much, young friend. Teacher Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Wuji didn't say anything, but directly gave up his position and made a gesture of invitation. Please help yourself. Oscar had dealt with this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake by himself, so he naturally had the right to deal with it. Thank you very much. Then Chao Cheng walked up to Oscar and handed him an object. My friend, I owe you a favor. Keep this token and come to me if you have any problems that you can't solve in the future. Okay, senior, see you later. Oscar took it. This is a token, and it also represents the investment of the snake lady in the future. From the conversation between the few people, he also saw that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was probably captured by the young man in front of him. At this age, he has such strength and his future achievements will certainly be limitless. It will only be beneficial to build a good relationship in advance. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Zhao Wuji greeted everyone to prepare to leave. Before leaving, the snake lady Chao Qiang did not forget to praise, Brother Zhao, your two students are really good. Zhao Wuji smiled on the surface, but secretly said a lot of mempi. These are not my students at all. But thinking about the conditions for the spirit hall to revoke the wanted order, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Boss, hold it for you. After the few people walked a distance, Oscar directly threw the token given by the snake lady to Xia Tianling. Xiaoao, what are you doing? Xia Tianling asked in confusion. Boss, I know you have a hobby of collecting tokens of various high-level soul masters. Wu, you have taken all the tokens of our teachers. You can play with this thing. You have given me much more than this small token. Oscar shook his head and answered without thinking. Besides, if I really have something, can you still ignore me? Xiaoao, thank you. Xia Tianling said nothing more and put the token into the ring. After bidding farewell to the unlucky phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, everyone continued to move towards the Stardew Great Forest, looking for the next lucky person. However, the suitable soul beast will not automatically pop out when you want it. After advancing more than 10 miles in the afternoon, everyone did not gain anything and could only camp and rest on the spot. There was no conversation all night. The next day, everyone continued to move towards the interior of the Stardew Great Forest. With the change of geographical location, the number of thousand-year soul beasts gradually increased. After several more opportunities to practice, leaving aside Dai Mubai who was paddling aside and Zhao Wuji who led the team, the cooperation of the other few people gradually became tacit. With Oscar as the glue, Ning Rongrong also successfully integrated into this small group. Whenever a soul beast approached, Zhu Zhuqing, who was responsible for reconnaissance, reminded it. Tang San was responsible for control. Ning Rongrong added buffs to others, and the remaining 4 people rushed forward directly, and a few hits from each person could make the soul beast retreat. Only Dai Mubai, who had a bad relationship with several people, became an outsider and could only watch Zhu Zhuqing and the others interact with a face full of resentment from a distance. The joys and sorrows between people seem to be incommensurable. I just think they are a little noisy. Night fell again and several people set up camp and prepared tents. After a simple meal, since it was still early, several people sat together and chatted. Brother Ling, we are so unlucky. We have been here for 2 days and we haven't gotten anything. There are 4 of us who need spirit rings, but we haven't even met a suitable spirit beast. The fat man released a small flame with his left hand and held a few sausages in his right hand while roasting and complaining. You can't burn wood to make a bonfire in the Qingdao Great Forest, so Ma Hongjin can only heat it this way. Who said it wasn't? We are really unlucky. Xia Tianling agreed, but he was calculating the time in his heart. The night after tomorrow, that thing will happen. Little fatty, give me a sausage too. After 2 days of travel, Zhao Wuji and Xia Tianling and the others were familiar with each other, so he followed them and called Ma Hongjin fatty. Teacher Zhao, why are you the same as them? Ma Hongjin looked sad and angry, and secretly sprinkled a handful of chili on Zhao Wuji's sausage. Zhao Wuji took the sausage and took a bite, then sighed. Now this Qingdao Great Forest has begun to become deserted. Many years ago, I still remember how bustling it was here. At that time, even on the outskirts of the forest, 1,000-year-old soul beasts could be seen everywhere. But what about now? We are almost approaching the interior, and the 1,000-year-old soul beasts we encounter are only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. Tang San said, whatever the reason is, it was caused by us. Although soul beasts are ferocious, soul masters are more ferocious than them, aren't they? Zhao Wuji was stunned. What do you mean? Because soul masters need soul rings and soul bones to practice. Xia Tianling took over the conversation. Teacher Zhao, think about it. How long does it take for us humans to cultivate to become titled Douluo? It takes as long as 70 or 80 years for poison Douluo, and as short as 40 years for clear sky Douluo. If it were me and Xiao San, we could even achieve the title in 20 or 30 years. But how long does it take for a soul beast to cultivate? If an ordinary soul beast without blood inheritance wants to achieve 100 years, it needs to live for 100 years. A soul beast with a relatively advanced blood inheritance will spend nearly 10 years to cultivate to achieve 100 years. And how long does it take for a soul master with good talent in our human world to become a great soul master? A few years is enough. Like us, we are only 12 years old this year. Oscar is 14, and the oldest Dai Xiao is only 17, but now everyone is already a Vei, 3-ring soul master. Almost every 100 years, all the strong soul masters of our human world have to be re-cleaned. In this round, there will always be a dozen or 20 titled Douluo born, which means nearly 110,000-year soul rings have been given out, and this is just titled Douluo. Not to mention the soul beasts and soul rings consumed by soul masters of other levels. But how long does it take for a soul beast with better talent to cultivate to the 10,000-year level? How can this be compared with the speed of human strongmen being born? It is true that there are many soul beasts in each soul beast forest, but how can they support human soul masters who harvest them like cutting leeks, one after another? The stronger soul beasts are killed one less. If this continues, 10,000 years later, soul beasts and even the profession of soul masters will probably disappear in the long river of history. Tang San nodded affirmatively. Brother Ling is right, and Teacher Yu said the same thing. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's certain degree of restraint, the number of high-level soul beasts would be even smaller now. Even if the soul rings are full, who doesn't want soul bones? Original words, not a second setting, don't argue. Even if you have 6 pieces on your body, no more is too much, and passing them on to the next generation can also enhance the foundation of the family's power. If powerful soul masters are allowed to slaughter soul beasts at will to brush soul bones, now we can't even find suitable soul beasts, and it's a problem whether there are soul beasts. Take the Spirit Hall, for example. Even if only the titled Douluo are dispatched, sweeping the Star-Do Great Forest is no problem. Of course, Tang San didn't know what kind of monsters were hidden in the real core area of the Star-Do Great Forest. The only 100,000-year soul beasts in the open were the Azure Bull, Python, and the Titan Giant Ape. If that one was included, let alone the Spirit Hall, even the few guardians of the Sea God Island might not be enough. The people on the side were all thoughtful, and they didn't expect that Ning Rongrong, who had always been unruly, would speak. Third brother, Brother Ling, what you two said makes sense, and Dad has said something similar to you. But who among the soul masters would think about this problem? Everyone hopes to have more powerful soul rings and more soul bones. Even like us, there are very few people who can let go of unsuitable soul beasts, so the deformed profession of soul master must make corresponding changes. Although I don't have this ability now, even if I still need soul rings and soul bones, but in the future, I will definitely find a way for soul masters to practice without soul rings. Xia Tianling's words aroused thousands of waves, especially Daimubai, who directly ridiculed. Change the soul master profession. Breakthrough without soul rings? What a big tone. Who do you think you are? A god? Even Zhao Wuji said, boy, it's good to have dreams, but changing the soul master training system is a bit unrealistic, right? I'm not someone else. I'm a man who will change the pattern of Douluo Continent in the future. He looked up at the night sky and said firmly, I believe you. Zhu King, who was sitting next to Xia Tianling, pulled his sleeve. Boss, Brother Ling, I believe you too. Oscar and Ma Hongjun said this. They practiced the practice method that Xia Tianling gave them, which was completely different from the Spirit Master system, and therefore believed it without a doubt. Tang San didn't say anything, but just looked at Xia Tianling, and everything was said without words. Brother Ling, I hope there will be a day like you said. A little rabbit thought in his heart. The next day, after a night's rest, everyone continued to embark on the journey of finding spirit beasts. This time, they decided to continue to go deep into the depths of the Xingdou Great Forest. The team moved slowly bit by bit, and time slowly passed until the afternoon. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong made a disgusted voice. Xiaowao, help me quickly. This bee is so annoying it always lands on me. Where is it? I'll help you drive it away. Oscar approached Ning Rongrong with a servile look on his face, helping her drive away the little insects attracted by the pattern on her clothes. How could there be bees here? Tang San was a little confused, activated crane control and dragon capture and purple demon eye, and reached out to catch one. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary bee. It's purple, and the body structure is also different. Oh, purple bee? Let me see. Xia Tianling, who was busy clearing the way in front of the team, turned back after hearing the movement behind. Hey, this is not a bee, it's a devil bee, a social soul beast. Tianling took the sample from Tang San and said after identifying it. What is a devil bee? Tang San asked curiously. The theoretical knowledge book given to him by the master did not record this kind of soul beast at all. Such a small thing is also a soul beast? Zhao Wuji also came over. I know. Xiao Wu on the side couldn't wait to say, this is a very strange soul beast tribe. The queen bee is generally a 1,000-year soul beast, with the strength of a normal soul beast and the ability of a worker bee. But the other devil bees are very weak, and they can't even be considered soul beasts. And the honey they make is very delicious. She thought for a while, and added another sentence. Xiao Wu is right. The devil bee tribe can be said to be completely serving the queen bee with the power of the entire tribe. Zhu King, your spirit ring should be found this time. Me? Zhu Qing was stunned and pointed at herself. Yes, if this is a nest of 1,000-year-old devil bees, then the queen bee's spirit ring is just right for you. Boss, are you talking about the queen bee's decisive attack? Oscar thought about the knowledge he had learned and said, That's right. Zhu King urgently needs a powerful single-body burst spirit skill, and the decisive attack is just right for her. Rongrong. Which direction are they flying from? Over there. Ning Rongrong pointed in a direction. Zhao Wuji glanced at the surrounding environment and said loudly, Then everyone, open your martial spirits and set off in the direction of the devil bees. As the crowd continued to move forward, the number of devil bees increased until a giant beehive appeared in front of them. A huge black and purple queen bee was lying in the giant honeycomb, with a huge sawtooth mouthpart and a sharp stinger reflecting a glimmer of light, like the luster of metal. Such a large queen bee, the age is just right, about 400 to 5,000 years, just what Zhu King needs. 4,500 years? Is this age exceeded? This is already the age of the fourth spirit ring in theory. Tang San asked in surprise. People's physiques cannot be generalized. For ordinary spirit masters, it is definitely exceeded, but for Zhu Qing and Xiaowao who have been strengthened, it is just right. Xia Tianling explained. Look at the spirit rings of Fatty and Oscar for yourself. Tang San looked carefully, and Oscar and Ma Hongjun's second spirit rings were indeed very rich yellow, and Oscar's second spirit ring even had a little purple. The third spirit rings of the two were obviously beyond the scope of 1,500 years mentioned by Yu Xiaogang. For Zhu King, whose body was improved by the assassin's divine power, her physical fitness had been greatly enhanced, and it was no problem to bear a spirit ring of 5,000 years. I believe you. Zhu King smiled at Xia Tianling. Leave it to you, Wuji said, then stood aside. Anyway, they were not his students, so he could not control them. He was only responsible for protecting their safety at other times. If there was really a problem with absorbing the soul ring, the soul Douluo in the dark would come out to take care of it. Then I will assign some tactics. Xia Tianling stood up. Except for the queen bee, the other devil bees are basically only slightly stronger than ordinary bees. But the most troublesome thing is the huge number of bee colonies. The best way to destroy the bee colony is undoubtedly fire. At this point, he tilted his head and glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was eager to try. Fatty, you are the main force this time, so let you have a good show. Don't embarrass me, your brother. Hey, how can I do that? Just watch, Brother Ling. Ma Hongjun circulated his soul power and flames were burning all over his body. That is to say, the humidity and plant moisture content inside the Xingdou Great Forest are generally high, so it is not easy to ignite a fire. Xia Tianling dared to let Ma Hongjun show his skills. If they were in the drier outer area of the forest where they just entered, Ma Hongjin's soul skills would not only kill the soul beasts, but they would also have to pack up and run away to avoid being accidentally killed. As the saying goes, a fire in the forest makes the director fall in love with me. By the way, can you please stop calling me Fatty? Okay, Fatty. The few people looked at Ma Hongjin's angry look, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Xia Tianling also smiled and continued, the queen bee's attack methods are very simple. The only thing she can show off is her erratic flying methods and a decisive attack. Later, Fatty will be responsible for sweeping away the surrounding bee swarms with fire. Oscar and I will charge forward, and Xiao Wu will outflank from behind. Xiao San, use your blue-silver grass and some ordinary hidden weapons to limit its movement position by hand. Don't use things like Zhuge's magic crossbow, it's a bit wasteful. Rongrong will buff everyone. Zhuqing will find a good position to prepare to harvest its life. Don't think that Oscar was the only one sent to fight the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. That was just a practice when it was not needed. This time, the Devil Queen Bee is a rigid need for Juju King. Not only is it more than 3,000 years of cultivation than the previous phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, but it is also necessary not to let it escape. It is safest for everyone to attack together. What is Zhuge's magic crossbow? Ning Rongrong found a term she had never heard of. Zhuge Divine Crossbow is a lethal weapon created by me and Brother Ling. Tang San wanted to say that he invented it himself, but then he thought about it and thought that Xia Tianling also had Xuantian treasure record in her hand, so he changed his words. Okay, this is not the point. Rongrong, if you are interested, you can ask Xiao San to order a few for fun later. Xia Tianling brought the topic back on track. Daimubai frowned. He was excluded again, and at this critical moment of helping Juju King obtain the spirit ring, he was a little unhappy. What about me? You, act according to circumstances and protect Zhu King. Xia Tianling had a headache. Daimubai was having a quarrel with several people in their team. How could he be assigned a position? I don't need his protection, Zhu Juqing said coldly, flashed into the void and jumped directly onto the tree. Xia Tianling spread his hands and showed a helpless expression. Damn it, Daimubai clenched his fists tightly, gnashing his teeth and making a sound that made people's teeth ache. Zhu Juqing, do you hate me so much? I have already humbled myself to beg you. What do you want from me, woman? A trace of hostility flashed in his evil eyes and he walked aside angrily. Everyone, take Oscar's 3 kinds of sausages and get ready. Let's get ready. Ignoring Daimubai, who was sulking alone, Xia Tianling continued to arrange tactics. Seeing that several people were ready, he issued a battle order. Go! The 3 of them swallowed the high-speed flying sprint sausage at the same time and rushed towards the queen bee at the predetermined position. The 7 treasures are transformed into glass, and the 7 treasures are famous. One is strength, and the other is speed. The speed of several people suddenly increased by 30%. Ma Hongjin even directly lit up all 3 soul rings on his body. The first soul skill is Phoenix Fireline. The second soul skill is Phoenix Bathing in Fire. The third soul skill is Phoenix Wings Flying in the Sky. The names are the same, but the skill attributes are different. Ma Hongjin, who practiced the Lust Phoenix technique, not only received a stronger soul ring, but also further improved the original skill effect. The Phoenix Fireline, which was twice as thick as the original, passed over the heads of the 2 and hit the beehive fiercely. The rich Phoenix Lust burst on the beehive, as thick as liquid, and splashed everywhere. The heat wave above his head made Oscar sweat slightly, not to mention those ordinary devil bees. At the moment the flames hit, a large number of devil bees with flames flew away, and their lives bloomed like bright fireworks in the night sky, and quickly disappeared without a trace. Seeing the powerful results of his attack, Ma Hongjin, who was flying in the air, laughed strangely and ate a reinforced recovery sausage, and continued to release the Phoenix Fireline to sweep the ordinary devil bees. A sharp voice sounded. It was the Devil Queen Bee. Seeing its people being slaughtered, it could no longer bear it, and flew straight towards the fat man. Can you make it? Oscar used the effect of the high-speed flight sprint intestine to sprint into the air and hit the Queen Bee head with a palm of the Buddha. The Queen Bee's reaction was quite sensitive. She completed a vertical descent after an emergency brake in mid-air, but the Golden Buddha's handprint was too big. Even so, it was hit by the wings and immediately lost its balance and fell down. Just as it was trying hard to adjust its body state, Xiao Wu, who had made a big circle, had already rushed behind it. The waist bow was activated. Before the queen bee could regain control of her body, she was like a ball being passed on the court and was hit and flew out again. However, with the force of Xiao Wu's fierce attack, it found a loophole and had a chance to regain its balance. The queen bee looked at Ma Hongjun, who was still chasing her people in midair, and roared and rushed over again. Come on! Tang San, who had been waiting for a long time below, also took off at this time, and threw a large number of hidden weapons at various bizarre angles. They were not good things, mostly stones, discarded, metal blocks, mixed with a few bone-piercing nails, gold darts, and other hidden weapons. The sprinting queen bee saw so many strange attacks coming towards her, and had to move in the air to dodge. However, the queen bee didn't know that these hidden weapons flying towards her actually had very low attack power, and the only function of these things was only one, to block movement. It's my turn to take action. Xia Tianling exchanged glances with Tang San in the distance, and rushed up from below. In the air, only a hammer appeared in the dawn-breaking martial spirit, and the last 2 spirit rings on his body lit up one by one. The second spirit skill attribute blessing and the third spirit skill attribute burst, and the two were directly superimposed on each other. Fierce lightning flashed wildly on the huge hammer, and there was a crackling sound. Entanglement! Tang San calculated the timing and released his first spirit skill. The blue silver grass instantly tied up the queen bee who was trying hard to dodge. But then, Tang San immediately cancelled this skill and activated his second soul skill, parasitism. At this time, Xia Tianling, who had been prepared for a long time, was also in place. The huge thunder hammer smashed down the queen bee from top to bottom, but the 1,000-year soul beast had not been in the Stardew Great Forest for so many years in vain. Feeling the crisis of life and death, the queen bee twisted her body to the limit in desperation, using her sharp tail sting as an arrow, and activated her only skill, a decisive blow. The devil bee's tail sting is the hardest part of its body, and it is also the only way it can attack. But no matter how hard you are, Xia Tianling's hammer is harder than it. The queen bee's tail sting was instantly shattered, and its decisive blow was not worth mentioning in front of the powerful Xia Tianling. The hammerhead, which was faintly emitting a golden glow in the black darkness, hit its tail fiercely. In the violent explosion of thunder and lightning, the carapace on its abdomen was shattered, and the dark green blood that flowed out was directly evaporated by the high temperature of thunder. The queen bee, who was directly hit by a set of combos, was now under the dual control of the parasitism of the blue-silver grass and the paralysis attribute of thunder and lightning, and could not move at all. "Zhu Qing, attack the head!" Xia Tianling shouted. However, he didn't need to say anything. When his first sound came out, Zhu Qing, who had been prepared for a long time on the tree, had already rushed out. With the blessing of the void walking and the high-speed flying sprint intestine, Zhu Qing's agile figure flashed in front of the queen bee almost instantly. The dark claws of assassin merged into one under the wrapping of black light, and with the help of gravity acceleration, they directly penetrated the huge head of the queen bee. Just after Zhu Qing completed the netherworld stab, the huge body of the queen bee finally fell to the ground with a bang. A burst of purple light rose up and slowly condensed into a halo above its body. The devil queen bee died. The devil queen bee with 5,000 years of cultivation was killed instantly by a combo of several people. If the contact time between the several people was not too short and they were not so familiar with each other, the queen bee would not even have a chance to dodge, and would be directly controlled by the control chain of several people, and could not move. And finally Zhu Qing completed the killing. As for beating it first and then going up to kill it, that would be too troublesome. Pa 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 pa! A round of applause rang out, and 2 figures walked towards the crowd, one after the other. The one walking in front was the leader of the Spirit Hall Soul Douluo, and the one behind was Zhao Wuji with a helpless look on his face. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Such a wonderful cooperation was actually achieved by you little guys. I am far behind you at your age. I am ashamed of myself. Zhu Qing, go absorb the spirit ring first. The Soul Douluo stroked his beard and said with a look of satisfaction. Yes, Teacher Liu. Zhu Qing responded, then sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring. Teacher Liu, why did you come out? Xia Tianling scratched his head. Ha 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 ha, it's because I couldn't help it, because you little guys cooperated so well. Besides, we are here now, and we shouldn't meet anyone else. The Soul Douluo laughed. I say, Zhao Wuji, just let these 3 little guys follow me. It would be a waste if they were left in your Shrek. Zhao Wuji smiled bitterly. Senior, please don't make it difficult for me. How can I make the decision? Dai Mubai, who was in the corner far away, looked at the people who were receiving compliments and clenched his fists again. Obviously, I should have a share too. As evening approached, Zhu Qing slowly finished her practice. The Devil Bee's 5,000-year soul ring was successfully absorbed. The soul ring's power that exceeded the limit, plus the slightly scattered divine power that accumulated during the fusion process with the Assassin's Blade, also pushed her directly to level 33. Tianling, I succeeded, thank you. Haha, it's good that you succeeded. Xia Tianling smiled slightly and poked Ma Hongjun, who was standing next to him with a dazed look on his face. Fatty, go back and practice hard for me. This, you have surpassed me? Ma Hongjun looked angry. Brother Ling, this is not fair. You secretly gave Sister Zhu Qing a cheat. Oh, cheating? What cheating? I, Xia Tianling, didn't cheat. This is persistence and hard work. You know shit. Xia Tianling stretched out his index finger and shook it. At this time, a BGM seemed to sound in the air. I carried my bag on my back, and the moment I left home. Zhu, what is your third soul skill? Did you get what we wanted? Zhu nodded. My third soul skill is called Netherworld Slash, which is similar to the enhanced version of the first soul skill, Netherworld Stab. After it is activated, it will form a powerful single-target slash, and if I invest more soul power, the power of the slash can become stronger. Zhu, who is a man of few words, rarely said so many words. After she finished speaking, she activated her martial soul and used this soul skill on the remaining beehive on the side. A purple light emanated from her hands and almost instantly passed through the huge beehive. The soul Douluo flashed to the side of the beehive, stretched out his hand and gently pushed it, and the upper half of the beehive slowly slid down, revealing a large pile of royal jelly inside. The fracture was very flat, leaving only a lot of ordinary honey that had escaped. Yes, powerful cutting ability. The soul Douluo stroked his beard habitually. It's getting late. Let's set up camp here today. It just so happens that this devil bee colony has also been cleared by you. For a period of time, no other soul beasts will enter the devil bee's territory. Several people did as they were told and began to skillfully clean the battlefield and set up camp. By the way, come and help to pack the royal jelly back. This is a rare good thing. After cleaning the battlefield, Xia Tianling called on his companions to lift down the huge beehive, and each of them filled several large bottles with the remaining royal jelly and ordinary honey. Honey is a treasure. I will go back to find out if there are any herbs and make a wish to the system. What if I can synthesize a recovery potion? Late at night, Xia Tianling woke up Tang San, who was practicing in the same tent. Xiao San, get ready. There is danger, a very big danger. Hurry up and wake up the others. Okay. Tang San knew that Xia Tianling had the ability to predict the future, so he didn't ask why. Soon, everyone who was practicing or sleeping was woken up by the two. Dai Mubai, whose peace was disturbed, looked unhappy. Why are you two awake in the middle of the night? Are you free? Don't talk nonsense. There is danger approaching. Xia Tianling glanced at him. You said there is danger, so there is danger. Do you think you are a prophet? Yes, I am a prophet. Everyone leave the tent and prepare for battle. Hurry up! Two figures rushed towards the few people one after the other. Huh? You have come out? Zhao Wuji was stunned when he saw the few people who had gathered together. Don't worry about it for now, little guys. Release your spirits quickly. If you see something bad later, don't worry about us. Run as far away as possible and get out of the Xingdou Great Forest first. The soul Douluo was like a formidable enemy and had already released his spirit, which was a gun. 8 spirit rings of yellow, purple, black and black appeared. Seeing that the two teachers were so nervous, the others except Xia Tianling didn't understand what had happened to make a soul saint and a soul Douluo so nervous. At this moment, they saw a strange scene. In front of the soul Douluo, 2 tall trees suddenly slowly separated to the sides, and a huge figure walked out from there silently. Seeing this big guy, everyone seemed to stop breathing, and everyone finally understood what the two teachers were worried about. It was a mountain-like existence, with dark hair all over its body, shining faintly under the faint light of the stars and the moon. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height was definitely more than 7 meters. The king of the forest, Titan Giant Ape. The three spoke in unison. The difference is that Xia Tianling's tone is affirmative, Tang San's tone is shocked, and the tone of the soul, Douluo, is a little desperate. The spirit hall once surrounded and suppressed the 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the Xingdou Great Forest. This 100,000-year-old Titan Giant Ape once left him with an indelible psychological shadow. Respected king of the forest, we have no intention of offending you. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. He knew that the Titan Giant Ape could understand human words, especially the Titan Giant Ape in front of him, who was so strong and obviously had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. He really couldn't think of anyone who could be stronger than the one in front of him. The Titan Giant Ape did not pay attention to Zhao Wuji's words, but instead did something that made everyone's heart rise to their throats, taking a step forward. Everyone was very nervous, except for Xia Tianling, who looked calm. He knew that the Titan Ape simply sensed the aura of his own Xiaowu sister and wanted to meet her. Don't be nervous. Don't attack. Listen to me. Nothing will happen. Xia Tianling said loudly. But at this moment, something strange happened. The Titan Ape seemed to have sensed something and looked at the people under his feet. Roar! The Titan Ape roared like a thunderous roar and punched his chest with both fists. The bangs made several people stand unsteadily. The soul Douluo with the spear spirit thought that the Titan Ape recognized him, so he gritted his teeth and directly lit up most of his soul rings. He used his weapon Soul True Body and shot it towards the direction of the Titan Ape like a javelin, and threw out a sentence at the same time. You guys go. Zhao Wuji saw the soul Douluo next to him, and also lit up the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th soul rings on his body, a total of 5, and drove his martial Soul True Body to rush up with him. Teacher Lu, Teacher Zhao, don't! Xianling shouted anxiously. Why are you provoking it for no reason? Ming, this idiot is just happy to see Xiao Wu. Aren't you courting death by going up there? I told them 2 days ago that if they encounter the Titan Ape, the king of the forest, they must not take action. There will be no danger. These two idiots. It's fine that Zhao Wuji doesn't believe that I am a prophet, but why don't even his own people believe him? Zhao Wuji protected himself with the body of the Akala Vidyaraj. Gravity control covered the Titan Ape with Zhao Wuji as the center. Gravity compression and gravity control tried to restrict the Titan Ape's movements. At the same time, the powerful Vajrapalm was fully activated and the tyrannical fluctuations were released. It seemed that he didn't expect that the two would attack him one after another. The Titan Ape was furious and let out a louder roar. Before Ning Rongrong finished reciting the soul spell, the Titan Ape's counterattack had already arrived. The fist as big as a mountain bag lit up with a dim light. It was the Titan Ape's signature skill, the Fist of the Earth. At the same time, the gravity field was activated, and a layer of black airwaves suppressed from top to bottom. The terrifying impact bombarded the front, directly suppressing the speed of the two people. The two fists like meteorites hit Zhao Wuji and the Soul Douluo on the left and right. The Soul Saint and Soul Douluo, who were very powerful in the eyes of everyone, were actually repelled by a single blow, without any power to fight back. Zhao Wuji, who was driving his martial soul, was punched far away, breaking several trees, and his life and death were unknown. The Soul Douluo was even worse. Not only did he take a punch of the earth, but he was also beaten to death by a huge energy ball that followed. Titan Giant Ape's unique skill, Titan Sky Break. If it was a battle tank like Zhao Wuji, it would be fine, but unfortunately this teacher Lu is a pure attack-type soul master. Although the attack power is strong, his own defense is very weak. Fuck! Xia Tianling cursed inwardly. Why did you provoke it for no reason? Are all the soul masters in this soul master martial soul hall stubborn? Zhao Wuji has not seen my ability to predict the future and you haven't seen it either. Why don't you believe me? That Titan Ape wants to kill you, so why does it need to quietly walk up to you? Teacher Lu! Teacher Zhao! The two teachers were in danger of death, but the Titan Ape didn't care. It jumped high and smashed directly in front of several people. The strong impact directly shook several people away. Xiao Wu was picked up by the Titan Ape's huge palm and then turned around and was about to leave. No! Let Xiao Wu go! Seeing Xiao Wu fall into the Titan Ape's palm, Tang San's eyes suddenly turned red. Without waiting for his body to regain balance, he kicked the ground and rushed out diagonally. At the same time, his hands flashed from his waist like lightning, and more than 10 cold lights rose at the same time, stabbing straight at the Titan Ape's head. He originally wanted to hit the eyes, but the Titan Ape had turned around at this time, so he could only retreat to the next best thing. Ding 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 ding! The hidden weapons hit the Titan Ape's head with a series of crisp sounds, but the Titan Ape didn't even turn his head, just stretched out his other free hand and scratched the back of his head. The damage was not great, but the insult was extremely strong. Then the Titan Ape released another black airwave. Except for Xia Tianling, who was well prepared, and Juju King, who was supported by him, everyone else was blown to the ground. No! Don't! Xiao Wu exclaimed at the people who were blown away. The Titan Ape looked at Xiao Wu in his palm and let out a low roar. Suddenly he jumped up and disappeared 100 meters away, disappearing into the woods. Xiao Wu! Tang San quickly got up and turned around to chase in the direction the Titan Ape had gone. Xiao San! Brother Ling, I want to find Xiao Wu. Don't stop me! Tang San's eyes were bloodshot at this time, and his whole body was filled with hostility. I won't stop you. Xia Tianling sighed. To be honest, he never understood what kind of devil Tang San was possessed by. An old virgin with a psychological age of more than 30 years old, he was in love with a rabbit with a psychological age of 10 years old, a physical age of 60 or 70,000 years old, and a girl's appearance. According to Xiao Wu's own account in the Legend of the God Realm, he took out a few Oscars-enhanced sausages from his arms and handed them to Tang San. Xiao Wu is fine. Tang San took the sausages and looked at him deeply, and directly ate the high-speed flying sprint sausage and flew out. But I still want to find her. Tianling, Tang San. Tianling's protection, Juju Qing was basically intact. He went after Xiao Wu. Don't worry, they will be fine. Xia Tianling shook his head. He didn't need to stop Tang San. Xiao Wu would not be in trouble, and Tang San would not be either. Moreover, Tang San's injuries at this time were much less than those in the original novel. With 2 sets of Oscars-enhanced sausages, it should not be a problem to kill the human-faced demon spider. This was his 3rd spirit ring. Let's go see Teacher Zhao. Teacher Lu's body was beaten to pieces. Speaking of this, Xia Tianling felt very speechless. Obviously, in order to avoid this situation, she had emphasized to the Soul Douluo many times on the way here that he must not fight against Ming. But he refused to listen to the advice. Now, his own people were killed. Moreover, Zhao Wuji's injuries seemed to be more serious than those in the original novel. Originally, he had caused some trouble to the Titan Giant Ape, But now he was directly enlarged and killed by Ming. They found Zhao Wuji, who was dying, in a big pit. Several people hurriedly lifted him up gently. Xia Tianling stuffed a handful of recovery leaves into his mouth, diluted it with royal jelly and water, and then drank it down. The devil royal jelly also has some therapeutic effects, but it is not obvious. The ability of the recovery leaves to recover those above the Soul King level is also quite average, but at this time, the few people did not have better healing potions, so they could only rely on Zhao Wuji's tough life. Ahem, where is Tang San? Zhao Wuji asked weakly after taking a breath. He went after the Titan ape. Ning Rongrong answered very straightforwardly. Just now she was not injured under Oscar's protection, and she also noticed the communication between Tang San and Xia Tianling. Puff! Zhao Wuji almost fainted after hearing this. He is not going to die. That's the Titan ape. Oscar, give me a few more recovery sausages. Don't let him go alone. Oscar was about to take action, but Xia Tianling stretched out his hand to stop him. Teacher Zhao, let alone fighting, are you still able to move now? Let me go and take a look first. You? Xia Tianling looked at Zhao Wuji's somewhat distrustful eyes and complained unhappily. Xiao San and Xiao Wu will be fine. I have said that I am a prophet and can predict the future. When I first entered the forest, I said that the Titan giant ape would come tonight. Did it come true? And the previous phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Meng Yiran, do you really think I have such good observation skills? Time and time again, things have verified my predictions. I told you and Teacher Lu not to fight, but you two really can. Now it's good, he died and you were seriously injured. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth but couldn't say anything to refute. Although Xia Tianling did tell their two teachers about the phoenix coxcomb snake in advance and accurately predicted the location of the injury in advance, including the Titan giant ape's arrival tonight, he did tell them that he didn't fight. But Zhao Wuji just thought it was a coincidence and didn't believe it at all. Who would have thought that the prophet he claimed to be was actually real? Okay, you should recover here. At least you have the ability to move. Xia Tianling asked Oscar to make a few high-speed flying sprint intestines. You guys rest here for the time being. Wait for Teacher Zhao to be able to move and then chase me. I will go over first to take a look. After saying that, he turned and ran in the direction where Tang San disappeared. In fact, he did not go there to find Tang San and Xiao Wu. These two people are fine. Why go to find them? He acted alone this time, just for his fourth soul ring. After searching for 2 days yesterday without success, he made a wish to the system, hoping to know what the soul beast that best suits his fourth soul ring is and where it is. Although the system gave the answer, because this soul beast is very special, he can only find an opportunity to get away and act alone. When Xia Tianling used several high-speed flying sprint intestines to follow the location given by the system to reach an unknown area, he was extremely surprised by the huge monster in front of him. The creature in front of him looked like a tiger, with 2 huge fangs in its mouth, just like the saber-toothed tiger in his previous life. But the difference was that this tiger was huge and golden. How could this be a tiger? This was clearly Bion, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It was not until he saw it with his own eyes that the system gave the creature in front of him a name, Golden Bion. He didn't know if he was related to the 3-eyed Golden King Chewer, the Emperor Beast 10,000 years later. But what's strange is that the Bion, which originally symbolizes being eager to do good, speaking for justice, being able to distinguish right from wrong, and being fair and just, is actually constantly emitting black smoke. It is an impure black, but it is a very pure evil. Even if you look at it from a distance, it makes people shudder and arouse desire. This huge Bion howled in pain in the forest, rolled over, and knocked down one giant tree after another. What happened to him? Xia Tianling asked the system. It has been polluted. Now he is no longer a symbol of justice, but is constantly transforming into a frenzied and disordered form. Once the transformation is completed, it will completely become a dark Bion, completely standing on the opposite side of orderly creatures and destroying the world of any orderly camp. What is an orderly creature? What is it that pollutes it? Xia Tianling found a word that he had never heard of before. This thing seemed to be very different from the style of Douluo Continent. That's not something you should know now. Here's a piece of advice. While this Bion still has some consciousness, use your strongest power to end it. It can still control itself now. Once it completely transforms into a disordered creature, it will become an irrational monster that even the God Kings can't resist in a very short time. Well, since the system doesn't say it clearly now, it's probably restricted by something. I'd better listen to the system's advice and kill it while it's sick. True Dragon, possess! Dawn, show up! Xia Tianling took a deep breath. After 6 years of training, he used the 5-clawed True Dragon Martial Spirit for the first time. At the same time, he also caught the Dawn Martial Spirit in his hand. With a hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right hand, he approached the corrupted Dark Bion step by step. and at the same time stimulated the blood aura in his body without reservation. Since it is said that Bian is the seventh son of the true dragon, the aura of the true dragon bloodline might be useful. The restless Bian felt the breath, and his ferocious look was less fierce, but he was still twisting on the ground. A vague mental wave broke into Xia Tianling's mind. Father's breath. Unfortunately, you are not him. Is it effective? Kill me? Quickly, I can't control anymore. Be careful, the aura on me. The Bian seemed to have used up all his strength and squeezed out another mental wave, and then the clarity of reason in his eyes completely disappeared, and a layer of black and red color quickly covered his face. Kill him quickly. He has begun to transform. Now he is at the lowest point of his strength, and his strength cannot be exerted. He is only equivalent to an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. When he finishes his transformation, even if the little dragon underground comes out, he will not be able to defeat him. The system still had that cold mechanical voice, but the speed of speech was much faster, and even with a hint of urgency. Xia Tianling no longer hesitated and directly lit up the two soul rings on his body. Storm Axe appears. Thunder God form is added. Using the two martial souls together is not a big deal for Xia Tianling, but the soul power consumption is too huge. When the two martial souls are activated together, and the Storm Axe is held with attribute blessing, the soul power is almost consumed at a speed several times the usual speed, not to mention that some of his other skills also need to use soul power. Even though he has the energy of Qi Hai and Jin Dan dual cores, and the soul power reserve is almost dozens of times that of a normal soul master, he can't withstand long-term consumption. The main reason is that the quality of soul power is too low, but the energy quality of the Douluo world is not enough to cultivate a higher level of basic power, such as spiritual power. Let me see how capable you are. He stepped on the 9-turn stepping heaven step, holding the Storm Axe in one hand, and rushed towards the Dark Bian head-on. Although the Dark Bian had lost his mind at this time and was suppressed by the true dragon's breath, the fighting instinct and talent he had cultivated for thousands of years were not to be underestimated. The dark air on its body shot up into the sky, and a ball of black light quickly expanded from its body into a cubic field. Xia Tianling, who was sprinting in it, instantly felt as if he was put on a heavy yoke. The 9-turn heaven stepping step that had been successful before could not break through the stagnant space. At the same time, the forehead of the Dark Bian cracked and opened a dark light eye. One of the inky black rays mixed with a trace of red lightning rushed straight to Xia Tianling's chest. Originally, this was one of the innate skills of the Golden Suan Ni. Bian, one of the 9 sons of the Judgment Dragon, was born with the ability to distinguish right from wrong, and his innate ability was also related to the light power. But now that it has fallen into depravity, its attributes have also changed. The current judgment can probably be renamed depravity. He was restricted in his body, and it was difficult for him to dodge at this time, so he simply lit up the 3rd soul ring on his body. The huge lightning axe blade collided with the slender black light, making bursts of roars, and then dissipated at the same time. With the momentum of the Thunder Half-Moon Slash, Xia Tianling continued to release 3 spells on himself in succession: Light Body Spell, Wind Riding Spell, and Evil Breaking Spell. The first 2 speed up his body, and the Evil Breaking Spell can reduce the suppression of the dark field on him. Rainfall Spell, Thunder Attraction. 2 more spells were used. A dark cloud flew over the head of the Dark Bian, and heavy rain poured down on his head. Thunder Attraction attracted thunder, and the power of the rainfall spell was even greater. Blue thunders kept hitting Bian's body, splitting it and making it roar continuously. In this lightning moment, Xia Tianling also successfully completed the close combat with the help of various spells. It was said that it was too late. The 3rd soul ring on his body lit up, and the Thunder Half-Moon Slash accumulated and formed in an instant. The Storm Axe roared for the first time in its prime. Previously, Xia Tianling's attack in a normal state was enough to severely injure Ye Qiqiu, a defensive soul king. Now, under the powerful power of the true dragon martial soul and the control of the natural thunder, the power has more than doubled. Not only the power of the body, but also the Dawn martial soul is his natural life weapon. Under Xia Tianling's continuous nurturing for 6 years, the two are indistinguishable from each other, and the power is even greater than the life weapon of ordinary cultivators. At this time, the power of this attack is no less than the full force of the attacking Soul Saint. If it were an ordinary Soul Emperor, he would be killed instantly. Now, he is only a level 43 ring quasi-soul master. As the pure 9th son of the dragon, Bian inherited the strong body and magic power of the true dragon. The fierce close combat ability in the bloodline inheritance is enough to crush a group of local soul beasts, including Emperor Tian and even the Golden Dragon King. But now, the corrupt attributes of disordered darkness and the righteous attributes of orderly light are fighting against each other in the same shell. Although the original rationality of Bian was suppressed at the bottom, the pride of the true dragon blood in his bones did not allow him to bow his head, and he still fought desperately at the bottom of his subconscious. The body of Bian, which was falling, was like a powerful weapon controlled by a child. Although it was fierce enough, the whole body was extremely uncoordinated. The sharp axe blade collided with the right claw of the dark Bian, making a harsh creaking sound. The blue thunder continuously melted the black aura on Bian's body, revealing a little bit of gold, but it was soon covered by new black air. A huge claw fell off, and the bones exposed at the broken end were clearly visible. The bones that should have been as plump as jade have now become evil, and red gold blood mixed with black viscous liquid gushed out of the broken blood vessels. The plants under it withered completely in an instant after coming into contact with the black liquid, and kept making hissing sounds. The dark Bion screamed again, and it was completely enraged by the little bug in front of it. It originally thought that the little bug that it could easily kill actually brought it extremely heavy injuries, which was simply unforgivable. However, just when it was about to release its innate skills again, it was abruptly interrupted and some blood dripped from its mouth, and a trace of clarity briefly appeared in its eyes. Weakness, mouth, thunder, fire, suppression, darkness. Familiar mental fluctuations entered Xia Tianling's mind. Mouth? Shouldn't that be its strongest point? Bian is a dragon son who represents judicial justice like Yazi. Yazi has a bad temper and is used to solving problems with violence, but Bian has a mild temper and always likes to reason with people who have committed crimes. Therefore, Bian's mouth is very powerful, and it even has some ability to make things happen with its words. However, Bian in the dark and corrupted state has no consciousness, only frantic instincts, and cannot use this powerful law-level power at all. If it is Bian in the complete state, let alone maneuvering, it can directly press Xianling to death with just one word. Xia Tianling subconsciously thought that Bian's mouth should be the most powerful part of its body. Unexpectedly, the most powerful weapon happens to be its weakness. However, he judged one thing correctly. Thunder and fire can weaken the dark aura that wraps its whole body and have a slight purification effect. Then let the storm come more violently. Xia Tianling continued to use various spells to maneuver with Bian, and from time to time he would go up and chop it with the Thunder Half-Moon Slash, adding some wounds on its body that were not fatal but very burdensome. Dark Bian was being tossed around by Xia Tianling. In its powerlessness and fury, it released its own blood-red lightning. However, it did not notice that the thunder that struck it was even bigger, and the rain on its head was even more violent. If it was just a rainstorm just now, it was now a downpour, and it could even be said that water was pouring down from the sky. Apart from the necessary dodging and blessing, Xia Tianling used almost all of his soul power to maintain the thunder and the rainstorm. Finally, the water elements within a radius of several kilometers had been completely drained, and a huge amount of enriched water elements filled this small space. The thunder became more violent than before, but the irrational Dark Bian did not realize that although the thunder on its head became more dense, there was almost no thunder that struck it. Instead, the puddles formed by the heavy rain on the ground were emitting lightning, and the scope of the puddles was constantly shrinking. At this time, Dark Bian almost stopped trying to attack Xia Tianling. It was transforming at full speed, completely ignoring the changes in the surrounding environment and even the thunder that struck it. Several soul recovery sausages had already been used up, and Xia Tianling's soul power was almost at its bottom. Even the Dawn Martial Soul had been beaten into its original soul power and replenished into the dried-up Qi-Si and Jindan. Now the remaining soul power was basically enough for him to launch the only full-strength attack in the Stormax state. Xia Tianling, who barely maintained the true dragon possession, smiled and quickly swallowed the last high-speed flying sprint sausage into his stomach. He suddenly pulled himself out of the range of the dark domain and threw a burst fireball into it. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the dark domain, and the sky-high flames rose up but were suppressed by the dark domain. The huge roar resounded within a few miles, and even the azure bull python, who was dozing in the lake of life, raised its head because of the huge flames. What a big fire! What happened over there? Xiao Wu stood on Erming's head and looked over there. I hope Mr. Zhao and third brother are okay. Even though the aftermath of the explosion was filtered by the dark domain, it still knocked Xia Tianling, who was retreating rapidly, off his feet and made his ears buzz. The dark Bion screamed in pain. It was a pity that it wanted to use the power of the domain to protect itself and suppress the explosion. It would have been fine if it had not been released before, but now the explosion happened inside, and the shrinking domain compressed the oxygen and hydrogen generated by the previous rainstorm and thunder into a closed space. This unreasonable power of the domain almost completely enveloped the kinetic energy and temperature generated by the explosion, and the surrounding plants were not even damaged. But the dark Bion inside was miserable. The more the explosion burned, the more it wanted to shrink the domain to protect itself. But the smaller the domain shrank, the stronger the power of the explosion and burning, the mythical beast version of I Kill Myself. Finally, it was seriously injured and dying and could no longer maintain the power of the domain, so it let out the few remaining powers and destroyed some of the surrounding plants. Xia Tianling, who had taken a breath, used the remaining soul power to activate the strongest dual martial soul form, holding the storm battle axe with the attribute blessing and protection, and walked carefully to the center of the explosion. Walking into the place covered by the domain before, there was no trace of plants under his feet. The soil had been calcined by the high-temperature impact and had become a little glassy, shining like glass. As the flames dissipated, the body of the dark beyond in the center was also exposed. The black air on the body was directly burned to only a few strands, and the originally golden appearance was now cracked everywhere like coke. The blood that could flow out had almost evaporated. Xia Tianling secretly sweated. Worthy of the vitality of the divine beast, it was so tenacious. Even at the lowest point of strength, it could still survive such an explosion. Of course, the Dark Bion is not dead, and no soul ring has formed on its body. By the way, can this thing really have soul rings? It shouldn't be a soul beast, right? Two questions suddenly popped up in Xia Tianling's mind. But since the system said that this is the most suitable fourth soul ring for me, it should be there. He walked up to the dying Dark Bion with an axe. But now, maybe it can't be called Dark Bion. This crazy explosion almost completely purified all the dark aura. Although Bion is dying now, it has regained its former sanity. You are here. A mental wave that was much weaker than before entered Xia Tianling's mind. It was the golden Bion who had regained his sanity. Senior, how can I save you? Bion shook his head with difficulty. Such a degree of depravity is basically irreversible, and most of my original power has basically disappeared in the fight against depravity, and there is no cure. Xia Tianling released the state of martial spirit possession and stood there woodenly. The Bion in front of him was about to fall, and a sad emotion came from his blood. Although this world is weak, thin, and full of loopholes, the rules are very interesting. My time is coming. I will leave you something interesting. Interesting things? Bion did not explain anything, but just raised his only remaining left paw, slowly lifted Xia Tianling up, and put his forehead against his forehead. Inheritance. The familiar language sounded, different from the previous spiritual transmission. This was the first time that Bion really spoke in a long time. For a moment, the light on Bion's body was bright, all condensed into its third divine eye that was opening. The divine eye on Bion's forehead was like a bridge, connecting a man and a beast. A large amount of golden light was transmitted into Xia Tianling's body along this passage. Xia Tianling's consciousness was a little dazed at this time. He felt as if there was a huge bell humming in his mind, and the surroundings were also echoing with panicky heavenly sounds that were telling unknown things. The voice was majestic and full of justice. The owner of my father's bloodline, make good use of this power. Bion's sentimental wave again. Then, its huge body actually burned directly, and the last trace of black air surrounding it was also washed away by the golden flames. Xia Tianling only felt a huge heat flow rushing in along his forehead, and gradually washed his whole body along the spine. The flesh and veins of his body were undergoing transformation and metamorphosis in this rolling heat wave. The dawn spirit was forcibly summoned, and a circle of red gold rings was slowly forming around it. Is this a sacrifice? In a sense, Bion's actions are similar to sacrifice, but in fact it is not a sacrifice. It is not a native species of Douluo Continent. It was infected by the evil dark matter and accidentally broke through the space and came here. As a divine beast, it will not leave a soul ring after death, and it also has no ability to sacrifice. But the power of the rules of the Douluo world is very special and can be easily used, and Bion happens to be the best among them. In this way, when it was dying, it left its only remaining trace of original power and its own innate ability to Xia Tianling, who has the blood of a true dragon. This is the last trace of pure origin after it has completed the purification and refinement of its own power. It can be said that almost all of his power was dissipated in the mutual conflict with the power of corruption. As one of the dragon's sons, Bion's blood is naturally extremely compatible with Xia Tianling, which is how this pseudo-sacrifice ceremony can be successfully completed. If it were someone else, let alone the inherited ability, the conflict of bloodline power alone would not be something that ordinary people could resolve. After a while, the huge body of the Bion burned out, and a round red gold emblem gradually formed on Xia Tianling's forehead. His bones began to make dense crackling sounds, which sounded not loud, but gave people a thrilling feeling as if the whole body was about to explode. At the same time, a gray-black substance and a trace of black-purple blood began to gradually seep out of his skin. This was the power of the Bion cleansing his body and removing all the impurities and internal injuries in his body. Originally, when a cultivator was refining qi to the peak of foundation building, it was a process of gradually transforming the body and removing impurities from the body. However, due to the special geographical location and rules, While cultivation was easy, the powerful body transformation ability of the original immortal cultivation system was also simplified a lot. As the body was gradually transformed, a trace of power left by the BN was completely integrated into his body. The red gold ring around the Dawn Marshal's spirit was also completely solidified into the shape of a soul ring, which meant that Xia Tianling had become a soul master. But it was not over yet. At this time, a rumbling thunder sounded in the sky, and a huge dark cloud suddenly appeared above the Star Doe Great Forest. Xia Tianling's body was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. At the moment when the soul ring was formed, the soul power in his body became full and complete again, and even reached the highest peak that had never been seen before. The golden elixir kept vibrating, making a humming sound. The inner part of the Sea of Qi was spinning wildly, greedily absorbing all the energy from inside and outside, and madly pouring it into the golden elixir in the middle elixir field. Boom! A thunder rolled down and struck straight down along the top of Xia Tianling's head. The golden elixir tribulation that was 6 years late has come. Is this a thunder tribulation? Are there other 100,000-year-old soul beasts in this Xingdou Great Forest? The sky-blue bull python widened its eyes. With his shallow knowledge of staying in this forest all his life, he could not distinguish the difference between the heavenly tribulation as a test and reward and the thunder tribulation that was purely for destruction. The moment the heavenly tribulation that the monks talked about changed their minds, a layer of fine dragon scales appeared on Xia Tianling's body, dividing the violent heavenly tribulation into smaller and smaller parts, and then slowly sank into his body and poured into the vibrating golden elixir. Boom, boom, boom! The roar continued to resound through the sky, and 8 heavenly tribulations struck one after another, each one stronger than the previous one. The moment after the last thunderbolt was poured, the high-frequency vibrating golden elixir expanded to the extreme, and it was covered with fine lines just like the cracked porcelain of Ru Kiln. Boom! The nascent soul tribulation, which was also delayed for several years, also came. This time, the huge golden elixir shattered with a bang. Xia Tianling only felt that his ideology had changed. His soul no longer existed only in his mind, but was closely integrated with his cultivation. A milky white baby appeared in the position of the middle dantian, replacing the original golden elixir. Boom, boom, boom. Another 17 heavenly thunderbolts struck, and this time the power was several times stronger than the previous golden elixir tribulation. As the power of the heavenly tribulation continued to increase, Xia Tianling's dragon scales could no longer share more damage, and gradually became somewhat charred by the electricity, and some parts even emitted the smell of meat. But although his appearance became more and more miserable, the momentum in his body gradually became stronger. The newly born nascent soul also grew rapidly with the thunder until it was complete. The crazy falling thunder disappeared, but the dark clouds in the sky were still filled with rumbling thunder. The clouds representing the heavenly tribulation kept rolling and expanding, and the blue-white light inside was flowing, brewing a stronger test. The heavenly tribulation represents destruction, but also contains vitality. This is the test of the heaven for the cultivator to leap into the life form, and it is also a reward. Unlike the tribulation of orthodox cultivators, Xia Tianling went through the 3 tribulations of the golden core, nascent soul, and God transformation. He was not given time to adapt to the sudden increase in power. Boom! The thunder tribulation representing the tribulation of God transformation began. The thick heavenly thunder poured into Xia Tianling's body and hit the nascent soul fiercely. An indescribable pain spread deep in his soul. God transformation requires the cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits to be contained in the nascent soul, and to be melted into one furnace through the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, completely becoming one, and becoming a nascent soul more powerful than the nascent soul. At the same time, the Niwan Palace, which is the upper dantian, is also receiving a huge amount of mental power. In the process of forming the Yuan Shen and advancing to the Shenhua, the cultivator must also use his own powerful mental power to forcibly break through the shackles of the Niwan Palace, connect the ancestral orifice, and open up the sea of consciousness. This step is often the most difficult, which requires the huge mental power accumulated over the years to burst out in one breath in the Niwan Palace. Originally, the cultivator should open up the prototype of the Sea of Consciousness in the Yuanying period, form spiritual consciousness in the Jindan period, and open the Niwan Palace in the foundation building period. But Helpless, who made him jump through the barriers, now he can only do it together. Although Xia Tianling is a little short of the accumulation, he is grateful for the legacy left by the Golden Bion. As a kind of mythical beast that is accustomed to using rules, Bion's mental power is extremely powerful. Even the last trace that is almost wiped out is very terrifying. The red-gold emblem between his eyebrows emanated bursts of light, compressing his own mental power into a small ball. The external force of the calamity constantly washed the small ball, making it more pure and condensed. The accumulation reached a point that was enough for qualitative change. An explosion like the beginning of the universe occurred in Xia Tianling's Niwan Palace. The compressed spiritual power transformed into a divine consciousness with a light, golden breath, rushing wildly in the newly opened sea of consciousness. According to the words of later generations, his spiritual power has reached the extremely huge Lingyuan realm at this time, enough to fight against the titled Douluo. In this era where everyone basically has no practice of spiritual power, it is truly the best in the world. Except for a few people, basically no one can compete with him. After completing the transformation from spiritual power to divine consciousness, Xia Tianling can be said to have passed the most difficult hurdle. Now under the triple pressure of divine consciousness, calamity, and soul power, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are rapidly merging with the nascent soul. Although the process is very painful, he can still persevere with his willpower. Finally, with the last calamity, Xia Tianling's Yuanshen finally transformed. From then on, he could be said to have no absolute weak points in his body. The brain was no longer the only carrier of the soul, and the heart was no longer the only energy supply core in the body. Since then, the sea of consciousness in the upper dantian, the soul in the middle dantian, and the sea of qi in the lower dantian have been completely connected together, forming a second life cycle system independent of the original body structure. As long as one of the two exists, the cultivator will not die completely. This is the horror of the immortal cultivation system. Even if the body is completely destroyed, the soul can still survive independently and become a scattered immortal or even a ghost cultivator. The vitality is simply terrifying. In comparison, Qian Renshui, who had just achieved the status of an angel god in the original timeline, was almost killed in seconds by Tang San's Guanyin tear piercing her heart. It was really low. Similarly, Xia Tianling, who has the dual-core energy supply of the Sea of Qi and the Soul, is almost more than 10 times faster, more powerful than the Soul Masters of the same level. Xia Tianling felt the strong body that had gone through the 3 heavenly tribulations. He now felt that he had endless strength. With his physical fitness alone, he could easily defeat his strongest self. Huh? What is this thing on his forehead? He touched his forehead and felt a round lump the size of a coin in the middle. So he took out a mirror from the storage ring. This is a red gold emblem. Could it be an external soul bone? Xia Tianling thought so and slowly used his spiritual sense to explore the emblem. As his spiritual sense came into contact with the emblem, a piece of information came into his mind. It turned out that this was the legacy left by the Golden Bian. This is the 3rd divine eye of Bian, and Xia Tianling named it the Emblem of Justice. It has only one skill called Shock. It can be actively activated while passively enhancing the owner's mental power. After active activation, it reduces the total attributes of the marked creatures within the user's perception range by 10%, and the effect is absolutely established. He reached out and touched his forehead again. After understanding the information, he tried a few times and then hid the emblem. Dawn-breaking spirit out? Xia Tianling held the axe and hammer in his hands, and 4 spirit rings gradually rose under his feet. The 4th one was the red gold color representing the Golden Bian. Could this be a god-level spirit ring? Of course not. This is just the innate ability inheritance of the Golden Bian according to the rules of this world. It does not belong to any year of the Soul Ring. The system, which has always been a bystander, noticed Xia Tianling's doubts and gave an explanation. It is not even a soul ring to be precise. It just looks like it and has the function of a soul ring. Rules? Yes, rules. If there is anything good about the martial soul cultivation system in the Douluo world, it is that it allows practitioners to contact the rules when they are extremely weak. For example, the attribute increase of your Stormax form and the 4th soul skill left to you by Bian, as well as the 3rd divine eye of the external soul bone. In other words, these are things that only rule-level practitioners can do. But now, you only need to consume some soul power to complete it. My 4th soul skill! Speaking of which, due to a series of encounters, Xia Tianling still doesn't know the effect of his 4th soul skill. He immediately calmed down and felt it. As the saying goes, you don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. This 4th soul skill is really too powerful. The 4th soul skill left by the Golden Bian is its innate skill, Justice Judgment. What's more interesting is that this is an exclusive domain skill that can only be performed with a hammer, and the Stormax form cannot be doubled. Effect after performing it is to judge the target that the user subjectively identifies as the enemy within a radius of 15,000 square meters. If the target has evil thoughts in his heart and has taken action, all attributes will be reduced by 25%. If the target has evil thoughts but has not taken action, all attributes will be reduced by 15%. If the target has no evil thoughts, this soul skill has no effect. At the same time, all attributes of the user and the teammates subjectively identified by the user, including himself, will be increased by 20%. The maximum duration of this soul skill is 2 hours. If the user does not actively cancel it, or the duration is reached, Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the weakened skill effect will take effect. Of course, if you have the ability to run out of the Douluo universe directly, and are not within the scope of the rules, the effect will be automatically cancelled. Adding buffs to your teammates and debuffs to the enemy, is this the innate skill of the beast? This is a bit too unreasonable. Moreover, if the attached soul bone emblem of justice is activated together, the effect of this soul skill will be doubled. In theory, it can directly weaken the opponent's attributes by 60% and increase its own attributes by 40%. This is absolutely true. Even if the good and evil gods come in person, Xia Tianling's soul skill can still increase or weaken them. The strength of this skill has even exceeded the auxiliary effect provided by the 7 Rings 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Who is the best auxiliary martial soul in the continent? By the way, system, can you change the color of my golden soul ring? Just make it black. This golden color is too conspicuous. Xia Tianling, who had finished dressing himself up, walked slowly in the direction where the Titan giant ape came from. He had just been to the camp that was attacked before, and several people had disappeared. A few hours were enough for Zhao Wuji to recover his ability to move. I guess several people set out to find Tang San. Ding! The host's wish is received, and the power of destiny is being retrieved. Ding! The wish is successful. You have obtained the 4th soul ring color modifier, and it is being modified for you. Ding! The modification is completed. You can close it manually. Xia Tianling looked at his 4th soul ring that turned into a dark color, and suddenly felt a little strange. Is this system intelligent? Why did it take the initiative to answer his questions before? And now it has started to do things mechanically and impartially. However, although the Destiny Modification System is a little strange, it does not affect its powerful function. At this time, his 4th soul ring looks like a regular 20,000 to 30,000-year-old soul ring, and there is no trace of its former golden appearance. When Xia Tianling found Tang San and his group, Tang San had already defeated the human-faced demon spider and was absorbing its soul ring. Xiao Wu also returned to the crowd. Tianling, where have you been? Zhu Juqing was the first to discover the returning Xia Tianling, and jumped in front of him in a flash. Huh? Kitty is so worried about me? Don't worry, Juqing, I'm fine. Xia Tianling scratched his head. When I was chasing Tang San, I encountered several 10,000-year soul beasts, and I was forced to take a detour. On the way back, I encountered a suitable 10,000-year soul beast, and I killed it. Now I am a 4-ring soul master. 4-ring soul master? How old are you this year? Zhao Wuji, who was standing next to him, had obviously recovered a lot, and his voice was a little confident. Oh, I'm just 12 this year. Xia Tianling felt his soul power level and said a little embarrassedly, well, not just a soul master, I'm already level 44. Level 44? Brother Ling, are you a human? Ma Hongjin howled at the side. Xia Tianling looked at Xiao Wu, who was a little evasive, and said, of course I am a human, right, Xiao Wu? Zhu Juqing looked at him, then looked at Xiao Wu, feeling a little confused. Why did he ask Xiao Wu? What is the relationship between the two of them? Before Xiao Wu could reply, Zhao Wuji reacted. Wait, what did you just say? You killed a 10,000-year-old soul beast alone? Yeah, did you see the explosion before? That was caused by me. In fact, it was the soul beast that was stupid. So, he exaggerated the scene of the battle to the few people. Except for the identity of the Golden Beyond, he told them almost everything without reservation. That's it. I planned an explosion, and he killed himself. Not surprisingly, everyone was confused. What electrolysis, hydrogen, oxygen, etc., basically didn't understand at all. After taking them apart, they were all clear Douluo language. Why didn't they understand them together? Forget it! If you can't hear it, these are not important. Xia Tianling waved her hand. I guess Xiao Wu has obtained the 3rd soul ring? Xia Tianling, you are really amazing. You know all this? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Of course I'm a prophet. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao San will get a very precious external soul bone after absorbing this 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider this time. External soul bone? How is that possible? With Ning Rongrong's knowledge, she naturally knew what this was. External soul bone? What is that? Zhu Juqing asked in confusion. She had only practiced since she was a child, and apart from some necessary common sense, she knew very little other knowledge. External soul bone, in simple terms, is a special variety that is independent of the 6 normal soul bones. It is very rare. Unlike normal soul bones, which can be dropped, once the external soul bone is fused, it will be bound to the soul master for life. He paused and looked at Tang San, who was in some pain. Xiao San is lucky. He will get an external soul bone similar to 8 spider legs with evolutionary ability. It is attached with a strong poison. Don't touch it later, especially you, little fat man. Don't call me little fat man. Are my hands so broken? Ma Hongjin yelled in dissatisfaction. Ah! Suddenly Tang San, who was absorbing the spirit ring, had a hideous look on his face and screamed. The body sitting cross-legged there spasmed violently. His chest suddenly bulged, and his entire upper body arched up, looking terrifying. Brother San! Xiao Wu shouted and wanted to rush over. Zhao Wuji, who was standing by, was also shocked. This happened once when Tang San first absorbed the spirit ring. It was because of the excessive absorption of the spirit ring. Now it happened again? Calm down, little rabbit. Didn't I tell you? Xiao San will get an external spirit bone. Why are you making such a fuss? Before he finished speaking, accompanied by the sound of breaking brocade, Tang San's clothes on his back were suddenly torn. 8 fist-sized bulges bulged on both sides of Tang San's spine. At this time, Tang San seemed to be in great pain, and fine blood beads began to emerge from under his skin. He was struggling violently. Then 8 fist-thick dark purple objects stretched out from the inside and grew rapidly. Then he was lifted up by 8 spider legs and turned into a cocoon in the air. Xiao San's external soul bone has been successfully fused. Everyone, step back and don't touch him, Xia Tianling said, and at the same time stretched out her hand to signal everyone to retreat. Girls, don't surround him. When Xiao San breaks out of the cocoon, all his clothes will be gone. Boy, you are amazing. Zhao Wuji gave a thumbs up with admiration. Xiao San's changes really made him think right again. If he had listened to him before, he would not have been seriously injured by the Titan giant ape. Will Tang San not turn into a big spider? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. What on earth are you thinking about every day? Xia Tianling was speechless. Okay, everyone should do what they need to do. Set up the camp, make a fire, and cook. Xiao San will take about 12 hours to complete the fusion. After so much hard work, take a good rest. Everyone responded and began to do their own job and rebuild the rest camp. Xia Tianling claimed to be a prophet and could predict the future. After several verifications, everyone believed what he said. If he said 12 hours later, then the result must be 12 hours later. After eating something simple and leaving the necessary people to keep watch, the others, who were extremely nervous, went to rest. Third brother, except for Xiao Wu, the little rabbit. Although Xia Tianling's words had been verified many times, she was still a little worried. This made Xia Tianling, who was in a very good mental state at the moment, and took the initiative to take the sentry task, a little confused. She looked at Xiao Wu with a worried face secretly in the tree. How did Tang San and Xiao Wu develop into this in the past 6 years? 12 hours later, it was already morning. Tang San, who had been fused for a night, finally broke out of the cocoon and made his debut in front of everyone. It's just like Xianling said, Tang San was naked when he came out. Ning Rongrong was peeking from a distance. Oscar on the side was a little upset. Rongrong, don't look at Tang San, look at me. Go away, wait until your cooking skills catch up with Xia Tianling. Stop scolding, and practice more. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were flirting here, while Tang San on the other side first ended his dazed state and cried with joy after seeing Xiao Wu, and he and Xiao Wu were making love. It's really full of the sour smell of love. Ma Hongjian chewed a sausage with an angry look on his face, and Xia Tianling nodded in agreement. Looking at the behavior of the two couples, Zhu King with a cold face was thinking in the corner. After Xia Tianling forcibly broke up the couple, instructed Tang San to take back the 8 spider lances behind him and explained to him what happened. A long time passed. It turns out that absorbing spirit rings above one's level can have such benefits. No wonder you all absorbed spirit rings above one's level, Brother Ling. Tang San suddenly realized, people's physiques really can't be generalized. After experiencing this personal practice, he felt that the soul ring ratio that the master said was accurate to the single-digit years was very unreliable. Xia Tianling patted Tang San on the shoulder. How strong the soul ring you can absorb depends on your physical fitness. Exercise more and strive to absorb a 4th ring like us for 10,000 years. In the original timeline, Tang San's amazing 10,000-year 4th ring was now just a regular configuration for the 7 monsters of the Spirit Hall. Of course, except for Yan and Xie Yue. The time left for the two of them to cultivate their bodies was too short, and they didn't have the same treatment as Huliena, so naturally they only had a regular 1,000-year 4th ring. Thinking about the master's theories that had never been verified, and thinking about the knowledge that Xia Tianling had told him along the way, Tang San sighed. Brother Ling, you still know more. Xia Tianling waved his hand. I just stand on the shoulders of giants to see the world. This knowledge was summarized by the predecessors of the Spirit Master world from generation to generation. How can Yu Xiaogong's research be compared with the accumulation of tens of thousands of years of inheritance in the Spirit Hall? Well, you two brothers should wait until you get out of the Stardew Great Forest before you flatter each other. Zhao Wuji smiled. Although we encountered a lot of trouble this time, we have exceeded the task, and it is time to go back. After this shared life and death experience, the relationship between the people in the Spirit Hall and the people in Shrek has been greatly shortened. Although they are not in the same academy, this does not affect the friendship they have established in a short period of time, except for the only one person, the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. Looking at the other people talking and laughing, he felt that he had become an outsider spectator. Since the siege of the Devil Queen Bee, he has almost become an invisible man. Whether it is fighting or anything else, he has almost no part in it. This feeling of being alone made him feel very uncomfortable. He wanted to get angry and rush to the front of several people to ask loudly, but he finally held back. Yes, Ning Rongrong was right. What capital did he have to be proud of? Zhu King was also right. He was just a coward who had fallen into depravity. Looking at the young man who kept talking dirty next to Zhu King, Dai Mubai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth fiercely. Xia Tianling, you wait! One day, I, Dai Mubai, will defeat Davis, and at the same time defeat you and take back everything that belongs to me. By the way, Xia Tianling and Tang San, what exactly is that Zhuje divine crossbow you are talking about? On the way back, Tang San told everyone how he defeated the man-faced demon spider. Without the peerless dragon snake to beat the man-faced demon spider half to a pulp, Tang San relied on Oscar's high-speed flying sprint intestines and countless hidden weapons to constantly weaken it. The man-faced demon spider at the back was frightened by a breath, and Tang San finally seized an opportunity and narrowly shot the man-faced demon spider's eyes with the Zhuge divine crossbow. The breath that Tang San mentioned that frightened the man-faced demon spider was probably leaked by the Golden Beyond before his death. As he walked and talked, Tang San took out the Zhuge divine crossbow and demonstrated it to the others. Ning Rongrong widened her eyes and angrily threw at Xia Tianling. Okay, you have such a fun thing, but you hid it and didn't tell me. Xia Tianling was not to be outdone, and retorted, with the temper you had when you were a child, if I gave you this thing, how could others live in peace? This thing can easily kill a soul master in seconds. Who would dare to let you play with it? The two of them kept bickering with each other. In fact, after Xia Tianling got the Xuantian treasure record, he had already started to study and manufacture some mechanical hidden weapons. He was not a Tang sect disciple, and he was not short of money or resources. It was the best choice to let the logistics department of the Spirit Hall take these things to study and mass-produce them. Including the production drawings and manufacturing techniques of various parts, he had already given them to Bibi Dong. This kind of thing that can be regarded as a strategic weapon, can Tang San produce it alone? Can the production capacity of a big force? Since the Spirit Hall is its own industry, of course, the stronger the better. If all the Spirit Masters and even the ordinary troops of the Spirit Hall can be equipped with Zhu Divine Crossbow or even stronger hidden weapons, how powerful would it be? After Bibi Dong and Qian Renshui's relationship was greatly eased, although she still disliked Qian Daliu, she had long lost the idea of wanting to destroy the world, and instead devoted herself to the divine examination and leading the Spirit Hall to a glorious cause. Similarly, the seemingly stupid plan of soul hunting was naturally cancelled. Although the Spirit Hall was still on guard against the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, the Spirit Hall naturally tried hard to win over the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, which had always had a good relationship with them. A large number of not-so-powerful mechanical hidden weapons, such as the Zhu Divine Crossbow, were also sold to them. Of course, the ones sold were less powerful than the original ones. As for why the two sides can carry out more intimate activities than in the original work, it is because both sides understand one thing. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The mechanical hidden weapons provided by the Spirit Hall can rival even above the offensive capabilities of the direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which in turn strengthens the power of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. At the same time, the Spirit Hall has gained the friendship and various cooperation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, such as exchanging research materials, industrial resources, and obtaining some civilian spirit masters trained by them. If you ask Ning Rongrong why she didn't know that her own sect actually already had these things, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo Dulo also knew that Ning Rongrong was spoiled by the three of them and became lawless. Although she was not as bad as before after Xia Tianling's discipline, she was still naughty. If she was allowed to take these things, wouldn't the sect be in chaos every day? In the Tianjin town outside the Xingdou Great Forest, the few people who survived the disaster returned to the familiar two-story hotel and had a meal together. All good things must come to an end. Although they got along very well in the past few days, they were not from the same power after all. Let's go. We'll see each other again in the future. Xia Tianling took several people from the Spirit Hall to the carriage they came in, and waved to the people outside the window. We will meet again soon. I hope you don't fall too far behind me, Xiao-san. Xia Tianling let down the curtains and leaned against the carriage, enjoying the rare leisure time. A day later, the tired people finally returned to the Spirit Academy. The titled Douluo who served as the dean was furious when he heard that the sole Douluo was killed instantly by the Titan Giant Ape's Titan Skybreak. He kept cursing that this person was a fool who didn't deserve to die. If the Titan Giant Ape had not had any ill intentions, this wave would have directly buried all four geniuses, including the Son of God. After another day of rest, the few people who had completely recovered from their fatigue started practicing again. Zhu Qing, You must practice this set of soul-refining techniques seriously. In the training room, Xia Tianling handed Zhu King a jade slip. Although Zhu King felt a little confused, she still took it solemnly, and according to Xia Tianling's instructions, she put the jade slip on her forehead and learned this technique. I am a quick attack spirit master. Why do I need to practice mental power? Xia Tianling stroked his forehead. Spiritual power is one of the most important indicators for breaking through the titled Douluo. At the same time, the strength of mental power can also lead to the rapid improvement of soul power. Think about it, which is faster, using a spoon to fill water or using a bucket to draw water? Although this soul-refining art may not seem like a profound method of cultivating the spirit in the eyes of the myriad worlds, it is already much stronger than Tang San's purple demon eye, which can only be cultivated for a very short time in the morning. Moreover, this art is highly versatile and very stable, and will not lead to the situation of going astray due to practicing too quickly. The reason why there are so few titled Douluo and high-level spirit masters nowadays is because they do not focus on the cultivation of mental power and do not focus on the cultivation of the quality of spirit power. The reason why I can cultivate quickly is because my mental power is strong and the quality of my spirit power is high. Zhu Qing nodded thoughtfully. She has always been hardworking and doesn't care how long she has to practice every day or how much she has to practice. As long as she can become stronger, everything is worth it for her. Comparing the situation of her own family and the White Tiger family, she thinks what Xia Tianling said makes a lot of sense. For a long time, neither the Netherworld Zhu family nor the White Tiger Dai family has tried to practice spiritual power. This can also explain why only the Netherworld family has produced a titled Douluo since the founding of the Xingluo Empire. For details, please go to the author's words at the end of this chapter. As for why he knew that spiritual power is the key to breaking through the titled Douluo, Zhu King attributed the credit to the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall controls the largest number of titled Douluo in the entire continent, right? Not long after the two of them practiced, a note was passed in from outside the practice room, and the signature was Huliana. The practice rooms of the Spirit Hall are very user-friendly, and are all made of very soundproof materials to ensure that the soul masters practicing inside will not be disturbed to the greatest extent. But a small passage that can be opened and closed is retained. If there is an emergency and one needs to find a practitioner inside, the person outside can use this special note to pass the message and notify the people inside. Unlike the simulated training ground that promotes the improvement of soul power, this kind of training room is for students to practice other things and is very private. Xia Tianling opened the door and the person who came in was Huliana, who looked very anxious, followed by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Zhu Qing is here too? That's great. Hurry up and follow me. Without giving the two a chance to speak, Huliana dragged the confused people to a newly built house. Xia Tianling then found the opportunity to tell her about the gains from this trip to Xingdou. What? You said you have now broken through to level 44? Huliana, who had just returned from a mission at the academy today, stared at the junior brother in front of her with astonishment. This was simply unbelievable. Even she and her brothers, Xie Yue and Yan, have only just begun to reach the level of Soul King. But the three of them are 5 or 6 years older than Xia Tianling. Senior sister Calm, is this important? I thought you had gotten used to my genius over the years. By the way, didn't you say you had something important to talk to us about? What are you doing calling us here in such a hurry? Oh yes, let me introduce you to the gravity room that you envisioned. Tianling has been built. It's the one in front of you. Huliana then remembered that the purpose of calling them here was to let them familiarize themselves with this newly built building. She was on a mission this time, and was ordered to go to a special place to find a special material to complete the final construction steps of the gravity chamber. Entering the interior of the gravity chamber, it is a hemispherical space with a huge dome covering the top, like a huge upside-down bowl. The interior is very empty, except for a separate isolated operating table and some training facilities. It is basically empty. Senior sister, how did the teacher make this thing? Xia Tianling asked with some joy as she looked at the gravity chamber, a building that was famous in various animations and novels in her previous life. In fact, he had mentioned this idea to Bibi Dong a long time ago, but unfortunately it had never been realized. The main reason is that the Soul Guide technology has been completely lost, and there is no other way to exert pressure except for the artificial release of soul skills. Huliana looked at the curious Xia Tianling and teased, "Oh, I didn't expect that there are things that you, a prophet, don't know." Actually, the principle is very simple. Junior brother, do you know that there is a soul beast called Xuanzang Turtle? Do you know? That thing can release a gravity field. Xia Tianling scratched his head. Teacher can't have put a few Xuanzang turtles in? That's not right. How to control the amount of gravity they release? Huliana smiled slightly. It's simple and difficult to say. In fact, The teacher found a nearly 100,000-year-old Xuanzang turtle spine in the soul bone warehouse accumulated in the Wuhun Hall for tens of thousands of years. After various experiments, through the joint transformation of the teacher and the great priest, this soul bone can stimulate the Xuanzang turtle's innate, skill gravity field without being integrated into the human body. Now this soul bone is placed at the top of the dome. I understand the principle, but you still didn't say how to control the amount of gravity released by the soul bone. Moreover, how can we provide this thing with soul power for driving? We don't have the corresponding soul guide array. Junior brother, you are stupid. Although we can't build it, we can dismantle it. Juliana rolled her eyes at Xia Tianling. She felt that the junior brother who usually had a lot of clever ideas had become stupid now. Damn it! Dismantle? What did the teacher dismantle? Xia Tianling was shocked and thought that Bibi Dong was really capable of doing things. The teacher completely stripped off a set of soul guide arrays in the Wuhun Hall that could control the brightness of the dome soul guide lights. She used high-purity refined mithril to completely embed this torso bone into the front part that was originally connected to the lights. No. Do you see that control console? Juliana pointed to a separately isolated area at the other end of the room where a square table was clearly visible. Use it to input soul power into it. The soul guide array of the soul guide lights has its own energy storage system. There is a switch on it that can control the amount of output soul power, so you can control the intensity of gravity. Isn't it simple? This set of rhetoric directly confused Xia Tianling. In a sense, it is indeed very simple, but he had never thought about it. It sounds easy. Just dismantle the soul guide array that controls the lights and use the most conductive refined mithril as a conductor to connect the soul bones. However, this kind of soul guide lamp system with super high power to control an entire hall, only the Wuhun Hall has 4 sets in the entire continent. The Pope's Palace symbolizes the Pope, the Offering Hall symbolizes the Angel God, the Meeting Hall, behind the Pope's Palace, and the Douluo Hall, which displays the remains and relics of the predecessors of the Wuhun Hall and their life stories. These 4 sets were built by the predecessors of the Wuhun Hall tens of thousands of years ago. The members of the Wuhun Hall of all generations have carefully preserved them for tens of thousands of years until today, and they are basically not opened without major events. I just don't know which piece Bibi Dong dismantled. Her teacher is really a tiger. If it can't be used after being dismantled, this thing will not be easy to put back. In this regard, Xia Tianling only wanted to say 2 words, awesome. With such a high cost, it is estimated that only the Spirit Hall can afford it. In the entire Douluo Continent, no, the entire Douluo star is full of scorpion shits. It is unique. The Sun Moon Empire should not have such means now. Not to mention that Bibi Dong and Qian Daliu actually worked together to complete the transformation of the soul bone. I guess they used divine power? Now on the mainland, the soul master who can use divine power, except for the high priestess grandmother of the sea god island and the unconscious Tang Chen, is probably Qian Daliu. I don't know why Qian Daliu agreed to this kind of thing. Hasn't he always been at odds with Bibi Dong? Although Qian Daliu's attitude had softened somewhat since he entered the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had killed his son after all. Did he really not know about this? Come on, you guys, try it first. Hu Lina greeted warmly, interrupting Xia Tianling's thoughts that had drifted off again. By the way, when you use it, you must call a teacher to ensure that someone can control the switch in time before using it. It is very dangerous to use it alone. After all, this thing is just a test product, and no one can guarantee that there will be no problems. Even so, everyone must take this token. As she spoke, Juliana took out a few tokens and handed them to the 4 people. This token contains a part of the power of the titled Douluo level. When you can't bear it, it will automatically activate a protective shield to allow you to escape the oppression of gravity and walk out safely. Remember, a token can only be activated about 10 times. When the energy is insufficient, find the 2 deans to recharge it in time. Then let me try this thing first. Xia Tianling walked into the gravity range and motioned Juliana to turn on the switch. A wave of pressure suddenly came down from the dome, somewhat similar to the black air wave that Erming had used a few days ago. The 2 had the same purpose. However, the power released by the Titan giant ape was much stronger than this soul bone. Xia Tianling slowly moved his tense muscles under the pressure and slowly moved within the range of the gravity field. Junior brother, the gravity will be stronger as you go to the center. Juliana reminded him. This was set at the beginning of the divine power transformation stage. Originally, the gravity within the gravity field was completely equal, but now it was divided into about 5 different areas, which can be convenient for people with different tolerances to practice. Xia Tianling walked towards the center. The gravity in the innermost center was about twice that of the outer periphery. Here, he could already feel obvious pressure. He sat cross-legged and practiced the Taoist scriptures. The soul power was rapidly consumed under the pressure of gravity, almost several times more than before. Exercise the body in the gravity room, and go out to recover the soul power after the soul power is consumed. Except for the lack of mental pressure, it is basically a simplified version of the light of the sea god. Everyone come and try it. The effect of practicing in it is very good. Xia Tianling opened his eyes and motioned for several people to come in and practice together. Compared with Xia Tianling, who sat directly in the center, the tolerance of the others was different. Oscar, who mainly tempered his body, used special fitness equipment to exercise in the second ring, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zuqing could only practice in the gravity area of the third ring. By the way, senior sister, where are seniors Yan and Shiyue? After practicing for a while, Xia Tianling, whose soul power was almost exhausted, came out and chatted with Hu Liena, and restored his soul power by the way. They went to Gengxin City to find Master Lu Gao. Master Lu Gao? In other words, Xia Tianling's eyes lit up, and he thought of another thing he had mentioned to Bibi Dong before. Yes, this time they are going to get the thing you designed earlier. A long time ago, the teacher had asked them to go privately to ask Lu Gao and his disciples to help. Calculating the date, it is almost finished now. Just like the identity of the Holy Sun, the world only knows that the Spirit Hall has a new Holy Sun and the so-called Golden Generation, but there is no detailed information about these people. In order to protect the genius, these information are kept completely confidential before they have the ability to protect themselves. Even the Golden Generation in the original book, on the eve of the All-Continent Spirit Master Elite competition, well-informed people such as Yu Xiaogong and Dugu Bo learned some of their information. Master Lu Gao, this is a stubborn person. Xia Tianling stared at Zhu Zuqing, whose clothes were soaked with sweat in the gravity area, and rubbed his chin. Master Lu Gao, this is one of the rare talents in the Douluo timeline, and an indispensable part of his future plans. Hu Liena lifted her hair and stared at a figure in the gravity area. She replied, "It is often the easiest to deal with stubborn people. Just find their weaknesses and needs, right?" Ha ha ha! There is nothing wrong with what you said. Xia Tianling smiled knowingly. Senior sister, are you a stubborn person? Maybe. What about you? Probably. The days of cultivation are always dull. In the past half-month, Xia Tianling, Hu Liena, and others have been listening to theoretical classes in the morning, exercising in the gravity room, and continuing to cultivate soul power and mental power in the evening. On this day, Yan and Shiyue, who were exhausted from the journey, finally rushed back from Gengxin City. Tianling, this thing you designed is really too expensive. Shiyue spread out several clothes in front of everyone, and Yan poured out a pile of armor plates from the storage soul guide, some thin and some thick. Although these armor plates are not big, they are very heavy. It took several tons of rare metals to ask Master Lu Gao to make 10 pieces. It's only because our spirit hall has a mine, otherwise we wouldn't be able to produce so many, Yan complained. He and Shiyue personally went to the mining area to get these rare metals back. The journey was long and arduous. Brother Ling, what are these used for? Ma Hongjun picked up a piece of armor and played with it in his hand. The small piece was very heavy. Exercise, what else can it do? Xia Tianling happily took one and looked at it over and over again. This Master Lu Gao is really a talent. I just imagined it casually, but I didn't expect him to actually make it. Shiyue also picked up a piece of clothing and said to the others, "This thing was made by Master Lu Gao in combination with his own 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor. It has excellent ductility and is suitable for people of almost any body shape. Each piece of armor here comes with a hidden buckle made by Master Lu Gao with a special technique, which is used to install special weight-bearing armor." As he said this, he picked up a small armor piece to show everyone. Ma Hongjun looked down and found that there was a small buckle on the back of this small armor piece, which could be bitten with the armor piece on the soft armor itself. This weighted armor is made of a special alloy with a very high density and is very heavy. We can choose a suitable weight as a counterweight and attach the armor to the soft armor as a counterweight. In this way, our body will be like adding a lot of weight out of thin air, which can achieve a better training effect. Imagine if we wear this weighted soft armor for weight training every day. When we get used to this weight, or even the weight of the gravity room, and then remove this restraint during actual combat, how terrifying will our physical fitness be? Thanks to soul power, which can bring the speed of growth to practitioners. If they were just simple 12-year-old children, Xia Tianling would definitely not do this. Early weight-bearing not only fails to achieve the training effect, but also has a counter effect of oppression on physical development. But with soul power, it is different. The level of soul power will promote physical development, and high-intensity weight-bearing combined with the effect of soul power can effectively enhance the strength of bones and muscles, which is a perfect match. As for the method of running with a stone on the back of the master in the original book, Xia Tianling scoffed at it. Such a weight can only exercise the muscles of the back, chest, and abdomen, and has little effect on the exercise of other parts. and this is based on the premise that the straps can be worn very tightly. Like Tang San and his friends who put stones in a frame, the actual weight is not borne by the shoulders but by the lower waist, hips, and abdomen, which can be said to be extremely ineffective. This is because several people in the original book are gifted, plus there are fairy herbs to open up and repair hidden injuries. Just running, with stones on your back every day, plus ordinary food, the effect of the medicinal bath after the event is also ordinary. If an ordinary person trains like this, let alone strengthening his physical fitness, he will be considered strong if he doesn't get sick. What did Xia Tianling and his friends eat and use in the Wuhun Hall? Soul beast meat, soup stewed with the essence of certain medicinal herbs, a large amount of high-energy food, and medicinal baths to warm the body after training. Although both have medicinal baths, can the effect of the recipe that Yu Xiaogang took out be comparable to the recipe that Xia Tianling got by wishing? Even ordinary students who could not eat soul beast meat and other natural treasures were provided with enough meat from ordinary livestock. As the saying goes, poor people can only learn literature, while rich people can learn martial arts. Without enough money to support the health, practicing martial arts can only make oneself disabled. Why did Shrek's simple training method only last for a month and then let Tang San and his friends go to actual combat? It was because of poverty. In comparison, the resources Oscar spent on training his body in 6 years alone were probably more than the total amount of money spent by Shrek Academy in all these years. Among training, money, friends, law, and land, money always comes first. Okay, each of you take one and put it on, and then we will go to the test site for actual testing and equip the weight after obtaining the data. Xia Tianling waved his hand and issued an order. In this regard, not only Zhu Juqing and the other three, but also Yan and Xie Yo and the others did not have any resistance and went to execute it directly. It was not because of anything else, but Xia Tianling had already defeated the two of them in the past few years. Xia Tianling could not use his second martial soul outside, but he could use it at will when fighting the two of them. When he had just broken through the second ring and his combat quality was still very poor, Yan and Shui could still bully Xia Tianling with their own strength and consciousness. But when Xia Tianling broke through the third ring, it was them who got beaten. Not to mention that he was now a 44th level soul master, and he could easily abuse them, even without using his second martial soul. Several people came to the test site to test various physical data, but Xia Tianling leisurely took out a recliner from his ring and sat down on the spot. Why don't you go up and test it? Set an example for us. Oscar banged his fist, looking eager to try. Xia Tianling put his hands behind his head and lay on the chair with a comfortable look on his face. Me? These tests don't mean much to me. They can't measure it. To be honest, he himself didn't know how strong he was now. After experiencing the power inheritance of the Golden Bian and the double baptism of the Thunder Tribulation, his muscle strength in normal state is conservatively estimated to be more than 40,000 pounds. If it weren't for the fact that the cultivator's cultivation system naturally has a strong control over himself, he would probably have difficulty adapting to his own sudden increase in strength in a short period of time. As for how strong the explosive power of a punch is, that is unknown. Nowadays, there is no such thing as a punching force tester, so you can only rely on your feelings. Boy, stand up and I will test you personally. A soul saint in charge of the test project was immediately furious. As the son of the Spirit Hall, how can you be so lazy? Don't you know that you have to set an example? Xia Tianling stood up with a little embarrassment. Although he was powerful and had a very high status, this was in the academy, and he still had to know how to respect his teachers. Hey Mr. Zhang, look at what you said. We are practicing so hard. Isn't it just to be able to be lazy in the future? If there were no lazy people, then the carriages we would take to travel would be. Hey, let's talk it over. Don't do it! Before he could finish, Mr. Zhang, who had a hot temper, kicked him, but he dodged it with a dodge. Hurry over, I'll test how much you weigh now. Okay, you have the final say. Xia Tianling stood on the training ground with a helpless look on his face. Teacher Zhang, let's test our strength first. Come on. The soul saint named Zhang stood in a standard T-step. Heavy mountain shield, show up. 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared in the air, making the people around him feel a little pressure. A giant tower shield that was as tall as a person stood in front of Xia Tianling, giving people the feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain. This is also the origin of the name of the Zhang surnamed Soul Saint's Heavy Mountain Shield Martial Soul, which has extremely powerful defense and a heavy body. In terms of defense alone, 2 Zhao Wujis are not as strong as him alone. Come on, kid, let me see how strong you are now. As he was speaking, the first 2 soul rings under his feet flashed, and the heavy mountain shield in his hand became bigger again, and a circle of earth yellow halo was also brought around it. Seeing this, Xia Tianling also became serious, and without opening his martial soul, he rushed up in one step. Bow step, legs exert force, twist waist, punch. Bang! Xia Tianling's fist and the heavy mountain shield collided with each other, making a roar. The huge shield was knocked back a small distance by his punch. Although it was less than half a step, it did retreat. Don't forget, there is a defensive soul saint who is famous for his defense standing behind this shield. Good boy, you are really strong. You used your physical body to throw this punch, and the punching force is no less than 80,000 kilograms. The soul saint was beaten back half a step, but he was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled and congratulated Xia Tianling. Soul masters are affected by the characteristics of their martial souls, and this teacher Zhang is like this. He will be angry because Xia Tianling is lazy, and he will also praise him for his strength. Come on, show me your second martial soul. I haven't seen how strong your second martial soul is. Second martial soul, Zhu Qing, who was watching the game off the court, was stunned. He is already so strong, but he has twin martial souls? No, he didn't tell me that he has twin martial souls. But it seems that he doesn't need to tell me specifically. The little cat with a cold appearance and a hot heart flashed countless thoughts in just one sentence, and his eyes changed again and again when he looked at Xia Tianling. No matter what, one day, I will become as powerful as you. However, someone who was testing did not notice this and was excited to try the power of his second martial soul. True Dragon, possess! A golden light emerged from Xia Tianling's body, and a little dragon man appeared on the spot. Compared to the state of martial spirit possession a few days ago, Xia Tianling's 2 dragon horns have become longer, less cute, and more majestic than before. By the way, how much is your basic strength? He suddenly asked. About 40,000 pounds. What's wrong, Teacher Zhang? The Zhang, surnamed Soul Saint, waved his hand and said nothing, but his face was no longer as happy as before. The 4th soul skill, Mountain Control. The 6th soul skill, Earth Shaking. Seeing that Xia Tianling was ready, the Zhang, surnamed Soul Saint, was not vague and directly released his 2 more powerful defense skills. The 2 superimposed, the heavy mountain shield was once again larger, becoming larger and heavier. The lower part of the tower shield was even connected to the ground, standing there, steadily. Bang! Crack, crack, crack! Without any fancy moves, another punch was thrown out, and the outer layer of the Chongshan Tower shield's defense collapsed again and again, and even the innermost part of the main body had a fist mark. Teacher Zhang, who was holding on tightly from behind, retreated several meters. The floor paved with high-strength stone on the test field was plowed into a deep groove. Okay, you little monster is quite capable. Your punch made my arms hurt. Teacher Zhang poked his head out from behind the tower shield. It seems that you are not talking nonsense. Ordinary tests are really meaningless to you. The force of your punch must be more than 100,000 pounds, more than double the normal state. Not bad, not bad. Teacher Zhang said 2 not bads in a row, and then he was about to take his martial soul back into his body. How much physical fitness bonus can your second martial soul provide? Xia Tianling said without hesitation, double. Theoretically, this data is already very top-notch, but it seems that Teacher Zhang is not very happy, and he is about to say something. Don't worry about it, Teacher Zhang. Are you okay? Xia Tianling stopped him. Teacher Zhang frowned. Nonsense, of course I can. How can a man say that he can't do it? Hey, then I want to ask Teacher Zhang to help me test my strength in my strongest state. How about it? Xia Tianling smiled slyly. Hey, good boy, I told you that you are fat and you are really out of breath. Come on, today I will show you what you are capable of. Teacher Zhang glared, turned around and took a defensive posture again. You must be careful. After obtaining the 4th ring, I have never tested the power of this soul skill. Come on, can you still hurt me? Teacher Zhang was full of confidence, but he thought about it and finally directly activated the martial soul true body. Teacher Zhang, who activated the weapon soul true body, turned into a small mountain and pressed on the ground motionlessly. Then it's coming! Xia Tianling shouted softly, and the dawn spirit appeared. 4 yellow, purple, and black soul rings appeared under his feet. External soul bone skill. Shock! A round emblem slowly appeared on Xia Tianling's forehead, and a golden light lit up from the middle. It instantly penetrated the barrier of the heavy mountain shield and sank directly into it. What kind of power is this? Teacher Zhang, who had activated the weapon soul true body, was stunned. This light actually ignored his defense and directly forced his all attributes to be reduced by 10%. It's not over yet. The 4th soul ring, which had never been used, lit up, and a square area emitting golden light expanded rapidly, instantly covering the entire test site. At the same time, the shadow of a hammer appeared above Teacher Zhang, and it lightly struck 3 times. You are guilty! A voice that only Teacher Zhang could hear rang in his ears, and suddenly he felt that his overall attributes had dropped by another 30%. Damn, why is this kid's power so weird? Although Teacher Zhang was a little depressed, he was still very confident in his defense. He didn't believe that these fancy things alone could break his defense, even if he stood here and let this kid in front of him hit him unilaterally. In terms of defense alone, he was no worse than a certain Douluo. A new unit of measurement appeared, 1 poison. Zilala, zilala. In a flash of lightning, the two weapons flashing with thunder merged into an axe. But this time, Xia Tianling did not use it, but directly carried the axe behind his back. He only needed the power boost provided by the storm axe and did not need to use it as an offensive weapon. What was more interesting was that when he activated the two skills at the same time, he found that the two skills could not be superimposed. The 20% physical fitness enhanced by the Justice Judgment was only 20% of the physical fitness based on the activation of the true dragon martial spirit, which was about 16,000 kilograms. The same was true for the doubling of the strength attribute attached to the storm axe. It enhanced the doubled strength attribute after the true dragon was possessed, which was the same 80,000 kilograms. The relationship between the three was 1 + 1 + 1, not 1 + 1 × 2. Even so, after superposition, Xia Tianling's muscle strength was as high as 176,000 kilograms. Even in terms of pure strength alone, it had surpassed the 99th level Poseidon. If the Sea God Trident was placed here at this time, Xia Tianling would not even need the Sea God's approval and could easily pick it up and play with it. A mere 180,000 kilograms, is it heavy? However, Xia Tianling did not swell up to the point of thinking that he could now compete with the extreme Douluo. He still had this AC number in his mind. The main issue was how long he could maintain his strongest state. Although the effect of the Emblem of Justice in improving mental power was passive, it consumed soul power to maintain the shock effect. Although the fourth soul skill, Justice Judgment, could not be enhanced by the Storm Axe state, if he wanted to continue in the Storm Axe state, he would also consume double soul power, and the same was true for the shock skill. Xia Tianling, who had originally thought that he could use the Storm Axe state to conduct regular combat after becoming a spirit, was very disappointed. Although he had a more powerful dual-core energy supply system, there were two more soul power consumers. Moreover, it was not the case that having the power to surpass the limit Douluo in a short period of time would make him equal to the limit Douluo, not to mention mental power, total soul power, and soul skills and other aspects. Even in terms of combat awareness, the three limit Doulos were far superior to Xia Tianling. Even Qian Daoliu, who was not very good at fighting, had to be compared with whom? Compared with Tang Chen, he did seem a bit weak, but what if he was compared with the golden crocodile Douluo below? Compared with Chen Xin? Compared with Dugu? Forget it, this was a bit bullying. Before, he could rely on some skills to bully Dai Mubai, but that was just a full attribute crushing of physical fitness and other aspects. He was still far from the real skills. The system can only infuse knowledge and theory, but it can't infuse the connection of moves and muscle memory of exertion. It's like when you take a physics and math exam, someone gives you all the formulas and data, but you still can't solve a certain problem, because you only have knowledge theory, not thinking habits. Before crossing, Xia Tianling was just an ordinary person. After work, he was still a homebody. Every time he came back from leading a group, he would lie on the bed at home, read a book, eat takeout, watch some documentaries he was interested in, and be a happy homebody. It's only been 6 years since he came to Douluo Continent to become a soul master. Although he has been tempered in combat, he is still very immature, and there are still many things he needs to learn and master. It should be said that the space of Douluo Continent is really a bit fragile. Xia Tianling's powerful punch was accompanied by a spark, and the air was filled with a sonic boom, and even the space became somewhat unstable. Facing this seemingly ordinary punch, Teacher Zhang did not dare to be careless, and almost lit up all of his spirit rings and activated all of his defensive skills. A little cold sweat broke out on his head. Even if a titled Douluo took this punch, it would probably not be easy, right? Teacher Zhang's thoughts were quick, but the moment the thought flashed, Xia Tianling's punch had already arrived. Unlike the two punches that had completely repelled the shield before, this time, Xia Tianling's full-strength punch had almost completely penetrated the heavy mountain shield's defenses in an instant, and even directly penetrated the shield itself. Boom! Boom! Two roars sounded one after the other. The former was the sound of the weapon soul's true body being directly exploded at the moment the fist and the shield came into contact. The latter was the sound of Teacher Zhang being thrown directly out of the test field. Teacher Zhang! Several people rushed out. Teacher Zhang not only plowed a deep ditch in the land outside, but also smashed a big pit. Teacher Zhang, are you okay? Xia Tianling asked hesitantly. Teacher Zhang, who was blown away by a punch, lay in the pit with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his upper body clothes were basically all burst into pieces. He trembled and stretched out a finger. Little bastard, you want to kill me with this? Punch. This is because he is a pure defensive soul saint, who has used all defensive skills, and he is in the state of opening the weapon soul true body. If it were a soul saint of the agility attack system, he would probably be beaten to death by this kid with one punch. However, it is not so easy for a soul saint of the agility attack system to be hit by a punch with all his strength. When chasing out, Xia Tianling had already asked Zhu King, who was the fastest, to call the teacher of the treatment department. It was the old man in the inner position who treated him last time, and he arrived in a few minutes. After the old man's treatment, Teacher Zhang has basically recovered his ability to move, but he needs to rest and recover for a period of time. However, to everyone's surprise, the first thing Teacher Zhang did after regaining his mobility was not to go back and rest, nor to get some herbs that would aid in his recovery, but to directly scold Xia Tianling. You have been training like a dog for the past few years? Do you know how much force you have in this punch? Less than 300,000 jin. And how much is your basic strength? With the blessing of the second martial spirit, it is a full 80,000 jin. And your first soul skill, if I guess correctly, can increase strength, right? According to my observation, it should double the strength attribute. And your domain type soul skill, after you released it, I clearly felt that your aura rose again. With the two combined, your basic muscle strength is at least more than 150,000 jin. But how much explosive power do you have in a punch? Barely 300,000. Not even twice your basic strength. It's really embarrassing, you kid. Just wait for more training. Teacher Zhang left angrily after saying this. Judging from his route, he obviously went straight to the teaching department. Although Teacher Zhang scolded Xia Tianling on the surface, it was actually very beneficial too. Since he came to Douluo Continent, he has been living too smoothly. He has been cheating all the way and has never experienced the tempering of fighting. Just from the aspect of strength, Xia Tianling still needs to receive a lot of training. In his previous life, there was a boxing macho named Tang San, whose weightlifting strength was only 120 kilograms, but he could punch more than 500 kilograms. Data from Baidu and Jihu, please spare me and don't argue. Thank you. This is a gap of more than 4 times and nearly 5 times. Xia Tianling, with a muscle strength of up to 40,000 kilograms, the explosive power of a punch is only doubled, which is really too far away. Even at the extreme state of close to 180,000 kilograms of basic strength, the conversion ratio of explosive power has decreased. This is the disadvantage of too fast strength growth. Without a long period of adaptation and training, these forces are accumulated in the body, and the owner cannot use all the strength for a period of time. Just like the previous punch, it is impossible to exert all the strength in the body. If Xia Tianling could achieve the terrifying explosive power conversion ratio of Tang San, with a basic state of nearly 180,000 jin, even an extreme Douluo would not dare to be hit by his punch easily. It is not enough to just rely on cheating to win the battle. Xia Tianling also knows his shortcomings. It is okay to meet someone who is not as strong as himself, but what if he meets someone stronger than himself? Wouldn't he be scattered and broken at the touch? He is not invincible now. There are titled Douluo, fierce beasts, extreme Douluo, and even gods above him. Teacher Zhang's words hit the nail on the head and directly exposed his shortcomings. He is right. In order to be better at salted fish after becoming invincible, I will practice more from tomorrow. Grandpa Chan, do I have to do this? Xia Tianling looked at the special, weight-bearing soft armor on his body and smiled bitterly. We are so familiar with each other. It shouldn't be that serious, right? After Xia Tianling was severely scolded by Teacher Zhang, he has been working hard in the gravity room these days. Unexpectedly, within a few days, the old man Qian Daoliu came directly to the door. He also brought a special alloy armor plate that he had compressed with some secret methods. This special armor plate is extremely heavy, even heavier than the one made by Master Lu Gao before. Even with Xia Tianling's strength, he felt that his movements became very slow after wearing it. What's more, Qian Daoliu directly used a divine power to seal his soul power, and it can only be automatically unsealed at a critical moment. It's called sharpening. It doesn't affect cultivation on weekdays, but you can't use your soul power normally, because it's restricted. Although his Yuan Shen strength is strong, it is still much worse than divine power at this stage, so it's naturally difficult to break through Qian Daoliu's barrier. Forget it. Qian Daoliu is doing it for his own good anyway, and there will be no danger in staying in the Wuhun Academy, so let him go. Xia Tianling thought so singly. If I don't take care of you anymore, you will be spoiled by your Pope teacher. Qian Daoliu snorted hard. You should wear this thing every day during this period. Wear it for me, except for taking a bath and taking a medicinal bath, and exercise your body well. What about sleeping? Qian Daoliu blew his beard and glared. Practice seriously for me. When you can perfectly master your own muscles, I will consider removing the seal and this thing for you. In this way, Xia Tianling lived a life of practicing in weighted soft armor every day. However, monks are born with a strong ability to control their own bodies, and this bitter life should be over soon. Without the reliance on soul power, Xia Tianling's normal strength has decreased a lot, and he relies entirely on his own muscles to maintain daily actions and training. Although his current spiritual power is enough to drive this body of weight, he did not do so lazy, but actually carried out every training in the gravity room in order to quickly master his own strength. If he can perfectly explore his own strength, his strength will be terribly improved. Speaking of the gravity room, Xia Tianling has been feeling a little strange lately. He feels like there is something wrong with the energy storage system in the gravity room, as if it is leaking a little power. He is a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he has to be the first to arrive every morning. Before starting training, he must check whether the energy in the gravity room is full. Every night after training, he has to replenish all the energy consumed during the day before returning to the dormitory to practice. If the power is not full, even if it is just a little short, he will feel uncomfortable all over. But recently, every morning when he comes, he finds that the energy storage in the gravity room is more or less a little less. This is a bit strange, and Xia Tianling is puzzled. Could it be that Bibi Dong broke something when she dismantled this thing? In order to solve this doubt, he decided not to do routine practice tonight, but to go back to the gravity room to squat. Today, he will take a look to see if this thing is really leaking soul power. Late at night, Xia Tianling has been guarding in front of the control console for several hours, but strangely, the energy storage has not decreased. Just as he was about to go back to practice, he suddenly felt someone approaching the gravity room. Although his soul power was blocked, his powerful mental power still existed. Who would come here in the middle of the night without sleeping? Xia Tianling used his mental power to turn off the soul guide lamp and hid in the shadows on the side. Creaky. The door of the gravity room was gently pushed open, and a black figure quickly came in, then turned around and closed the door, and walked nimbly to the control console. Xia Tianling, who was hiding in the corner, sent a spiritual sense to detect the person, and couldn't help laughing when he saw the person clearly. It turned out that the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of energy was just that a lively little cat secretly used it up. Just after the black shadow activated the gravity area, Xia Tianling stood up and waved his hand to light up the few lighting facilities in the gravity room. Zhu Qing, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and sneaking here alone? The lights illuminated the whole room. Standing in front of the control console was Zhu Qing, who was a little flustered but a little embarrassed. She was like a kitten that went to the kitchen to eat dried fish and was caught on the spot. After she saw the owner of the voice, she lowered her head a little embarrassedly, and her face turned red. Practicing secretly by yourself? Xia Tianling looked at the weight-bearing soft armor on Zhu Qing's body and sighed softly. It's a good thing that you want to become stronger, but didn't my senior sister say it before? The gravity room must not be used by one person. This thing is just a prototype. What if something goes wrong? Zhu Qing lowered her head even lower, and her cat eyes stared at the ground and at her chest. I just want to make myself stronger. I want to catch up with you guys. Xia Tianling walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Training is like too much. You've already caught up with Fatty, right? And you are a few months younger than him. Compared to us, you have to take time out every day to learn some theoretical knowledge, and now you have to practice more. Zhu Qing, you are really tired of living, and you put too much pressure on yourself. Zhu Qing raised her head, her eyes evasive. I know that you want to defeat your sister Zhu Juyun, want to defeat Dai Mubai's brother Davis, and even want to change the tradition of the Netherworld family, but you are not alone. You also have me, Fatty, Xiaoao, and senior sister. We are partners, aren't we? Partners. Zhu Qing savored the word carefully and chewed it over and over in her mouth. The cold environment in the family for a long time has long cultivated her cold appearance, taciturn, and difficult to trust others. It's normal to find it hard to accept that you have a trustworthy partner for a while. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had experienced life and death together, were fine, but she was still full of instinctive vigilance towards Huliena, Sheiyue, Yan, and others who she had just met. The only person she could fully trust now was probably Xia Tianling. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Don't rush anything. Take your time. Zhu Qing was silent for a long time and then said something shocking. Wait a minute, why are you here? Me? Of course I'm worried about you. Xia Tianling was stunned, thinking why this little cat didn't play by the rules. But then his eyes rolled and he started talking nonsense. Do you think my name as a prophet is just for nothing? I thought you would give up after secretly training for a few days because your body couldn't stand it, but I didn't expect it to get worse. As a qualified leader, I naturally have the obligation to care about my partners. Really? Zhu Qing asked suspiciously. Of course it's true, how could it be false? Xia Tianling swore. Okay, go back to sleep. Don't practice by yourself anymore, or I'll come and catch you. After that, he grabbed Zhu Qing's hand and walked out of the gravity room together. So, this is what it feels like to have someone care about you. His palm is so warm. In the darkness, Zhu Qing, who was being pulled, looked a little dazed, and her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Since returning from the Xingdou Great Forest, Dai Bai felt that his life was simply terrible. Even the girls he often dated on weekdays did not interest him. He even wondered if he was no longer capable. In a fit of anger, he broke off relations with his old lovers and never contacted them again. Manager Wang of the Rose Hotel was very sad about this and said that he had lost a big customer. After returning to the academy, the already numerous teachers in the academy added a new one. It was said that he was Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaogang, who was known as the Master. But Tang San didn't seem to admit that this person was his teacher. The title carried a sense of alienation that he could feel. However, this teacher, Yu Xiaogang, who was known as the Master, was not discouraged or angry. He still made a training plan for the four of us every day. To say that this training plan was actually nothing new, it was simply running with a basket of stones on your back. As for whether running like this would be effective, Dai Bai didn't know, but he was holding back a strong desire in his heart, a desire to surpass Xia Tianling, and at the same time a desire to prove it to Zhu King and others. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Dai Bai, was not a waste. He was the inheritor of the White Tiger martial spirit with natural evil eyes, the future heir of the Xingluo Empire and the next Xingluo Emperor. So on the basis of the standard daily training volume, he also took the initiative to train himself more and add weight. Every day, he even worked harder than Tang San, who had always been hardworking in training. In this way, he squeezed the potential in his body crazily, and in just a few days, he rose from level 37 to level 38. Even Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who had always disliked him, chatted in private during the night bath, wondering if Dai Bai, the colorful tiger, had changed his nature. Well, but they still disliked Dai Bai. It is worth mentioning that although Flanders without Oscar and Ma Hongjun could not knock Ning Rongrong did not often act like a little princess, as in the original timeline. Oscar would not like Ning Rongrong with a little princess's temper, right? Ning Rongrong used to be like in the original book, and she would suffer from princess syndrome at any time, although she is really a princess. But after having many contacts with Xia Tianling, Ning Rongrong's personality gradually changed. Although she still has the temper of a little witch, she did not give up her practice and waste her talent. Xia Tianling once told her, "It's okay to have a temper, many strong people have a temper, but you must have the corresponding strength to have a corresponding temper. If you have neither strength nor temper, then your life is over." Think about it. If your strength is the best among all the disciples of the same generation in the sect, do you still need to use these fancy tricks to make them play with you? If you have superb strength, there will be a lot of people rushing to play with you. How comfortable it would be. After someone's repeated education, Ning Rongrong thought that what Xia Tianling said was very reasonable. In order to have more people to accompany her to fool around, she is now practicing very hard. Therefore, within 2 days after returning from the Xingdou Great Forest, she has already broken through the 30th level. John Douluo, who had been observing in secret for a long time, also appeared at the right time and took Ning Rongrong to obtain her 3rd soul ring. Compared to Dai Bai, who was practicing hard to surpass Xia Tianling, and Ning Rongrong, who was practicing to have more people to play with him, Tang San's recent days were much more entangled. On the one hand, he felt that his teacher Yu was becoming less and less reliable. He even questioned his absorption of a spirit ring that was over the age limit. Didn't he know that his theory of the optimal age of spirit rings was problematic? It was ridiculous. Brother Ling was right. People's physiques cannot be generalized, and the age of spirit rings should also vary from person to person. Every day, they were always asked to run with stones on their backs, or they had a few people sparring with each other. The teaching methods were very simple. Moreover, after running with weights for a period of time, he felt that his body was getting more and more wrong. As a disciple of the Tang sect in Shuzhong, an expert in playing with hidden weapons, his body naturally needed to be extremely coordinated to complete various incredible hidden weapon firing techniques. But, after running with weights for a long time, he felt that the strength of his waist, abdomen and thighs had begun to become unbalanced with the strength of his arms and back. Several times when he was secretly practicing the ghost shadow, he almost failed because he couldn't keep his balance. Not to mention the awkward feeling when practicing the hidden weapon technique. In this regard, if the master hadn't repeatedly assured him that this training would be over in a few days, he would have been ready to pack his bags and run away with Xiao Wu. At worst, he would go to Brother Ling, who would always take him in. This was Tang San's very simple idea. He didn't know the love and hatred between his father and the Spirit Hall. He was afraid that he would be caught on the spot as soon as he ran to the Spirit Academy with Xiao Wu, a walking experience bag. Although Xia Tianling would most likely save him. In a sense, this can also be regarded as an alternative shelter. Living in prison is still living. Another aspect of Tang San's entanglement was that after his purple demon eye broke through a realm, he was surprised to find that his good sister Xiao Wu was not a human. but a big rabbit. The kind of soft bone charm rabbit that was exactly the same as her spirit. Tang San now felt that Douluo Continent was very magical. Could it be that, like the world in his previous life, Xiao Wu was a demon who had become a spirit? Could it be that Xiao Wu was a spirit beast that had practiced for many years? Could it be that after practicing for many years, spirit beasts could transform into human form like demons? This demon was indeed a little silly. The most heartless person among the Shrek people might be this silly rabbit. Because she was a spirit beast that had transformed for 100,000 years, her cultivation level would automatically increase even if she didn't practice. Therefore, the energetic Xiao Wu would have fun in the village every day besides completing routine tasks. She was very happy. She had no self-consciousness in practicing at all, which formed a strong contrast with the other three. Tang San thought about his alcoholic father who had mysteriously disappeared, his silly rabbit sister, his unreliable teacher Yu, and the Shrek teachers who chatted in the village all day long and didn't go out to work or teach them. The future is completely dark. Only Xuantian Gong and hidden weapons can give him a little warmth in this absurd life. What about the top 5 food-type soul saints in the continent? What about Zhao Wuji, the Akala, and Flanders, the four-eyed cat owl of the Golden Iron Triangle? Is your role in the academy just to be a mascot? My head hurts. When will this day end? Or should I take Xiao Wu back to the Holy Soul Village? I can open a blacksmith shop to support her. In this way, I can also make my favorite hidden weapons. It seems that there is no difference between practicing in Shrek Academy and practicing at home. The medicinal food formula that Teacher Yu brought out is countless times better than his. I really don't know what is so good about Shrek Academy that made him admire it so much. Could it be because Flanders was his friend when he was young? Unintentionally, Tang San has discovered the truth. After a very painful period of time, Xia Tianling was finally able to wear this weight-bearing soft armor and carry out daily activities normally. So, in order to better help him integrate his strength, the Dean of the Wuhun Academy added a new training for them every day. Xia Tianling versus Xiu, Yan, Huliana, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhu King. In the name of bringing the partners closer and preparing for the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition 2 years later. Xia Tianling protested seriously. But his protest had no effect and was directly rejected. What? You ask why the contestants decided to be 7 of them, and what about the remaining 4 contestants in the original book? Of course, they can't beat them. Since Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xia Tianling reached the second ring, people of the same generation have never won against them, so how can they compete for the quota? Although a few people complained about Zhu King's direct entry into the starting list after she came a while ago, after Zhu King showed them a trick of flashing in front of them in an instant and putting the assassin's claw on their necks, these people didn't dare to have any opinions. Back to the present, several people are preparing for the first gang fight training. Before the battle began, Zhu King raised a question. As a standard 7-person team, is our configuration too extreme? Counting the 7 participating members of the Wuhun Academy, it seems that the configuration is indeed a bit uneven, with a bit of extreme flow. Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. 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 On the surface, she is a control system and a spiritual system, but she has practiced the Qingqiu Sky Fox art and is actually a strong attack system. And the martial soul fusion skill fused with her brother She Yue is still a strong attack system. Oscar, on the surface it is a food system, but in fact it is a strong attack system auxiliary, and it is the kind that is mainly strong attack and auxiliary. Agility Attack System Battle Soul Master. But since having the Assassin's Claw and crazy physical training, the Nether Spirit Cat, which was originally known for its speed and agility, seems to have the intention of developing into a strong attack system. This means that the 7 people from the Wuhun Academy can basically be regarded as 5 strong attackers and 1 agile attacker. Oscar and Xia Tianling's 4th, soul skills, as well as the red mist of the demon, can probably be regarded as auxiliary. Xia Tianling smiled and asked Zhu King, "Do you think that the team configuration that is conventional and controls the field, the strong attack system is at the front, the agile attack system assassinates the auxiliary soul master, and the auxiliary soul master adds buffs to everyone in the back is the best? Is it not?" Zhu King fell into confusion again. Since she came to the Wuhun Academy, she found that many common senses in her cognition seemed to have been broken. Strange training methods, incredible training facilities, and now the extreme team composition. Zhu King, let me ask you, how big is the largest team battle venue? A circular venue with a diameter of 100 meters. What's wrong? Zhu King answered without thinking. Okay, then even if both of us stand on the edge of the ring, the distance between the 2 pairs is no more than 95 meters. At a distance of 95 meters, even if you don't eat Xiaoao sausage, how long will it take you to rush through the void? About 3 seconds, so. Xia Tianling spread his hands. At present, below the Soul Sect, except Oscar and the little fat man, is there anyone who can withstand your 100% defense-breaking burst? It seems? No, Juju King said uncertainly. Isn't that enough? At most 5 seconds after the start, the opponent's auxiliary spirit master will be eliminated, and we will be tied directly. Even if the opponent's teammates react in time to make up for the defense, you will most likely be able to severely injure one of the opponent. However, this is only the attack you launched within 5 seconds. Then, what about the control spirit master? Even if there is no support, we always need it, right? Juju King frowned and asked again, what is the role of the control spirit master? Xia Tianling asked again. Provide control, restrain opponents, and command teammates. Then the question is, let alone fighting against opponents of the same level, who can beat me? Who can control me? Who can control Oscar, who has a high-speed flying sprint intestine? Who can control my senior sister and senior Xia, who have fused their spirits? Xia Tianling stated the facts calmly. Even in the original work, the Spirit Academy was killing people indiscriminately with only one demon. In the end, the victory was all thanks to Tang San's cheating. Now there is not only him, but also Oscar, who persists and works hard, and Juju Qing, who carries her bag. Brother Ling, why do you treat them differently? There's also me, Ma Hongjin grumbled in dissatisfaction. Xia Tianling glanced at him. Stand back a little. After Soul Saint, you will be in your power period. What about battlefield command? This is always needed by control-type soul masters, who have a general view of the situation, right? Juju Qing felt that what Xia Tianling said made sense, but still asked the last question. Battlefield command. This is the stupidest behavior in a competition, no doubt about it. Xia Tianling stared at Juju King speechlessly. There is only a small space in total. Once the battlefield is divided, you have to shout to command your teammates, right? Can others hear you? Can they take corresponding measures after hearing you? Unless you can develop a unique tactical language or have enough tacit understanding to deceive your opponent with words. Otherwise, this kind of command is meaningless. If the battlefield is not divided, it will be even simpler for the 7 opponents to hold together. Brothers go side by side and rush them directly. Is there any need to command? If there is no tacit understanding of eye contact, then this kind of team is just for fun. Zhu Qing, you think very well. A standard 7-person Soulmaster group should indeed be reasonably matched, but that is not for fighting in the ring. This configuration is needed for hunting soul beasts. The range of the ring is so large that the effects of control, food, and even agility attack are difficult to reflect. If it weren't for your greatly improved burst ability, I would even want to find another strong attack soul master to make up for it. At the beginning of the game, the senior sister and the senior directly launched the martial soul fusion, and then the 6 of us attacked the same person together. Even if he was a soul king, he would be eliminated instantly. All that's left is to keep killing people in seconds and pushing forward, and this ring match will be over. To be honest, it's really stupid to let the Agile Attack Spirit Master and the Food Spirit Master fight in the ring. It's hopelessly stupid. It's obvious that 6 strong Attack Spirit Masters can handle it with a wave of pushing forward. What's the point of so many fancy things? Tianling said a long paragraph in one breath. In fact, he wanted to tell Juju Qing all this a long time ago, but unfortunately there was no suitable opportunity. In the past few years, Hulina and Oscar and the others have been nagged by Xia Tianling enough. It can be said that the minds of the Spirit Masters in Douluo Continent are really rigid to a certain extent. This is not a war. This is a ring match where you can't kill people, and the time is short. Let the Food Spirit Master go up to fight in the ring? Isn't the strength of the Food Spirit Master to provide logistical support when the Legion is fighting? But throughout the timeline of Douluo 1, Oscar is the only Food Spirit Master who participates in small team battles. Let the Agile Attack Spirit Master fight in the ring in an open field? Isn't this a bit of a trick? Except for special cases like Juju King, aren't the others just giving up? At such a close distance, with the physical fitness of a strong Attack Spirit Master, how many seconds slower than a sensitive Attack Spirit Master? Wouldn't a Support Spirit Master be finished if he rushed over? Do you think you're playing a game here? There's a bush and wild area for you to go around? I was so angry. This broken game is full of oppression against sensitive Attack Spirit Masters. When will sensitive Attack Spirit Masters stand up? He seems to be making sense. But I always feel something is wrong. Juliana next to him stepped forward and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't understand it for a while. Take your time. Junior brother always comes up with some wild ideas. Although they seem absurd, they are actually very useful." He also gave our style of rushing over a wave a name. "What is it called?" "Cleaver's team," Jan added. Juliana clapped her hands vigorously. "Yes, that's it, the Cleaver team. It means that we just need to chop the opponent like a cleaver." "Wait, the Cleaver team doesn't seem to mean that." "Forget it. As long as Nana is happy. If there are no questions, let's get started." The titled Douluo Dean, who had a very low sense of presence, reminded from the side. Tianling had a fight with Huliena and Xie first. Yes, the three of them followed the instructions and distanced themselves to complete the spirit possession. The others also retreated to the side of the martial arts arena to leave enough fighting distance for the three of them. Without any communication, Xie held 2 moon blades and directly performed the spirit fusion technique with Huliena. They knew that even if Xia Tianling could not use his soul power now, his mental power was still there, and Huliena's charm series of skills had almost no effect on him. It would be better to directly perform the spirit fusion technique to further suppress him. The red light curtain suddenly appeared and spread. At the moment when Huliena and Xie collided, the red light wrapped them tightly together. At the same time, the red light curtain also exploded instantly, like half of a spreading light ball, covering a large area of the martial arts arena. Huliena, who also carried her bag, had her spirit greatly strengthened. Now he and Xie no longer needed to rely on teammates to assist in the martial arts fusion skills, or slowly accumulate strength as in the original book. The demon was in its strongest form when it appeared. The demon holding 2 moon blades had red hair floating behind her. Unlike the original book, there were 9 red tails floating behind the demon now. In response, Tianling gave the demon a new name, 9 Tails. However, they were unanimously opposed. The thick red mist enveloped Xia Tianling, and he instantly felt that all his senses were reduced by 50%, and his movement speed became slower. Soul power. Oh, soul power can't be used in the first place. If he was in a normal state where he could use his soul power, Xia Tianling would have a chance to interrupt the two before they were completely integrated. But now his movements were greatly restricted, and before he could rush to the front, the demon had already raised his knife and was waiting for him to fall into the trap. A red figure flashed in the red mist and came to his side in a moment. The 2 moon blades drew 2 ripples in the red mist and collided with Xia Tianling's strong body, making 2 crisp sounds. Ding! Ding! How could you know my location? Yao Mei exclaimed. Today's Yao Mei, the leader, has changed from Xie to Huliena, who is much stronger than in the original book. Xia Tianling smiled and then kicked his right foot hard and rushed towards Yao Mei. The huge impact force crushed the floor tiles of the martial arts field. Because even if I am weakened by 50%, I am still strong enough. As he said, he used the impact force to punch out with his left arm, but it was a little slower and rubbed against Yao Mei's body. It is true that the red mist weakened his perception by 50%, but the problem is that the perception of a soul master depends on the 5 senses, while the perception of a cultivator depends on spiritual perception and spiritual consciousness. With a sweep of spiritual consciousness, the trajectory of Yao Mei's movements was completely exposed. As soon as his spiritual sense moved, Xia Tianling could subconsciously sense the attack of the demon, and he didn't even need to be distracted to perceive it. This is the power of cultivating the soul. Hongwu, another bug, right? What is the meaning of spiritual consciousness and spiritual perception? The demon, who narrowly avoided a punch, immediately rushed forward, taking advantage of Xia Tianling's awkwardness of being half a beat slower, and continued to launch a fierce attack on him with the moonblade. Even though his soul power could not be used at this time, and even his physical fitness was restrained by the weight, he was enough to fight the Soul King head-on with his own strength. The demon now just touched the edge of the Soul Emperor. Junior brother, if you keep going like this, you will lose. The two experienced several collisions in a short period of time, and the demon's flexible movement forced Xia Tianling to suffer. In this case, don't blame me. Xia Tianling muttered silently, and suddenly posed a weird posture. 9 turns stepping heavenly step, 3rd turn, flying in the sky. Without any special effects or even any fluctuations, he walked out of the red fog and came to the sky as if taking a walk. Impossible. Your soul power is sealed. How can you still fly? The demon standing on the martial arts stage looked up at Xia Tianling, who had walked out of the suppression range, and screamed loudly. Hey, a secret. But I didn't use soul power. Xia Tianling stood in the air, looking down at everyone's shocked eyes. 9 turn. Stepping heavenly step, strictly speaking, from the 2nd stage of flying in the sky, it has basically left the category of basic body skills and entered the ranks of magical powers. The reason why Xia Tianling couldn't perform the 3rd turn before was not because he didn't practice hard enough, but because the hard standard for using magical powers is to have a soul. Magical power is a skill that is performed by a cultivator after condensing the soul and using a trace of rule power. There is no need to actively mobilize soul power. The rules of heaven and earth, or this magical power, will directly deduct the required power from the user's source of power. Divine Power Seal. I can see that this guy is good at bugs. In this way, even if Xia Tianling's soul power is completely blocked at this time, he can still use the 3rd turn of the 9 turns stepping on the sky freely. Just as Xia Tianling was standing in the air and showing off, the dean next to him spoke again. Oh, you can fly, right? Then you guys come together. You are not moral. My soul power has been sealed, but you are still fighting in a group. If you have the ability, unseal me. Oscar, who had been rubbing his hands for a long time, got excited when he heard this, and instantly transformed 5 high-speed flying sprint sausages and handed them to his teammates. Brothers, grab your weapons and beat the boss down. Mahongjin smiled evilly and released a phoenix fire line directly at Xia Tianling. Zhu Juqing glanced at him with a hint of apology and secretly said sorry. He also ate the high-speed flying sprint sausage handed over by Oscar. With a fold, he entered the void walk, and when he appeared for the second time, he was already in front of Xia Tianling. Juqing, you're not going to attack me too. Xia Tianling had just dodged Mahongjin's sniper, and before he could recover, he saw a kitten ready to attack in front of him. Juqing rarely blinked at him innocently, revealing a hint of smile. Xia Tianling let out a long sigh. I knew that our Juqing was the most understanding. Damn it! Before he could finish, he was responded by a cat claw combo with assassin's claw. He used his hard flesh to resist Zhu Juqing's set of meow punches. Due to the 100% penetration of assassin's claw, the armor plates of the weighted soft armor did not even play a role in blocking it. Before Xia Tianling could reach out to fight back, Zhu Juqing escaped from in front of him with a void walk. Then, Oscar's palm of the Tathagata descended from the sky, and the huge Buddha's handprint completely enveloped him. Fuck, Xiaowao, you really think I'm your boss? I'm made of mud. Xia Tianling's spirit was so strong that he immediately communicated with the third divine eye, and 6 rays of light instantly shot out and hit everyone present. Suddenly, Oscar's momentum was lost after being hit, and the golden handprint almost dissipated. It was too uncomfortable to be forced to weaken all attributes by 10% during the skill release process. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Tianling took a few steps in the air and directly confronted Oscar with this palm. Bang! Under the fierce collision, the palm of the Tathagata was directly broken, and Oscar was pushed back in the void. Xia Tianling also used this force to dive to the ring below. The target was the Fire Lord Yan, who had already used the first 2 skills. Seeing this, the demon seemed to want to intercept him, but Xia Tianling was so heavy with the weight of the soft armor that he was wearing, and with the impact of the explosion, he was now running at full speed. Boom! In just a moment, Xia Tianling and the huge Fire Lord covered with granite defenses had a head-on confrontation. Cough, cough, cough! The ground of the martial arts field was smashed into a big hole as expected. Xia Tianling, who was covered in dirt, stood up from the hole and turned around to pull Yan, who was half dead. If he hadn't held back in time and put most of his strength on the ground, if the two of them had really hit each other like this, Yan would have been seriously injured and dying on the spot. The main reason was that Xia Tianling's soft armor was too heavy. Ordinary soul masters would have difficulty walking in it, not to mention moving freely. Are you okay? Xia Tianling wiped the dust off his face, feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay. Yan replied weakly. No, don't fight for now. Xiaowao, give me some sausages. I feel like I have 2 broken ribs. Several people on the side also hurriedly stopped their attacking postures and ran over to check on Yan's injuries. The healing soul master on standby at the edge of the martial arts field also released his healing soul skills at the right time. Boss, what is that light you just used? I think I saw you use it once when testing your strength last time. Oscar asked while making a recovery sausage for Yan. Xia Tianling touched the emblem of justice on his forehead, cancelled the skill effect, and released the full attribute weakening on several people. The external soul bone obtained from the last hunting soul ring has a skill effect that can weaken the target enemy's full attributes by 10%, ignoring the soul power difference, and the effect is absolutely valid. Anyway, this thing will be exposed sooner or later, and the few people present are all our own people, so it doesn't hurt to tell them. Holy crap, external soul bone? Brother Ling, are you saying that this thing of yours that looks like a third eye is an external soul bone like Tang San's? Mahongjin was extremely envious when he saw Tang San get the 8 spider lances. Not to mention external soul bones, he still hasn't even got an ordinary soul bone. Staring at the glittering emblem of justice on Xia Tianling's forehead, Zhu Juqing silently felt happy for him. External soul bone, he was really lucky. But this way, the gap between her and him became even bigger. External soul bone? I want one too. Hu Liana and She Yue released the state of martial soul fusion, and also surrounded him. The titled Douluo Dean who had been watching the game could not stand their expectant eyes and said, You guys are so ambitious, do you think that external soul bones are cabbages? Ordinary soul bones are rare items. Dean, look at how outstanding we are. The school or the elders group or something, shouldn't they reward us with a soul bone or something? Looking at the eager people, Xia Tianling scratched his head helplessly and asked, In the original work, the 3 people of the Golden Generation were able to obtain soul bones, so there was no reason why the stronger ones couldn't do the same now. However, even if the Spirit Hall did not provide them, he would get a few pieces for each of them in the future. After all, soul bones were piled up like mountains somewhere, and it would be a waste to leave them there. As for himself, he had already made plans. After he passed the God Transformation Tribulation, he had a new plan for his future route. Try your best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Are you kidding? As a dignified time traveler, and a time traveler who cultivates immortality in Douluo Continent, would it be worthy of his identity as a time traveler if he didn't collect a set of top-quality soul bones? Just when Xia Tianling was daydreaming about the future, the head of the titled Douluo said, "As for soul bones, there will be. Everyone will have one." Not only has the Elders' Council approved it, but even the Great Elder of the Worship Hall has personally said that everyone must be equipped with a high-quality soul bone, which must be no less than 50,000 years old. Hiss! As soon as these words came out, not only Ma Hongjun and several others who had been drooling over soul bones before, but even Zhu Zhuqing, who usually didn't like to show her face, took a breath of cold air. 7 soul bones over 50,000 years old. A big deal, really a big deal. You know, even many soul saints, and even soul Douluos, don't have a soul bone. But the titled Douluo Dean changed the subject. These soul bones are just there. Let's see if you have the ability to take them. These 7 soul bones will be used as the champion prizes of the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition in 2 years. If you win, the soul bones will naturally be yours, but if you lose, you don't want to know the consequences. The Dean said with a smile on his face, but the tone of the last sentence was really unkind, which made the originally happy people feel a little cold. Okay, the healing teacher will take Yan back to recuperate, and the others will continue to practice in pairs. Yan was helped back, and the others started practicing again. However, Xia Tianling seemed a little absent-minded. He was carefully considering the amount of information in the Dean's words. The Elders' Council approved it readily, and even the old man Qiandaliu spoke personally. What is the reason? You should know that in the original work, even if Bibi Dong wanted to give each of the Golden Generation a soul bone, she was strongly opposed by the elders. Even among the 3 soul bones, only the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration that was internally given to Huliena was a real high-level soul bone. The right arm bone of the blasting and burning flame and the left leg bone of the rapid forward pursuit of the wind that Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing got were just names that sounded intimidating, but in fact, their strength was very limited. But this time, Qiandaliu personally decided to provide everyone with a high-quality soul bone of more than 50,000 years. In the original work, the 3 soul bones were finalized before the competition, but now the rewards have been set 2 years before the competition. This is wrong, very wrong. Even if Bibi Dong has given up the plan to destroy the world, the conflict between the Pope and the worship faction for many years is not so easy to reconcile. There must be something wrong. Speaking of which, does this old man Qiandaliu like me so much? He gave me benefits the first time I met him 6 years ago. Could he be interested in me and want to recruit me as his grandson-in-law? Getting beaten and beating others, the two are an endless cycle. This has been Xia Tianling's life for more than 2 months. In the first month, he was beaten to the point of having no way to go up to the sky or down to the ground under the siege of 6 people. Even if he used the skywalking step to go up to the sky, his good teammates would still eat Oscar's sausage and chase him. In the second month, after gradually adapting to the weighted soft armor and tapping into some of his body's potential, he was finally able to fight back and forth with a few people under the cooperation of 6 people. Although it was still unbearable, at least there were wins and losses. Compared with the previous situation of being suppressed, it was much better. In the first few days of the 3rd month, Xia Tianling had almost completely adapted to the terrifying weight of the weighted soft armor, and the situation was one-sided. He began to counterattack the other 6 people by taking advantage of the heavy nature of the soft armor. Although this thing was originally intended for training, it is indeed a kind of armor, and it is also an armor made by the extreme Douluo and the strongest master in the world, so its defense is naturally very strong. So, the few people who are not very good at breaking the defense were beaten in turn. Especially Ma Hongjun, this guy's Phoenix Desire made Xia Tianling suffer a lot in the early stage. Now, the unlucky little fat man was chased all over the field in a very targeted manner. This reminded him of the painful experience of being chased from the entrance to the end of the village by the big white goose in the village when he was a child. Coincidentally, not long after the 3rd month began, Huliena, Yan and Xie Yue were assigned new tasks and left the academy. Just when Xia Tianling thought he could take off this layer of shackles, unlock the seal on his body, and welcome a happy and brand new life, the dean secretly reported to someone. So, Qiandaliu came again. Not only did he come, but he also brought heavier special armor plates. After putting on the more terrifying new armor, Xia Tianling's movements were restricted again, and the restrictions were even more severe than when he was wearing the weighted soft armor 1.0. He thought he could regain his former glory, but he was forced to be compressed back to the level of a Soul King. What's more annoying is that this set of weighted soft armor 2.0 can basically be said to be pure weighted armor with extremely low defense, which further reduces Xia Tianling's behavior of taking advantage of the defenses before. You put this doll! Grandpa Qian, how can you do this to me? You watched me grow up. When I go back, I will tell Sister Shay that you bullied me. Xia Tianling cried with grief and anger, and even brought up Qian Renshui to play the emotional card. But Qian Daoliu was unmoved. Forget Xiao Shui, you can't even ask for your teacher to come. It's because you grew up under my care that I don't want you to be useless. After all, I am half your teacher. In the next month, go to the big fighting spirit arena with your friends to hone your skills. At least bring back a silver fighting spirit badge. What are you going there for? Xia Tianling asked puzzledly. Aren't the teachers and other students in the academy good enough to practice with me? Qian Daoliu shook his head. The students' fighting level is too academic. You who have lived in the ivory tower for many years have too peaceful, offensive methods. You need to experience all kinds of so-called wild fighting styles. Not only that, the types of martial spirits in the academy are still relatively rare. Go to the fighting spirit arena to fight for more than a month and personally experience all kinds of strange martial spirits. This will help your future practice. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xia Tianling scratched his head. It wouldn't hurt to experience more battles. By the way, Grandpa Qian, after this month, you can take off your weight and the divine power seal will automatically unlock. Qian Daoliu knew what he wanted to ask, and he disappeared after saying a word. Xia Tianling was overjoyed. He finally didn't have to be oppressed by these two mountains all the time. Speaking of going to the fighting spirit arena to fight at this time, and it lasts for a month, the timing is quite delicate. But it seems to be nearly 20 days early. After Qian Daoliu left, Xia Tianling found a few companions and explained the situation to the dean. Since it is the chief priest who said so, then you go ahead and remember not to reveal your identity. The academy will reimburse the students for the food, clothing, and other expenses within the quota, and you will be responsible for the excess. When the dean heard that it was Qian Daoliu who said it, he agreed very happily. Then, Dean, which big fighting spirit arena are we going to? The one in Tiando Imperial City? Oscar asked. Oscar has been practicing martial arts since he started, although his personality is sometimes mean, but he has a heart for martial arts and often desires to fight with the strong. When he beat Xia Tianling before, he was the one who beat him the most vigorously. Even when he was beaten in the last few days, he was still very energetic. The dean waved his hand. It doesn't matter where it is. These are not much different. Just go to the nearby Soto Big Fighting Spirit Arena. Okay? Xia Tianling agreed neatly and crisply and took 3 friends straight to Soto City. What? You ask why you don't prepare before going? Are you kidding? My brother Ling, who even carries a stove and all kinds of fresh ingredients with him, needs to pack his luggage? Hey, considering the time, it's a pity. Xia Tianling suddenly said this on the carriage to Soto City. This attracted the attention of the other 3. What's a pity? Zhu Qing looked at the boy next to him with a GU-like expression in confusion. It's more than half a month early. Xia Tianling still looked lazy, but then he sat up and let out a wail. Damn, Zhu Qing, you've learned bad things. Why did you pinch me? Who told you to speak halfway? Zhu Qing's face turned red, and she turned her head to the window as if nothing had happened. Xia Tianling rubbed the place where she was pinched with a grin, and at the same time glared at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were smiling strangely on the opposite side. Ma Hongjun winked and asked, Brother Ling, don't be a riddle man. Tell me what's going on. Actually, it's nothing big. It's just that Tang San and the others will go to Soto City to participate in the fighting spirit in more than half a month. We may meet them later. That bastard, will he go too? Hearing the news that Tang San and the others would also go later, Zhu Qing turned her head back, hesitant to speak. You mean Daimu Bai? That guy is from the same college as Xiaosan Rongrong and the others, so they must go together. Xia Tianling said. Yes, Rongrong's college is called Shrek. Oscar, who was watching the fun before, also interrupted with great interest. Hey boss, do you think Rongrong and the others will also participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition? Probably. They will, right? Xia Tianling was a little hesitant. He really didn't know whether Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and the others could participate in this competition. After all, he had directly dismantled 3 of the Shrek 7 devils, and now there were only 4 people left. Even if Flanders still took them to the Blue Tyrant Academy, it would be a question whether they could make it to the finals. As for the Tiando Royal Academy, the current Xiao San and the others had never fought against the Royal Do team, nor had they met Qin Ming, so it was hard to say whether they would go. How would it develop in the future? Xia Tianling also drew a question mark in his heart. Since he came to Douluo Continent, the fate of too many people has been changed. God knows what it will turn out to be. After arriving in Soto City, the few people did not go to find Su Yuntao, because they had to keep their identities confidential, but chose a hotel near the Duhun Arena to stay. After lunch, the four of them planned to go to the Duhun Arena in the afternoon. Xia Tianling was also looking forward to this Duhun Arena with the characteristics of Douluo Continent. Seeing the figure of the fighting spirit arena, Xia Tianling was happy. This shape looked familiar. The overall shape of the Soto fighting spirit arena is oval and about 120 meters high. Isn't this the ancient Roman Colosseum? It seems that the Tiando Empire is quite powerful, and it also has rich productivity and cultural wonders. By the way, boss, do you have any other requirements for participating in the fighting spirit this time? Oscar walked in the front with great interest. Just get the silver fighting spirit badge. Xia Tianling replied. Then we not only have to participate in 1v1, but also play 2v2, otherwise we may not have enough time. With Xiaoao's sausage, it is not a problem for us to play 3 or 4 games a day. 2v2, how should we combine? Boss, I'll be in a group with Fatty. Oscar quickly pulled Ma Hongjun over and said first. This, then I'll go with Zhu Qing. Xia Tianling was a little hesitant. It's not that he didn't want to team up with Zhu Qing, but mainly if he teamed up with him, the two of them would have to fight against 2 soul masters. He didn't care, but he was mainly afraid that Zhu Qing wouldn't be able to adapt. Zhu Qing glanced at him and said okay, then nodded in agreement. Zhu Qing, you? I know what you want to say, and I know the rules of the soul fighting arena, but only by challenging the strong can you make progress, and fighting with the weak will only lead to assimilation. Zhu Qing looked into his eyes and said very seriously, I want to become stronger. Okay, I get it. Xia Tianling sighed. This little cat was really stubborn to death. We're almost at the entrance of the soul fighting arena. Everyone, take this with you. Try to speak as little as possible and hide your identity. Xia Tianling took out a few masks from the ring and distributed them to the 3 of them. Since we want to hide our identities, do we have to give ourselves code names? Ma Hongjun was clever for once. Indeed, I have already thought of a code name for each of you before you came. Xia Tianling raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. Nether Spirit Cat, Evil Fire Phoenix, Sausage Store? These names can already be swept into the garbage dump of history. It is not appropriate for the 3 enhanced versions to call them these 3 code names. Xiaoao will be called the Angry Vajra, which fits his favorite Tathagata palm. Fatty practices the Lust Phoenix, so he will be called the Lust Phoenix. Zhu Qing's current specialty is walking in the void, so let's call him the Void Walker. Boss, what about you? Me? Xia Tianling looked at his hands. My name is Dawn. What does this mean? Zhu Qing asked. In the context of Douluo language, there are not so many meanings. Douluo people who lack the historical heritage cannot understand the deep meaning contained in this word. You will know later. Then, no matter how many questions Oscar and Ma Hongjun asked, Xia Tianling still smiled and said nothing. It was not until many years later that Zhu Qing and the other 2 really understood how much power this word contained. When they came to the registration counter, several people paid 10 gold coins to register for the Fighting Spirit qualification. Oscar and Ma Hongjun named their combination the Jade Fire King Kong. They originally wanted to call it the Desire Fire King Kong, but the counter staff wrote the wrong word. Xia Tianling and Zhu Qing's combination is called the Defense Breaking Master. One is that Zhu Qing can break the opponent's defense 100% in the literal sense. The other is, Xia Tianling's strength may make the opponent desperate to break the defense. After completing the soul power test and signing up for today's fighting spirit, the 4 went to the preparation room to wait. Although soul power has the effect of promoting physical development, the immature age of the 4 people can still be seen at a glance from their body shapes. This is very eye-catching in the preparation room full of adults. Xia Tianling wants this effect. If others don't pay attention to them, how can he complete the speed pass? So in order to achieve a better effect, he cleared his throat and said this to the other 3 people in a voice that everyone in the room could hear. Isn't it just the Silver Soul fighting? That thing is simple. Winning or losing in 2v2 is not important. Just one 1v1 game every day for 20 consecutive days, and the Silver Soul fighting will be easy to control. You should know that after winning 5 games, the points you get from winning again can be multiplied tenfold. It's that simple. This remark caused a huge uproar. The people sitting in this room were all veteran soul fighting players, and some of them had to play hundreds of games to slowly grind to the level of bronze soul fighting. When they heard this, they naturally lost face and became very angry. Winning 20 games in a row? Boy, aren't you afraid of getting your tongue bitten by the wind? Is it that easy to win 20 games? A ferocious-looking bald strong man stood up and scolded him, with an obviously unhappy look on his face. Xia Tianling wanted to show sarcasm, but then realized that he was wearing a mask and the other party would not be able to see it even if he sarcastically said so, so he just spit out 4 words lightly. Just have hands. He didn't intend to pretend to be cool and slap people in the face after being provoked or secretly kill people and steal treasures. He just wanted to attract other people's attention, so that he can quickly arrange a few more 1v1 games every time he comes, quickly complete 20 consecutive victories so that he can enjoy a wonderful new life. The strong man was furious, but due to the rule that he could not take action in the preparation area, he forced himself to hold back. He sat back angrily and said something cruel. "You kid better not let me run into you on the stage." This scene made several people around laugh. This strong man is considered to be well known in the Soto City fighting spirit arena, but now he has suffered a loss at the hands of a child. Under the mask, Zhu Zhiqing couldn't help laughing softly. "I didn't expect that Xia Tianling, who is always kind to others, has such a bad taste. Please ask the next group of contestants to come on stage and prepare." The voice of the staff came at this time. "Wow, the queue is quite fast. It's opened in seconds." Xia Tianling took a look at the sign in his hand and then stood up. At the same time, a bald man came out of the crowd in the corner. "Hey, what a coincidence. Bald brother, we are really destined to meet." His personality under the mask became very bad, teasing the bald man who had just been very disdainful of him. "You wait. I will make you look good on the stage later." The bald old man was not good at speaking and was obviously very angry. On the soul fighting stage, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo was standing in the center. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Next, we will have the second round of one-on-one soul fighting in the 13 soul fighting arena. 2 heavyweights at the Soul Master level will appear. They are Soul Master Tieta, who has won 4 games in a row and possesses the Giant Elephant Martial Soul, and Soul Master Po Dawn, who has just registered today and possesses the Dawn Martial Soul. Will the Iron Tower Soul Master be able to achieve a glorious 5-game winning streak and unlock 10 times the points, or will the newly arrived Po Dawn Soul Master be able to win his first soul fighting victory in his life? Let us wait and see, everyone. Next, let us invite the 2 powerful Soul Masters to the stage. As a Soul Master level competition, there are still quite a few spectators. In the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena, the battles between Soul Masters are already quite exciting. Some of the spectators in the stands shouted the name of the Giant Elephant Iron Tower, while the rest showed expressions of watching a good show, obviously not optimistic about the newcomer dawn breaking. It seems that this bald guy is still quite popular here. Xia Tianling, who has not yet gone on stage, glanced at the audience around him and thought to himself. What he didn't know was that apart from these monsters like them, the wild soul masters who could achieve 5 consecutive wins in the great soul fighting arena were already quite powerful figures, and they all had something more or less. Iron Tower had already stepped up first, raising his arms high to respond to the cheers of his fans. Looking at the Iron Tower showing off on the stage, Xia Tianling stepped on the 9 transformations of the sky step and floated up. After standing still on the stage, he stood with his hands behind his back, like a master. Unfortunately, he was wearing a black tights, and there was no immortal air of the white clothes fluttering. So young? The audiences were stunned. They had heard of such a domineering name as Breaking Dawn before, and thought that it should be a ruthless man who had been walking around the world for many years. They didn't expect that a slightly thin teenager would jump up. In fact, Xia Tian's muscles under the spiritual power suit are also very terrifying, and he is not thin at all. It's just that his well-proportioned body, coupled with the limitations of a young man's body shape, compared with the 2-meter-tall Iron Tower opposite, he instantly looks thin. Both contestants, please take your positions and release your martial spirits, the host said excitedly. Possessed by the giant elephant, Tieta opened his arms and roared, and 4 yellow and purple soul rings appeared under his feet. His already tall figure expanded outward again, reaching an astonishing height of about 2.5 meters. The muscles all over his body bulged violently. His shoulders were broad and his back was broad, and under the bronze muscles, blood vessels like giant pythons were revealed, beating. Unlike Xia Tianling and Oscar's well-proportioned figures, Tieta's figure after being possessed by the martial spirit was extremely strong, standing on the stage like a human-shaped giant elephant. Just after he completed the martial spirit possession, he roared fiercely at the surroundings, especially at Xia Tianling, probably wanting to show his strength. One look at the figure and martial spirit, and you can tell that Tieta is also a power-type soul master, perhaps in the same way as Zhao Wuji. Listening to the shouts of the audience below the stage, Tieta seemed extremely satisfied. But he didn't expect that the black-clothed boy opposite him was unmoved, which made him a little confused. "Boy, you don't release the martial spirit?" Tieta asked in a muffled voice. Although Tieta was partially influenced by his martial spirit, his fighting style was fierce and his appearance was vicious, but that didn't mean he was a bad guy. On the contrary, he had been in this fighting spirit arena for quite some time, but he had always been very well behaved. He longed for a fair and upright head-on confrontation and disdained sneak attacks and other cheap tricks. Xia Tianling shook his head. No need. This shake of the head made Tieta very angry. He thought Xia Tianling was looking down on him, and he immediately clenched his fists and roared as he rushed towards the ignorant young man in front of him. Damn, boy, you will pay for your arrogance. Damn, do you think I look down on you? I want to use it too, okay? If the true dragon martial spirit cannot be used, what can you do by simply summoning a hammer and an axe? Looking at the iron tower that was rushing towards him like a tank, Xia Tianling's heart was also burning with anger. This kind of opponent is also his favorite. There is no intrigue in terms of various skills, but only the purest collision. A game of power with fists and flesh, this is the romance of a real man. Come, feel the most primitive pleasure of battle. Boom! Two fists, one big and one small, collided violently. Xia Tianling still retracted his right fist calmly, as if everything before was just an illusion. On the other hand, although Tieta seemed fine after the fist fight, he almost lost his balance. Unlike the audience watching the excitement below the stage, Tieta only felt a huge force passing through his right arm too, his upper body at the moment of the fist fight, which made the right half of his body numb. It seemed that the one fighting against him was not a teenager, but a power-type soul beast transformed into a human. Tieta didn't say anything, but at this time his eyes no longer had the previous anger, but solemnity. He had used 60% of his strength in that fist just now, but the teenager took it so easily. The strength of a soul master who can fight with him without activating his martial soul must not be underestimated. All his thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash. Within 2 seconds after the fist fight, Tieta had already tried to pull back and prepare for the next round of attack. It's my turn to fight back. Xia Tianling whispered, not giving him a chance to retreat, and followed him in small steps. He only took half a step forward with his right leg, far from the most suitable point for exerting force. Tieta subconsciously thought that Xia Tianling would continue to follow forward, so he only released a defensive skill of the first soul ring, and continued to tilt the center of gravity of his body backward. But who knew that in the next second, Xia Tianling's fist had already slammed out. It was only half the distance of his forearm, but it really gave Tieta, who didn't react, a fierce blow. Xingyi, half-step collapse fist! Ever since Xia Tianling's strength was doubly sealed, he picked up many martial arts moves and routines that he had obtained from his previous wish. Although he had practiced some of these moves when he was a child, he did not practice them in depth because he awakened his soul power. Now that he can only rely on physical strength, he can only seek a breakthrough in the way he exerts force. Some of the techniques contained in it are quite sophisticated, and it can be said to be a pure dimensionality reduction attack on the purely wild fighting style on the Douluo Continent. Just like the current Tieta, he has never seen such an unreasonable means of attack. Unable to judge the direction of Xia Tianling's next attack, he was hit back by this punch and almost lost his center of gravity. But it's not over yet. Just when he thought, Xia Tianling can't attack at such a close distance this time, the black-clothed boy in front of him suddenly turned half of his body, using his shoulders and back as a fulcrum, and crashed into his arms. Beiji Iron Mountain Lean! Another martial arts force technique. Tieta, who had a somewhat unstable center of gravity before, was hit again in the abdomen. At this time, he felt like he had collided head-on with a 1,000-year-old armored rhinoceros that was sprinting, and the bones and internal organs all over his body seemed to be falling apart. Although it hurt, Tieta still didn't panic. He felt that Xia Tianling would definitely not have any offensive means this time. In such a small space, it is impossible to exert force. Calmly lit up his third soul ring. This soul ring was very strange and could increase his own strength and weight. With such a magical skill, Tieta forced himself to stand firm and immediately prepared to teach Xia Tianling a lesson. But what he didn't know was that there really was such an unreasonable close-range force method. Xia Tianling in his arms turned again, and there was only a foot of space between his left hand and his body. Not only did he not expect it, but even the audience in the audience were speechless by the scene in front of them. Xia Tianling's left hand was like a knife, and he suddenly clenched his fist at this distance that was almost close to the opponent. Compared with Tieta, the fist, which was very small, instantly traveled less than half a foot and hit him on the upper abdomen. Inch punch, opening the sky. The ultimate secret of close-range combat in martial arts. It can make the human body break through the limit, and when the two are extremely close, it will burst out with even greater power than a normal punch. This legendary move in Chinese martial arts finally showed its power in the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena today. This time, even with his third soul skill, Tieta was unable to control his completely unbalanced body and was even knocked off the ground. Tieta's huge body arched backwards and landed on the ground like a cooked shrimp, shaking the arena. At this time, he covered his severely injured abdomen with one hand, and his eyes gradually replaced solemnity with a hint of horror. This young man in front of him, who had not opened his martial soul, broke through common sense 3 times in a row and completely controlled him with just 3 attacks. After a set of 3 consecutive hits, Tieta couldn't stand up. Xia Tianling didn't pursue the victory, but stood there again with his hands behind his back, just like when he just came on stage. After a moment of silence, the stands erupted with thunderous roars, and everyone was shouting Xia Tianling's codename. I lost. I take back what I said before. You are really strong, and you are qualified to say this. Tieta struggled to stand up, and took the initiative to admit defeat to the referee. He was straightforward, knowing that with his own strength, he was no match for Xia Tianling, and couldn't even beat him when he didn't activate his martial spirit. Although he still had the 4th soul skill to use, the opponent in front of him didn't even activate his martial spirit. Fighting like this would only bring humiliation to himself. There was nothing shameful about losing to such a strong man. After hearing Tieta's initiative to admit defeat, Xia Tianling on the opposite side also nodded to him to show his goodwill. Facing such an opponent who could afford to lose, he should forgive him when he could, and there was no need for him to appear to be rebellious. Moreover, he was the one who provoked others, which was wrong in the first place. The host was very professional. Although he was also very shocked, he still walked quickly to the stage and announced loudly, Soul Sect Breaking Dawn 1, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Soul Sect Iron Tower, record 120 wins, 68 losses. Breaking Dawn Soul Sect, please go to register your points after you step down. After the host announced the results, the audience burst into even more enthusiastic cheers. Xia Tianling waved to them and then flew off the stage. No one saw that at the moment he won the game. Juju King's mouth corners under the mask subconsciously curled up, and even she herself didn't notice it. After returning to the preparation room, the first person to greet him was Oscar. After walking over, he gently punched Xia Tianling on the shoulder, with a strong desire to fight in his eyes. Boss, you are so mean. You didn't teach me such a powerful close-range force technique. Tianling made a face at him, although Oscar didn't see it because of the mask. Don't talk nonsense to me. I gave you these things a few years ago. You immersed yourself in the Buddhist magic and couldn't get out. Can you blame me? Hey, it's because the effect of practicing that is too slow. After sending away the unreasonable Oscar, he sat back next to Juju King. Although the kitten is wearing a mask now, she is very pleasing to the eye even if you just look at her hot body, isn't she? You've become stronger again. A flat voice came, but I won't give up. One day I will catch up with you. Xia Tianling had a lot of dirty words in his mind, but he felt that he couldn't say them when he came to his mouth. Thousands of words turned into 3 words. I'll wait for you. In this lounge full of singles, the atmosphere between the two seemed to be somewhat out of tune with the surroundings. And gradually something happened. Ma Hongjun watched from a distance, his small round face under the mask showing a look of disdain. This sour smell was really despised. However, he seemed to have thought of something and put away that expression, instead grinning and laughing. Then he hummed a little tune and walked out, ready to fight on the stage. Come on, let me show you how powerful my brother Ma is. As the host's introduction ended, Ma Hongjun also started his own showtime. The evil fire phoenix took off into the air, and the phoenix fire line, blessed by the fire of desire, shot towards the opponent. The strange and fierce offensive means made the opponent miserable, winning cheers from the audience. The handsome martial spirit possession posture won the favor of many female audiences. On the other side of the subfield, Oscar also began to write an amazing miracle. The martial spirit is a strong attack weapon spirit master of riot? What kind of configuration is this? Not only Oscar's opponent was confused, the audience was confused, and even the host was at a loss. What kind of martial soul is a fist? How come we have never seen it before? However, Oscar soon taught them a lesson, letting them and his opponent know why he is a strong attack-type soul master. Martial soul? A real man never needs a martial soul to fight. Fists are enough. After 3 months of training, Oscar's soul power has reached level 37. His blood and chi are as heavy as a mountain, and he is domineering. He didn't need to use martial souls, but picked up a pair of iron fists, not even using his favorite Tathagata palm. He directly used his fists to teach the young opponent a lesson, just like Xia Tianling before. The most primitive collision between the flesh aroused the enthusiasm of the male audience, and they shouted his name of the angry King Kong. Not using martial souls was what the Dean and Oscar's soul master personally told him when he came here, and the fist martial soul was proposed by Xia Tianling. It would be too shocking if the food-type martial soul could fight. Anyway, Oscar's sausages are just a bonus to his own combat power. In fact, he rarely eats other sausages except the high-speed flying sprint sausage. Simply leave an unknown question for others to guess. The 1v1 soul fighting went on very quickly, and soon it was Juju King's turn to play. Compared with when she just got the soul ring, Juju King now has a soul power of level 34. In these 3 months, with the blessings left over from the assassin's divine power to transform her body, Juju King is actually fully capable of soaring 3 or 4 levels. But she did not choose to do so, but took one step at a time, and completely consolidated the soul power cultivated by the assassin's power before choosing to upgrade by one level. Although the overall level only increased by one level, Juju King's total soul power at this time was almost twice as much as before. Coupled with the mental power cultivated by the soul refining technique, and the more skilled use of the assassin's claw and the void walk, it is not an exaggeration to describe her strength as earth-shaking. It was still the 13 soul fighting arena, and the host in a tuxedo was still there. Next, we will have the 5th one-on-one soul fight in the 13 soul fighting arena. 2 soul masters will appear. They are Soul Master Yelan, who has won 3 games in a row and has the Goshok Martial Soul, and Soul Master Void Walker, who has the Nether Spirit Cat Martial Soul and has just registered today. Coincidentally, these 2 soul masters are both charming and beautiful girls. Oh, this is another newcomer. There are so many newcomers registered today. I believe that the previous Dawn-Breaking Dawn, Lustful Phoenix, and the Angry King Kong in the next arena have left a deep impression on everyone. I wonder what kind of performance this Void Walker will have. Everyone, let's wait and see. Juju King, wearing a mask, jumped onto the ring flexibly and completed the martial soul possession. The 10 fingers covered with assassin's claws moved like waves. This was her hand habit before the battle, which helped her get into the state quickly. Goshok, possess! The young woman on the opposite side shouted, and a pair of wings grew out of her back, flapping. At the same time, her hands and feet also underwent a certain degree of transformation, turning into a form similar to eagle claws. 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, 3 soul rings close to the best ratio, coupled with her powerful soul power of up to level 38, appeared very oppressive on the ring. The 3rd ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, which is already quite good among the unskilled soul masters. Yelan! 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 Under the ring, some young men shouted Yelan's name, and it was obvious that they were her fanatical fans. Netherworld Spirit Cat, possess. Juju King was not affected by the surrounding environment, and also activated her martial spirit. After the martial spirit was possessed, Juju King's legs became more slender, and cat ears and a cat tail for maintaining balance appeared on her head and behind her. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings suddenly appeared under Juju King's feet. Yelan, who was originally confident and proud in the air, suddenly looked a little worse. Although most of the audience who watched the fighting spirits for many years were ordinary people, they were also very familiar with the soul ring ratio. 200 years and 1,000 years, the Void Walker obviously surpassed Yelan in the quality of soul rings. And her 3rd soul ring was obviously of higher quality than her opponent. This further mobilized the enthusiasm of the audience. Who doesn't like to watch a fight between 2 evenly matched dragons and tigers? What's more, there are 2 beauties on the stage now. Goshok. Yelan was a little impatient. Seeing that the audience no longer supported her one-sidedly, she immediately launched an attack. She stretched out her body, and the whole person was like an arrow from a string, swooping down directly towards Juju King from top to bottom, and at the same time lit up her first 2 soul rings in the air. When the first soul ring lit up, her feet changed in a very short time. Not only did the front end become longer, but it also grew sharp claws, just like real eagle claws. When the second soul ring lit up, Yelan's body accelerated again, reaching an extremely fast level. Facing the opponent who was coming at her head, Juju King did not choose to dodge, but was ready to fight hard. After training with several guys who were not in the standard for a long time, she was already a little unsure of how her strength compared with normal soul masters. The sharp eagle claws drew 2 silver lights in the air, and the piercing sound of Fao breaking through the air followed the 2 attacks. Juju King squatted down calmly, took a defensive posture and lit up her 2nd soul ring, the Netherworld 100 Claws. The after images in the air and on the ground intertwined, and the 2 beauties came into contact at this moment. The eagle claws and cat claws collided in the air with a series of clanging sounds, interweaving a beautiful symphony. However, Yelan in the air did not feel so wonderful. Juju King's Netherworld 100 Claws were protected by the Assassin's Claws, but her eagle claws were not. After a fight, the originally beautiful claws were full of fine small wounds, and blood was oozing out. Yelan was heartbroken and furious, and her beautiful face was a little distorted. "You dead cat! Damn it! I'm gonna scratch your face!" Perhaps when facing the same woman, especially a woman who is equally beautiful and obviously has a better figure than her own, some women will always burst out with greater jealousy. Juju King didn't feel anything. Living in that kind of cold and inhumane family for many years, she has heard more rumors. This level of threat. Her heart was not moved at all, and she even wanted to laugh. Although he didn't think there was anything, Xia Tianling in the audience was a little unhappy, and a nameless fire rose in his heart. How could this woman be so vicious? It was just a normal injury on the field of competition, so she wanted to scratch someone's face? Such a narrow mind, what a vicious woman. No matter what Xia Tianling in the audience thought, Yelan, who had suffered a loss once, made up her mind not to confront Zhu Qing head-on, but to fly higher. A hint of a sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she lit up her third soul skill. A cross-shaped wind blade condensed under her claws and shot towards Zhu Qing below. This is her specialty. In the Soul Master stage, few people have the ability to fly, but for her with a Goshok Martial Soul, this is just a small skill after the Martial Soul is possessed. Coupled with the long-range attack ability of the third soul skill, this makes her roguelike fighting style very useful. First fly into the sky, then use the third soul skill to attack the opponent remotely, and then solve the opponent in one fell swoop after the opponent has been passively hit several times. It can be said that this in-buff fighting method is very disgusting, but at the same time, it is also very effective. Few people can effectively counter her rogue means. Unfortunately, the opponent she met this time was the Void Walker with the inheritance of the God of Assassins, Zhu Qing. Facing the huge cross wind blade coming towards her, Zhu Qing calmly performed the Void Walk and directly escaped into the subspace between the cracks in space. Boom! The wind blade that consumed a lot of Yelan's energy hit nothing, causing great damage to the floor tiles. Is this the real reason why she calls herself a Void Walker? Is it because she can really walk in the void? A drop of cold sweat dripped down Yelan's head. Even though she had the eyesight of an eagle, she still lost the trace of Zhu Qing. The audience widened their eyes and stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Where is such a big cat? Where did it go? However, in the subspace that the audience and Yelan could not see, Zhu Qing did not even move half a step, just watching the wind blade hit the main material plane space under her feet. To walk in the void, to put it simply, is to use the characteristics between spaces to shuttle through the subspace in the gap between spaces, that is, the void. If space is compared to many pieces of white paper stacked together, then the subspace is the gap between the white paper. It takes a lot of energy to pass through the interlayer of space. This is why Zhu Qing can only use it for 1 or 2 seconds. But if you stay still after escaping into the void, the energy consumed will be greatly reduced. As long as the oxygen stored in the void is not exhausted, Zhu Qing can even take a nap in it. Damn it, you hiding your head and showing your tail, come out! Fear often comes from not understanding unknown things. For example, now Yelan, who couldn't find Zhu Qing's trace, was very crazy. She kept sprinting towards the ring, clawing and fighting wits and courage with the air. Come out, come out, come out! For her who always boasted of her beauty and elegance, this was really too ungraceful. The host and some of the audience frowned. They spent money to see 2 soul masters fighting head-on, not to see a shrew hysterically cursing on the stage. Zhu Qing in the subspace felt a little helpless about this. She wanted to try her current strength, but this opponent seemed a little unintelligent. She had only been in the subspace for less than 3 minutes, and hadn't done anything yet. But this person was already frightening herself to death. The oxygen had almost been used up, so let's end it all. Zhu Qing thought so, and activated her ability to walk in the void, breaking through the barrier between the inner layers of space. While Yelan was still frantically searching for Zhu Qing's trace, there was no soul power fluctuation at the top of her head, but a beautiful figure suddenly appeared there. Walking in the void can not only walk in a straight line, but also upwards or even downwards, as long as the user can sense the distance. In the audience seats below the stage, most of the audience held their breath and quietly felt this thrilling scene. But there was a small group of so-called brain-dead fans who had no quality as an audience, and they didn't care about the fairness of the game at all, and shouted loudly, "Lanlan, be careful of your head," who was also sitting below the stage, frowned, and a trace of hostility flashed briefly, but was suppressed by him in an instant. A wave of spiritual consciousness shot towards the direction where the sound came from. The crazy fan who was jumping up and down was struck by lightning and groaned while covering his head. Don't worry, Xia Tianling didn't intend to kill him. It was just a small punishment to give him a headache for a few days. Above the head, Yelan heard the fans' shouts and subconsciously raised her head. But even if she found the enemy's figure now, it was too late. The top of the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena is an open design. In the cloudless afternoon, the dazzling sunlight shone directly into the arena, bringing extremely good lighting effects. The third soul ring of the figure lit up with purple light, and the dark claws of Assassin were attached with strong netherworld power. A black crescent scimitar had already taken shape. The third soul skill is the netherworld absolute slash. The owner of the scimitar was at an angle against the light with Yelan at this time, and dived down. From Yelan's perspective, Zhu Qing, who descended from the sky, seemed like a god descending to judge, shrouded in holy light. The strong sunlight blinded her eyes. In a panic, she could only turn around in a panic, trying to use the acceleration of her second soul skill to escape the attack range, but the distance between the two was too close. The moment she just activated her soul skill, the crescent moon of the netherworld absolute slash had already touched her shoulder. Puff! Puff! The former was the sound of the netherworld absolute slash attacking her back. The latter was the sound of her landing after being attacked. She was hit by Juju King's big move at close range, and she fell heavily to the ground outside the ring like a kite with a broken string and fainted. According to the rules, she has lost now. This is because Juju King showed mercy. The Fighting Soul Arena is not like the elite Soul Master competition of the whole continent. Even if you hit too hard, you have to ask about it. The fight here allows killing. Juju King, who landed gently like a fairy, glanced at Yelan, who was being carried away by fans outside the field, and turned to face the referee. I won. The referee came back to his senses from his daze and announced, the winner of this game is Soul Master Voidwalker. 1 win and 0 loss. Let's cheer for this beautiful rose. Roses are beautiful but covered with sharp thorns. The audience off the field once again burst into cheers and applause like a tsunami, and countless single men had a new goddess at this moment. Beautiful, strong, hot, cold, a perfect goddess model. Juju King has a cold personality and doesn't like this kind of occasion where thousands of people are chasing after her. Using the Void Walk, she returned to her original corner after a few flashes. Congratulations, Xia Tianling said with a smile. Juju King shook her head. She's too weak. Oh, are you saying she's too weak? Not really. Juju King paused. She didn't know how to describe it. It's because her heart is too weak, Xia Tianling asked herself. She doesn't have the heart of a strong person who is brave enough to move forward, so she's naturally weak, and this is part of the reason why I asked you to practice the soul refining technique. Is that so? Juju King looked down at her hands. She never thought that one day she would be able to easily defeat an opponent who was several levels higher than her. A 39th level agile attack type Soul Master who was just 1 step away from entering the ranks of Soul Masters, didn't have any room to fight back in her hands, and was almost killed in 1 move. It was only a short 3 months, and she had become so strong. She was a little surprised that these 3 months seemed like 3 years, bringing her earth-shaking changes. And all of this was brought by the young man next to her. Looking at the thoughtful little cat beside him, Xia Tianling couldn't help but sigh again. Cultivating strength without cultivating the mind is in vain. In the immortal cultivation system, it is called the heart of Tao. In the warrior system, it is called the heart of martial arts. In the spirit system, it is called the core of faith. In the universe system, it is called the core of spirit, and so on. Many different terms. But in the final analysis, they are all talking about the same thing, will. If you want to become a strong man, it is not enough to have strong power. You must have a matching state of mind and iron willpower. Cultivating the mind is something that is indispensable in almost every cultivation system. Unfortunately, the Soul Masters on Douluo Continent not only do not cultivate their minds, but also do not care much about their spiritual power. In addition, the energy quality of soul power is low, so it is natural that the power that Soul Masters can burst out is limited. The Soul Masters on Douluo Continent rely too much on martial souls, soul skills, and soul bones. It cannot be said that they do not pay attention to other aspects of themselves, but they can basically be said to be completely ignored. The result of over-reliance on external forces is that it is not only difficult to cultivate to a high level, but even other realms will be very weak, not to mention the top. Why do the Sea God and Angel God no longer rely solely on the power of soul skills and soul bones after becoming gods? It is because relying purely on external forces is too weak. Why did the super god level strongmen of the Dragon Horse Twin Stars completely crush the Douluo Federation 30,000 years later in the original work? It is not that the origin of the Douluo Star is not strong, but that the Soul Masters are not motivated. Looking at the top Dragon Knights of the Dragon Horse Twin Stars, which one has not developed his own bloodline to the extreme? Even the Divine Fire Dragon Knight, who has almost reached the limit and is almost at the end of his life, still works hard every day to break through the limitations of his bloodline and reach a higher peak. On the other hand, what are the top Soul Masters of the Douluo Federation doing? I am going to die. The ancient tree of life will come to merge, change the life form, and prolong my life. The origin of the Douluo Star is not good, and I can't cultivate. Why is there no character like Ji Juechen? Outrageous, fucking outrageous. This is outrageous. What did the old sea god Poseidon, who lived 10,000 years ago, rely on to cultivate from a soul master to the level comparable to the God King? Was it the power of the origin of Douluo Star? Was it the nourishment of the spirit of the God realm? There are tens of thousands of gods in the God realm. How come he was the only one who broke the gap between the gods and cultivated to the super god level with the first level god? It was not by himself, relying on his own strength to defeat all the humans and soul beasts in the world, and with his own personality charm, he gained a lot of faith power, and finally achieved the godhood. It was not by himself, relying on his strong will, that he forcibly tempered his martial soul trident to the level of a super artifact, and his strength was unparalleled. The only 5 god kings left today, They were all born and raised from the origin of the god realm. Only the old sea god, with a human body, was comparable to the innate god king, and finally inherited the godhood and left in style. If you don't work hard on your own, and just wait for the planet's origin to give you something, will that work? Godly position and martial soul are a means of progress, a shortcut, but not a necessity. If you rely too much on this shortcut, you will only become a flower stand. It will fall down with one hit and break with one touch, like a vase. It's just like when you play a shooting game. The muscle memory gained from practicing hard every day is your capital to stand out from the crowd. But if you turn on the automatic aiming, you can kill gods and Buddhas with the help of the plugin. However, once you are separated from the plugin itself, you are nothing. Therefore, even though Xia Tianling now has a huge amount of destiny points, he has never thought of making a wish to the system and asking the system to directly increase his soul power level. Although it is easy, as long as he wants, he can even become an extreme Douluo on the spot. However, whether he can survive the Thunder Tribulation is not certain. More than half a month has passed. During this period of time, Xia Tianling and his group of 4 have attracted enough attention and have been in the limelight for a while. Zhu Qing even received thousands of male fans and became the new generation of the top idol in Soto City. Zhu Qing is now called the Void Goddess. In order to start playing as soon as possible, Xia Tianling went to the Soul Fighting Arena early in the morning and went back to the hotel to rest until there were no more opponents in the middle of the night. Including the doubles match between him and Zhu Qing, Xia Tianling once created a miracle of playing 21 consecutive matches in one day and winning all of them. However, in the doubles match, he took the initiative to fight against the opponent at the beginning, but later it almost became Zhu Qing 1v2. After enough training, he would take a few shots to solve the opponent. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, one relied on his terrifying martial arts cultivation, and the other relied on his own martial arts advantage. They also won a crazy streak in the Soul Venerable Arena and got a lot of gold coins every day. This made the two people, who had been afraid of poverty since childhood, very happy. However, their cards were still a little worse than Xia Tianling's. Tonight, the Soto City Great Fighting Soul Arena held a celebration. The reason is that Xia Tianling is about to complete an unprecedented feat of 100 consecutive wins in a single 1v1 match in just over 10 days. If it weren't for the fact that the Fighting Soul Arena settles points once a month, according to the rule that the points will be multiplied tenfold after 5 consecutive wins, Xia Tianling should have received the highest level diamond medal by now. However, for him, the Soto City Great Fighting Soul Arena made an exception. Not only did they arrange a unique challenge match for Xia Tianling, but they also invited him to the main Fighting Soul stage in the center, which will be held in 3 days. And tonight's celebration is also to attract Soul Masters to sign up and sell tickets. If he can win this Fighting Soul that represents his 100 wins, the Great Fighting Soul Arena will not only award him the highest level diamond medal, but also grant him the unprecedented title of Fighting Soul King. The only king level. This match is very interesting. The organizers asked Xia Tianling to face a standard 7-person Soul Master team composed of Soul Masters alone. However, these 7 people cannot come from the same organization and fixed team. What's more interesting is that the winning conditions of both sides are different. Xia Tianling can win 100 times as long as he defeats them within the normal rules. As long as the 7 challengers force out Xia Tianling's martial spirit, the organizer will honor the reward regardless of whether the fighting spirit wins or loses. If someone can successfully challenge, the Grand Fighting Spirit Arena will make an exception and grant each of the 7 people a bonus of 10,000 gold soul coins, as well as a reward of upgrading the Fighting Spirit badge by 3 levels. If the 7 people really defeat Dawn within the Fighting Spirit rules, the Fighting Spirit Arena will directly grant the 7 people a medal and 100,000 gold coins per person. However, if you think about it, you will know that the latter conditions are just a gimmick thrown by the Fighting Spirit Arena. As soon as such a generous reward appeared, countless people flocked to it. If nothing else, it would be worth it, even if it was just for fame. You have to know that in this half-month fighting spirit, Dawn has not even opened his martial spirit once, and he is fighting completely relying on his physical strength. Although the chances of defeating him are slim, it is always possible to force out his martial spirit, right? Even if he loses in the end, he will be very proud to brag to others in the future. Back then, the King of Fighting Spirits won his 100th victory against me. He said this to show how impressive he was. Among the swarm of applicants, there was a group of people like this. Those who challenge the 45th level Soul Sect Dawnbreaker and force out his martial spirit can directly ascend to the 3rd level of Fighting Spirit, and each person will be rewarded with 10,000 gold soul coins. Once selected, you will be given 1,000 gold soul coins, regardless of winning or losing. limited to the Soul Venerable level. A middle-aged man with round glasses looked at the flyer in his hand carefully, turned around and said, "Xiao Gang, this business is good. I think it's worth it." Another short-haired, middle-aged man behind him took the flyer in his hand and looked at it for a while and said, "It's worth it? I think you are obsessed with money. Xiao Gang, what you said is wrong. I want to train them. Don't you still believe in these little monsters we have cultivated?" The short-haired man was obviously a little shaken, looking at a teenager next to him. "Xiao-san, what do you think?" "Me? I think it's okay." The teenager's tone was very perfunctory, but he still agreed. "Then let's go. Let's go register and then sign up." Obviously, this is the Shrek 4 who have finished their 3-month long-distance running training. During the same 3-month training, Dai Mubai, who was holding back his energy, was like a madman, practicing day and night without caring about his life. In just 3 months, he had already practiced to level 40 and became a quasi-soul sect. This was almost impossible under normal circumstances, but for some reason he did it. But because of the next training course of Meng, he planned to rely on his level 40 soul power to win a silver soul badge in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. As for the absent-minded boy, this is our classmate Tang San. After nearly 3 months of long-distance running, every day was monotonous fighting, running, and occasionally there was a weighted mountain climbing. His heart was already a little numb. Can this really train a powerful soul master? Tang San had a big question mark in his heart every day. If this kind of training is really useful, then why are you still a soul saint, Dean? The master himself is only level 29, and even he, who just turned 13, has a soul power of level 33. Can such a person be called a master? How can a titled Douluo be created by physical fitness alone? Thinking about some of the inside stories that Brother Ling had said, Tang San had already made up his mind to completely break away from the teacher-student relationship with the master after graduation. If he continued to practice like this, he would definitely go crazy. During these 3 months of long-distance training, Tang San also worked harder than in the original novel to practice in order to graduate as soon as possible, so that he could quickly take Xiao Wu and run away. Or should he run away? Go to Brother Ling as soon as possible. If he could join the Spirit Hall, he would not lack money to make hidden weapons, and he could also ask Brother Ling to help him find where his drunkard father ran away. He really didn't want to stay in this broken place for a minute. Shrek and his group entered the Great Fighting Spirit Arena one after another, and were immediately stunned by the crowd in front of them. Huge portraits covered the walls inside. The character in the center of the portrait was a man wearing a white mask, and next to him were 4 large characters written in a flamboyant manner. Dawn. There was no competition at the Duhun Arena today. Countless civilians poured into this place that they usually had no chance to visit, eating free food. In order to promote this competition, the Duhun Arena really spent a lot of money. Wow, there are so many people today. I haven't seen this Duhun Arena so crowded in all these years. Zhao Wuji used his soul power to push away the crowded crowd and sighed. Flanders ignored him and took out a few masks and handed them to Tang San and others. If he agreed, wouldn't these little monsters know that he often came to the Duhun Arena with Zhao Wuji to make a living? Such a shameful thing must not be known to them. Compared with Xia Tianling's handsome white mask, the one in Tang San's hands was much uglier, with a shit-green monster image. This mask is too ugly. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong muttered at the back of the team, complaining about Dean Flanders' aesthetics. These 2 guys with equally bad personalities established a deep friendship in just 3 months. When they arrived at the registration desk, the front desk lady warmly received them. After filling out the forms and testing their spirit power, they waited for the final review by the organizer. Although there are more than 2,000 spirit masters in Soto City, there are not many spirit type masters who have reached the level of spirit master, and this is excluding the guards of the Spirit Hall. Please come to the main stage of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena at 8 o'clock tomorrow night on time. We will announce the selected candidates at that time. Seeing that there was no game to play today, Shrek and his friends returned to the hotel to rest and wait for the results tomorrow. In the hotel, Tang San thought about the name Breaking Dawn and felt familiar. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. Damn, isn't Brother Ling's spirit called Breaking Dawn? Could this person be Brother Ling? In addition to the other names heard in the Fighting Spirit Arena today. Phoenix Rising, it sounds like Ma Hongjin? His spirit is the Phoenix. Angry King Kong? There is no Buddhism in Douluo Continent. It should be Oscar, right? As for the Goddess of the Void, it is probably Zhuzu King. She seems to have a skill that can travel through the void. Tang San swallowed his saliva, thinking that the probability that Pak Xiao Liming was Lingji was as high as 90%. But Lingji is a cultivator. I think you are just making things difficult for me, Tang San. Tang San now felt that the few curse words he had learned from Xia Tianling before could particularly describe his current fucked-up mood. The next morning, the registration was closed, and the information of each participant was submitted to the organizer. The Goddess of the Void? Hasn't she always been a partner with Xiao Liming? Why did she sign up as well? A staff member looked through the list of participants and felt a little strange. The Goddess of the Void also signed up? It doesn't matter. Give her this opportunity, the game between partners. This is another gimmick. A leader sent by the Duhun Arena headquarters made a direct conclusion. They didn't expect the Soul Master team to win this game, but they just took advantage of Xiao Liming's record of winning every time to make a fortune. Phoenix Rising from the Ashes, Angry King Kong, add them in as well. Although these two are newcomers who have just registered, they have made quite a name for themselves in the past half-month, and they will definitely stimulate fans to spend more. Leader, take a look at these 4 people. Oh, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, a level 40 strong attack system quasi-Soul Master. Softbone Charm Rabbit, a level 32 strong attack system Soul Master. 7 Treasures Glazed Glass, a level 32 auxiliary system Soul Master. Thousand Hands Shura, a level 33 control system Soul Master. These people are quite interesting, and they actually signed up together. Shrek Academy. I know this place, a small academy that uses various names to cheat money. The leader looked carefully at the registration information of several people. Control system Soul Master of Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, and the assistance of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul? Yes, that's great. 2 more big gimmicks. Come on, stop flipping. There are only 4 of them, plus the Void Goddess, Angry King Kong, and Phoenix Rising from the Ashes. It's just a team of 7 people, and it's 1 agile attacker, 1 auxiliary, 1 control, 4 strong attackers, a very standard 7-man team. Leader, are we not going to take another look? There are even stronger souls here. Ouch! Before the employee finished speaking, the big leader hit him on the head with a pile of information and scolded him. You idiot, do you really want them to win? What we want is money, money. Don't you understand? If they win, we will give each of them 10,000 gold soul coins. Your brain is really as stupid as a pig. Yes, you are right. I will do it right away. That night, Xia Tianling and his group of 4 sneaked into the interior of the big Fighting Soul Arena from a very secret location. Since they became famous, they have to get rid of some fanatical fans and sneak back to the hotel after finishing the Fighting Soul every day. Especially behind Juju King, there is always a group of fans who want to come forward, making her tireless. After more than half a month, she has become more and more proficient in walking in the void. 4 people wearing cloaks hid in a corner, listening to the host's passionate speech. Then, I announce that the candidates for tomorrow's 100-win challenge are the 35th level strong attack system War Soul Master, who is in the limelight recently, the Phoenix of Fire. Like Dawn, she likes to fight with her physical body, the partner of the Phoenix of Fire, the Angry King Kong. And our favorite, the Goddess of the Void. Every time the host read a name, Xia Tianling's mouth twitched. I treat you as brothers, but you all want to beat me up? How come even Juju King has learned bad things from these 2 guys? He kicked Oscar and Ma Hongjun first, then stared at the little cat next to him who pretended to be nothing, and said in a gloomy tone, "Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back." Juju Qing, contrary to her usual cold demeanor, tried to open her eyes wide and make an innocent expression. In a few seconds, Xia Tianling was defeated on the spot. This kind of contrast is simply cheating. Are you using this to test the cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? The host on the stage was still reading the list, but it was already coming to an end. The last candidate is also a student from Shrek Academy, Blue Silver Grass Martial Soul, 33rd level control system weapons Soul Master. What? Blue Silver Grass Martial Soul? Blue Silver Grass Martial Soul can also be cultivated to Soul Master? A student of Shrek Academy? All 4 of them? Is Shrek Academy so powerful? Hearing that the last candidate's martial soul was Blue Silver Grass, the audience exploded. Shrek Academy? 33rd level control system. Blue Silver Grass Soul Master? Could this be Xiao San and the others? Damn, is there really such a coincidence in the world? After going around in circles, the Shrek 7 Devils finally got together. Unexpectedly, they were no longer fighting the royal fighting team, but me, the great Demon King? Xia Tianling thought with a strange look on his face. He always felt that there were many points to complain about, but he didn't know where to start. On the morning of the day of the competition, the officials of the Grand Fighting Spirit Arena invited the participants to meet and get to know each other. They had a brief contact time. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Juju King. The 7 people who were supposed to belong to the same camp now came together under the arrangement of fate and were about to fight side by side. As soon as they met, although they were all wearing masks, they recognized each other at a glance. After all, they were friends who had experienced life and death together. They could recognize each other just by listening to their voices. What's more, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were there. However, due to the confidentiality of their identities, The two sides tacitly did not recognize each other, but there was a little more relaxation in their conversation. The moment Tang San saw the three people from the Spirit Hall, he confirmed his guess. The opponent that the seven of them were about to face in the evening was his good brother Xia Tianling. Everyone, please get to know each other first. I won't bother you anymore. The speaker was Ao, the supervisor of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. After he finished speaking, he tactfully left the room and left it to a few people. At this time, there were only 7 people in the room, Tang San and his group. Even Flanders and Yu Xiaogong, 2 teachers from Shrek Academy, were politely invited by the staff to wait in another VIP lounge nearby. So, tell me, Ling, how strong is he now without his martial spirit? Tang San sighed and asked, 3 months ago, we tested it in the academy. The boss's muscle strength has reached 40,000 jins without his martial spirit, relying purely on his physical fitness. His boxing strength is about 80,000 jins. As soon as Oscar mentioned something related to fighting, he immediately became energetic and stopped being so annoying with Ning Rong Rong. As soon as Oscar said this, the room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Meat. Physical strength of 40,000 jin? What's the point of fighting? Can we withstand a punch from him? Dai Mubai swallowed his saliva and spoke tremblingly. He was doubting his life now. He thought that after 3 months of practice, he had reached level 40, which would shorten the gap between the two, but he didn't expect that it would be pulled further and further away. Not only Dai Mubai, but even the usually calm Tang San couldn't help but lose his mind after hearing this data. This gap is already crushing. Why not just run away? Tang San, who had suffered no less than 100 mental interferences in the past 12 years, now has a very Buddhist mentality and has no psychological burden about running away. In the words of Brother Ling, what is this called? This is called strategic retreat, preserving manpower. If you can't win, then don't fight. What's the big deal? It's just a ring match, and the one you're fighting is even your own people. Buddhist Tang San, running away online. He's not that strong now, Juju King said with a cold face. As soon as she entered the room, she recognized Dai Mubai wearing the shit-green mask, and his face under the mask was extremely gloomy. Seeing that the two seemed to be frightened, Ma Hongjin hurriedly added, "Don't worry, Ling. He is not that strong now. We still have a chance." "What do you mean?" Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. He wanted to defeat Xia Tianling so much. He can't use his soul power during this period, and he is carrying a very heavy burden on his body. Ma Hongjin collapsed on the sofa and happily drank a sip of the juice prepared by the organizer. His current strength is probably at the level of a soul king who has just entered the soul world, and he has no soul skills, only physical fitness. That seems to be a good idea. Tang San thought. Rong Rong has obtained the 3rd soul ring and can now provide us with a 40% increase. My 3rd soul skill is soul power increase. Ning Rong Rong interrupted. By the way, Tang San, can we use the Zhuje Divine Crossbow you mentioned before? I do have it, but the power of the Zhuje Divine Crossbow. Tang San hesitated. Although he now has 7 Zhuje Divine Crossbows for several people to use, it is a weapon used to kill people after all. How can he use it on his own brother? Oh, it's okay. The boss's skin is very tough, Oscar said, bluntly. I know the boss's physical fitness best, plus the kind of weight-bearing soft armor he wears. Although the protection ability is almost spiritual, it is not the Zhuje Divine Crossbow and it will not easily hurt him. We have tested this. But Tang San was still a little hesitant. Oscar and Ma Hongjin talked a lot, and Tang San agreed to lend the hidden weapons to everyone after he confirmed that there would be no danger to their lives. After confirming that several people would use hidden weapons to fight the enemy, they discussed the countermeasures intensively for a day, and finally finalized the result before dinner. Everyone unanimously agreed to let Tang San take the lead, which was what everyone was used to in the Xingdou Great Forest. Since it was decided to win the game, Tang San did not think about running away and took the responsibility to assign the tasks and goals to several people. Buddha system only means that his mentality is much calmer now, with less desire to win and less anger, but it does not mean that Tang San has lost his enterprising spirit. It just means that his current inner state is more in line with the conditions for practicing the orthodox Xuantian Gong of Taoism, and he gradually began to be quiet and in action. Maybe it should not be called Buddha system, but Tao system is more appropriate. Oscar also cannot use martial spirit in this game, which makes Tang San feel a little regretful. If they had Oscar's recovery sausage and high-speed flying sprint sausage, they would have been more confident in their fight. Now they could only let Oscar and Dai Mubai rush to the front row to attract Xia Tianling's firepower. Xiao Wu, who was originally a strong attack type, temporarily appeared as a sensitive attack at Tang San's suggestion to cooperate with Juju King. The two, one bright and one dark, launched a sneak attack when the opportunity arose. Ma Hongjin, who had long-range skills, supported others in the back row with Phoenix Fireline, while protecting Ning Rongrong, who had little self-protection ability, to prevent Xia Tianling from cutting the back row. Time came to the night of the game, and the big fighting spirit field was crowded with people, and there were even spectators who received the news from the next city and rushed to watch the game overnight. In this era where transportation basically relies on walking and communication basically relies on shouting, people who can have such an economic level are all superior people. But precisely because of this, in the Douluo Continent where entertainment projects are extremely poor and the entertainment level is very low, watching fighting spirits is an activity that the people love to see. From the kings and nobles to the peddlers and hawkers, everyone loves this activity. Who wouldn't want to come and see this unprecedented 100-win challenge? Looking at the huge crowd, the big leader standing on the high ground smiled. The Great Fighting Soul Arena made a lot of money. As for the 100-win bonus given to Xia Tianling and the 7,000 gold soul coins given to the 7 soul masters, they were all small money. The wool comes from the sheep. Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena, VIP Lounge, number 1. The luxurious room is more than 200 square meters, and the walls inside are covered with gold and silver, showing the luxury of this place everywhere. The table in the room is filled with all kinds of fine wines, delicacies, juices, and snacks for the guests in the room to enjoy. Next to the luxurious and exquisite table, the huge leather sofa is more than 15 meters long, enough to accommodate more than a dozen people to rest. This lounge is not the first time Xia Tianling has come in, but every time he comes in and sees this sofa, he feels a burst of heartache, because when the staff introduced it to him, it was made of the hide of a soul beast in the form of a 100-year-old cow, and it was very expensive. If a 100-year-old cowhide is so valuable, then if he peeled off the skin of the sub-dragon he killed 6 years ago, although he is not short of money, it is still very painful to think about it. Wait, after a little thought, the soul masters of Douluo Continent seem to leave directly after killing soul beasts and absorbing soul rings. They don't seem to have the habit of taking away materials such as bones, tendons, and hides. Except for him, even taking away soul beast meat is very rare. That's interesting. Where did the leather sofa in the Soto City Duhan Arena come from? Moreover, this is not just an ordinary hard sofa, it is a soft sofa with springs. Don't underestimate this small spring. The material it is made of requires a very high alloy smelting ability. However, the blacksmiths of Douluo Continent have always been amazing. Maybe the disciples of Master Lu Gao can make some powerful elastic alloys? Let's not wrongly accuse them, right? Once this train of thought started, it was hard to stop. He turned around and began to study the other exhibits in the room. It was not just this sofa, many other places also made Xia Tianling full of doubts. For example, the single-sided glass in front of him. It was glass on the surface, but it was actually a whole piece of crystal. You can see the outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside. Let's not talk about why such a huge crystal plate can become the standard of the VIP lounge. Just talking about this special production method, it's too amazing. Could it be that the top craftsmen of Douluo Continent have mastered the technology to coat the crystal with aluminum or silver film? Not only this coating technology, even the raw material purification and processing technology for making the film, this should not be possible with the current technological level of Douluo Continent. Through this layer of single-sided crystal glass, Xia Tianling's eyes were cast on the central fighting spirit platform outside the window. Within a few days, the central fighting soul stage was rebuilt, so that many individual spectators could also watch this unprecedented grand occasion. A host on the stage was giving a passionate speech, sparing no effort to boast about the feats and proud achievements of the dawn-breaking soul sect in the past 20 days. The following song and dance performances made the atmosphere even more heated. But Xia Tianling's focus was not on these song and dance performances, but on the top of the central fighting soul stage. The central fighting soul stage is a circular platform with a diameter of 70 meters, and the lighting on it is an extremely dazzling golden soul guide. At this time, this large golden spotlight is illuminating every corner of the fighting soul stage. You have to know that in this era, soul guides have been lost for tens of thousands of years. Even the wealthy Wuhan Hall only has 4 sets of giant lighting soul guides. Although the lighting soul guide in the Soto City Grand Soul Fighting Arena is much smaller than that in the Spirit Hall, it is often used and not old. It must have taken no more than 100 years to make it. Could they make soul guides? But that doesn't make sense. This is Soto City, a border city that is only famous in the Barak Kingdom. How could the Grand Soul Fighting Arena here have the technology to make soul guides? And there are also sofas that look normal, huge single-sided crystal glass that can be mass-produced, and this giant lighting soul guide that looks very new. If you force the explanation that the golden big soul guide lamp was preserved by special means, then what about the identical small soul guide lamps in the sub-soul fighting arena? They can't have discovered a light bulb factory from ancient times, right? Didn't you see that even he, the Prince of the Spirit Hall, Had to light candles when he had a meal with a kitten in the wild? No matter how rich the Grand Soul Fighting Arena is, can it compare with the Spirit Hall? At this moment, Xia Tianling's mind popped up a word that made him sweat: technological generation gap. The technological level currently displayed by the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena is no longer just luxurious. Some of the levels contained in it have completely exceeded the level that Douluo Continent should have. This is definitely not because the technology tree in some places is wrong. The Spirit Hall also has glass, which is also made of some transparent crystals. But there is one thing he can be sure of. Even if the Spirit Hall has been passed down for 10,000 years, it definitely does not have the ability to make single-sided glass. This thing is unique to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. To the outside world, they can be said to have used special production techniques. Other people who don't understand may think it is absolutely amazing, but that's the end. But he is different. He comes from a more advanced era, and he understands what this technical means. Thinking of Qian Daolu, who inexplicably showed goodwill to him, and putting aside his grudges to join forces with Bibi Dong, Xia Tianling half raised his fist to his mouth and blew a breath into it. This is a small habit of his when thinking. Whenever he encounters a problem that he feels is difficult, he will do this. If the above is nothing, maybe he is thinking too much. Then what about the Golden Beyond? There is no such thing in the original novel. This is a natural beast from outside the Douluo Continent. In its heyday, it can overturn the entire Douluo universe with just a word. And what is the evil dark matter on it? What can force such a powerful beast to burn its life to prevent the spread? Something is wrong. This Douluo Continent is very wrong. Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu must be hiding something from him. Although he was 90% sure of his guess at this time, there was no solid evidence after all. But soon, the scene in front of him completely confirmed his idea that there must be something wrong with the Soto City Great Fighting Spirit Arena. A metal pillar with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared in the center of the central Fighting Spirit Arena. A young lady stood on the pillar and was saying something to the audience who came to watch the game tonight. This is the female commentator who appeared in the original novel, Dudu. She is very normal. The metal pillar under her feet is also normal. However, after the metal pillar retracted, there was not a trace left on the ground, which was very abnormal. This kind of manufacturing ability is definitely not something that ordinary craftsmen can create by hand, and it must be supported by precise CNC machine tools. Maybe a titled Douluo can achieve this level with his own mental power, so the question is, which titled Douluo can lower himself to do this? The Soto Grand Fighting Arena, or the owner behind the Grand Fighting Arena, must have mastered some technological means that surpass this era. Even technological means that do not belong to this world. This time, we are not only fortunate enough to invite the Lord of Soto City to watch the game, but also the Lord of the branch of the Soto City Wuhun Hall, Lord Su Yuntao, is here in person. Let's cheer enthusiastically. Okay, Dudu won't say much more. Now, please invite the 2 contestants of this 100-win challenge to make their debut. Dudu is also a Soul Master at the Soul Master level. I really want to see the dominance of the Dawn Master on the field. As she spoke, white light gushed out from the host's body. Then, a strand of white suddenly appeared in her long brown wavy hair, and a pair of white wings quietly stretched out from her back. 3 soul rings appeared on her body at the same time. The 3rd soul ring shone brightly, and the wings flapped lightly, carrying her whole body into the air. The effect of this scene was undoubtedly amazing. The audience in the casual seats below the stage all exclaimed, sighing that an angel had descended. However, Xia Tianling, who had read the original text, knew that this was not an angel, but a white dove. On both sides of the fighting arena, a door opened silently, and the 7 members of the Challenger entered in a line in black outfits and walked towards the center of the fighting arena. Don't ask me how to open the door of the high arena. It is described in the original text. However, at the strong request of the 2 girls, the masks on their faces were replaced with the pure white masks of the Wuhun Hall. In the VIP lounge, Xianling finished thinking and appeared above the fighting arena in a flash. He was dressed in white and stepped on the 9 turns, stepping heaven's step. Under the illumination of the giant golden lighting soul guide, he walked down from the air step by step like a god stepping on the stairs of heaven. With his appearance, the audience on the scene boiled and shouted his nickname. God Fist! Invincible! God Fist! Invincible! Because he did not open the Wuhun during the fighting these days, his most common fighting method was to wield a pair of iron fists and quickly solve the opponent with various incredible fighting skills. Therefore, the audience who often watched his games gave him the nickname Invincible Divine Fist. Dai Mubai clenched his fists fiercely and stared at his opponent fiercely. He firmly believed that he would be able to defeat the boy in front of him one day. Attention! Challenger team, you have 1 minute to summon your martial spirit from now on. You may attack only when I announce the start. This continues until one side admits defeat, falls down or falls off the fighting arena. Douluo, floating in the air, flapped his wings behind him and repeated the rules of the fighting arena to both sides of the game, as well as to the spectators outside the arena who were watching the game for the first time. Although the challenger would win as long as he forced Xia Tianling to use her martial spirit, the other rules of the fighting arena would not change. As the host finished speaking, the 7 challengers all released their spirit power, and 7 fierce fighting intentions rose from the ground, especially Dai Mubai, who was in the front. Douluo was startled and hurriedly raised himself up a little, but at the same time he was a little worried about Xia Tianling. With such a strong momentum of these 7 people, could he really maintain his myth of 100 victories? Unconsciously, she had become Xia Tianling's fangirl. Roar! Dai Mubai roared like a tiger, and an excited breath gushed out, completing the possession of the white tiger martial spirit. His transformation seemed to convey a signal, and the remaining 5 people also released their martial spirits one after another, and stood in the corresponding positions at the same time. 2, 3, 2, one of the formations that the 7-man group usually uses when dealing with large soul beasts. At this time, Xia Tianling was like a humanoid beast, worthy of the 7 of them to go all out. The bluish-purple-blue-silver grass stretched out from Tang San's feet in large quantities, occupying a large area of the ground. At the same time, several grass leaves quietly climbed up the waists of the other 5 people, except Zhu Qing. Under the effect of the blue-silver grass, several people can better combine into a whole and make the formation more solid. Seeing that everyone in Shrek had released their martial spirits, Xia Tianling smiled and moved the joints of his body on the spot. Ang! A high-pitched dragon roar went straight through the sky. Douluo in the sky turned pale after hearing the dragon roar, and suddenly fell down for a distance, almost falling down. In the VIP room, the Great Fighting Soul Arena used special means to isolate the fluctuation of the breath, and did not feel anything. The audience, especially the audience with the beast martial spirit, were stimulated by the shocking dragon roar, and their blood rushed rapidly in their bodies. If I use one word to describe it, it would be blood boiling. The audience was moved by the breath of the real dragon, but the 7 challengers felt great pressure. Especially Xiao Wu, the timid little rabbit, felt the dragon's might again, although her performance was not as bad as 3 months ago, but she was also scared. Fortunately, it was just a momentum of the real dragon, and it passed quickly. If Xia Tianling really released the real dragon martial spirit at this time, and fired at full power, I wonder how much combat power the little rabbit would have left? With just a dragon roar, the momentum accumulated by the 7 people was directly pushed back. Before the battle began, Tang San's face hidden under the mask was already extremely solemn. After not seeing each other for 3 months, Xia Tianling has become stronger than expected. For them, this must be an extremely difficult battle. Even if he is asked to use various hidden weapons and 8 spider lances, he is not sure of winning the first stage. Xia Tianling is really too strong. Although Douluo in the sky was just frightened, she quickly adjusted herself with good professionalism and became the fuse that detonated the whole scene. Start. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Qing, who had been in the corner the whole time, disappeared in a flash. Dai Mubai let out a roar, brazenly activated the White Tiger Vajra transformation and the White Tiger body barrier, and rushed forward. His already huge muscles grew another circle, and a purple aura emanated from his whole body. He knew that when facing Xia Tianling's terrifying fighting skills and terrifying power, he must immediately exert his strongest power, otherwise he might be killed instantly by him. Dai Mubai stomped his legs hard on the ground and flew towards Xia Tianling, who was standing in the same place. He had suffered a loss before, so this time he did not choose to pounce on his food like a hungry tiger, but instead sprinted along the ground in a conventional manner. As his body rushed out, the increased speed and power of Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower also fell on him, which increased Dai Mubai's already slow speed by as much as 40%. Seeing that the original leader had already taken the lead, Oscar, as the second brother, was also responsible. He followed closely behind with his feet under Ning Rongrong's amplification. At the same time, Oscar's body appeared with a faint golden light, and a roar of tigers and dragons followed. Looking at his starting posture, it was another orthodox move in Buddhism, the dragon-subduing Arhat fist. Compared with Xia Tianling, who changed his career halfway, Oscar was the one who truly mastered the mysteries of many martial arts, especially the Buddhist martial arts. Dai Mubai, who attacked first, popped out his claws, one on the left and one on the right, and went straight to Xia Tianling's throat and chest. With Dai Mubai's current strength, a pair of tiger claws could easily split stones. But now, he was facing Xia Tianling, who was known for his invincible iron fist. Xia Tianling's right hand was on top, his left hand was on the bottom, his right leg slightly retreated a step, and the whole center of gravity of his body squatted backwards. Then he bent his legs slightly, twisted his body suddenly, and chopped down with his right hand, strangely dissolving Dai Mubai's claws. Taking advantage of the moment when Dai Mubai's center of gravity shifted, Xia Tianling followed closely and quickly swung 2 punches at the light circle of the White Tiger's protective barrier. Crack! Bang! With the first punch, the White Tiger body barrier made a crisp sound and exploded. With the second punch, it hit Dai Mubai's chest firmly, making a dull sound. It wasn't over yet. Xia Tianling's body still had room to move forward, and it was followed by a fierce elbow to the heart. If this hit really hit, Dai Mubai would lose half of his combat power on the spot. But Dai Mubai was not fighting alone, and Tang San, who was controlling the overall situation in the back, secretly said that it was not good the moment Xia Tianling made her opening move. He was too familiar with this move. It was the Fuhu fist that was very popular in the Wudang boxing of the previous life. This was not some profound martial arts, but an entry-level boxing that everyone would perform a few moves, so even he, who was obsessed with hidden weapons, could recognize it at a glance. Having said that, it was tailor-made to restrain Dai Mubai. Knowing the moves and routines, he predicted Xia Tianling's next move and quickly retracted the blue-silver grass, causing his elbow to hit the air directly. Oscar, who was following Dai Mubai, saw that Xia Tianling seemed to have used too much force, leaving an open space beside him, so he immediately followed up with a punch. Xiaowao, I've taught you the principle of using 80% of your strength, right? Just when he thought he was going to score a goal with one strike, Xia Tianling on the opposite side spoke. Oscar thought of something, but it was too late. Xia Tianling still had 2 points of strength left after elbowing out, but he really used all his strength and was dodged by his opponent, who turned sideways slightly. Xia Tianling, whose body was intertwined with Oscar's, maintained the posture of his left leg in front and did not move. He just leaned down slightly, grasped the incoming dragon fist with his right palm, grabbed Oscar's arm with his left hand, turned around, twisted his waist and threw him directly out with a big back cross. While the three were fighting, Xiao Wu had quietly circled to the wing, and Juju King also disappeared in the air after a few flashes. At the same time that Xia Tianling got rid of the two, a purple-red fire wave rushed straight over in the sky. Ma Hongjun, who was beside Ning Rongrong, was flying in the air, and all 3 soul rings on his body were lit up. The 3 soul skills of Phoenix Wings, Phoenix Bathing in Fire, and Phoenix Fireline were released at the same time, and the first shot was a King Bomb. To threaten the powerful and invincible Demon King, one must do one's best. Come on! Xia Tianling faced the whistling heat wave without dodging, and rushed towards Tang San, despite Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Desire. As a control-type spirit master, Tang San is the core that connects the 7 of them, and needs to be dealt with first. Moreover, Tang San's position at this time is a bit forward. Seeing that he was about to rush straight into the center of his own formation, how could Xiao Wu, who had been ready to go, sit there and wait for death, and immediately release the charm? Little rabbit, I advise you not to use the charm, otherwise your third brother will be sad if it backfires. Xia Tianling, who was charging forward against the Phoenix Fireline, suddenly turned her head. Xiao Wu was stunned when she heard this, and thought that Xia Tianling might be the reincarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast that was much stronger than her, so she believed it a little. The next moment, the teleportation skill was activated. Xiao Wu, who had overcome her fear, appeared behind him. Taking advantage of Ma Hongjun's engine failure, she brazenly launched a waist bow, wanting to give Xia Tianling a set of violent 8-stage throws. However, at the moment when her legs were clipped on the opponent's neck, she felt that something was wrong. It seemed that she was not entangled with the neck of a soul master, but a silver pillar made of deep-sea silver. The boy's body seemed to be as strong as cast copper and iron, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not shake it at all. Although Xiao Wu's waist bow can greatly enhance her explosive power, it is always limited. For the powerful Xia Tianling, it is like a drop in the bucket. Just as he was about to ignore Xiao Wu and continue to sprint forward, something strange happened. Strands of blue-silver grass grew all over his body, restricting him all over. These were the first 2 spirit skills Tang San activated, Entanglement and Parasitism. Xia Tianling came to her senses immediately. Xiao Wu's attack was just a cover. Her real purpose was to cooperate with Tang San to sprinkle a large number of blue-silver grass seeds on his body, and at the same time cooperate with the entanglement of the first skill to restrict herself. In this way, she lost most of her ability to fight back and could only withstand the attack of one person. That's you, little cat. Entangled by a large amount of blue-silver grass, Xia Tianling raised her arms with force and relied on her powerful arm strength to break free from all the restraints, and at the same time turned around and threw a punch. Ding! In the void, a frivolous figure appeared, and the assassin's claw, blessed by the netherworld stab, collided with Xia Tianling's iron fist with a soft hum, and the black netherworld power dissipated into the air with a bang. The attack missed and instantly fled away. At this time, Juju King had already begun to understand the essence of an assassin. Fighting someone head-on would be too stupid. After repelling Juju King's attack, Xia Tianling stepped on the 9-turn heavenly step, retreated violently, immediately escaped from Tang San's control. "Xiao San, I underestimated you," he said with a smile. From Daimu Bai and Oscar's charge to attract attention, Hun's Phoenix Fireline's secondary attraction, to Xiao Wu's tertiary attraction, they were all just to lure Tang San to perform parasitism. Tang San never thought that relying on these few people's attacks would be able to break Xia Tianling's defense. Everything, including himself, had only one goal: to attract Xia Tianling's attention. The final killer was Juju Qing, who had a strong assassination ability. But Tang San's plan was destined to be difficult to achieve from the beginning. Juju Qing's skills were all taught by Xia Tianling personally. No one in the world today knows her combat habits and ability system better than him. It is no exaggeration to say that he knows it like the back of his hand. As early as the beginning of the battle, he had already prepared for Juju Qing to use the characteristics of walking in the void to sneak attack him. Walking in the void, shuttle through the subspace to sneak attack. Before advancing to the out-of-body stage, he had not yet mastered the power of space. Even if he fully opened his spiritual consciousness, he could not locate the target in the subspace, and could only rely on the 7th sense of the cultivator to predict. But that was someone else. If it was Juju King who attacked, Xia Tianling would know where she wanted to attack, even with his eyes closed. The back of the head, the throat, and the eyes. These 3 places were Juju Qing's favorite points when attacking. According to the situation just now, he had a clear view of the front, and the last place she disappeared was on his side. So Xia Tianling boldly speculated that according to the kitten's attack habits, she would definitely attack the back of his head. Sure enough, he guessed right. The 2 sides pulled away and fell into a brief confrontation. The previous series of confrontations seemed slow, but in fact the speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, a round of 1v7 attack and defense was completed. Although the first round of attack was just Tang San's probing, the results made him feel that things were much more difficult than he had imagined. The whole set of combos of the 7 people, step by step, did not even hurt Xia Tianling at all, but he took advantage of it. The audience under the Fighting Spirit Arena saw their idol so free and easy to break through the situation, and they all shouted his nickname of Invincible Fist. Yu Xiaogang, who was watching the fight in the VIP room, frowned and paced in place, muttering something that others could not hear clearly. Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes and stared at the people in the audience. This should be the little monster from the Spirit Hall before, right? It's really scary. He thought so, but didn't say anything. Well, after letting you guys trick me, it's time for me to stretch my muscles. On the central fighting spirit stage, seeing that Oscar and Dai Mubai had taken their positions again, Xia Tianling said with a smile, "Seize the opportunity to pursue victory? There is no need for that. Strong self-confidence comes from absolute strength." Click! He stomped his foot on the floor, and his heavy body directly cracked the metal ground. The whole person rushed towards the 7 people like a cannonball, faster than before. Tang San was shocked and directly opened the purple demon eye. Xia Tianling rushed over like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. The large amount of blue-silver grass on the stage could only play a very limited role. Almost instantly, the fierce big devil broke through the double blockade of Dai Mubai and Oscar with one punch, and easily killed in front of Tang San. After a move was delivered, Tang San did not dare to neglect it. Relying on the ghost shadow and Ning Rongrong's speed increase, he narrowly avoided it. The powerful iron fist almost brushed his nose. "White Tiger! King Kong!" As he retreated, he controlled the blue-silver grass in his hand and pulled Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were still in front, back. Having learned from the previous lesson, even though they were now face-to-face, Dai Mubai no longer exchanged punches with Xia Tianling, but directly activated his long-range skill. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. A yellow light wave shot out and hit him. Although the damage was limited, it still slowed down the opponent's speed. Oscar had also arrived at this time, and a golden Buddha phantom opened his big hand in the air and slowly slapped it down. However, Xia Tianling didn't even look at it, but pointed with one finger and directly pierced the Buddha into a sky full of light spots. He approached again, bent his body sideways, lowered his shoulders, and punched Tang San with both hands at the same time. Seeing that the opponent had already come to him, Tang San, who had no way to avoid it, gritted his teeth and used the crane control and dragon capture technique to deflect the 2 punches that were aimed at his face and chest. At the same time, his hands turned into jade, and he used the mysterious jade hand to block Xia Tianling's 2 punches. The sound of metal clashing came from the place where they collided. The former was unscathed, but the latter flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The moment the 2 came into contact, Tang San felt a huge force coming from the opponent's fist. Even the mysterious jade hand, which the Tang sect was famous for, seemed to be broken into pieces. Puff, puff, puff! Flying behind. Third brother. Seeing Tang San being beaten and sent flying, Xiao Wu could no longer care about her previous fear, and teleported directly to Xia Tianling's back, launched a waist bow, and fiercely kicked him in the back. Unexpectedly, Xia Tianling reacted very quickly, and before she could kick, her ankle was already grasped by the opponent who had noticed it in advance. After the first round of attack and defense, Xia Tianling had already covered the entire arena with her spiritual sense. No one could sneak attack him except Zhu King, who could walk in the void. Xiao Wu, who was caught, reacted quickly, and kicked the opponent again with her other foot. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu made a stupid move. The difference in power between the two was too great, and Xia Tianling just stretched out her other hand to block it easily, and grabbed her other leg in her hand with her backhand. Within a few seconds, Xiao Wu was spun several times by Xia Tianling, like a crazy merry-go-round, with stars in her eyes. This move not only made Oscar and Dai Mubai afraid to step forward, but also forced Ma Hongjun to retract the Phoenix Fire line that he wanted to launch. If this was fired, Xia Tianling would be fine, but Xiao Wu would be roasted like a rabbit. "Little rabbit, you and Fatty, go out and have a rest first." The next moment, Xiao Wu, who was spinning, was thrown out by Xia Tianling. The dizzy little rabbit directly hit Ma Hongjun in midair with a huge centrifugal force and smashed the two of them backwards. Ma Hongjun, who had just forcibly interrupted his soul skill, was already in a bad state, and in order to protect Ning Rongrong, he stood very far back. Now that Xiao Wu hit him with such a strong force, both of them were eliminated and fell into the audience, causing a commotion. However, as for injuries, with the strong physical fitness of Soul Masters, there is no doubt that Xiao Wu, who is dizzy, may not be able to regain her balance for a while. Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu eliminated directly, Tang San was also frightened and exclaimed. The 8 spider lances behind him bounced and took Tang San back to the center of the battlefield at a rapid speed. But fortunately, he did not lose his mind, nor did he turn evil instantly like in the original book. Because he knew that his eldest brother would not be able to hit Xiao Wu hard. You are allowed to hit others, but not others? Isn't that a hooligan? But there must be resentment. After all, men and women in love will become less clear-headed, being overwhelmed by love. Seeing this scene, Xia Tianling was secretly relieved in her heart. It seems that her education is still effective. Didn't you see that Tang San would not turn evil just because Xiao Wu was eliminated in the arena? But reason is reason. He will not let them go just because Tang San did not turn evil. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were both eliminated. Oscar was, on his side, Dai Mubai was behind him, and the originally tight formation of the 7 people was directly torn apart with a charge. At the rear of this team, Ning Rongrong was wide open in front of her, and there was no longer any obstruction. Taking the opponent's auxiliary in the chaos is like taking something out of a bag. "Rongrong, danger!" Oscar shouted anxiously. Xia Tianling didn't care about that. She strode forward and knocked Oscar, who tried to stop her, away with a punch. She faced the second White Tiger Fierce Light Wave from Dai Mubai and rushed straight to Ning Rongrong. "Do you think you can beat me?" Ning Rongrong was not panicked at all when she saw the humanoid tank rushing towards her. She even had the leisure to make a joke. Xia Tianling paused slightly after hearing this, but did not stop her physical movements. There was not even a trace of emotion on her face. Ning Rongrong, who was one step away from him, suddenly gave up the amplification that the 7 Treasures Glaze Tower gave to her teammates, and quickly took out an object from the storage soul guide, pouring firepower on him crazily. A strong humming sounded, and with the clanging of metal roaring, 16 black crossbow arrows made of high-quality fine iron shot out. It was the Zhuge Divine Crossbow that Tang San had given her before. "Puff! Ning Rongrong, you're plotting against me," Xia Tianling said viciously, and was immediately furious. "I made so many delicious foods for you when we were young." Although he was fine, his clothes were riddled with holes from the crossbow arrows. The originally snow-white suit was stained with blood red by the wounds on his arms, which looked very scary. Many spectators who didn't know the truth were sweating for their idol. Seeing that the first 2 hidden weapons had no effect, Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, looking like she was ready to sacrifice herself generously. But in fact, she was still fiddling with something behind her back. At this time, the other 3 people in the team were too far away and had no time to come back to help. Just as Xia Tianling rushed in front of her, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, and the sound of the bowstring rang out from the clothes on her back. A thick crossbow arrow rushed out from the collar of her neck. But who knew that the boy in front of him was already prepared, and his left hand had already been waiting on the flight path of the crossbow arrow in advance. Before it could play its due role, it was grabbed by a strong hand. "A tight-back crossbow? Do you think I don't know you have this thing?" He crushed the flying crossbow arrow with one palm, and at the same time smashed the poisonous arrowhead downwards, just knocking away the 2 flying knives fired from Ning Rongrong's shoes and the 6 hidden arrows attacking from the outside of her thigh. "Don't waste your time. We are from the same school. I can do what Xiao San has." Xia Tianling calmly and easily neutralized all the hidden weapons on Ning Rongrong's body, as well as the second round of Juji's magic crossbow she fired at her face and watched her stamp her feet in anger. Suddenly, he turned around without warning and slapped his palm to the side. Ding 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 ding. There was another crisp sound in the air, and a dark but fiery figure appeared beside him without knowing when. You? Zhu Juqing was startled. This time, she deliberately found a place where she usually didn't attack to perform the Netherworld clause, but she didn't expect that it was still guessed. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Zhu King. I guessed your little tricks thoroughly. Zhu Juqing felt a strong force coming from the palm of the person in front of her, wave after wave, beating like waves, making it impossible for her to start walking in the void. However, although these waves of power were strong, they were not fierce. She was sent out of the field lightly. Tai Chi Bagua Palm, soft power, hides several waves of dark power in the bright power. This is the highest skill that Xia Tianling can master when fighting with only physical strength. After all, he is just a halfway monk. You can't ask him to directly reach the innate realm of Gangqi release in more than 3 months, right? That's really a bit too much. This wave is to pity the beauty. Naked discrimination. In this regard, Xiao Wu, who is still dizzy, and Ma Hongjun, who was affected by the disaster, have something to say. On the surface, Xia Tianling wanted to attack Ning Rongrong, who had no fighting ability at all, but in fact his target was Zhu Juqing, who was hiding in the void. At this time, he could only rely on his physical strength to fight. If Zhu Juqing really picked a good time to release the Netherworld Absolute Slash, he might really be defeated if he used all his strength. The power of the Netherworld Absolute Slash can change according to the amount of soul power used by the user. After all, without the soul power to protect his body, his physical fitness is not as strong as when he was possessed by a real dragon. Even the crossbow arrows of Zhuge Shenu can slightly penetrate his skin. What are you talking about? I can kill the soul sect in seconds. I only have some skin injuries when I hit you. Are you not satisfied? So in order to avoid defeat, Xia Tianling has been waiting for an opportunity for Zhu Juqing to make a move. He must be distracted and on guard against Zhu Juqing, who is hiding in the void. After all, if the kitten does not take the initiative to attack, he has no good way now. Of course, it would be much easier if he could restore his heyday. With his current strength, he could shake the space with all his strength. After shaking the space and creating cracks, he would have a chance to catch the kitten hiding in it. But then again, the space in Douluo Continent is really weak. After all, if Zhu Juqing was in another world, even if she had received the inheritance of the god of assassins, she would have to be a top professional at least, close to the level of a demigod, to be able to perform such a high-level skill as walking in the void. After all, this is also the method used by the god of assassins. But now in Douluo Continent, only Zhu Juqing with 3 rings can easily move around in the void, which makes the assassins in the neighboring Western fantasy world cry. Now that the one who is ready to attack at any time is thrown out, the remaining 2 who rely on melee combat are much easier to fight. Maybe Tang San will have some backup, but in the face of the absolute power gap, it is not worth mentioning. Oh? Are you asking about Ning Rongrong? Ning Rongrong followed closely behind, and after Zhu Juqing left the stage, she had no resistance and was also slapped out by Xia Tianling. It felt like an unknown user of the meatball fruit sent away the Shanghai One Piece named Wang Luffy and his companions. 1 palm for 1, buy 1 get 1 free. Xia Tianling shook the blood on his arm. Under the powerful self-healing ability of the monk, the 16 small blood holes pierced by the Zhuge Divine crossbow had almost healed. As for the second round of Zhuge crossbow arrows that Ning Rongrong shot at her face, he directly used external force to dissolve them, and did not cause any damage at all. I will fight you. Seeing Ning Rongrong being thrown out by Xia Tianling in the same way, Oscar immediately rushed over. It was not because Ning Rongrong was eliminated, but the slogan he shouted was just an excuse to increase his momentum. Oscar, who now has some martial arts attributes, is only interested in a few things, one of which is to compete with the strong. With the elimination of several other teammates, there are only 2 strong attack players and 1 control player who can protect himself on the field. Oscar could finally fight Xia Tianling without any worries, which was also the purpose of his signing up for the competition. As for whether he could win, he didn't care about this question. He only cared about whether he could fight and who he could fight with. Don't you give up yet? Xia Tianling sighed as he looked at the 2 people who rushed towards him again. The next second, the 3 people who were also good at close combat collided with each other. For Oscar, this was a truly hearty fight. Fists hit the flesh, a feast for real macho men. With the assistance of Tang San's blue-silver grass, Oscar used all his skills, and all kinds of martial arts techniques from various sects were used. But in comparison, Dai Mubai felt very depressed. He didn't have as many means as Oscar, and fighting with Xia Tianling could be said to be entirely based on instinct. From time to time, a punch or 2 would make him hurt for half a day. As time went on, Oscar became more and more excited. and simply stopped using martial arts skills and only used pure martial arts moves to compete with Xia Tianling in physical strength. Slowly, Oscar's skin turned red and his body surface became scalding hot. His blood circulated wildly in his body as he performed his moves. Even a wisp of blood-red smoke came out of his body. Soon, the wisp of blood-red smoke gradually became thicker and condensed, forming a tornado-like column of air that rushed straight into the sky. At a certain moment, Oscar suddenly pushed out his palms, shouted, and stood still. The blood-red column on his body also disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Oscar broke through. After fighting with Xia Tianling with pure physical strength for hundreds of moves, Oscar successfully broke through to the second level of the martial arts golden body, the realm of blood and blood smoke. Oscar, who mastered the blood and blood smoke, now had blood as heavy as lead and mercury in his body. His blood and chi were unmatched. He could induce blood and chi to be released with every move, and his combat power was more than doubled. I lost. After the breakthrough, Oscar bowed to the audience and his two teammates at the same time and walked off the fighting stage by himself. He knew that the boss had only seen that he was about to break through and was feeding him moves. With his boss's strength, even with Tang San and Daimubai's help, he could not make more than 10 moves. Xia Tianling nodded to Oscar, and at the same time tilted his head to stare at Daimubai, whose face was uncertain. "Mr. Dai, it's time to end." "I haven't lost yet." Daimubai roared and used his remaining spirit power to activate the White Tiger body barrier again, and pounced on his opponent. But he was no match for Xia Tianling before, even with Ning, Rongrong's buff. So what was the point now? A standard Japanese punch broke his White Tiger body barrier and hit him firmly in the stomach. Bang! Daimubai's body bent into a bow shape and flew backwards, hitting the stage with a muffled sound. "I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion." Xia Tianling slowly retracted his arm and looked at Tang San in the distance. "Now there are only you and me, 2 people left." Since Oscar gave up his martial arts skills, he simply withdrew the blue-silver grass, sat cross-legged around the fighting spirit stage, and began to recover the soul power he had used before. There was no suspense in this battle, but he still wanted to see the gap between him and Xia Tianling. Long before the few people launched the second round of attack and defense, the master in the VIP room had a strange light in his eyes when he saw Juju King's strange body movements. After seeing Oscar complete the breakthrough of the martial arts golden body and admit defeat and walk off the stage, he, who always had a paralyzed face, showed an indescribable heat in his eyes and pinched the windowsill under the crystal glass fiercely. How great it would be if these children were his disciples. Such strange self-created soul skills, such strong physical fitness, such rare fighting skills, even stronger than his registered disciple Tang San. Definitely. It will definitely verify the theory I have imagined. Tang San stood up from the ground in the distance. At this time, he had recovered his peak combat power. "Show all your unique skills. Let me see how capable you are now." Xia Tianling did not rush to attack, but stood proudly with his arms folded. "Be careful." Tang San did not pretend, and the 8-spider lance shot out from behind. His eyes were immediately covered with a touch of purple, and his hands, which turned into jade, directly touched the 24 bridges moonlit knight on his waist. As his hands flashed, clusters of hidden weapons were touched by Tang San at a very fast speed and were quickly fired at the same time. Money darts, bone-penetrating nails, locust stones, scimitars. A large number of metal products were thrown out crazily by him, which was the method of the hidden weapon 100 solutions, the scattering of flowers by the goddess. Under the precise guidance of the purple demon eye, each hidden weapon seemed to be equipped with radar positioning and went straight to the acupuncture points all over Xia Tianling's body. Xia Tianling's mouth curled up a smile. Hidden weapons? What a coincidence, he was familiar with this thing. He danced his hands wildly, so fast that he left after-images in the air. Relying on the lock of his spiritual sense, he directly caught all the hidden weapons that attacked him one by one and then quickly put them into his storage ring. Following the hidden weapons in the sky, there was also Tang San. The ghost, shadow unfolded, and Tang San quickly closed the distance between the two in a strange and erratic manner. During the movement, Tang San's hands did not stop, like a butterfly flying through flowers, flicking or swinging, flying out one after another cold light. Countless hidden weapons flew in the sky, blooming their own brilliance in the dazzling techniques. What Tang San did made the audience in the audience, even the VIPs in the VIP room, stare at the center of the field meticulously, for fear of missing the slightest moment. Such a skill of projecting objects is an art. For tens of thousands of years, the Douluo people who only rely on their spirits have never seen this before. They were fascinated for a moment. Zhao Wuji, who was eating the food prepared by the organizer, saw this scene and choked for a moment. He quickly took a few sips of wine. This experience is familiar. Tang San's hidden weapons are all kinds of strange, and the flight paths are extremely strange. It is really too difficult to dodge them all, not to mention catching them all like this little monster on the stage. This reaction speed and hand speed are simply too strong. Give it back to you. Xia Tianling has never practiced any hidden weapon techniques such as Tang San. She just relied on brute force to throw the darts and knives back like stones. Although it was thrown randomly, how amazing is Xia Tianling's arm strength? Throwing it back with such a powerful force will hurt or cripple anyone who touches it. Tang San did not dare to neglect it. He used the crane control and dragon capture skill to carefully lead the pile of dangerous goods to the side. At the same time, he took out a huge casting hammer from his storage bag. The clear sky hammer must not be exposed at this time, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Yo? Want to compete with me in strength? Sure, young man, then I will fulfill your wish. Dang, with the help of the 8 spider lances and ghost shadow, Tang San successfully completed the close combat. The huge casting hammer collided with Xia Tianling's iron fist, and it actually made a roar of gold and iron interweaving. Too hard. Brother Ling's body is like a piece of fine precious metal. At the moment when the hammer and fist touched, Tang San felt his hand was shaken and hurt. Dang, 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 dang! Tang San endured the numbness in his hands and used the force of Xia Tianling's fist to swing the 8 hammers again. Luan Pai Feng, this is the Luan Pai Feng hammer technique. An audience member who was engaged in the blacksmith industry revealed the origin of the hammer technique in one sentence. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see the hammer technique that was almost lost today. I am so lucky. The ticket today is really worth it. Tang San swung the casting hammer faster and faster, and the whole person fell and rebounded at high speed like a spring with a tight string. The Luan Pai Feng hammer technique has 9 hammers as a stage, and each hammer is stronger than the last. Just as the 18th hammer was about to fall, Xia Tianling keenly caught the strange trembling of Tang San's chest muscles. Following the 18th hammer, there were 64 steel needles with purple front ends. Mechanical hidden weapon, Hansha Sheng. Although Hansha Sheng only fired steel needles, this small steel needle had a strong armor-piercing ability and directly pierced a large area of Xia Tianling's chest. The black and purple breath penetrated directly into his body. You little bastard, you're trying to murder your own brother, right? And you're using the 8 spider lance to poison him? Xia Tianling punched Tang San, who was using the Chaos Cloak, and with a shock of hidden strength inside, he bounced dozens of steel needles out. At the same time, he directly controlled the blood to flow backwards. For a short time, and a trace of poisonous blood gushed out along the pierced skin, not giving him a chance to paralyze himself. He was not the stupid and clumsy Zhao Wuji, and he had long been prepared for Tang San's poison. Sure enough, these methods don't work on you. Tang San, who was repelled, launched entanglement and parasitism in the air, and relied on the 8 spider lance to maintain his balance for a short time. With 10 fingers flicking, 10 golden rays of light drew several beautiful arcs and headed straight for the target at different angles. Don't be so excited, Xia Tianling laughed and scolded when she saw the dragon whisker needles coming straight at her. Her feet were not idle. She activated the 9-turn sky step and dodged the 10 dragon whisker needles one by one. In the face of absolutely powerful force, even the entanglement and parasitism performed by the second evolved blue-silver grass were useless. From the time Tang San launched the attack to now, Xia Tianling's feet had not moved more than half a step. The damage was not high, but the insult was extremely strong. What does it mean? Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you can't do anything to me. But even so, Tang San still didn't give up and rushed up with the hammer again to perform the chaotic cloak for the second time. Not only that, along with his attack, there were more than 10 blue-silver grasses, which whipped Xia Tianling like whips. Tang Sek's hidden weapons not only include throwing and mechanical expansion, but also the relatively rare rope type. Now Tang San has integrated the technique of manipulating hidden weapons into the blue-silver grass whip. But the effect is a little unsatisfactory. Xia Tianling ignored him and still stood there motionless, fighting against the enemy. You swing a hammer, I hit you back with a punch, and I don't care what tricks you have prepared. Tang San didn't know what Xia Tianling was thinking, but just followed the script he had written. 8 spider lance, blue-silver grass, hidden weapons, spirit skills. When performing the chaotic cloak, Tang San still used part of his mind to operate these things to interfere with the opponent's vision, in order to distract him. Finally, Tang San completed the charging of 71 hammers. 72 hammers. Now it is the limit of his practice, and it is even completely the result that Xia Tianling intended for him. If it was another opponent, Tang San would not be able to perform the complete 72 hammers. With a powerful hammer smashing down from top to bottom, Tang San finally revealed the trump card that he had hidden for the whole game. The third soul skill, spiderweb binding. A huge spiderweb composed of blue-silver grass gushed out and covered Xia Tianling's body. Xiao San, have you forgotten my identity? How could I not know what your third soul skill is? What made Tang San collapse was that Xia Tianling calmly took out a long-handled sword with a black strap from the storage ring. The blade was nearly 2 meters long, with scarlet lines on it, and several ferocious ancient dragon teeth were inlaid on the back of the blade. Xia Tianling in front of him held the handle of the sword with both hands, stood in a bow stance, twisted his body halfway, and slashed the long sword diagonally downward from right to left. The light blue blade passed through the air, and the sharp breath was breathing out, instantly splitting the huge blue-silver spider web in half. Just before the contact, Tang San felt a cold and violent aura locking him tightly, his whole body wrapped in 10,000 years of black ice, and he even couldn't hold the casting hammer stiffly. It was as if he would die in the next second. That feeling was like being shackled by the black and white impermanence, shackled by the ox-headed and horse-faced, and even the judge was about to draw the red circle on the book of life and death. Seeing Xia Tianling's knife attack, Flanders in the VIP room stood up in an instant. As the strongest person in the fighting spirit arena, he felt a monstrous momentum and bone-chilling coldness from the knife's slash. This knife intent was too amazing. Is there really a soul master who can reach this point without relying on martial spirits and only using physical strength? On the fighting spirit arena, the imagined strong collision did not come. The sharp blade was like cutting through soft butter the moment it hit the casting hammer, and it slashed through without any hindrance. The powerful hammer was cut off directly out of thin air. Tang San, who hit nothing, could no longer grasp his balance. He held the half-broken hammer and smashed it on the Duhun stage. At this time, his body was still shaking slightly. Bang! Following closely, the half-broken metal hammerhead was also broken. Looking closely, the broken edge was as smooth as a mirror, as if it was originally two different individuals. Xia Tianling put the sword back into the sheath with a handsome sword flower, and put the long sword that should not appear in the Douluo world on his back. This sword was the famous sword in the previous life, forged with black dragon and ancestral dragon materials, the ultimate mystery of the bone sword system, and the unparalleled sword in the world of hunters. And the sword technique he just displayed was also not a mystery of this world, but a special skill of a certain green algae head. One sword flow, dodge and shake. Use the ultimate pressure to shock the enemy, then break it in one fell swoop. As a time traveler, an old gamer, and a powerful gamer, it is normal to satisfy the desire of not being able to play the real thing in the previous life, right? It is normal for a young man to be a second-year student. In the world of One Piece, the top warriors fight with their bodies. A punch can break a mountain and a kick can break a sea. In the world of Monster Hunter, a sword can cut an ancient dragon and split waves. It is also very reasonable for me to make a wish and play with my soul power sealed, right? Is it possible that only Tang San can use hidden weapons, but Xia Tianling is not allowed to use a big sword? Is it okay? Xia Tianling walked forward and pulled up Tang San, who fell to the ground. At this time, Tang San's body was still trembling slightly. It was normal for him to not be able to recover for a while when facing such a bizarre sword technique of Da Chin Han for the first time. Even if Tang San had the spiritual power of the purple demon eye, he had no choice but to let Xia Tianling's powerful consciousness crush him on the spiritual level. Even though the target of the sword just now was not him, he still felt the threat of death. Tang San's throat was dry, and he uttered 3 words with difficulty. I, lost, patted his shoulder as before, and whispered with the skill of forcing the sound into a line. Wait until we get out, and find a place to reminisce tomorrow. Then he looked up at the referee Dudu, who was already dazed. Sister, it's time to announce my victory. Dudu woke up as if from a dream, looked at Xia Tianling below with admiration, and announced in a high voice, in this 100-win challenge, Soul Sect Breaking Dawn won. He has achieved an unprecedented 100 wins in the fighting spirit field. Let's cheer for him. Oh. With Dudu's announcement, the audience immediately came back to their senses from the shock of breaking the enemy with one sword and shouted wildly. Next, let's invite Mr. Zhao Yuchuan, one of the top leaders of the Great Soul Arena, to present the award to our newly born Soul King. Tang San, who had recovered, had already left the arena. After the staff had simply cleaned up the fragments scattered on the Soul Arena, a middle-aged man in formal attire came up. Mr. Dawn, congratulations on your unprecedented achievement of 100 consecutive victories. On behalf of the Great Soul Arena, I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations to you. The middle-aged man came up and shook hands with Xia Tianling, congratulated her, and then began a long speech. But Xia Tianling just perfunctorily dealt with it. He didn't care about the content of Zhao Yuchuan's speech at all. Instead, he hid his face with a mask and looked at this person closely. Zhao Yuchuan, one of the current senior executives of the Zhao family, is mainly responsible for some things in the Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena in Soto City, including all the Soul Arenas in the 2 empires of Xingluo and Tiando, belong to a group of people, that is the 7 major families in the Soul Master world. They are Zhao, Chan, Sou, Zheng. These 7 families are also well known in the Spirit Master world. It is said that they have been passed down for more than 2,000 years and appeared almost at the same time as the Douluo calendar. Although their reputations are not as loud as the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, the 7 families are closely related, and each family can produce a titled Douluo almost every generation. With such a large size, even the Spirit Hall is wary of them. The Xia sect, which is known as the world's #1 sect, is only on par with it in terms of high-end combat power. Moreover, they are not engaged in production and are not even worthy of carrying shoes for others in terms of economic strength. However, these 7 families are extremely low-key in their dealings with others and have no prominent names. It seems that they only want to make a fortune quietly and do a good job in the business of the Great Douluo Arena. Apart from the factors of Tang Chen and Tang Hao, if the 7 families unite to establish a new sect, the Xia sect, the world's #1 sect, will probably change hands directly. But now, Xia Tianling, who discovered the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena, became suspicious. They only flashed in the original work and seemed to have mastered technology far beyond this era, and even possessed the production method of soul guides that had been lost. Moreover, the so-called 7 strongest families in the Soul Master world were too low-key. They did not show up even when the 2 empires attacked the Wuhun Hall, the Jialing Pass battle, and the 2 gods fought against each other. Is it really because they are well-versed in the way of keeping a low profile? Is there such a thing as a dynasty of 100 years, a family of 1,000 years, and a sect of 10,000 years in the Douluo Continent? Although on the surface, the Zhao family leader named Zhao Yuchuan is very normal. But behind the scenes, the 7th sense of the cultivator always reminds Xia Tianling that the 7 families are extraordinary, and there must be some hidden secrets inside. But now he can't produce evidence, and this speculation is as untenable as rootless duckweed. I hope he is just overthinking. Then, congratulations, dawn-breaking soul sect. Zhao Yuchuan finally finished his long and boring speech and hung a golden medal with an unknown animal head and rubies on his left chest. Xia Tianling bowed his head slightly to thank him, shook hands with him, and then waved to the audience. Amid the cheers like waves, Xia Tianling slowly walked down the soul-fighting stage and returned to his VIP lounge. While washing the blood on his body, he thought about the soul power fluctuations that had just been fed back from Zhao Yuchuan. Just now, at the moment of shaking hands, Xia Tianling probed out a divine sense and briefly tested him. The soul power fluctuations detected by the divine sense showed that Zhao Yuchuan had at least a soul power cultivation level above Soul Saint and close to Soul Douluo, and had a mental power cultivation level of at least around the Spirit Sea realm. This was really beyond his expectations. In the timeline of Douluo Continent 1, why is it extremely difficult to break through the title Douluo? First, it is because the title Douluo of this era do not have soul cores, and the quality of soul power is too low. Second, it is because the origin level of Douluo star is low, and there is less free energy between heaven and earth, which is difficult to obtain. Third, and the most important reason, is that the soul masters of this era do not pay attention to the cultivation of spiritual power at all, and have no means to cultivate spiritual power. In this era, when the spiritual power of soul masters is generally low, the spiritual power level of ordinary soul saints is generally at the stage of entering the spiritual sea realm, and the better ones can touch the edge of the middle stage. This is also the reason why the little fox in the original work, as a control-type soul master who mainly cultivates spiritual power, can shine in the Wuhun Hall. But as a soul saint, Zhao Yuchuan's spiritual power strength is actually very close to the spiritual abyss realm? This is simply incredible. In this era, titled Douluo generally only has the spiritual power of the level of entering the spiritual abyss realm. Even in the timeline of Douluo 3, Wu Changkong, who has been practicing the purple extreme demon eye for many years, only has the spiritual power of the peak of the spiritual sea realm during the Soul Emperor period. As for being born with a strong spiritual power level, that's even more impossible. The martial spirit of the Zhao family is the powerful King Kong bear, which is exactly the same as Zhao Wuji. This beast martial spirit has no bonus to mental power at all. Although Zhao Wuji is immune to Xiao Wu's mental charm, it is just a level crushing, plus Xiao Wu's own level is too bad. But if they are not born strong, how did they do it? Could it be that there was an ancestor of the 7 major families who was a genius and created a method of mental power cultivation? It seems possible. This Douluo continent is not quite the same as he imagined. The most painful thing is that even if he found a lot of possible places, there is no one to talk to. He can use the name of a prophet to fool around in other aspects, but he can't explain the doubts of the 7 major families to others. It is too much beyond this era. In the case that others can't understand, even if he uses mental interference, the effect will not work. With a lot of questions in his mind, Xia Tianling left the big fighting spirit field after taking care of himself, and went to the hotel to meet up with his friends. Before Tang San left, he had used a voice line to tell them the location of the hotel where they were staying and asked them to have lunch together tomorrow. Shrek and his friends returned to the hotel. Dai Mubai was sent back to his room to recuperate. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu went back to sleep hand in hand. Only the unlucky Tang San was left. Yu Xiaogang's stiff face could not hide the burning in his eyes. "Xiao San, do you know the identities of those who joined forces with you to fight the enemy?" He really wanted to know the information of Xia Tianling and others. If he could accept these people as his disciples, who would dare to say that he, Yu Xiaogang, was a waste in the future? Tang San shook his head. "I don't know." Rarely, he lied. Yu Xiaogang was already a negative in his heart, and he had seen his behavior for a long time. What disciple? He just wanted to find a few guinea pigs to test his theory. Zhao Wuji in the corner opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but forced himself to hold it back. He was now 100% sure that the ones who joined forces with Tang San to fight against him were definitely the little monsters from the spirit hall. However, thinking of the terrifying identity behind the little guy who claimed to be a prophet, he decided not to say anything. Anyway, he had no friendship with this so-called master. Thanks to him, the spirit hall's wanted order for him had actually been revoked. Although the soul Douluo was dead, the little monster was still a decent person. Oh, this is such a pity. Flanders also shook his head to express regret. Xiao San and his kids are probably the last 4 students of our Shrek Academy. Flanders, wait until Xiao San and his friends complete this stage of training. Let's change places. After being rejected by Tang San, Yu Xiaogang returned to his usual zombie face. Change places? Flanders was a little puzzled. Where to change? We have no money. The place we live in now was bought by Zhao Wuji and his brothers, who almost emptied our family's savings. Other academies, Yu Xiaogang said shockingly. This is impossible. Flanders slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yu Xiaogang. These children belong to Shrek. Xiaogang, don't forget that Shrek is all my hard work for the past 20 years. Yu Xiaogang's mood did not change because of Flanders' rage. Well, I'll ask you a few questions. If you can answer all of them, it doesn't matter whether they go to other academies or not. First of all, can you provide the children with a simulated training environment? Secondly, there are only 4 of them now. What will you do for the Continental Elite Soul Master competition in a year? Not to mention the problem of them not being able to form a team. Even if they can, do you have a vacancy? Flanders was speechless after being pressed by Yu Xiaogang. His previous anger gradually disappeared and turned into dejection. The simulated training field can increase their soul training speed again. Only regular colleges can participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Has your Shrek ever registered in any kingdom or empire? And you should know what the rewards of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition are, and how important it is to the future of several children. Yu Xiaogang added another blow. Flanders sat back in annoyance. I don't have a quota either. Then, Master, what do you mean? Zhao Wuji, who had been listening for a long time, came out to smooth things over. Although he was not very interested in this so-called master now, he still showed a little respect for Flanders' face. Go to Tiando Royal Academy. Overall, the conditions there are the best. Xiao San and his children are extremely talented, and the people of Tiando Royal Academy have no reason to refuse. As for the next place to go, Yu Xiaogang had already made plans in his mind. Flanders wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, they felt pale and powerless, and he swallowed them back into his stomach, sitting there alone with a frustrated heart. Seeing that the room was in a weird atmosphere, Tang San took the opportunity to say goodbye and went back to the room to rest. The next day at noon, except Dai Mubai, the other 3 people came to find Xia Tianling for dinner. Tang San complained to Xia Tianling with a look of grief and anger, angrily denouncing Yu Xiaogang's various behaviors and Shrek's outrageousness. The more Xia Tianling listened, the weirder her expression became. It seemed that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were completely alienated. It was estimated that the 2 would have to go their separate ways after the college competition. I didn't expect that even though his arrival had messed up the original plot, Shrek and his friends would still go to Tiando Royal College. I wonder what Tang San's expression would be when he met him again after he arrived. A long time ago, Xia Tianling mentioned to Bibi Dong that it was not okay to stay in the college and work behind closed doors. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Exchange experiences with other colleges and verify each other, which will help deepen the understanding of martial spirits and improve soul power. Although he said so, he actually had other little ideas. For example, a medicine garden of a certain unit of measurement. But he won't be as selfish as someone in the past. If you kill someone's pig to eat meat, you have to give the original owner a piece to eat, right? After Hulina and the other 2 come back in a few days, it will be time for the 7 of them to set off to other colleges for exchanges and learning. Listening to Tang San's chattering, Xia Tianling's face was expressionless, but in fact she was about to laugh out loud. But then again, how come Tang San has become like this now, treating me like a tree hole, and talking to me about everything in his heart? And if Shrek and the others go to Tiando College now, they will probably stay there, right? Shui Beng, who had become the crown prince, took off his dandy coat and turned back into the diligent and studious prince. He was probably going to leave Shrek and his group behind. While Tang San was depressed, everyone finished an interesting lunch, and Xia Tianling and others also had a small vacation. Now their points have already exceeded a large extent, and the Great Soul Arena had issued them the Gold Soul Badge in advance last night. Although Oscar and Ma Hongjun wanted to continue to earn some gold coins, they had no choice but to go back home. There were only a handful of Soul Masters with Gold Soul in Soto City, and the two brothers had no opponents at all, so they could only return in disappointment. Then Oscar thought of something and ran to find Ning Rongrong. Now there were only 4 people left in Shrek, and it was impossible to fight 7v7. As Ning Rongrong, she could only participate in 2v2 Soul Arena. But Tang San and Xiaowu had formed a 3-5 combination to complement each other, and she and Daimu Bai didn't like each other. Just when everyone was at a loss, Oscar came. He formed a duo with Ning Rongrong to fight 2v2 soul fighting and continued his gold coin business. Zhu Juqing, who made hard work a daily routine, was unwilling to waste every minute of his training time. Seeing that he could not continue fighting souls in the great soul fighting arena, he simply dragged Xia Tianling back to the Spirit Academy. Xia Tianling was a person who went along with his circumstances. His biggest hobby was staying at home. Moreover, in the world of Douluo Continent with a low level of entertainment, it was better to be with the salted fish in the house. He missed his dormitory bed a little, and followed Zhu Juqing without thinking. As a result, Ma Hongjun was the only one left in the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun, who had originally planned to have a good time in Soto City for a few days, felt bored when he saw that his 3 friends had gone away, and went home in a rage. At that time, the 1-month period that Chan Daoliu mentioned was actually just to get the Silver Soul Fighting Badge within 30 days. It was not necessary for Xia Tianling to finish this stage of training by the end of next month. So in the next few days, Xia Tianling had a short vacation. After more than 3 months of continuous training, he really needed to relax for a few days. Not only him, but also the Dean of Wuhun Academy thought that it was best to combine work and rest and relax in moderation, so he forced the 3 of them to take a vacation. This killed Zhu Juqing's idea of continuing to practice in the bud. Back in the familiar dormitory, Xia Tianling took off the weighted armor on his body, fell on the familiar bed, and fell asleep directly. In just over 20 days, he experienced hundreds of battles, faced different opponents every day, and fought with heavy loads every day, which brought great progress. Combat awareness, combat thinking, the degree of control over the body, the power that can be exerted, and even soul power and cultivation are constantly growing and consolidating. Although forced by the seal, the soul power cannot be reflected, but it can be expected that after the seal is unlocked in a few days, his cultivation will usher in another improvement. He was not the only one who gained something. Thanks to the more scientific training methods, such as cultivation techniques, gravity rooms, fitness equipment, and weighted soft armor, the other 3 people's endurance, mental strength, and soul power have all been greatly improved. During this period of time, they experienced dozens of battles, big and small, and they were surprised to find that they were basically invincible in the face of the same level. Even enemies who were several levels stronger than them were just chickens and dogs in front of the 3 people now, and they could easily win. In the words of Ma Hongjun, "How can Brother Ling be considered a person? It feels so good to be able to fight with normal soul masters." A few days passed in a flash. On this day, Xia Tianling was happily cooking in his own small kitchen. Everyone has their own way of relaxing. Since coming to Douluo Continent and learning cooking skills, he has one more hobby besides reading, that is cooking. Whenever he cooks, Xia Tianling can feel a sense of relaxation from the heart. There is no practice, no distractions. Everything is so beautiful and pure. Unfortunately, there are not many types of edible ingredients on Douluo Continent, and there are also relatively few types of seasonings. Many of the seasonings were exchanged directly with the system. Judging from the extremely small amount of destiny power consumed by the system, these things should not be absent on Douluo Continent, but have not yet been discovered and widely used by humans. Just like the cocoa beans he used to make chocolate a few years ago. The destiny system makes a wish to obtain an item or the amount consumed to complete a task. At present, Xia Tianling has also summed up some experience. For example, snacks such as cola and potato chips consume less destiny power. Exchanging for ordinary things that exist in the local world is like giving it away for free. But if you want a certain hybrid rice seed number 1, or an improved steam engine prototype, etc., then the destiny power required is huge. The less impact something has on the progress of Douluo's local civilization, the less it costs, and vice versa. Xia Tianling once made a wish to the system and asked if he could have a nuclear bomb. The system clearly stated that even if you kill Tang San, the destiny power you get is not enough. Since then, he has given up the idea of taking shortcuts. However, thanks to someone, Douluo Star is highly similar to many places on Earth, including various crops and livestock. Xia Tianling does not need to spend the power of fate on exchanging pigs, cattle, sheep, and the like. Ding! After years of hard work, your understanding of the way of cooking has improved, from shallow cognition to initial understanding, unlocking a new function, secondary occupation. Meow meow meow? What? Secondary occupation? Xia Tianling was originally happily stirring the spoon, and the system suddenly reminded him in his mind, which scared him and almost dumped a pot of hot food on him. What is a secondary occupation? Like the kind of thing in the online games in the previous life? He put down the pot and tentatively asked the system in his mind. Ding! It is true. At present, the host can choose secondary occupations divided into alchemist, array, master, equipment refiner, beast tamer, physiognomist, physician, and spiritual chef. Xia Tianling called up the text panel and opened several secondary occupations one by one to check. Huh? What is this spiritual chef? He had heard of the previous ones in various novels, but he had never heard of this spiritual chef. With curiosity, he clicked on the introduction of the spiritual chef. Matching degree 100%. Understanding of cooking skills, a glimpse of the path. Professional introduction. The art of cooking is broad and profound. There are masters who have mastered the art of alchemy, converted to a human language version of the introduction. System. You are naughty, click and try. As a result, the interface with a very high style of painting instantly changed. Matching degree. Very high, so high that it is beyond the limit. You are born to do this. Just change your job and it will be done. Understanding of cooking skills. You are already a skilled cook, with skilled skills and superb knife skills. Professional introduction. The chef industry is very complicated, and most people cannot grasp it. Once upon a time, there was a master who was very good at making pills and cooking. He always thought that pills were too bitter and unpalatable. One day, he suddenly had an idea. Pills are made of medicinal materials and natural treasures, and medicinal food is also made of medicinal materials and natural treasures. So why can't pills be made into delicious dishes? So he devoted himself to research, combining the two skills of alchemy and cooking organically, and then created a special profession called spiritual chef. What alchemists can do, spiritual chefs can do too, but the disadvantage is that it is more troublesome to eat than pills, and it is not convenient to carry. It must be made and eaten on the spot. The advantages are very awesome, mainly delicious and mild, and there will be no situation where people can't bear it after taking a pill. Moreover, the profession is easy to get started, and low-level recipes are almost not difficult to get started. Any chef with cultivation can basically make it. Switch to high-end version. Xia Tianling, system, your high-end and mysterious image in my mind has collapsed in an instant. Ding, this system is only responsible for sending. All copywriting has nothing to do with this system. Please don't complain about this system. Okay, you are quite face-saving. Xia Tianling complained again. This spiritual chef looks quite interesting. Why don't I choose this one? Ding, received the host's choice, secondary profession spirit chef. May I ask if I want to transfer the inheritance now? After choosing, you cannot make a second choice before the understanding of another basic profession reaches a glimpse. Yes. Ding, the host's choice is confirmed, and the spiritual chef inheritance is being transmitted. Ding, the inheritance transmission is complete. Please understand it yourself. Ding, the required kitchen utensils and tableware have been placed in the host's storage ring. Feeling the huge knowledge instilled into his mind by the system, Xia Tianling felt that the world is full of wonders. There is such a wonderful profession. Foundation building porridge, golden soup, infant condensing fried rice, blood enhancing family portrait. The recipes of this spiritual chef seem to be quite interesting. How about trying them? Xia Tianling flipped through the wonderful dishes one after another in her mind and couldn't help but want to try them. It happened that the senior sisters were coming back today, so she made more dishes. Dry fried starfish, a 9th grade recipe. After eating, it can increase the perception of space. Required materials, 8th grade starfish, cracked skygrass. Preparation method. No, this is too advanced. Flip forward. Red braised sky demon ribs, a 1st grade recipe. After eating, it can enhance one's physical fitness. Required materials, ribs of demon beasts above the 1st level, dragon power fruit. Preparation method. There are no demon beasts in Douluo Continent. I wonder if soul beast ribs will work? Write it down first and try it out. Spiritual rice, basic recipe, can increase a little cultivation and cultivation speed after eating. Long-term consumption has the effect of strengthening the foundation. Required materials. Ordinary rice or spiritual rice, century-old ginseng, qingling flour. Preparation method. Hey, this rice looks good and the preparation method is also simple, and then the whole staple food. After selecting two relatively simple introductory dishes, Xia Tianling exchanged a few medicinal materials and ingredients that were not available from the system, and then made them according to the instructions on the recipe. Compared with the traditional cooking process, the spiritual kitchen method combines some alchemy methods, and the whole kitchen style looks strange. Grind the medicinal materials, extract the essence with a small alchemy furnace, and set aside. Process the main ingredients of the ingredients, use special formulas to adjust the meat quality, and combine with the essence of the medicinal materials to maximize its absorption. Use a special spiritual kitchen pot for cooking, and through unique cooking methods, the essence of the natural materials and treasures is perfectly mixed with the main ingredients of the dishes, and finally collide with special effects. When the cooking is nearing the end, open the lid of the pot, enter the last formula to complete the cooking, and the little fragrance comes up. Then pour it into the special container provided by the system, seal it, and store it. A delicious and extraordinary braised heavenly demon steak is ready. The special container of the spiritual chef is a container specially made to preserve dishes. It can not only keep the dishes in the state of being just out of the pot, but also keep the efficacy inside for 24 hours. Even if placed in a special container, the efficacy of the dishes will slowly decline after 24 hours. After several days, although the taste of the dishes is still the same, only the taste remains, without the various magical effects. After more than an hour of hard work, after preparing other ordinary meals, the spiritual rice steamed in a special steamer is also completed. "Junior brother, I miss you so much." A fiery red figure rushed into the kitchen. "What delicious food did you make today?" The first thing the dusty Juliana did when she came back was to go straight to the kitchen, which made Shi Yue frown behind her. "Sister, you are a girl. Can't you be more reserved? What's the point of being so crazy all the time?" "Humph, I'm happy with that." The fiery, red girl rolled her eyes, looking extremely charming, and Yan Hun, who was standing by, was almost seduced away. In the original timeline, Juliana was trained by Bibi Dong as a pope since she was a child. She had to learn countless knowledge and various means of political struggle every day, which was extremely hard. This also cultivated her later temperament in the original book. But now it's different. Now there is Xia Tianling, and the burden on her shoulders has been lifted. Without the pressure and restraint, Juliana liberated her nature all of a sudden, and with the slight influence of Qingchu Tianhujue, she let herself go directly, far less boring than in the original book. The girl's personality, charming demeanor, and irresistible figure are the perfect template of a proud girl of heaven. "Okay, stop interrupting. Come and help carry the dishes. They will get cold soon." Several people hurriedly put the food on the table. Juju Qing and Ma Hongjin happened to arrive, and Oscar also rushed back on time. "Ahem, let me introduce my new spiritual food, braised heavenly demon ribs, spiritual rice, which can enhance physical fitness and promote the improvement of cultivation." Xia Tianling's voice had not yet fallen, and a burst of ping-pong sounds rang out. These ingredients have long understood Xia Tianling's character. Since he said so, it must be a rare good thing. Eat, and it's done. Anyway, it's one portion per person. Eating early or late is eating. The learning ability of foodies is amazing. In order to eat better, these people have already mastered the use of chopsticks. Looking at these foodies who are eating a lot, Xia Tianling had to stop with a helpless look on his face. He originally wanted to introduce how great these two dishes are. Even Juju Qing, who was the only one who was very reserved on weekdays, didn't give him face now. The Tian Yao steak in the special container was golden red in color, and the fragrant aroma rushed straight into the nose. Put a piece in your mouth, the small steak was stewed until it was crispy, and the bones fell off in your mouth. A strong, salty, and medicinal aroma with a hint of spiciness bloomed on your taste buds. Take a bite, chew it carefully. The crispy and chewy taste bounces in your mouth, and then it is paired with the mellow spiritual rice. The delicacy in your mouth was instantly transformed into a hot stream, which slid through the entire esophagus with the act of swallowing, and then continued to spread to the meridians of the limbs. Several people ate with their mouths salivating, and after the first bite, they wanted to eat the second bite quickly, and at the same time they unconsciously circulated their soul power. Under the effect of the essence of the medicine and the essence of the food, the soul power is running freely in the meridians, and with this warm current, it tempers the flesh and blood again and again. After a while, wisps of gray steam came out of the heads of several people. This is the impurities in the body being evaporated and discharged from the body with the rapid operation of the medicine. Several people seemed to be oblivious and continued to eat with big mouthfuls. This is the strength of the spiritual food cooked by the spiritual chef. It turns cultivation into a passive state and turns tonic into enjoyment. While enjoying the food, you passively improve your own cultivation. At the moment when Yan, Shewei, and Hulina finished their own dishes, the three auras suddenly soared. The three of them actually upgraded to a higher level. My soul power has improved by 1 level? I'm already level 49 now. Juliana looked at the empty plate and a small pile of bones in front of her in disbelief. And my physical fitness has also improved. I've also improved by 1 level. Tianling's spiritual food is too magical. Xia and Yan echoed one after another. Their physical fitness was not as strong as Juliana's, and the improvement was particularly obvious after eating a medicinal meal. Boss, can we eat this medicinal meal often in the future? I feel that if I can eat this stuff every day, my speed of breaking through to the Zhaotian star can be doubled. Oscar held a bone in his mouth, his eyes shining. Ma Hongjin stuffed other dishes into his mouth beside him and nodded vigorously. The calmest person in the whole audience was probably Zhu Jiqing, who was still chewing the ribs in a gentle manner. But that was only on the surface. Her tilted ears and the small glances she gave over had completely betrayed her inner expectations. Xia Tianling covered her forehead. These foodies. Eat, eat, eat. We'll eat as long as you can get the ingredients. Everyone is hungry. Tonight's midnight is destined to be a pleasant time, mainly because someone's divine power seal has begun to loosen and is about to break free from the shackles. As he began to move the Zhaotian again, the seal of the divine power was about to fall apart under the impact of the soul power that had been suppressed for several days. Suddenly, at a certain special time, the seal of the divine power disappeared without a trace. The surging soul power once again rushed freely in every corner of the body. The long-lost power returned to the body, and Xia Tianling was so comfortable that he wanted to moan. I am not afraid of darkness, if I have never seen the light. After losing and regaining it, Xia Tianling felt that it was so wonderful to have soul power. I didn't have this feeling when I was an ordinary person before. Maybe this is what people often say. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Finally, the shackles were untied, and even the Yuan Shen in the middle dantian became more active, pushing the Qi Si in the lower dantian to rotate wildly, absorbing the soul power in the air like a whale. A silent sense of shattering came from Xia Tianling's heart. The moment the seal was untied, his cultivation increased wildly, directly improving by 1.5 levels. Although this level sounds small, Xia Tianling's total soul power is more than 10 times that of soul masters of the same level, so the soul power required for breakthrough is naturally more. However, there is one advantage, that is, the foundation is solid. If you want the upper level to become higher, the lower level must be solid. After the breakthrough, Xia Tianling consolidated it and stood up excitedly to do a set of punches in the house. Feeling the power filling up all parts of his body, he felt that he could easily defeat himself who had just accepted the inheritance of Bian. The next day, the weather was fine and the light breeze blew on people's faces. It was a good day for traveling. Bibi Dong had sent someone to inform them that the place where they would go out for exchange and study this time was the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with a profound heritage. Due to the characteristics of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's martial spirit, their successive sect masters were stuck at the node of level 79. These sect leaders and some disciples who had reached their limits long ago have been studying martial spirits for more than 1,000 years in order to find ways to break through their limits. They are one of the few sects that can rival the Spirit Hall. With huge financial resources and a large number of manpower, they can directly conduct corresponding control experiments and accumulate data. In this way, the data obtained is basically very reliable, and even some secret martial spirit information can be known. In the original work, even the unlearned Ningrongrong has been exposed to the information about the Nine-Heart Begonia for a long time, which makes Yu Xiaogong astonished. After thousands of years and dozens of generations, the little information and unreliable conjectures that Yu Xiaogong has compiled over the past decade are not even worthy of carrying shoes for others. Its profound heritage is far from being comparable to the two reckless sects of Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and Haochen sect. It is even more impossible for a storyteller like Yu Xiaogong with low cultivation to touch porcelain. You said you compiled some ordinary information for ordinary people to see, which is fine. But if you insist on saying that this is your own research result, that's a bit ridiculous. In this way, with the research results of the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect as a precedent, it is quite normal for the master to become a laughingstock in the high-end spirit master circle, right? Sitting in the carriage, Xia Tianling, whose soul power has recovered, is still wearing a set of weighted soft armor. Although the seal has disappeared, he still habitually carries this weight and even adds more armor plates. He feels that his physical strength is far from being developed to the limit and still has the possibility of improvement. Anyway, wearing it doesn't affect anything. After more than 3 months, he has become accustomed to it. Fatty, drive the carriage and head to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Damn, why do I always drive the carriage? Don't talk nonsense, change people tomorrow. As the 7 brightest new stars of the Spirit Hall, it is naturally impossible for them to travel like Shrek in the original book. The luxurious and comfortable carriage must be arranged clearly. The specially made carriage has a plain appearance and a spacious interior, which can accommodate 7 or 8 people. Unlike Shrek, who is used to running, the wealthy Wuhun Hall uses horse-shaped soul beasts that have been domesticated for generations. But they are relatively weak. Even so, running 500 kilometers a day is easy. The location of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect is near the Tiando Imperial City, northeast of the center of the Tiando Empire. To reach the destination, you need to cross the entire territory of the Sylves Kingdom, north of the Barak Kingdom, to enter the Tiando Imperial City Circle, and then walk a distance east to reach the outside of the Tiando Imperial City, and then you can reach the sect castle of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect. The entire journey is 2,000 kilometers long, which is about the distance from the imperial capital in the previous life to the demon capital. Even if you take a train, it will take more than 24 hours. I really don't know how the Shrek 7 Devils in the original novel managed to run for several days without a direct highway. They ran more than 400 kilometers a day and even played a game on the way. It was really tiring. Maybe long-distance running is the tradition of Shrek? The students are all very good at running, and the only training method is running. Even Huo Yuhao continued to run with weights 10,000 years later. Even after the establishment of the new Shrek Academy, there was an excellent training ground, and the training method provided by the master who was entrusted with the important task was still the old one, long-distance running under Zhao Wuji's gravity. Even after being questioned, Tang San, who had returned from cheating, came out to rescue him. It should be said that you, Tang San, not only have the external soul bone, 8 spider lance, the top plant martial spirit blue silver emperor, and the top weapon martial spirit clear sky hammer. At the same time, the 3 immortal herbs Wang Chuan Chu Shuilu, Bajiao Xuanbing, and Li Huo Xing Jiaoshu have improved his body, and there is even a 100,000-year soul ring and 2 100,000-year soul bones that can produce qualitative changes in soul masters. This is not counting the strengthening of the body by Xuanqian Gong, the strengthening of the body by the 10,000-year soul ring and another head soul bone. Then you take these plugins and the physical fitness of the Soul Emperor to compete with some ordinary Soul Masters who are generally at level 40 or 50 to prove that what Yu Xiaogong said is right. Don't you think there is anything wrong with this? Even if you double the amount, how can the difficulty of the two be the same? Besides, have you ever considered that there are not only Beast Spirit Soul Masters, but also Weapon Soul Masters, Control System Soul Masters, Agility Attack System Soul Masters, etc.? Not only are the martial souls very different, but even the levels are different. Can the physical fitness of these different attributes be the same? Can the physical fitness of the Soul Ancestor and the Soul King be the same? Earlier, I knew with Shrek that everyone has different standards, but now you are just mixing it up. Do you think it is okay to unify everyone to one standard? Cultivation is different from learning. It is a very personal thing. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Now Yu Xiaogang insists that everyone adapt to the same standard. It is like you require all athletes, whether they are shooters or weightlifters, to train a standard weighted run. Isn't that ridiculous? If you have the ability, don't let Tang San come. Demonstrate yourself. Forget about running 30 laps. Can you withstand Zhao Wuji's 3 times gravity and walk 30 laps? Maybe mortals like me don't understand. Maybe this is what a theoretical master is. The people in the carriage were noisy and changed people to drive the carriage from time to time. The journey was quite pleasant. At mealtime, several people got off the carriage and skillfully cleaned the ground and picked up firewood. Xia Tianling took out the stove to light a fire and cook, and Oscar helped him. Oscar is also very talented in cooking. A few years ago, he learned how to cook various foods from Xia Tianling. Now his skills are no less than Xia Tianling's. Now seeing that the spiritual food is so powerful, Oscar, who is very studious, is even more eager to learn. The days passed by so dull. Except for getting off the carriage to move around and rest the horses at mealtime, everyone read on the road for several days. If they arrived in the city at night, they would stay in a hotel. If they were in the wild, they would camp on the spot. 3 days later, the group came to the border between the Kingdom of Sylvis and the area directly under Tiando. The feudal system has this disadvantage, which will divide a huge and complete national territory into small pieces. The situation in the Tiando Empire is not bad. At least Emperor Shuiye has 1 million heavy troops, and the locations of several kingdoms are just in the range of bordering the Xingluo Empire. If it is like the European continent in the Middle Ages in the previous life, it would be really bad. Layer upon layer of power was divided, from the duchy to the knight and baron, and the country was divided into pieces. The Tiandu Empire, which was forced to implement the feudal system due to some external forces, looked bright and beautiful on the outside and was one of the 2 giants in the Douluo Continent. But in fact, the internal problems were very serious. For example, the internal border intersection where the Wuhun Hall group was now. The sparse population and insufficient productivity caused the vast majority of human resources to be distributed around city defense, the capital, and major cities. As an internal border area, no civilians were willing to settle in such a place where something could happen at any time, so no cities or villages were built. And naturally, neither side would send precious soldiers to manage it. This area between the two places became a no-man's land, just like a golden triangle area, where all kinds of people from all walks of life frequently moved around. It's almost noon, Brother Ling. Should we stop and rest for a while, have a big meal, and then continue on our way? Ma Hongjin, who was replaced to drive again, touched his hungry stomach and turned around to ask. Xia Tianling lifted the curtain of the carriage, took out a small sundial to estimate the time, and agreed to Ma Hongjin's proposal. Then let's find a place with a backslope to park, and we'll make a fire and cook. This place is not only desolate, but there are not even a few trees that can be used to make a fire. Yan and Xie Yue can only run farther to collect wood. Xia Tianling's ring is filled with a lot of processed ingredients, but there is no wood prepared. There are only a few bags of homemade charcoal in case of emergency. After a while, Yan and Xie came running empty-handed with solemn faces. Huh? Why did you two come back so soon this time? Are the trees here suitable for burning firewood? Juliana asked in confusion. No, we didn't cut wood. We found traces of suspected evil spirit masters. Xie Yue took a deep breath. Evil spirit master, tell me more? Xia Tianling put down the work in his hands. Theoretically, there shouldn't be so many evil soul masters in the timeline of Douluo Dalu. Most of them were either killed by the spirit hall or thrown into the slaughter city, or they went to the slaughter city to seek death. But since he entered the spirit hall, not to mention what he didn't know, he personally experienced the task of hunting down evil soul masters dozens of times in just 6 years. There is obviously a big problem. In the current era, the registered soul masters of the two empires and the spirit hall are only about 100,000, of which 70% are controlled by the spirit hall. The remaining 30,000 soul masters must be deducted from the sect soul masters, the scattered soul masters, and the official soul masters controlled by the two empires of Tiando and Xingluo. So how can there be so many evil soul masters left? Moreover, in the timeline of the original Douluo Dalu, most of the evil soul masters did not cultivate by sucking human blood and slaughtering mortals like in later generations. Many people just committed crimes by relying on their identity as soul masters, and it can be said that there are basically no ones who really cultivate through evil means, such as killing people. But judging from the missions that Xia Tianling has personally participated in recent years, almost 1 in 10 evil soul masters are using human lives to cultivate. This is simply incredible. Logically speaking, such a number of real evil soul masters should not appear at all. It's like this. Yan and I just went to the hill next door to cut trees. After going around to the back, we found a small valley with an extremely strong smell of blood. Are you sure it's human blood? Xia Tianling asked. Yes, don't worry about this. It's definitely the smell of human blood, Yan replied. Over the years, my brother and I have fought against evil soul masters many times. We can clearly distinguish the smell of human blood from other blood. And there was an evil smell coming from the inside of the valley that made us feel very uncomfortable. We were afraid of alerting the enemy, so we didn't dare to explore further, so we came back first. Xia Tianling hesitated. This time they went out without a teacher, and everything was up to him. You wait here first. I'll go take a look myself. I'm strong, and I have the 9-turn heavenly steps. If there's any problem, I can evacuate in time. He didn't directly suggest that several people go up shoulder to shoulder, but said such a reckless thing to the evil soul master's ashes. The enemy's strength is unknown, and the location is in a hidden valley in a no-man's land. It looks like the evil soul master's lair, so it's better to be cautious. Hearing this, several people nodded. After a few years of getting along, they have already been completely convinced by Xia Tianling. Be careful, Zhu Juqing said worriedly. Xia Tianling smiled. Hey, don't worry. This little cat still cares about me. At his current speed, he ran wildly and soon arrived at the valley behind the back that Xie Yue and the others said. It's called a valley, but it looks like a big crack from above. But when you get closer, it actually gets wider the further down and into the inside. This reminded him of a passage in ancient Chinese that he had learned before. From the mouth, it is very narrow at first, but only then can people pass through. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly becomes clear. He approached a little closer, and a slight smell of blood floated up along the crack. It was obvious that the inside was unlikely to have flat land, neat houses, fertile fields, beautiful ponds, and bamboos. Xia Tianling took off his weight-bearing soft armor and put it into the ring. He stretched his body and restored his condition to the peak. Close to the edge of the crack, he carefully released his spiritual sense and scanned the situation inside the small valley inch by inch. Just as he gradually approached the bottom of the valley, the terrifying scene reflected by his spiritual sense shocked even him, who usually boasted of a stable mentality. When the spiritual sense probed below, the scope of the valley became larger and larger. Some strange-looking black vines and unknown flowers began to entangle on the purple-black rocks, which was indescribably weird. There was no sunlight here, and there was no soil or water in the rocks. No one knew where they took root. Going down further, some buildings that were obviously made by humans began to appear. They used a dark red stone as the building material, and were piled up in large pieces. They were not aesthetically pleasing. The ground at the bottom of the valley was not soft soil and rocks, but a kind of black and purple debris compacted and paved, and some unknown red lines were carved on it. Continuing to explore the interior of the building complex, the divine sense encountered some obstacles. A huge amount of chaotic soul power filled this small space, but it seemed to be locked by something and could not escape at all. His divine sense was a little difficult to penetrate. After using some means to break through the blockade, Xia Tianling saw a scene that he would never forget. A large pile of skulls formed a hill, and the white bones like a jungle formed a forest, which was piled up in disorder on half of the ground behind the building. Countless ropes hung with purple-red viscous liquids tied several abrupt pillars tightly, and the originally yellow-white pillars were gradually dyed black under the binding of the ropes. When he got closer, he realized that these were not pillars and ropes, but countless fascia bound on the bones of some large creature. Clumps of hair of various colors intertwined and gathered together, and all kinds of strange pieces of flesh and blood were scattered on the ground. It was impossible to tell whether they were human, soul beast, or even some other species. In the middle of this horrible scene, there was a pool of blood. The flesh and blood of countless corpses and skeletons around it were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and were gradually flowing to the center along the lines on the ground. In the center of the blood pool was an altar that looked very ancient. Several evil soul masters wearing cloaks were chanting something in a low voice around a stone tablet. Xia Tianling did not continue to extend his spiritual consciousness. He could not bear it anymore and retched to the side a few times. He had seen corpses. He had killed people. But such a scene like the Avicii Hell was extremely stimulating to ordinary people. People who had not seen it with their own eyes could not imagine how cruel and disgusting it was. This is because he is a cultivator with a firm heart and can adjust quickly. If an ordinary soul master suddenly saw such a scene, he would be scared to death. Xia Tianling took a few deep breaths, silently recited the Qingjing Sutra on both sides, and blew air into it. Stay calm. You must stay calm. This scene is too horrifying. The second half of the building complex is a hell made entirely of flesh and blood. It is conservatively estimated that no less than 10,000 creatures did here, or even more. Many broken bones, mummies whose age is difficult to determine, strange blood pools, stone tablets that are unknown for what purpose, and cloaked people who look like cult members. This can't be caused by an evil soul master alone. Even the Holy Spirit, Church 10,000 years later, doesn't have such a weird method. This must be a sacrifice or offering to something evil. And the astonishingly huge chaotic soul power, this is not soul power. This is completely a resentful spirit transformed from countless tragically dead creatures. The reason for the manic mental fluctuations coming from the inside is that the resentful spirit that is about to be born wants to break free from the shackles of something. System, what is this? Who are they? Ding, searching the system database, please wait. This time the system took much longer to answer than before, and it took 5 minutes to reply. There is no match in the system database. It is speculated that a professional called Evil Soul Master is infected with some unknown evil power. The source of the unknown power comes from the stone tablet. According to analysis, the blood pool and the altar are some kind of life energy conversion equipment. Evil Soul Master infected with unknown evil power? It sounds very similar to the situation of Dark Bian last time. That's not right. Can the Evil Soul Master continue to degenerate? Xia Tianling was stunned. Ding, of course you can. This unknown power is much weaker than the power that infected the Golden Bian. It is somewhat similar, but it does not have the property of transforming organisms. It will only deprive organisms of some of their reason and emotions, and at the same time give them some power. The system explained a lot, and at the end added, the system recommends that this place be destroyed as soon as possible. That soul life form will be bred in about 36 hours. Destroy as soon as possible. You say it so easily. Xia Tianling pulled the corner of his mouth. Judging from the momentum of those cloaked men, they are at least Soul Douluo Level 1 or even Title Douluo Level 1 strongmen. He saw as many as 5 such cloaked men on the altar. Look at the large number of buildings in front. Just now, my spiritual sense roughly scanned it. There are hundreds of life forms with soul power inside. What can I use to destroy them? Even if it is just that newborn vengeful spirit, the terrifying mental power is far beyond his own. It is definitely a spiritual realm existence, and it is even expanding. Once formed, it is estimated that the spiritual power of this thing must be at least at the peak of the domain realm, or even the divine essence realm. What a fight! The spiritual power of the divine essence realm in this era of generally weak spiritual power, even if Bibidong and Chandaolu are called over, it may not be a good deal. Moreover, this place is ridiculously far away from the Pope City. By the time I call Bibidong and Chandaolu over, the opportunity will be gone. I am numb. Why are there so many strange things in this Douluo Continent since I came here? System, can I spend the power of fate to let you destroy this thing? Ding! This system does not have any means of attack. Please don't be wishful thinking. Then can you directly improve my strength now? Ding! If you are not afraid of being killed by the heavenly calamity and facing the dilemma of being unable to break through in the future if your foundation is unstable, this system can do it. Then, give me the truth of the entire Dongfeng Sanjin Qianhua tree? Ding! Testing the power of fate. Please wait. Ding! Your power of fate is insufficient. Damn! Why can't I do anything I want? Xia Tianling was a little crazy and pulled her hair. If only I could have a shot of truth, one shot to solve all my worries. Unfortunately, I am poor. The expensiveness is not its problem. It is mine. Suddenly, Xia Tianling thought of something. In a hurry, he got into a dead end and only thought of the creations on the technology side for a while. These things are naturally ridiculously expensive in the world of cultivation, so wouldn't it be better to exchange them for the mysterious side? Can you give me an innate artifact like the Zuxian sword and Pangu axe? Ding! Your destiny power is insufficient. This system kindly reminds you that even if you really have it, you will be 100% sucked to death by the artifact when you use it, and its spirit may not even pay attention to you. It seems to be right. Then can I exchange for the perception and production method of the formation? A single formation will do. Ding, yes. Which formation do you want to exchange? Xia Tianling's mouth showed an expectant smile. I want to exchange for the Nine Heavens Yingyuan Thunder Sound, Puhua Tianzun Shenxiao Spirit Formation. Ding, the destiny power is being detected. Please wait. Ding, the wish is successful. You have obtained the relevant production method and formation perception of the Nine Heavens Yingyuan Thunder Sound Puhua Tianzun Shenxiao Spirit Formation, and it is being transmitted to you. Feeling the knowledge that was constantly instilled into his mind, Xia Tianling clenched his fists fiercely. It was indeed the thing he wanted. This Nine Heavens, let's just call it the Shenxiao Spirit Formation. Shenxiao Spiritual Array. This thing is a name Xia Tianling learned from the popular science chapter of the Taoist scripture. It is not the kind of traditional magic array in the traditional immortal cultivation system, which requires the array master to engrave the array pattern in the void, and requires a large amount of precious materials as the array base to complete, and it is a traditional magic array that relies on the power of heaven and earth. It was developed by an extremely prosperous immortal cultivation civilization, similar to the advanced summoning magic. The principle is based on the array base and some simple array patterns. The cultivator himself is the array eye, borrowing the power of lightning from a certain existence through the air, and transmitting it to the array base, and attacking in the form of an array. It is said that the inspiration of this array was that the cultivators of that world came back from the neighboring Western fantasy plane and transformed it according to the array of borrowing power from the devil, but it is much more sophisticated than theirs. What is used is the rules, and the object of borrowing power is also a decent person. And how much can be borrowed depends on the realm of the cultivator himself, and the affinity and understanding of the cultivator himself to lightning. It can be said that this formation has broken through the limit of grade. Almost any cultivator of any level can set it up, but the effect that each person can exert is different. The lower limit will not be lower than the power of 2 realms higher than the user, and it is limited to the level below the true immortal. No matter how strong the formation is, the structure and the cultivator itself cannot bear it. The upper limit is not certain. As long as the body itself can bear it and the affinity of lightning is high enough, how much can be borrowed depends on personal luck. Of course, if you borrow, you must pay it back. That unknown existence is not a charity. But the price is not serious. It is just a period of weakness. That existence will continue to extract the user's newly born cultivation and power during this period. For every hour of use, the weakness time increases by 10 days. As long as you can pay it back, you can use it for decades. It's just that the formation can't last that long. Basically, it will be scrapped after 1 day of operation. Borrowing 1 and paying back 240 is a loan shark. Capitalists will cry when they hear it. Wall Street will cry when they hear it. However, by borrowing such a powerful force, the minimum guarantee is only to lose a period of cultivation, which is also a good deal. If this new era of Thunder Array can be carried with the array flag, this thing would have long been the standard of cultivators. Unfortunately, the limitation that it can only be used in one place restricts its popularity. After completing the reception, Xia Tianling immediately turned around and ran back to the place where he had camped before. The group was looking forward to it. Especially Zhu Qing, who was standing on the roof of the car, saw his figure and his eyes were obviously brighter. "Junior brother, how is the situation?" Hulina asked seriously. Xia Tianling shook his head. "The situation is not optimistic. This group of evil soul masters is different from those we have seen before. It is very difficult. Conservatively estimated that there are at least one or more titled Douluo, and I explored the situation inside the valley. You don't want to know what it looks like inside. What should we do? This is no longer something we can handle. Otherwise, let's notify His Holiness the Pope?" When Xie heard that there was a titled Douluo, his face changed instantly. As he spoke, he looked at his sister. "It's too late." Xia Tianling shook his head again. "They are creating a very evil creature, and it will be born in less than 36 hours. Even if Zhu King keeps walking in the void, there is no time to return to Wuhun City to inform the teacher." After that, he explained what he saw and heard and the harm after the birth of the vengeful spirit in a way that they could understand. "Tianling, are you sure?" After listening to Xia Tianling's plan to use the formation to eliminate this group of evil soul masters, Zhu Qing looked at him with great concern. Although he is very strong, he has to fight against at least one titled Douluo alone, and there are hundreds of evil soul masters of other levels. "Of course I am sure, you have to believe me. I'm a prophet." Seeing Zhu Qing's concern for him, Xia Tianling's heart warmed and he showed a confident smile. A mere titled Douluo, in his eyes, is just a chicken and a dog. The real difficulty is the vengeful spirit that may appear in an incomplete form. However, he did not say these words to Zhu Qing. "Boss, I believe in you." "Yes, Brother Ling, I believe in you too. If you need any help from us, just ask." Although the little fat guy is a little lazy on weekdays, he will never let us down at the critical moment. "Yes, there are also us." Hulina, Yan, and Sheiyue followed closely. "Okay, then let's do a big job." Xia Tianling waved his hand with great pride. "Zhu Qing and Fatty, one can fly, and the other can run fast. You two should keep an eye on the movements of the evil soul master from a distance, and report back at any time if there is any situation. Remember, safety is the priority. Just keep an eye on them from a distance. Don't get too close. Senior sister, Xiaoao, Brother Sheiyu, Brother Yan, please protect me here. I need to complete the formation and install it as soon as possible." "Okay." The two of them shot out immediately, and the remaining 4 people were divided into 4 directions, keeping a full view of everything going on around them. The feeling of having a team is peace of mind. He couldn't help but sigh. After carefully studying the details of the Shenxiao spiritual array, Xia Tianling made a wish to the system and got a formation carving knife. Then he took out a lot of materials and began to try to engrave the array base. The reason why the Shenxiao spiritual array is sought after by many cultivators is that it is highly compatible with the array base materials in addition to its low price. No matter what material it is, as long as it has strong conductivity and can carry the power of thunder and lightning, it can be used. This left Xia Tianling with a large amount of destiny power to exchange for materials. In a sense, Douluo Star is a Western fantasy planet, and many materials produced on it are difficult to use for array manufacturing. But the Shenxiao spiritual array with strong compatibility is very friendly and is not picky about the materials used for making it. Xia Tianling directly took out a large pile of smelted high-purity mithril cubes from the ring as the array base, and used high-purity refined gold as a conductor, and inlaid it on it with a technique similar to inlaid gold. The glittering refined gold was pulled into strips of gold wire in his hands and inlaid on the mithril cubes with the technique of inlaid gold, forming one tiny array after another. After the engraving is completed, the spiritual power is injected into the array pattern to activate it, and the array circuit is checked for breakpoints. After successful activation, such a component is completed. If it were not for the systematic infusion of array perception and production experience, Xia Tianling would not know how long it would take to complete this step. The so-called array base, the foundation of the array, is not a huge plate that is connected as one in the imagination, but a series of anchor points composed of individuals. For example, this Shenxiao spiritual array requires 108 anchor points for support. After the anchor points are made, they need to be placed in a specific position to ensure that they can eventually be connected into a complete array. Of course, anchor points alone cannot be called a complete array base. A formation core is also needed as a coordination, and then the cultivator himself is suppressed as the array eye, so that the Shenxiao array can fully exert its effectiveness. The production of the array base anchor points is relatively simple. Under the guidance of Xia Tianling's powerful spiritual consciousness, they were all completed quickly, and only a few were scrapped. However, the waste will not be wasted, and it will still be a good material after remelting. Before he started making the formation core, he put away the table and took out a large piece of fine iron and placed it on the ground as support. At the same time, he released several earth-based solidification spells on the ground to stabilize the supporting structure. Unlike the rough anchor points of the formation base, making the formation core is a very delicate job. If there is any mistake in this step, the formation will fail to run successfully at best or explode at worst. Moreover, this is a formation with the cultivator as the core of the formation. Once a problem occurs, the user will be the first to bear the brunt. Without the formation circuit to guide, the borrowed thunder alone can burst the body. System: I want to make a wish to obtain a complete set of formation tools and 1 cubic meter of white spirit jade and heavenly marrow stone. Although the amount of power that can be borrowed has little to do with the material of the formation itself, the quality of the formation core determines the rate of guiding the thunder force. To be safe, Xia Tianling chose to exchange 2 natural treasures unique to the world of immortal cultivation with the system. White spirit jade looks smooth and white on the outside, which is not much different from ordinary white jade, but in fact it is the favorite and most commonly used material of array masters with strong attribute adaptability. Moreover, white spirit jade itself has the unique warm and moist characteristics of jade, which can sort out the violent attribute power, allowing users to manipulate the array more freely. If spirit jade is the body of the core of the array, then the magical stone of the sky marrow stone is the meridian and blood vessel of the core of the array. This strange stone itself is solid, but it has a flow characteristic similar to that of liquid. This characteristic not only does not make the power flowing in it out of control, but can expand it, making it one of the best materials for making core circuits. Ding! The host's wish is received, and the power of destiny is being retrieved. Ding! The wish is successful. You have obtained Array Production Auxiliary Tools Encyclopedia, 1 cubic meter of white spirit jade, 1 cubic meter of sky marrow stone, which has been sent to your storage ring. Please check it. After receiving the system's prompt, Xia Tianling did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly put the huge white spirit jade cube on the prepared production table. Then he opened the auxiliary tool for array formation provided by the system. First took out a furnace similar to a crucible, lit it and heated it, then took out the Tian stone and cut off a part of it and put it in for condensation. He entered several magic formulas in a row according to the operation method and saw that the Tiansui stone had begun to change in the furnace. Xia Tianling breathed a sigh of relief. Now he just had to wait for its natural reaction. The auxiliary furnace provided by the system had extraordinary effects. It could automatically stabilize the environment inside after the material reaction was completed, so that it could always be in the most suitable state for use. Next, he took out a magic weapon similar to an oversized compass. He placed this magic weapon on the Bailing U cube and activated it with the method of controlling objects. The magic weapon immediately released an invisible wave. A standard circular blank array formation core was cut out like this, without any mistakes. In the world where the cultivation civilization is prosperous, they have also developed their own unique cultivation technology. They no longer need to do everything by themselves like in ancient times. Some simple tasks can be left to the magic weapon. After sweeping away the excess scraps and fixing the round white spirit jade on the workbench, Xia Tianling took a deep breath and adjusted his spirit to the best. The next moment his eyes changed, becoming firm and sharp, and his 6 senses were fully opened, carefully feeling every detail of this white spirit jade. A ray of light emerged from his hand, slowly lighting up the blade of the carving knife. Calmly cutting, the blade touched the white spirit jade, without the imagined creaking sound, but it was as easy as cutting a rubber with a wallpaper knife. The jade powder and fragments that were gently shaved off were wrapped in a soul power and gently pushed out. At the same time, this soul power did not stop, but was processed again along the track drawn by the carving knife. Dividing attention and doing 2 things is the basic skill of the core of the engraving array. Thanks to the help of the system, although this step was carried out very slowly, it was also carried out without any danger. Xia Tianling's hands were extremely steady, and the carving knife, emitting a faint light, was like an extension of his fingers, perfectly carving one mark after another on the warm surface of the white spirit jade. As the carving progressed, his knife skills also changed from being unfamiliar at the beginning to gradually getting started now. His progress can be said to be extremely fast. The huge white jade core was so carefully carved that it soon showed the prototype of the array core. Basic array circuits appeared on it, quietly waiting to be connected and activated. Not far away, Huliana watched Xia Tianling making the array base accessories with magical skills and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This junior brother of hers is really amazing. He can always come up with unexpected surprises at critical moments. As the degree of completion continues to increase and the production level continues to deepen, Xia Tianling becomes more and more focused and serious. Now he feels that he has entered a special state, completely abandoning all interference from the outside world. Now he only has the array in his heart. If there are other array masters here, they will definitely exclaim that this is the state of unity between man and nature that array masters dream of when making arrays. It can allow themselves to perfectly integrate with the array. Once it is successfully made, its power will inevitably reach a terrifying effect. What Xia Tianling didn't know was that the moment he entered the state of unity between man and nature, the system issued a text prompt. The collision of inspiration and talent has brought you into the state of enlightenment of formation, making harmony between man and nature, and your understanding of formation has greatly increased, from knowing nothing to getting a glimpse of the way, unlocking a new secondary occupation, Formation Master. However, Xia Tianling naturally has no time to pay attention to such problems now, and his whole mind has been immersed in the production in front of him. Now he has reached the most critical and difficult step, penetration. This step requires the condensed Tiansui stone liquid to be poured into the previously carved channel groove little by little, and there must be no breakpoints before the cycle is completed. Once the Tiansui stone liquid is interrupted, all the previous efforts will be scrapped. The Tiansui stone that was condensed in the furnace at the beginning has already become liquid, lying quietly in a container like a crucible, waiting for the maker to use it. Success or failure depends on this move. Xia Tianling was very alert, and with one hand, he slowly guided the Tiansui stone liquid out of the furnace, condensing it into a slender column and embedding it into the groove. The other hand was not idle either, constantly using soul power to condense one auxiliary restriction after another in the air, and sealed them into the Tiansui stone liquid poured into the groove. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner, entering a unique rhythm. It was like playing a lyrical music, slow and relaxing. Time passed slowly, and after several hours of continuous and concentrated production, Xia Tianling's powerful mental power was a little overwhelmed, and his face turned pale. Although the most likely step to fail had been passed, and now only the last step of the sacrifice was left, he still did not dare to relax. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step, and now it is just this last shiver, and there must be no mistakes. Xia Tianling bit the tip of his tongue, used soul power to force out a drop of blood essence to hit the center of the core of the formation to start the last step. As the degree of sacrifice deepened, the white disc gradually emitted a white light trembling all over and making a buzzing sound. Suddenly, the huge white jade disc shone brightly, and then instantly withdrew, and the main body shrank several times. Success! Feeling the connection between the core of the formation and his mind, Xia Tianling was overjoyed and grabbed the refined white jade disc in his hand. The successfully refined disc is now much smaller in size, and it feels like a larger jade disc in his hand. Except for the lines of the sky marrow stone on it and the lines that look dazzling, it is not much different from an ordinary white jade disc. This is the special nature of the Shenqiao spiritual array that makes it a low-grade formation. If it is based on the normal level, the foundation that can launch a return to the virtual level attack must start from the 6th level. When the core of a normal 5th level formation is completed and arranged and activated, there will be a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. After all, this is to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, and the way of heaven must come out to show its presence. Of course, if it is a normal 6th level formation, with Xia Tianling's current, second-hand skills and half-baked understanding of the formation, it is definitely impossible to make it. Moreover, the normal 6th order formation core had just been completed, and the various anomalies had directly attracted the evil soul masters. How could they sneak attack? Junior brother, did you succeed? Hulina had practiced the Qingqiu Heavenly Fox art for several years, and her mental power was much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. She was the first to notice the abnormality behind her. In the blink of an eye, she witnessed the huge jade plate shining brightly and then shrinking in an instant. She was shocked and guessed that the formation thing made by her junior brother should be completed. Hearing Hulina's voice, the other three also looked over. Success! Success! Xia Tianling nodded to them weakly. Xiaowao, hurry up and give me some sausages. Okay, as much sausage as you can. Oscar heard the words and hurriedly got out several sausages. I'll rest for a night and recover my condition first. At 12 o'clock tomorrow noon, I will launch a general attack on this group of evil soul masters. Xia Tianling explained, and then sat down on the spot to make up for the loss of mental power and soul power. After working for several hours, he had almost emptied his sea of consciousness. The next morning, after meditating all night, Xia Tianling finally filled his severely depleted sea of consciousness. Tianling, how are you going to bury these anchor modules in the corresponding positions? Juju Qing, who took turns to rest with Ma Hongjun, asked seriously, how about you tell me the method and I will help you? I have the void walking, Xia Tianling stretched out the index finger of his right hand and gently put it on Juju Qing's lips. Her words were interrupted and a blush flew on her face. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun was not there at this time, and Oscar was watching from a distance. Otherwise, the two funny guys would have winked at each other again. Don't worry, the mountain people have their own tricks, you have to believe me. Well, Juju Qing has lived in a cold family for a long time. She even felt a little disgusted with contact with other people, but now she didn't feel the slightest resistance. However, this scene was discovered by Hulina, who was not far away, and she whistled jokingly. Hearing this whistle, Juju Qing, who was already very shy, blushed even more. Then he ran away. Looking at his back as he left, Juju Qing bit her lip. She didn't ask Xia Tianling if he could not ask such a stupid question. She knew that this man would not ignore such a disaster that was within his ability. At midnight yesterday, Xia Tianling had asked Xie to take his personal letter to notify the nearest branch of the Spirit Hall. This matter will be reported to the Pope's palace as quickly as possible. In this way, after he solves the crisis here, the Spirit City will send a large number of people to clean up the aftermath and completely eliminate this evil Spirit Master's lair. As for what if he fails to win, then he can only use the last resort. The cost of this trump card is too high. If it is not a complete dead end, it is impossible to use it. But once it is used, it can 100% solve the current crisis. Why not notify the Tiando Empire officials? Xia Tianling has never considered this issue. Let's not talk about whether they will believe it or send someone. The strongest person in the Tiando Empire is Du Gubo, and with his personality, he basically won't care about this kind of thing. Even if the Tiando officials really send people, thousands of ordinary people's army will just be a meal in front of the resentful spirits in the guaranteed spiritual realm, and can only become nutrients for its growth. Moreover, Xia Tianling had a high chance of success. With his current physical strength, it would not be difficult to severely injure and seal the title in an instant when he was at full fire, provided that he could really attack and hit. Unfortunately, his burst period of full fire was too short and could only last about 3 minutes. There might be more than one Title Douluo Evil Soul Master in that valley, and there were also hundreds of other levels of minions. The purpose of creating the Shenxiao Spiritual Array was to increase combat power and use the characteristics of the sky, thunder, to target such evil auras. The second purpose was to facilitate the use of a large amount of range damage, so that the small monsters that might cause interference could be killed in the shortest time and with the least force. The third purpose was to target the vengeful spirits, which were not very effective at the physical level. His strongest means were basically physical. A wise man once said, "Oh, use magic to fight magic." Therefore, he chose the Shenxiao Spiritual Array, which had the strongest restraint on the spirits of evil ghosts and the greatest damage. Don't forget, the full name of the Shenxiao Spiritual Array is the Jutian Yingwan Leisheng Puhua Tianzun Shenxiao Spiritual Array, which even has some characteristics of heavenly punishment, which is the natural nemesis of resentful spirits. Heavenly punishment, a punishment from heaven, is not comparable to the thunder and lightning of the test of heavenly tribulation. The Earth Escape Technique, a magical escape method that is well known in all major immortal cultivation circles, is now used here. After notifying Ma Hongjun to evacuate with the others as soon as possible, Xia Tianling used this magical power that he had hardly used before. The Great Tao Changsheng Sutra is all-encompassing, and it contains all kinds of knowledge about the 6 arts of immortal cultivation and various unorthodox ways. The many contents included may not be the most exquisite, but they must be sufficient and comprehensive, covering all aspects. Using the Earth Escape technique to ignore the unreasonable characteristics of soil, he easily buried one anchor point after another in the corresponding position, which coincided with the position of the 108 Jotian stars. Just as Xia Tianling was secretly setting up the formation, the evil soul masters in the valley made new moves. They were all wearing black robes that could not see their faces. They gathered at the edge of the blood pool with numerous bones and stood in a circle similar to the formation, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At the edge of the black stone tablet in the center of the altar stood 5 leading black-robed men, with their hands raised high to the sky, muttering in an unknown language. After just a few minutes, one of the leading black-robed men screamed strangely and shouted in a hoarse and broken voice, "Sacrifice! The Holy Spirit!" Holy Spirit? Was it referring to the vengeful spirit that was about to be born? Xia Tianling, who was setting up the formation not far away, naturally sensed the shouts of the black-robed men. As the leader's voice fell, the outermost evil soul masters shouted loudly, and then simply ended their lives by various means. The fallen body came into contact with the ground engraved with strange patterns, and instantly made a hissing sound. The black robes of the soul cultivators who committed suicide strangely burned up, and the flesh and blood on their bodies were rapidly dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into pools of blood that were absorbed by the patterns on the ground, and then constantly gathered in the blood pool in the center. Such an evil scene was very similar to some evil cults in the previous life. They all used suicide as a means to achieve some unspeakable secrets. For example, The so-called cultivation of unifying the world, exploring the truth, and pushing open the door to heaven. Xia Tianling, who was secretly paying attention to the vengeful spirits underground with his spiritual sense, did not dare to get too close, and could not see clearly because of the vast spiritual power of the vengeful spirits. He simply stopped paying attention to their movements, leaving only a trace of spiritual sense to monitor the movements of the evil soul masters, and once again accelerated the speed of arranging the formation in his hands. At the moment when the faces of the black-robed evil soul masters who committed suicide were exposed after their robes burned, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be something wrong with these evil soul masters, as if they were no longer completely human. Sacrifice? Continue. The hoarse, broken voice sounded again, and more evil soul masters immediately committed suicide. The flesh and blood on their corpses were absorbed by the ground and flowed to the blood pool in the center. As the number of evil soul masters offering sacrifices increased, the symbols engraved on the black stone tablet also flashed and emitted light like breathing, and even some cracks appeared on the body of the stone tablet, emitting a strong pressure. Another wave of sacrifices. There were only a few evil soul masters present, and piles of black skeletons were lying on the ground around the blood pool, leaving only 5 people on the altar. Even the broken voice who had given orders earlier, after a strange cry, jumped into the blood pool and became a part of it. At the moment of jumping up, Xia Tianling's monitoring consciousness saw his face clearly, fanatic, twisted, and even overflowing with a happy smile, as if he was completing some extraordinary feat that would last for thousands of years, which made people shudder. After all the evil spirit masters had finished their sacrifices, the remaining 5 black-robed men actually spoke in unison, like a church choir, chanting an unknown language. As the tune they sang became louder and louder, the black stone tablet actually exploded, revealing the object inside. It was an egg, a huge black egg wrapped in a capsule. It looked ordinary on the outside, but even Xia Tianling, who was underground, could clearly hear the thumping heartbeat coming from the egg. The egg also continued to expand and contract with the sound of the heartbeat. A strong heartbeat originally represents life and hope. But what was transmitted from this egg was not a positive emotion, but a strong sense of death. The huge and violent spiritual power of the unformed, vengeful spirit was constantly being recycled and gradually compressed into the egg. This was not a good sign, as it meant that the Holy Spirit sacrificed by the evil spirit masters with their lives had entered the final stage of fusion. In less than 12 hours, this monster will be completely gestated. What's more terrifying is that this Holy Spirit is not a pure soul-like life form, similar to the dead as Xia Tianling had previously speculated, but a real monster with a physical body. Quick, 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 quicker! Xia Tianling retracted all his spiritual consciousness and located and activated the anchor point at the fastest speed. It must be given the heaviest blow while it is still in the gestation state. Every minute earlier, the lower its degree of fusion, the less effort it takes to destroy it. Time is about to reach 12 o'clock at noon, which is the time when the yang energy is the strongest in the day, and it is also the most suitable time to activate the Shenxiao spirit array. The strong yang energy and the thunder tribulation representing the righteous path can work together to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Xia Tianling completed the arrangement of the array before this time point, and then he could activate the array as soon as the time came. He buried the white jade disc at the core of the array in the middle of the array, and used a breath-retaining technique to sneak out of the ground. When he really stood in the valley, the bloody smell rushed straight to his head. Xia Tianling squatted down and pinched a handful of black and purple debris on the ground, with shock written all over his face. This is not black and purple debris, it is completely blood coagulated and mixed with soil. This thick layer of purple-black debris covered the entire canyon. How many lives must be killed to achieve this? Judging from the bones beside the altar at the back, some bones have been weathered, and some bones have even been petrified. This kind of sacrificial activity must have lasted for a very long time. Until recently, the Holy Spirit nurtured by the evil soul masters was about to be completed, and it was revealed that some of the flaws were discovered by himself and others. Maybe. It's not that no one discovered all this. It's that the people who discovered it have already become part of the blood pool. The center of the array core happened to be behind a stone house, which just provided a visual barrier for Xia Tianling to activate the array. He stood above the core of the array and slowly injected soul power into it. The Bailing Jade Plate underground was completely activated after being infused with power. The array circuit composed of Tiansui stone on it slowly lit up and emitted an invisible wave. This wave was like a spark in transmission, quickly lighting up, activating, and connecting one anchor point after another into a complete whole. After that, a unique field was formed within the range of the array, and it was connected to an unknown area. Xia Tianling breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the array was successfully activated. If there was really a problem, he would not have time to rearrange a Shenxiao spiritual array. Then, he took out a tribute table and placed it in front of him. On it were a small incense burner and 2 plates of special spicy braised pork as tribute, which was made with the pork belly of a 10,000-year-old pig-shaped monster and a specialty pepper from a certain Xuxian world. Next to the 2 plates of meat, a bowl of rice was placed considerately. This was the best tribute recorded in the formation perception. Can you ask someone to do something without bringing some gifts? Although Xia Tianling was very confused as to why the creditor liked this kind of thing, she still did it. With a touch of her hand, 3 burning incense sticks were inserted into the center of the small incense burner. Green smoke curled from the burning incense heads and slowly floated into the sky. Incense is a token of communication between humans and immortals and gods, and is an indispensable item in the Shenxiao spiritual formation. A scholar in the world of immortal cultivation once proposed that burning incense on the tribute table is equivalent to building a temporary signal transmission tower to transmit the information you express to the immortals across the border. The jade purity begins to be clear. The true talisman announces the alliance, pushes the 2 qi, and mixes the one into the truth. As the spell continued to be chanted, the originally slender incense smoke suddenly became as thick as a dragon, bursting out with a volume that was completely incomparable to its size. 3 huge smoke dragons took shape instantly and rushed straight into the sky above the canyon, as spectacular as a real dragon sucking water. This spectacular phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of the 5 black-robed men. The high-pitched chanting stopped abruptly, and the egg that was fusing with the vengeful spirit with the heartbeat also stopped. One of the black-robed men turned around and slapped his palm, shouting in a hoarse, broken voice, "Whoever is there, get out!" The fierce palm force formed a wave of air, smashing the stone houses on the path, and heading straight for the 3 air pillars. What the black-robed man had never expected was that his powerful palm actually went straight through the 3 air pillars and hit the mountain wall behind him, causing the rock fragments to fall down. "Idiot, the source is below." Seeing that his palm was ineffective, the other black-robed man screamed, making a yin-yang sound that was neither male nor female. After shouting, he also punched out, knocking down more stone houses, revealing Xia Tianling, who was making hand gestures and burning incense. The Shenxiao spiritual array was good in every way, except that it was a little slow to start. Damn it! There is a kid who doesn't know how to live or die trying to interfere with the birth of the Holy Spirit. Another black-robed man said, "Let's attack together and kill him." What puzzled Xia Tianling was that the 5 black-robed men neither released their martial spirits, nor showed their spirit rings, nor did they come down from the altar. They just used some long-range palm phoenixes, chi power and the like to try to kill him. However, he was well prepared. As early as last night, he made a wish to the system for a high-level disposable amulet treasure. A yellow giant bell shadow appeared around Xia Tianling. Several attacks hit the bell wall, but it remained motionless, only making a roar similar to the bow sound of a bell. Originally, he prepared this defensive amulet to defend against the close-range attacks of the Douluo strongmen. Now it is only used to defend against such low-level means. It can only be said that it is a bit of a waste of talent. Damn it! We can't even get off the altar now! The androgynous man in black screamed in anger. What kind of martial spirit is he? Stupid, he's not using the methods that the current spirit master world should use. He, like us, has inherited from the ancient times. Ancient inheritance? Xia Tianan's mind turned quickly. Did the ancients of Douluo Continent have such a thing? What are you offering sacrifices to? He had finished his spell, and now he just had to wait for the response of the borrower. Heh, do you think I'll tell you? The black-clothed man who was obviously the leader laughed sinisterly, and his whole body was full of madness. The Holy Spirit is about to be born. The sinful world is about to be purified. The Holy Spirit is about to be born. The sinful world is about to be purified. The 4 black-robed men on the side tore off their black robes with fanaticism on their faces, and jumped directly into the blood pool while shouting. The decisiveness was shocking. This time, Xia Tianling saw their bodies clearly. Countless dark symbols, like magic patterns, illuminated their bodies black, and some places had grown shells and organs that did not resemble humans. After the 4 fanatical evil soul masters jumped into the blood pool, it was like pouring a bucket of hot oil into a raging fire. The sticky red blood was boiling violently like boiling water. The black egg began to expand and shrink wildly again, and the huge mental power of the vengeful spirit continued to merge into it at an extremely fast speed. What made Xia Tianling even more surprised was that the only remaining evil soul master released his martial soul for the first time. It was a beast martial soul. The state after possession was as indescribable as a puddle of mud, which was very disgusting. The 9 black soul rings under his feet flashed at the same time, and he himself exploded in front of Xia Tianling's stunned eyes, turning into a black and red viscous liquid that directly smeared on the egg. Damn, this is too disgusting. This was his first reaction. No, what kind of trick is this self-destruction going to do? This was his second reaction. But soon, he was no longer confused, because the Huabei he borrowed with great effort was about to arrive. Under the mighty power of heaven, sweep away all the demons and monsters. Rumbling thunder sounded in the sky, and a huge amount of dark clouds shrouded the sky above the canyon. Originally at noon when the sun was scorching, it was as dark as midnight at this time, and only the thunder rolling in the clouds brought a trace of light. Boom! The next moment, the violent and turbulent thunder rushed down and entered Xia Tianling's body. Under the infusion of the thunder, he subconsciously opened the true dragon martial soul, and the surging thunder became more violent. Feeling the surging thunder power in his body, Xia Tianling was a little stunned. This power is really too huge, and it is definitely beyond his own two realms. But the weird thing is that these violent thunders are obedient like gentle lambs after entering his body. Under his every move, they are like fingers, and they are madly transmitted to the core of the formation under his feet. The nine heavens respond to the original thunder, and the universal transformation of the Heavenly Lord's divine heaven spirit formation is complete. The surging power of thunder was poured into the divine heaven spirit formation by this humanoid transformer. Each anchor point of the formation that was stimulated shone with a silvery white light, causing the rocks in the canyon to vibrate greatly. The 108 anchor points were connected together by the penetration of thunder, and at the same time, they shot out energy beams, ignoring the obstruction of the terrain and converging in front of Xia Tianling. Just as the divine heaven spirit formation was being activated, the egg that was sacrificed by the evil soul master's core, titled Douluo through self-detonation, also underwent drastic changes. After the sticky liquid was absorbed by the egg, the regular expansion disappeared, replaced by a chaotic bulging and shrinking. The things inside were coming out. Xia Tianling cast a spell and used all his strength to drive the operation of the divine heaven spirit formation. In front of him, 108 beams of light formed 4 blue-green tokens slightly larger than a palm. Although they were made of energy, they were exquisite and looked like real objects. The upper and lower parts of the tokens were engraved with the names of the 3 pure ones in thin gold script. The strokes were sharp and sharp. Puff! With a muffled sound, the black egg suddenly burst, and an extremely disgusting humanoid creature emerged. Roar! A roar was heard, and the manic mental fluctuations instantly spread throughout the scene. Killing, destruction. There were only 2 meanings it conveyed: frenzy and disorder. However, after it broke out of the shell, Xianling breathed a sigh of relief. Because it was forcibly ripened by the evil soul masters nearly 12 hours in advance, the strength of this monster was far less powerful than he imagined. Not to mention that its mental power had not reached the divine Yuan realm. Even because it was too chaotic, it had not even reached the peak level of the spirit realm, the materialization of thoughts, and its threat was greatly reduced. You made such a big noise and slaughtered so many lives. You should be killed. Xia Tianling pinched his left hand, raised his right hand, and shouted, "7-star sword, come." 7-star sword made of thunder instantly took shape in the air and automatically fell into his palm. A thunder order sounded, and ghosts and gods were shocked. The 7-star sword pointed, and the first thunder order flashed with lightning. The Emperor Bell, the wooden fish, the magic lock, the copper bowl, the 3 pure bells, and other magic tools emerged from the void, emitting panicky heavenly sounds. Ah! The invisible wave hit the monster, stimulating it to let out a howl. Then the monster instantly locked onto the target that attacked it, and like a wild beast, it got on all fours and turned around and rushed straight towards Xia Tianling. Kill every living being it saw. Destroy every species it saw. This is the only creed that was nailed in its chaotic mind like a mental stamp. The 7-star sword pointed again, and the second token bloomed with dazzling light. God's thunder, obey the command, and punish the evil. The blue thunder, wrapped in the wreck power of heaven, shot towards the monster from all directions of the formation. The boundless thunder formed a sea of thunder that swallowed the monster, as powerful as a prison. Countless thunder snakes wandered on its body. The high temperature evaporated the black mucus on its body, and the thunder and lightning blasted its disgusting flesh and blood into a charred black. The monster felt the severe damage caused by the sea of thunder. For a moment, the black air on its body was surging, and a huge black shockwave was spit out from its mouth, which forcibly pierced through the huge sea of thunder and opened a path again. The injured monster became more and more angry, roaring and rushing over again. The third finger of the 7-star sword, the third token, was lit. Heavenly soldiers follow the order. Thunder protects me. Figures appeared out of thin air, and they were actually many soldiers and generals composed of thunder. They were all dressed in thunder armor, holding thunder and lightning weapons, and they lined up on their own, roaring straight towards the monster. The monster was not to be outdone, and the slime on its body gushed out crazily, forming a series of monsters smaller than its original body, and began to counterattack the Thunder Heavenly soldiers. The heavenly soldiers were extremely brave, and they slashed forward with their swords, and each blow pierced the flesh, directly chopping the small monsters into pieces. But they seemed to have the regenerative properties of slimes, and they recovered quickly after only losing a little mass, and fought the heavenly soldiers again. A battle formation stood up, blocking the path that the big monster had to pass. Wave after wave of attacks restricted the big monster to the spot. What if the monster could recover quickly? The heavenly soldiers could also rely on the power of the divine sky spiritual formation to recover. For a while, the situation was deadlocked. Let me add fuel to the fire for you. Xia Tianling stared at the battle in front of him and pointed the 7-star sword in his hand forward for the 4th time. The last token had a strong lightning light, which illuminated every inch of darkness in the canyon like daylight. Generals, please show up, eliminate the demons, and settle the world. Buzz! Several buzzing sounds came from his side, and the faint shadows took shape in an instant. The first one had a face as red as a jujube and phoenix eyes, 5 strands of long beard fluttering in front of his chest, wearing a green hero cloak and an arrow coat embroidered with a dragon. He wore a hood on his head and cowhide combat boots with 2 stirrups. He was 9 feet tall, with a beard 2 feet long. His face was as red as a jujube, his lips were as if painted with fat, phoenix eyes, and eyebrows were drooping. What a handsome, majestic, and real person. Xia Tianling looked carefully. Wow, isn't this Guan Yu, the second master? How come summoning a heavenly soldier in general also summons such a character with a clearly different style? But on second thought, Guan Yu was also honored as the 3 realms demon-subduing emperor, Guan Sheng emperor, and the 3 religions all respected him very much and gave him various honorific titles. At this time, being summoned as the spirit of the Thunder Array didn't seem so abrupt. This Thunder God General is just an image of the Thunder Array, and it is just similar to Guan Erai, not a real person. In essence, the spirit of the Thunder Array can be anyone and can be set artificially. If the attainment of the array is high enough, you can also get a Tang San to swing the Vajra and the purple gold bowl to hit people. The array spirit Guan Yu held a Qinglong Yanyue sword made of lightning, stomped his right foot down, and leaped up. A war horse also made of lightning appeared under his crotch. The big knife swung forward and brought out a lightning light like a crescent moon. Several small monsters were split into 2 and struggled on the ground to heal, but soon turned into a pool of black pus and died completely. When the big monster saw that the sub-body it had differentiated had completely disappeared, it broke free from the restrictions of the heavenly soldiers with a few fierce attacks, and also rushed upwards, colliding with Guan Yu, who was riding a horse. The other few heavenly generals followed closely behind, leading the heavenly soldiers to encircle and suppress the remaining monsters. The heavenly soldiers led by the heavenly generals formed several square formations. In this form, their attacks carried a little power of heavenly punishment, which could cause great damage to the monsters. Several people attacked one monster together, and quickly harvested their lives. The monsters that could jump around and deal with the heavenly soldiers for a long time before would now die completely after a few attacks. The tug-of-war unfolded. Although the big monster was still splitting into sub-bodies, this was obviously not infinite. The heavenly soldiers who had been strengthened again were unstoppable under the leadership of the heavenly generals and frantically killed the weak sub-bodies. Ow-ho! The big monster and the formation spirit fought fiercely, and the lightning and the evil black aura collided with each other, making a hissing sound. Every time the formation spirit slashed, it carried the power of heavenly punishment, which had a strong purification effect on such evil creatures, and perfectly restrained its rapid recovery. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, the monster was covered with wounds, and the black mucus could not even cover its entire body, revealing the dark shell-like skin underneath and the flesh in the wound. As the battle continued, some of the purple blood spilled from its body splashed on the bones beside it. The originally yellow-white bones instantly turned into an extremely evil black after being stained with the monster's blood, and then quickly decayed and weathered. The aftermath of the battle swept away and turned directly into debris on the ground. The situation gradually developed in a good direction. If this battle continued and there were no variables, it would be easy to take it down. But obviously, the big monster was not prepared to fulfill Xia Tianling's wish. Through a confrontation with the Qinglong Yanyue sword, the big monster pulled away from the formation spirit and roared to the sky. The small monsters that were originally fighting with the heavenly soldiers and generals turned into black liquid and returned to their bodies again. The black liquid transformed from the sub-body covered its entire body again, healing the wounds previously cut by the formation spirit at a very fast speed. After healing most of its body, the monster made a painful expression and clenched its fists towards the sky. The black light on its body increased. Puff, 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 puff. Several disgusting sounds were heard, and it actually grew 2 heads and 4 arms again. What the hell? 3 heads and 6 arms? This monster can also transform into the second stage? This operation made Xia Tianling, who was originally sitting on the Diaoyutai, curse angrily. The boss battle was about to end, but the boss was not only resurrected with full blood, but also even stronger. It felt like fucking a titan ape. Xia Tianling bit his tongue and forced a drop of blood into the core of the formation under his feet, and then thrust the Thunder 7-star sword in his right hand downward. The hand seals changed, and both hands pinched the formula at the same time, and a formula was uttered loudly. Thunder in the sky is faint, and dragons and tigers walk together. Taiwa is too wonderful, and lightning is running, flying sand and rocks, turning the sea upside down and collecting clouds. It can make clouds and rain and take away souls. The Department of Penglai, the Wind and Rain Superior. Thunderbolt Iron Axe, Hao Wang Spirit Master. Exercise evil and punish evil. Mulang drives the clouds. Thunder Mother dares to roar. Thunder Father rushes forward. Phoenix Wheel Train, Array Spirit General. Thunderbolts thousands of miles, defeating ghosts and gods. As the formulas and hand seals changed, the wind and clouds were turbulent, and the thunderclouds over the canyon became heavier, pressing down on the wild animals near the barren mountain and making them tremble. Even the travelers passing by more than 10 miles away felt very palpitating, panicking for no reason, and hurriedly quickened their pace to leave the area. The group of people from the Spirit Hall who had evacuated to a very far location had been looking in the direction of the barren mountain since the thunderclouds appeared. They were sweating as they watched the silver snakes dancing wildly in the sky. At this time, Zhu Juqing seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, she was extremely nervous, and her hands were clenched tightly. Nothing must happen. In the canyon, the monster that had become 3 heads and 6 arms seemed to have a little more reason and became a little smarter. It no longer rushed around without a mind, and when it fought with the Array Spirit again, its moves had become more methodical. However, what the monster didn't notice was that the number of heavenly soldiers and generals who had originally followed the formation spirit to besiege him was decreasing. Above Xia Tianling's head, a larger thunder shadow appeared, and its tall and mighty body almost broke the canyon. The thunder is as mighty as a prison, and it is as urgent as the law. The final law sounded, and the formation spirit, which was still anxiously fighting with the monster, broke away with a blow and flew directly to the huge thunder shadow and became a part of it. The shadow that joined the formation spirit seemed to have an extra soul, and its body quickly solidified, and its eyes became more agile. The complete form of the Shenxiao Spirit Array Spirit, Shenxiao Thunder God, the Master of Endless Thunder, the Emperor who controls thunder and lightning. The monster was stunned when he saw such a huge creature. With its fingernail-sized wisdom, it didn't understand what was happening at all, and instinctively released an attack. At Sha. The huge thunder god looked down at the monster that tried to provoke him, uttered a difficult syllable, and waved his hand to disperse the attack. The monster that just had a little wisdom seemed to see the disdain of the thunder god, and suddenly jumped up like thunder, flying straight up, and went straight to the head of the thunder god. The huge thunder god looked indifferent, stretched out his hand and pointed, Sha.